Chapter 26. After hearing what Aunt Zhao said, Wang Bo became even more furious. He swore again. Damn it! Isn't he just a doctor? How dare you go against me? If it weren't for this special period, I would have made her pay. Today's blow was too great for Wang Bo. He grew up in a wealthy family and was accustomed to being the center of attention. He had never suffered such a setback. Now, not only has he been beaten to a disability, but he is also unable to find a doctor to treat him, which makes him feel extremely angry and humiliated. His self-esteem suffered an unprecedented blow, as if the whole world had collapsed. Wang Bo was so excited that he moved his body too much and accidentally touched the wound. Instantly, a sharp pain spread throughout his body, causing him to grimace in pain and beads of sweat the size of beans appearing on his forehead. Seeing this, Aunt Zhao rushed forward to comfort her. Master Wang, please don't get angry. It's not good for your health. It's so late now, why don't you go home and rest for a night? It won't be too late to think of a solution tomorrow when you are refreshed. However, Wang Bo glared at Aunt Zhao. How could he not see what Aunt Zhao was thinking? He knew that Aunt Zhao wanted to get rid of him so that she could get away. Once he really leaves, it will be difficult to find Aunt Zhao again. What's more, he is seriously injured and his family is not at home, so there is no one to take care of him. Wang Bo knew that he was in a bad situation and needed to deal with it calmly. He knew that falling out with Aunt Zhao at this moment would do no good and might only put him in a more isolated and helpless situation. So, he tried hard to suppress the pain in his body and spoke to Aunt Zhao in a slightly weak but dignified voice. Aunt Zhao, I know you have concerns in your heart, but I promise that no matter what the result is, I will not vent my anger on you. When I recover from my injuries, I will give you a generous reward to thank you for your care during this period of time. After hearing what Wang Bo said, Aunt Zhao's worries were slightly relieved. Thinking that there was still money to be made, her attitude immediately became attentive. Not only did she prepare a sumptuous dinner for Wang Bo, she also took the initiative to give him the master bedroom, hoping that he could recover from his injuries in a comfortable environment. That night, Wang Bo was not idle. He used his wealth to cleverly win over 2 thugs in the neighborhood. He knew very well that in this special period, he needed someone to serve him. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Wang Bo brought several thugs to the back door of Sun Ziyi's villa in a menacing manner. Bang, bang, bang! The sudden sound of knocking on the door woke up Sun Ziyi from her sleep. She sat up suddenly, with an inexplicable fear in her heart. Without thinking too much, she knew it was Wang Bo who came to her house. She huddled up nervously. In desperation, she could only call Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also asleep when he received Sun Ziyi's call. On the phone, Sun Ziyi's voice was obviously trembling and frightened, and Lin Feng immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He comforted Sun Ziyi and told her not to be afraid and that he would help her deal with it. Lin Feng's villa was only one door away from Sun Ziyi's residence. After learning that Wang Bo had brought his thugs to his house, Lin Feng did not act impulsively like most people, but remained calm and cautious. He first turned on the villa's surveillance system, and the screen clearly showed Wang Bo standing in front of Sun Ziyi's house. Waving his remaining arm, he loudly directed 2 burly men to knock on the door continuously. He sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the surveillance screen, but he was calmly analyzing the situation in his mind. He knew that although Wang Bo was seriously injured, the 2 thugs did not look like ordinary people. However, Lin Feng is still confident in his own and Orlan's strength, and should be able to handle it. However, Lin Feng also knew that there was no absolute chance of winning on the battlefield. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. If something unexpected really happens, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He stood up, walked to the bathroom, and got a bottle of warm iced tea. Lin Feng carefully poured the iced black tea into the high-pressure water gun. Then, Lin Feng quietly opened the observation port above the back door. He held a high-pressure water gun, pointed it at Wang Bo and the other 2, and prepared to launch a precise shooting. Laugh with a slight sound from the high-pressure water gun, the warm iced black tea shot straight at Wang Bo and the other 2 like fine arrows. In this cold winter day, the residual heat of the iced black tea made Wang Bo and the other 2 feel the rare warmth in an instant. But this warmth was accompanied by an indescribable embarrassment. Wang Bo was the first to react. He looked in the direction of the water flow. Lin Feng was seen holding a high-pressure water gun with a sneer on his face. At this moment, Wang Bo's face was already wet with iced black tea, and a strange smell rushed into his nose. Pa, damn, what the hell is this, so sy. Wang Bo's mouth was filled with liquid and he kept spitting it out, with an expression of anger and embarrassment on his face. At this time, one of Wang Bo's men also touched the liquid on his face. He put it in front of his nose and smelled it, then his face changed drastically and he exclaimed. Master Wang, this is FG urine. When Wang Bo heard this, his face turned pale. He widened his eyes and glared at Lin Feng as if he wanted to eat him alive. The other subordinate also had a look of horror on his face, and the 3 of them then realized that they were actually sprayed with urine. Just when Wang Bo and the other 2 were feeling angry and embarrassed, the high-pressure water gun in Lin Feng's hand suddenly stopped moving. It turned out that the iced tea in the water gun had run out. However, the temperature in the underground parking lot had reached -30°C, so cold that people were shivering. The iced black tea on Wang Bo and the other 2 froze quickly under the extremely low temperature, forming a layer of pale yellow ice. They were all over their hair, faces, and clothes, looking funny and miserable. Wang Bo angrily shouted in the direction of Lin Feng. FKU, Come out here if you dare, I'll kill you. However, Lin Feng did not respond. Just when Wang Bo was furious, one of his men spoke cautiously. Master Wang, it's too cold. Let's go back and clean up the urine first. It won't be too late to settle the score with him later. When Wang Bo heard this, he suddenly realized his situation. He looked down and saw a yellow bead of ice condensed on the tip of his nose, which was obviously the mark left by the urine just now. He suddenly felt nauseous and embarrassed, and the anger in his heart instantly cooled down a lot. Chapter 27. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely, then said through gritted teeth. Let's go back and prepare the stuff. However, how could Lin Feng let him leave so easily? The moment Wang Bo started to insult him, Lin Feng had already taken the crossbow out of the space. He aimed at Wang Bo's calf and pulled the bowstring hard. Swoosh, with a sound of breaking through the air, the crossbow arrow shot out like lightning and hit Wang Bo's calf directly. Wang Bo screamed and fell forward to the ground. His calves were covered in blood and the pain was unbearable. Upon seeing this, the two men rushed forward to help him up, then quickly retreated to a corner of the parking lot. Lin Feng stood at the back door of the villa, looking coldly at the backs of Wang Bo and the other two as they fled in a panic. He knew that although he had taught Wang Bo a lesson this time, the matter was not over. Wang Bo will definitely come back for revenge, however, Lin Feng is not worried about this. Instead, a faint sense of anticipation surges in his heart. In this apocalyptic world, life has become boring and monotonous, and every day seems to repeat the same pattern. To him, Wang Bo's revenge was like a stream of fresh air, injecting a bit of new vitality into this boring life. For Lin Feng, this incident was just a small episode in life. After struggling for a long time, he did feel a little tired. So he did not choose to cook himself, but instead picked a breakfast from his own space. There is a wide variety of food in the space, with all kinds of delicious food. Lin Feng chose a bowl of soy milk and fried dough sticks. The food he took out was exactly the same as when he put it in, steaming hot and exuding an enticing aroma. Then he took out a piece of cooked beef and threw it to the loyal Orlan. Orlan is his loyal partner, so Lin Feng will naturally not treat it unfairly. While enjoying the delicious breakfast, Lin Feng turned on the news. The latest official news shows that the army was dispatched urgently last night to transport scarce supplies to various places. However, due to days of snow accumulation, the road became extremely difficult and all vehicles were stranded halfway. What's worse, many traffic accidents occurred, resulting in the deaths of many officers and soldiers. In order to ensure the safety of officers and soldiers, the authorities decided to suspend the delivery of supplies and look for other solutions. Seeing this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He knew the hard work and sacrifices of his soldiers, and their lives were equally precious. If it was just an ordinary difficulty, the soldiers would naturally rush forward to solve it without hesitation. But the problem now is that they are facing a problem that is simply unsolvable, days of heavy snow and bad weather. In such an environment, how could we let our soldiers sacrifice their lives in vain? Jingle, the crisp message alert sound broke Lin Feng's contemplation. He looked down and saw that it was a message from Sun Ziyi, in which she briefly expressed her gratitude to him. Lin Feng smiled slightly, but didn't say much. He just replied to her briefly and reminded her again to be careful. Lin Feng opened the community owners group at the same time. The group chat was very lively, with all kinds of news and comments pouring in. Have you all seen the news? It's a mess outside right now. Isn't this the end of the world? How is that possible? Didn't the experts say this? This cold snap is only temporary and will be over in a few days. Don't scare yourself. That's right, there's no such thing as the end of the world. Don't spread rumors here, or I'll arrest you. There was a lot of discussion in the group chat, with various voices intertwined. Lin Feng observed quietly. He knew that many people had already realized that something was wrong, but they just didn't say it out loud. After all, in this time of uncertainty and panic, people tend to be more willing to believe in words that can bring comfort and hope. However, there are still smart people. Lin Feng noticed that several people in the group had started to purchase various supplies at high prices, and they were obviously aware of the impending crisis. He did not warn anyone because he knew that everyone had their own choices and judgments. He is not a saint and has no obligation to save everyone. What surprised Lin Feng was that Aunt Zhao, who usually liked to join in the fun and was always the first to speak, this time he remained surprisingly silent and did not make any statement. What Lin Feng didn't know was that Aunt Zhao was already in a difficult situation at this time, and was sweating profusely from anxiety. It turned out that after Wang Bo was injured, he was supported by two thugs and returned to Aunt Zhao's home with difficulty. Aunt Zhao looked at Wang Bo's bloody calf and felt panic-stricken, not knowing what to do. What are you standing there for? Treat my wound. Wang Bo's voice was full of anger and dissatisfaction. He stared at the dazed Aunt Zhao with a threatening light flashing in his eyes. Aunt Zhao finally woke up from her dream. She quickly agreed and hurriedly took out the first aid kit. However, when she saw the crossbow arrow stuck in Wang Bo's leg, she suddenly felt powerless. She had never experienced such a scene before. Looking at the crossbow arrow that was deeply pierced into Wang Bo's leg, she felt her scalp tingling. Aunt Zhao took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. She tiptoed towards Wang Bo and carefully tried to pull out the crossbow arrow. However, just as she touched the crossbow arrow, Wang Bo suddenly let out a roar. Bang! A crisp slap was heard, and Aunt Zhao staggered and almost fell to the ground. Wang Bo's angry curses followed. Hiss, damn it, it hurts so much, be gentler. How could Aunt Zhao, who lived a life of luxury, have ever suffered such an injustice? At this moment, the generous reward that Wang Bo had promised before became worthless in her eyes. She suddenly threw the first aid kit in her hand to the ground. Get out of here right now, I won't serve you anymore. Wang Bo frowned, he also realized that what he did was indeed a bit excessive. However, as a second-generation rich man who has enjoyed great success, he has been accustomed to being superior since he was a child, so he would not easily bow his head and apologize. He glared at Aunt Zhao, then turned and gave orders to the two thugs. Go, tie up that little BD in the house. If this old lady doesn't obey, she'll beat her grandson for me. Upon hearing this, the two thugs immediately walked towards the bedroom. Aunt Zhao was horrified when she saw this. Her grandson was the apple of her eye and he must not be harmed in any way. She rushed towards the two thugs like crazy. If anyone dares to touch my grandson, I will fight you to death. However, Aunt Zhao was only an old lady after all. How could she possibly be a match for two strong and healthy adult men? Chapter 28. Although she tried her best, she was easily pushed to the ground by the two thugs. Aunt Zhao struggled to get up, but her body seemed to be out of control. I could only watch the two thugs walk into the bedroom, my heart filled with helplessness and fear. With no other options, Aunt Zhao could only obey Wang Bo's orders and carefully treat Wang Bo's wounds. This time, Wang Bo also showed extraordinary cooperation. He clenched his teeth, and even though the pain was almost unbearable, he did not do anything excessive. When Aunt Zhao finally treated Wang Bo's wound, he looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water, his whole body soaked with sweat. As night fell, Wang Bo decided to send out two capable thugs to take revenge on Lin Feng, who had caused him so much trouble. However, these two thugs had already been frightened by Lin Feng's crossbow. They arrived at Lin Feng's door trembling with fear, just went through the motions symbolically, and then hurried back to Aunt Zhao's house. Although they did not complete the task assigned by Wang Bo, but they did not gain nothing. A thug named Sun Meng reported to Wang Bo, Master Wang, the door of Lin Feng's house seems to have been modified. Qiangzi and I used all our strength to smash it open for a long time but we still couldn't break it open. While speaking, Sun Meng breathed heavily, pretending to be out of breath, trying to make Wang Bo believe that they really tried their best. After listening to Sun Meng's report, Wang Bo frowned. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so cunning that he even modified his own door to be so sturdy. This made him hate Lin Feng even more, and also made him start to re-examine his plans. He understood that if he wanted to deal with Lin Feng, these two thugs alone were far from enough. He needed a more careful plan and more powerful helpers. At this moment, Qiangzi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly broke the silence. Master Wang, I have a close friend who is known as the Three Hands. He is an expert at unlocking locks. He can open a safe, let alone a door. He lives in the neighborhood next door, not far from here. How about we ask him to come and give it a try? Wang Bo's originally tired and irritable mood suddenly perked up after hearing Qiangzi's words. The name Lin Feng has become a huge rock in his heart, weighing him down and making it hard for him to breathe. He would not be able to sleep or eat well unless he gave Lin Feng a thorough lesson. At this moment, Qiangzi's proposal seemed to open a new door for him. There was a gleam in his eyes, as if he saw hope. The pain in my body seemed to be relieved a lot at this moment. He slowly sat up straight and looked straight at Qiangzi. Quick, contact Three Hands right now and tell him that I will give him 1 million as long as he can open the door to Lin Feng's house. I will never break my promise. Three Hands, although there are some petty thefts on weekdays, but the meager income for his extravagant character, it was just a drop in the bucket. Not only that, he also owed a lot of foreign debts and lived in fear every day. Just when he was most desperate, Qiangzi called him suddenly. With $1 million reward waiting for him, he immediately perked up, as if he had seen a lifeline to escape his predicament. He couldn't wait to go downstairs and rushed towards the community where Lin Feng lived. Although the two communities are separated only by a wall, the snow has accumulated to a thickness of more than 1 meter due to heavy snow in recent days. Every step seems extremely difficult. After great effort, the Three Hands finally arrived at Aunt Zhao's house. At this time, it was already early morning, and Wang Bo and others were so sleepy that they could not open their eyes, but they still held on, waiting for the arrival of the Three Hands. Hearing the knock on the door, several people were immediately alerted. Qiangzi hurriedly got up to open the door. He welcomed the three breathless hands in and introduced them to Wang Bo. Wang Bo couldn't wait any longer and asked impatiently. Brother, I heard from Qiangzi that you claim to be able to open any lock. Is that true? Hearing Wang Bo's question, Sans His Shao didn't even take a rest. He patted his chest and made the promise while panting. Master Wang, you can go and ask about my reputation. In this industry, I dare to call myself second, and no one dares to call themselves first. Whether it's a safe or a security door, there's no lock that I can't open with 3 hands. Don't worry, I promise to open the door of Lin Feng's house for you. After hearing this, Wang Bo's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He nodded and said to the 3 hands. Okay, as long as you can open that door, I will give you $1 million. Lin Feng must be sleeping at this time, so there's no need to worry about him shooting us with a crossbow. Come with me now. We must teach Lin Feng a lesson tonight. Wang Bo didn't care about the pain in his body. He had to see Lin Feng suffer with his own eyes to relieve the hatred in his heart. The 3 hands were immediately cheered up when they heard this. He knew that this opportunity was hard won and he had to go all out. So, he followed Wang Bo and his group to Lin Feng's house without hesitation. However, when the 3 hands actually stood in front of the anti-theft door of Lin Feng's house, he was stunned. The sturdiness of that door is comparable to the security door of a bank vault, which makes people feel daunted. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Damn it, why would an ordinary resident use a door like this? This is outrageous. Three Hands had never even seen this kind of door, let alone opened it. He only occasionally heard colleagues mention it. He frowned and began to wonder what to do. He thought of various possible ways to unlock the door, but he still had no idea. Wang Bo has been paying attention to the movements of the Three Hands. He can tell from their expressions and movements that they are a group of people who have been working on the project. I felt that something seemed wrong. He couldn't help but urge. Brother, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Do you need help? The Three Hands were already feeling a little guilty, and after being asked this by Wang Bo, they became even more flustered. But he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Wang Bo, so he had to bite the bullet and say it. It's no big deal, just stand aside and watch me. As he spoke, he took out a bunch of professional lock-picking tools and began to carefully study the security door. His fingers groped lightly on the lock, trying to find a flaw. However, the door seemed like an indestructible barrier, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not find a breakthrough. As time went by, Three Hands became more and more anxious. He began to doubt his abilities and skills, and even began to regret taking the job. Chapter 29. But he knew very well that he had no other choice at the moment and could only continue on. Wang Bo and others were waiting anxiously on the side, their eyes fixed on the Three Hands, hoping that he could open the door as soon as possible. However, as time went on, their patience wore off and they began to get impatient. Wu Lin Feng was awakened by the urgent alarm. He quickly got up and went to the living room to check the all-round monitoring system. Pick the lock. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't care. If the security door of his house could be pried open so easily, wouldn't the reputation of Jiangsheng Security Company become a joke? The security level of this door is world-class, comparable to the anti-theft door of a bank vault. To open the outermost lock, one must be a world-class locksmith. Moreover, Lin Feng had already inserted a steel rod with a diameter of 10 centimeters into the door, which was as hard as a rock. Unless heavy machinery or cars are used to hit it continuously, human power alone will not be able to move it at all. Furthermore, Lin Feng had already anticipated that someone might pry open the door, so he specially added a special defensive measure. At this moment, he stared at the surveillance screen on TV and saw Three Hands concentrating on unlocking the door, completely unaware of the impending danger. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, tapped the control software of the safe house, and pressed a button. In an instant, a strong electric current flowed through the security door. Ah! The Three Hands screamed, and the electric current instantly penetrated his whole body. His whole body was shaking, as if he was bound by an invisible force and couldn't break free. When the people around saw this, their faces suddenly changed and they all stepped back. They watched in horror as Three Hands struggled in the electric current, but they were powerless to do anything. Help help me. The Three Hands looked ferocious and asked for help from their companions. However, the electric current was like an invisible clamp that tightly gripped him, making it impossible for him to break free. Wang Bo and others were stunned. They had never expected such a situation to happen, and there were no suitable insulating tools available. They could only watch Three Hands struggling in pain in the electric current, unable to provide any rescue. Soon, green smoke came out of the Three Hands, emitting a burnt smell. His clothes were burnt to shreds and the skin on his arms and face was carbonized. Boom! Three Hands fell heavily to the ground, obviously dead. Ah! Wang Bo, Sun Meng and others screamed as they watched others die before their eyes. This impact filled their hearts with fear and anxiety, as if the whole world had collapsed. Inside the house, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and a sense of inexplicable joy surged in his heart. If these people dare to target him, they will have to pay the price. Wang Bo and others were extremely frightened, and their plan to pry the door open completely failed. They looked at the huge iron gate in horror, as if they saw the figure of the god of death. Qiangzi had a close friendship with the Three Hands. When he saw his brother's tragic death, his eyes were filled with anger. He angrily picked up a shovel and smashed it hard at Lin Feng's door. The sound was deafening and echoed throughout the underground parking lot. However, the iron door was as solid as a mountain, without any dents or damage. After the paint peels off, the thick alloy material inside is exposed. It is like a solid fortress, guarding Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng walked to the door, put his hands in his pockets, and smiled jokingly. You want to break down my door? Aren't you looking for death? Hey, life is so good, why don't you know how to cherish it? Hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, the people outside the door were shocked and angry. Wang Bo shouted loudly. Lin Feng, we just came to discuss something with you, why are you so cruel? Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this? Lin Feng sneered and responded coldly. Retribution? You came to pry open my door and tried to attack me. This is retribution. I was just protecting my home. What's wrong with that? Wang Bo was so angry that he was shaking all over. He glared at Lin Feng and said with gritted teeth. Lin Feng, just wait, we won't let you go. Lin Feng shrugged and said nonchalantly. It's up to you. I, Lin Feng, am never afraid of threats. If you come to cause trouble again, I promise you will pay the price. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and went back into the house, leaving a group of angry and helpless people outside the door. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Wang Bo took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that today's event had completely failed, and they had paid a heavy price. He glanced at the Three Hands lying on the ground, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Let's go and take back the remains of the three-handed brother. Lin Feng stood in the house, watching their leaving backs through the surveillance camera. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that these people would not give up easily, but he was not afraid of their revenge. Moreover, after what happened today, Wang Bo and the others would definitely not dare to cause trouble for me in the short term. After lunch, Lin Feng, as usual, walked leisurely into the underground parking lot with his loyal partner Orlan. Although the temperature has dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius, but it still can't stop the enthusiasm of those who love sports and those who like to walk their dogs. Orlan was still as lively as ever, still jumping and hopping around Lin Feng like a little child. After walking around the parking lot, Lin Feng's attention was suddenly attracted by a familiar figure, Chu Hanyu. She is like a delicate flower, still blooming with charming brilliance in the cold wind. She lives downstairs from Zhou Ting's house. She has a graceful figure, and even a thick down jacket cannot conceal her beauty. Lin Feng used to see her often, and every time he saw her, he would be attracted by her unique temperament and was deeply impressed by her. So, Lin Feng took Orlan's hand and walked towards Chu Hanyu with a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Miss Chu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you here to exercise as well? When Chu Hanyu heard Lin Feng's voice, her brows slightly frowned, obviously feeling a little unhappy about Lin Feng's sudden interruption. Are you okay? If not, please don't bother me. Lin Feng was not affected by Chu Hanyu's indifference. He still kept smiling. It's nothing, I just feel bored at home and want to make friends with you. If possible, I hope to get your contact information so we can chat when we are free. However, Chu Hanyu was not impressed by his request. She snorted and said. Please respect yourself. I am a family man and I don't want to have any unnecessary contact with you. After saying that, she turned and left. Looking at Chu Hanyu's departing back, Lin Feng sneered. I'll make you beg me. Chapter 30. After walking the dog, Lin Feng returned home. When he opened the owner group on his phone, he found that the group was still very lively, like a bustling market. Many people are selling all kinds of supplies in the group, ranging from daily necessities to food. However, the price was ridiculously high, more than 10 times higher than the usual price. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. You may think you have made a profit now, but you will regret it in a few days. Most people don't seem to realize the severity of this disaster. They thought it was just a temporary problem that would pass quickly. However, Lin Feng knew very well that the end of the world had come, and money was just an empty number at this time. Buying supplies now is like picking them up for free. He took out a basket of fresh vegetables and some fresh pork from the space. I took 2 photos and sent them to the owner's group. Chinese people all have the habit of hoarding food, but most people only hoard rice and flour. As for vegetables and meat, few people choose to stock up since there is a fresh food supermarket at the entrance of the community. After all, these ingredients will become stale over time and lose their original flavor. When Lin Feng's picture appeared in the group, it caused a sensation. In less than 5 minutes, he received dozens of friend requests. Chu Hanyu's home. Pa. The crisp sound of chopsticks hitting each other echoed in the quiet air, breaking the tranquility at the dinner table. Damn it, eating this rice with pickles every day will kill you. Jiang Qingming frowned, his face full of impatience. He threw the chopsticks in his hand hard on the table. Seeing this, Chu Hanyu quickly and obediently walked to Jiang Qingming and tried to calm him down. Hubby, don't be angry. Just bear with it for a few more days until the cold wave passes. When the time comes, I'll make you your favorite braised pork, okay? However, Jiang Qingming did not appreciate it at all. He responded by slapping Chu Hanyu in the face and cursing. Wait a minute, I can't wait even a day. Hurry up and find a way to get me some meat. Chu Hanyu covered her cheek and silently endured Jiang Qingming's anger. Jiang Qingming is a compulsive gambler and she is the only one who relies on her work to support the family. Not only did the family have no savings, but they were also heavily in debt. Whenever Jiang Qingming lost money gambling, he would go home to vent his emotions, and she could only endure it silently. At this moment, Zhang Yading suddenly ran out of the room. She is Jiang Qingming's younger sister. She is pretty and still in college. She has been staying at Chu Hanyu's home. She shouted as she ran. Brother, sister-in-law, stop arguing. Look, Lin Feng sent 2 photos of fresh food. As soon as Zhang Yading finished speaking, Jiang Qingming's eyes immediately lit up. He stood up suddenly and snatched Zhang Yading's cell phone. Give it to me and show it to me. Chu Hanyu was a little hesitant. She looked at Zhang Yading and said in a low voice. But we don't have the money to buy it. Chu Hanyu's words were like a basin of cold water, poured mercilessly on Jiang Qingming's head. He turned around and glared at Chu Hanyu angrily, with dissatisfaction and disappointment flashing in his eyes, then turned back to the bedroom. Seeing Jiang Qingming close the door, Zhang Yading walked gently to Chu Hanyu's side. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful, if you can say a few good words to that Lin Feng, I believe he will be fascinated by you and will offer you the food on his own initiative. Upon hearing this, Chu Hanyu looked at Zhang Yading in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. Yating, how can you say that? I will never do anything to let your brother down. There is a bottom line between us. I cannot give up my principles just because of temporary difficulties. Zhang Yading didn't seem to understand Chu Hanyu's insistence, and she continued to persuade her. Oh, sister-in-law, I didn't ask you to do anything with him, I just said a few nice words. In this situation, we have to find a way to survive. Chu Hanyu took a deep breath. She understood Zhang Yading's worries and helplessness. Yiting, that won't work. I know our current situation is difficult, but I can't go against my principles. I believe that as long as we persist, we will find a way out. After saying that, Chu Hanyu no longer paid attention to Zhang Yading. She sat on the sofa, picked up her phone and started looking through it. In desperation, Zhang Yading returned to her bedroom. Night. Lin Feng took out the mouth-watering French foie gras, top-grade Wagyu beef, Australian lobster and a bottle of French red wine from the space. These delicacies are considered top-notch delicacies in normal times, and in the end times, they are as precious as rare treasures. However, these foods were piled up like a mountain in Lin Feng's space. Then, he casually threw a piece of cooked beef from the space to Orlan beside him. Orlan seems to have a special liking for beef. Every time he sees it, he wags his tail excitedly and can never get enough of it. Just as Lin Feng was about to enjoy this delicious meal, his cell phone suddenly rang with a ding-dong sound indicating a friend request. He took a look and found that this person had added him as a friend 3 times in a row, but he had not accepted it before. He wanted to ignore it, but when he saw the note "I live in Chu Hanyu's house," I had an idea and decided to accept this friend request. I am Zhang Yading, the younger sister of Chu Hanyu's husband. I saw the photo you posted in the group. However, we don't have money to buy it now. Can you lend me some first? When the cold wave is over, I will bring my sister-in-law to thank you. FK, are you treating me like a philanthropist? Lin Feng replied with a sneer. Oh. That's a good idea of €1 yours. I don't know you well, so why should I lend it to you? Zhang Yading didn't seem to expect Lin Feng to reject her so directly. She thought for a long time before replying carefully. You know my sister-in-law, right? She's so beautiful. I can secretly take a picture of her and send it to you. Damn, you want to exchange food for a few photos. Is your sister-in-law gilded? You think too much. Even if your sister-in-law is a celebrity, she's not that valuable. Zhang Yading seemed a little anxious, and she replied again. Then what do you want in exchange for giving them food? Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smug smile. Replied. That depends on your sincerity. Send me your photos and measurements. After saying that, he took 2 photos of the delicious food on the table and sent them to Zhang Yading, as if hinting at something to her. When Zhang Yading saw the photos of the delicious food, her eyes widened. She understood what Lin Feng meant, hardened her heart, and took out her selfie stick. She took a few sexy photos and sent them all to Lin Feng along with her measurements. Chapter 31. After looking at the photos, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Although she is not a top beauty, she is pure and pretty, so I'll just use her for now. You understand what I mean? If you can accept it, come to me. Zhang Yading replied immediately without any hesitation. I'll be right there. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, a hint of anticipation was revealed in his eyes that was hard to conceal. These past few days have really frustrated him. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Lin Feng checked the surveillance camera repeatedly and confirmed that Zhang Yading was the only one standing outside the door. She looks pure and a little playful, almost the same as her image in the photo. Lin Feng smiled slightly and opened the door. Hello, Mr. Linear. Zhang Yading greeted politely. Before Lin Feng could speak, Zhang Yading suddenly said in surprise. Wow. Your house is so warm. As she spoke, she took off her thick down jacket, revealing the shark pants she was wearing underneath. She does have a good figure and beautiful curves, but in Lin Feng's heart, she still cannot be compared with Chu Hanyu. Lin Feng retracted his slightly aggressive gaze. Come in and sit down. You're welcome. Zhang Yading walked into the house cautiously, and her eyes were involuntarily attracted by the delicious food on the table. Gurgle. Zhang Yading swallowed unconsciously, her eyes widened, her face full of surprise and desire. She had only seen these top-notch delicacies on TV and had never tasted them. Feeling nervous, she turned to look at Lin Feng who was sitting on the sofa and asked with a trembling voice. Mr. Linear. Can I eat these? Lin Feng looked at her with a smile, nodded gently and said. Of course you can, but there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to eat these delicacies, you have to fight for them yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Yading blushed and walked towards Lin Feng with her head lowered. 2 hours later, Zhang Yading sat contentedly at the dining table, with all kinds of delicious food in front of her. She picked up her chopsticks and gobbled up the food on the table. Zhang Yading secretly rejoiced in her heart that today's trip was not in vain. Not only did she experience an unprecedented feeling, but she also tasted such delicious food. It's so delicious, Mr. Lin, can I come to see you again in the future? Lin Feng gently put down the red wine glass in his hand and said with a smile. I'll contact you when I need you. However, if you can persuade your sister-in-law to come over, I can let you come more often. Zhang Yading was moved when she heard this. She understood what Lin Feng meant, and knew that she would have the opportunity to come here again to taste the food. So she secretly made up her mind to try her best to persuade her sister-in-law to come over. This way she will have more opportunities to interact with Lin Feng and continue to enjoy the delicious food here. In her heart, dignity and family affection are important, but in the face of death, these seem to become insignificant. The most important thing is to survive. Before leaving, Lin Feng gave Zhang Yading 2 packets of instant noodles as a reward for her. Zhang Yading carefully hid the instant noodles in her clothes and returned to Chu Hanyu's home contentedly. As soon as I opened the door, I heard Chu Hanyu's voice. Yating, it's so cold outside, where have you been? Zhang Yating felt a little guilty, and she hugged the instant noodles tightly in her clothes, fearing that Chu Hanyu would find out. No, nothing. It's too stuffy at home. I went out to get some fresh air. Chu Hanyu didn't notice anything unusual about Zhang Yating and thought she was just out for a walk. The two chatted briefly and then returned to their bedrooms. However, in the middle of the night, when Chu Hanyu got up to go to the bathroom, she was suddenly attracted by an enticing fragrance. After eating white rice with pickles for several days, Chu Hanyu was craving for this aroma. She looked around and found that Zhang Yating's bedroom light was on. Driven by curiosity, Chu Hanyu walked gently to the door and pushed it open suddenly. I saw Zhang Yating sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a bowl of steaming instant noodles in her hand. The aroma was emanating from this bowl of instant noodles. Chu Hanyu said in surprise, Yating, where did you get the instant noodles? Seeing this, Zhang Yating hurriedly put down the instant noodles, went to the door and covered Chu Hanyu's mouth with her hands. After closing the door, Zhang Yating immediately made a gesture to keep quiet and spoke nervously in a low voice. SHH. Sister-in-law, keep your voice down. Don't let my brother hear you. If Zhang Qingming discovered her secret, her plan would be completely ruined. Chu Hanyu frowned and looked at Zhang Yating in confusion. In her impression, Zhang Yating has always been a sensible and kind girl. Why is he so mysterious today just because of a bowl of instant noodles? Yating, are you hiding something from me and your brother? Zhang Yating was a little at a loss when asked this question. She didn't know how to answer. Although she wanted to persuade Chu Hanyu to go find Lin Feng, she hadn't figured out how to say it. No. No, you are my closest people, how could I hide it from you? However, her eyes were evasive, and she was obviously lying. Chu Hanyu saw Zhang Yating's panic and anxiety, and she knew that Zhang Yating must be hiding something. Okay, you won't tell me, right? I'll go get your brother now. After saying that, she pretended to go out to find Zhang Qingming. Seeing this, Zhang Yating hurriedly stopped him. Oh, sister-in-law, can't I tell you? But you must not tell my brother. She knew that if Zhang Qingming knew about this, the consequences would be disastrous. Afterwards, Zhang Yating told Chu Hanyu about how she had exchanged her body for food with Lin Feng. Moreover, he also told Chu Hanyu that Lin Feng wanted her to come and find him. After listening to Zhang Yating's story, Chu Hanyu was shocked. She didn't expect Zhang Yating to do such a thing, and she didn't expect Lin Feng to make such a request. Yating, how could you do such a thing? You really disappoint your brother and me. Chu Hanyu's words were filled with despair. She had always regarded Zhang Yating as her own sister. I don't ask her to be rich, I just hope she can find someone she truly loves and live a happy and stable life. But now, Zhang Yating actually sold herself just to have a few meals. This is simply a trampling on her personality and dignity, and a betrayal of her expectations and trust in Zhang Yating. Chu Hanyu looked at Zhang Yating, who lowered her head and remained silent, feeling mixed emotions. Yating, you have to understand that you can't live your life just for the sake of the present. You must have your own dignity and bottom line, and you must not be tempted by material things, and you must not give up your principles for the sake of short-term enjoyment. Chapter 32. Zhang Yating said softly. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. It has already happened. Please don't tell my brother, okay? I don't want to disappoint and sadden him. Chu Hanyu sighed. Hey. Yating, I cannot tell your brother, but you have to promise that this is the first and last time. You can't do such a thing to betray yourself for any reason again. Zhang Yating nodded slightly to show her agreement, but she didn't think so in her heart. She knew Chu Hanyu just couldn't accept this fact for the time being. When the food at home runs out, she will once again persuade Chu Hanyu to go find Lin Feng. That night, Lin Feng slept very comfortably. It seems that women are really the spice of men. After getting up, he had a simple breakfast and went to the gym on the second floor to start exercising. Exercise is something Lin Feng must do every day. He knows that in this apocalyptic period, having a healthy body is the greatest wealth. Jingle, the message alert sounded suddenly, interrupting Lin Feng's exercise rhythm. He picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes falling on the screen of his mobile phone. The message was sent by Zhao Ting, which was already within Lin Feng's expectations. Zhao Ting must have seen the food photos he posted in the group. Lin Feng, please help me, I'm really desperate. I know the two women with you are not from our community, and they can't come to accompany you now, but I can. As long as you give me some food, I will go over to accompany you tonight. Lin Feng looked at this message and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. With Zhao Ting's beauty, she actually wants to exchange her body for food. It's really a fantasy. In this era of material scarcity, a bag of instant noodles can conquer a woman, and she can choose anything she wants. Lin Feng ignored Zhao Ting. Just as he was about to put his phone back into his pocket, the screen lit up again, and it was a message from Sun Yu. Lin Feng, I'm at Zhao Ting's house now. You must not agree to her request. Her family has already made a secret plan. As long as you open the door to send food, they will kill you and take away your house and all your supplies. Damn, I think you are really tired of living and you actually plotted against me. Lin Feng's face instantly turned gloomy, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Zhao Ting's family had such a conspiracy, but he didn't care at all. Even if he agreed to Zhao Ting's request, when Zhao Ting's family came over, he would also check the surveillance carefully and would not give them any chance at all. Now that he knows the conspiracy of Zhao Ting's family, Lin Feng has decided not to give up. A strong anger surged in his heart, and he was determined to make Zhao Ting's family suffer. So he sent Zhao Ting a reply message. I'll wait for you, but you only need to come alone. Not long after, Zhao Ting's reply came. I'll be there when it gets dark. Don't worry, as long as you give me food, I'll take good care of you. Lin Feng looked at the message with a sarcastic smile on his face. Night. Lin Feng sat on the sofa with a calm expression. At his feet, Orlan was lying quietly, as if he was also waiting for something. On the TV screen, the surveillance image from the back door clearly shows everything outside. Lin Feng stared at the screen intently, and soon his eyes were fixed on Zhao Ting's family of 3 who were gradually approaching. The 3 of them walked stealthily, as if they were discussing some conspiracy. Zhao Jiangguo folded his arms, obviously hiding something under his clothes. When Zhao Ting and her family walked to the door, Zhao Jiangguo and Li Huan stood on both sides in tacit understanding. Zhao Jiangguo carefully took out a wooden stick from his arms and handed it to Li Huan. He himself was holding a shiny kitchen knife tightly. Zhao Jiangguo took a deep breath and motioned Zhao Ting to knock on the door. As the knock on the door sounded, Lin Feng did not feel the slightest bit of panic in his heart. He had anticipated all this and was prepared to deal with it. Zhao Ting knocked on the door several times, but when she saw no response, she became impatient. She looked back at her parents, a hint of worry in her eyes. However, Zhao Jiangguo and Li Huan signaled her to continue with their eyes, and seemed not to give up. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly stood up and walked towards the basement floor. I turned off all the lights, put on my night vision goggles, and held the crossbow tightly in my right hand. His finger rested lightly on the trigger, ready to shoot the deadly arrow at any time. He pressed the control button gently, and the door slowly opened with a slight creaking sound. Seeing this, Zhao Ting's family showed happy expressions on their faces, as if they saw the dawn of victory. Zhao Ting walked into the door with excitement, but found that it was pitch black in front of her and she couldn't see anything clearly. This feeling made her feel uneasy, and Zhao Jiangguo gave her a look, signaling her to move forward. Zhao Ting stepped forward cautiously, shouting. Lin Feng, where are you? Why don't you turn on the light? Her voice echoed in the empty room, but received no response. She felt a little nervous, so she took out her cell phone to illuminate the surrounding area, hoping to see it more clearly. Zhao Jiangguo and Li Huan, who were outside the door, also sneaked in, wanting to get rid of Lin Feng in the dark. However, they didn't know that all this was under the control of Lin Feng, who was wearing night vision goggles. Lin Feng stood quietly in the dark, observing every move of Zhao Ting's family. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Swoosh! The sound of the crossbow arrow cutting through the air was particularly harsh in the darkness. The 2 arrows hit Zhao Jiangguo and Li Huan's hands respectively, and they screamed immediately. Dang! The kitchen knife fell to the ground, and Zhao Jiangguo's hand was pierced by a crossbow arrow, and blood was flowing. Li Huan also screamed in pain, as she was also hit by an arrow in the hand. When Zhao Ting heard her parents' screams, she hurriedly checked with the help of the light from her cell phone. However, what she saw were 2 figures struggling in pain, and she suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. At this moment, the lights suddenly came on, and the sudden brightness was particularly dazzling. Zhao Ting's family all blocked the light with their hands, trying to adapt to the sudden brightness. However, they did not notice that Lin Feng had quietly walked behind Zhao Ting. Lin Feng was not polite at all, he kicked Zhao Ting on the butt. Zhao Ting was caught off guard and rushed forward like a dog snatching shit. Crack! At the same time, there was a loud shattering sound. It goes without saying that the implants in Zhao Ting's breasts ruptured due to the impact. She fell to the ground in pain, her chest a mess, shame and pain intertwined, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. When Zhao Jiangguo and Li Huan saw the scene, their eyes widened in horror. Chapter 33. They never imagined that Lin Feng, whom they originally thought could easily succeed, would be so cruel. Lin Feng walked up to Zhao Jiangguo with a grim face, and the crossbow in his hand had been replaced with a heavy baseball bat. Zhao Jiangguo widened his eyes and glared at Lin Feng. You BD, how dare you hurt us? If you have the guts, kill me today. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Lin Feng had a blank expression on his face. Without any hesitation, he raised the baseball bat high in his hand and smashed it hard at Zhao Jiangguo's leg. Click! Zhao Jiangguo let out a shrill scream as his leg was broken. Li Huan, who was lying next to her, closed her eyes and trembled slightly. However, Lin Feng saw through her disguise and a sneer appeared on his face. Pretending to be dead? Your acting skills are terrible. He raised the baseball bat again and hit Li Huan mercilessly. The same screams were heard, and Li Huan's fate was exactly the same as Zhao Jiangguo's. Hearing her parents' screams, Zhao Ting could no longer bear the fear and pain in her heart. She suppressed her physical discomfort, turned over and spoke to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what are you doing? We just came to borrow some food from you, do you have to be so cruel? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Ting coldly, the anger in his heart growing stronger. How could these people be so shameless? First it was Wang Bo, now it's Zhao Ting. Each of them is asking for food under the guise of borrowing food, but actually has ulterior motives. Do I need to bring a kitchen knife to borrow food? Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You just want to kill me and take over my house and supplies. Zhao Ting was speechless after hearing Lin Feng's words. The guilt and fear in her heart intertwined together, making her unable to look directly into Lin Feng's cold eyes. Lin Feng did not let Zhao Ting go easily. As a family, they should share the good and the bad. Lin Feng gave them a bunch of cripples. Are there any good people in the Zhao family? Obviously not. The tragic scenes of the previous life are still fresh in my memory, and even killing them cannot relieve the hatred in my heart. So Lin Feng would not let them die easily. He would wait until their injuries healed before torturing them. After dragging Zhao Ting and her family out, Lin Feng glanced at the debris and bloodstains on the ground. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Yading. Not long after, Zhang Yading came running over in a hurry. She originally had a smile on her face, but as soon as she entered the door, the cheerful expression froze on her face. Seeing the scene inside the house, she had an ominous premonition in her heart, and her eyes became evasive when she looked at Lin Feng. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, did you kill someone?" Zhang Yading's voice trembled slightly, and she was obviously frightened by the scene before her. However, she is still too young after all. If she asks such a question in such a situation, isn't she afraid of being killed to silence her? Lin Feng glanced at her indifferently and did not directly answer her question. "Clean up here, then come over for dinner." Zhang Yading was stunned for a moment, then nodded, said "oh," and started cleaning with a nervous mood. Lin Feng did not treat her badly and prepared a sumptuous meal and placed it on the table. Lin Feng knew that Zhang Yading needed to maintain sufficient physical strength in order to serve him better. Seeing the delicious food on the table, Zhang Yading's eyes suddenly lit up. She seemed to have forgotten her previous fear and anxiety, and sat down happily to enjoy the food. Lin Feng sat quietly aside, watching her eat, and couldn't help feeling a little satisfied. This girl is so innocent. Seeing that Zhang Yading had almost finished eating, Lin Feng asked, "How is your sister-in-law doing? Have you told her?" Zhang Yading heard this and said after thinking for a moment, "I told her about your request last night, but she was a little resistant, but don't worry, in less than 2 days, our food will be gone. By then, I will find a way to persuade my sister-in-law to come and see you." Lin Feng smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Sometimes, when someone comes to you and asks you for help, that's the most satisfying feeling." After eating and drinking, Lin Feng knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. He stood up and walked towards the bedroom, followed closely by Zhang Yading. This time, Zhang Yading seemed to work harder. She knew she had to please Lin Feng in order to get enough food. In the darkness of the bedroom, the two figures were entangled together, and their breathing sounds intertwined into an intense melody. Zhao Ting and her family endured the severe pain, supported each other in treating the wounds, and performed simple bandages with simple gauze and medicines. After a night of suffering, the nerves of the three people gradually relaxed from the extreme tension, and their tolerance to pain also improved. Zhao Jiangguo occupied Zhang Jiang's wheelchair and moved around the house with difficulty. Early in the morning, he couldn't wait to come to the kitchen, hoping to find some food to fill his stomach. However, he searched all the cabinets and found only some moldy white flour. This white flour is no longer edible and cannot even provide the most basic nutrition. He could only helplessly call Zhao Ting and Li Huan, and the three of them sat around the sofa, discussing countermeasures with serious expressions. Zhao Jiangguo spoke first. "We have no food at home. Now we are seriously injured and need to get enough nutrition. Otherwise, we will just wait to die." Li Huan cursed after hearing this. "It's all that damn Lin Feng's fault. Who would have thought that he had guessed our intentions and taken precautions? We could have lived a good life, but now we have fallen to this point." Zhao Ting was relatively calm, she said. "It's meaningless to say that now. We have to find a way to solve the current predicament." At this moment, a sinister light flashed in Zhao Jiangguo's eyes. He hooked his finger at Zhao Ting and Li Huan, motioning them to turn their heads over. He lowered his voice and said, "Isn't there a useless person lying in the house? We have raised him for so long, now it's time for him to repay us." Li Huan asked in confusion. "You've already said he's a loser, how can he repay us?" Zhao Ting instantly understood what Zhao Jiangguo meant. She covered her mouth in surprise and then made a gesture of wiping her neck. "Dad, are you saying that we should kill Zhang Jiang and use his meat to supplement our nutrition?" Zhao Jiangguo didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. However, Zhao Ting's heart was full of struggle and hesitation. Although she also wanted to get rid of Zhang Jiang, this burden, but Zhang Jiang made her feel comfortable for 5 years anyway. It's still a bit hard to bear to kill him like this. However, she is also aware of her current situation. Chapter 34. Seeing that Zhao Ting was struggling internally, Zhao Jiangguo continued. "Don't hesitate, this is the only way for us to survive. If you don't want to do it, then I will do it." Seeing this, Li Huan quickly agreed. "Tinger, your father is right. We can only rely on ourselves now, Zhang Jiang is a useless man anyway. Using his flesh to save us can be considered a contribution on his part." When Zhao Ting heard her mother's words, she felt even more conflicted. She knew that she couldn't continue to be weak. She took a deep breath and nodded slowly. "Okay, I'll listen to you. But we have to do it cleanly and not leave any traces." When Zhao Jiangguo and Li Huan saw that Zhao Ting finally agreed, they both showed satisfied smiles on their faces. Zhang Jiang died. Lin Feng also didn't expect that the tragedy in his previous life would happen to Zhang Jiang. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, the outdoor temperature had reached a terrifying -40 degrees Celsius. In this extreme cold, Lin Feng stood in front of the window, gazing deeply at the snowy world outside. In his memory, as the temperature dropped sharply, the power system gradually could not sustain the pressure and entered a limited time and limited quantity power supply mode. Only some small appliances, kettles, and mobile phone charging are allowed. Don't even think about using electrical appliances that consume a lot of electricity, such as air conditioners and electric heaters. This also means that the true end of the world has arrived. Civilization, order, and morality, the cornerstones of human society, they seem so fragile in the face of disaster and collapse one by one. People began to fall into panic and despair, social order gradually collapsed, and moral bottom lines were ruthlessly trampled upon. With the shortage of various materials, the dark side of human nature has gradually been magnified. In order to survive, people began to fight for resources by any means necessary. Those relatives, lovers, and even ourselves who were once close to each other, they may become a piece of food in someone else's mouth, and be ruthlessly betrayed and abandoned. However, for Lin Feng, these problems are completely unnecessary to consider. There are a large amount of supplies stored in his space, enough for him to use for hundreds of years. These supplies not only ensured his survival, but also gave him a foothold in the apocalypse. Beep! The sound of the electrical appliances stopping was echoing in the house. Lin Feng looked up at the clock on the wall. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the power cuts came as expected, exactly the same as in the previous life. Lin Feng took out 2 generators from the space. He had to make sure that the house had enough electricity to ensure a comfortable life. Although the amount of fuel was limited, he calculated that it would be enough for him to use for several months. At the same time, the news in the owner's group was like a boiling pot. Why did the power suddenly go out? It's so cold, and without air conditioning and electric heaters, people will freeze to death. Yes, this is a severe cold weather that only happens once in a century. The power system must have completely collapsed. Aunt Zhao, who had been immersed in the conversation for a long time, once again showed her presence in the group. She said in an official tone, "Please don't panic. The power outage is only temporary. The organization will find a way to solve this problem as soon as possible. Also, I warn you not to spread rumors casually. Otherwise, I will report it to the organization and deal with it strictly." However, Aunt Zhao's words did not calm people's hearts at all, but instead aroused strong dissatisfaction among them. "Stop talking nonsense here. It's been 5 days and there's been no news from the organization. I think the organization has given up on us a long time ago." "That's right. I don't have any food at home, and I haven't seen anyone from the organization send anything over. We can only rely on ourselves now. With such a serious disaster, the organization probably has no emergency measures." Aunt Zhao's dignity was lost. Lin Feng thought Aunt Zhao would be angry and retort to everyone. But to his surprise, Aunt Zhao sent another message in an unexpectedly calm tone. "Please stay calm and don't panic. I have just contacted the organization. They are not only urgently repairing the circuit, but also the relief supplies are on the way. These supplies will be distributed to all owners in 2 days at most. Now, I hope everyone can follow my command and hand over all the remaining supplies to me. I will distribute them uniformly for everyone. Only if we work together can we get through this difficult time." When Lin Feng saw this message, he immediately became alert. This is not right. When did Aunt Zhao ever have such a mind and skills? It is obvious that someone is directing her from behind, Wang Bo. Now, many people have run out of food at home, so when Aunt Zhao's message came out, it attracted a lot of support. Yes, Aunt Zhao is right. We should unite and overcome this difficulty together. We should send out some representatives to search every household to ensure that all the food can be collected and distributed fairly. Everyone discussed it and soon decided on a plan to search every household. Aunt Zhao took the initiative to step forward and led a dozen young people to search every household. If anyone refused, they would just break down the door. At this moment, Aunt Zhao sent another message: "We will gather at the underground parking lot now and start the search from Villa number 1. I hope everyone can actively cooperate and overcome this difficult time together." Seeing this message, Lin Feng sneered. "Humph, Wang Bo, you are trying to use everyone's hands to seek revenge on me. I just happen to be bored, so let you find some fun for me." After a while, Aunt Zhao and her group came to the parking lot in a mighty manner, holding sticks and looking very aggressive. Lin Feng watched their actions on the surveillance camera and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He knew that these people were actually working for Wang Bo. They were being used by Wang Bo without realizing it. Wang Bo wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, firstly to plunder everyone's supplies, and secondly to take the opportunity to take revenge on him. Unfortunately, Wang Bo was not among them. However, Lin Feng was well prepared. Aunt Zhao and her group soon arrived at Villa number 1. They began to knock on the door hard, but there was no response from inside. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice was heard. "What are you trying to do? Don't you know that trespassing is illegal?" Aunt Zhao was startled by the sudden voice, but she quickly regained her composure. "We are following the organization's orders to search every household to ensure fair distribution of supplies." Lin Feng sneered and said. "An order from the organization? Why didn't I hear it? Besides, I have enough food and supplies here. I don't need your search." Chapter 35. Aunt Zhao was choked by his words, but then continued. "Then how do we know if you have hidden supplies? What if you take advantage of the opportunity to hoard them? Then won't we starve to death?" After hearing this, Lin Feng felt even more disdainful. He knew that these people were actually greedy villains who only cared about their own interests and didn't care about the lives of others. "Whether I have hidden supplies or not is none of your business. If you want to search my villa, you must first show me the organization's order. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Suddenly, Wang Boking's instructions came through Aunt Zhao's earphones. She turned around, waved to the group of men behind her and shouted loudly. Smash it for me, teach him a lesson, no one can break our rules. As soon as she finished speaking, the dozen men immediately rushed towards Lin Feng's door with sticks and other tools like a storm, as if they had received an order. However, surprisingly, the door was like a solid fortress and no matter how hard they smashed it, there was no damage at all. Even in the severe cold of -40 degrees Celsius, they were exhausted and sweating all over, which shows how much effort they put in. Lin Feng sat quietly in front of the surveillance camera in the house, looking calmly at the people panting outside the door. It's hot, let me cool you down. After saying this, he picked up a high-pressure spray gun used for car washing and gently extended it through the observation port above the door. Then, without hesitation, he pressed the switch of the high-pressure spray gun. Squeak! A stream of icy cold water instantly gushed out from the observation hole above the door. The cold water quickly froze into ice in the severe cold of -40 degrees Celsius, forming crystal-clear icicles that flew straight into their faces. The men were chilled to the bone by the sudden cold water, as if they were frozen and unable to move. He looked at the high-pressure spray gun extending from the door in astonishment, and the expression on his face gradually changed from anger to helplessness. Damn it! How dare this kid spray us with water? At the same time, Wang Bo also heard the noise at the scene through his headphones. This bunch of rubbish couldn't even break down a door, and they were sprayed with water. Let's retreat first and think of other ways. Lin Feng did not stop those people from retreating. If too much water was used, ice would surely form outside the door. By then, I will be trapped at home and unable to go out. So he let those people go. Back on the first floor, Lin Feng sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. He knew in his heart that merely playing tricks on these people with water might temporarily relieve his anger, but it was ultimately too monotonous. Life in the end times is too boring, and we can only find some fun in these people. So, Lin Feng began to search the internet for methods of making various prank tools. He read through a large number of tutorials, carefully studying the principles and production steps of each prank tool. With his careful production, a batch of prank tools came into being: pepper spray, rotten eggs, and stink smoke bombs. Of course, if they did anything excessive, Lin Feng would shoot them without hesitation. Aunt Zhao fled back home with a dozen people. They looked so miserable along the way, as if they had just crawled out of an ice cellar. Everyone's clothes were covered with icicles, and even their eyebrows and beards were covered with a thin layer of frost. The temperature in the room reached -10 degrees Celsius, and they couldn't help shivering and their teeth chattering. Wang Bo felt helpless when he saw them like this. He understood that the most important thing now was to keep everyone warm. So he could only ask everyone to go home, change their frozen clothes, and then discuss countermeasures. It was already evening when they got together again. Due to lack of electricity, they could only light a small dim light bulb to barely illuminate the entire room. Sun Meng was the first to break the silence, he said with a frown. Master Wang, that Lin Feng is too cunning. He seems to have known that this disaster would come and made preparations in advance. Every time we went, we returned empty-handed and were fooled by him. Qiangzi also echoed when he heard this. Yeah, I also think we should stop bothering Lin Feng. Every time we go, we get nothing in return and end up in a mess. We have to think of another way. After listening to what the two said, Aunt Zhao's eyes turned and she suddenly came up with an idea. She leaned close to Wang Bo and whispered. Master Wang, I think Lin Feng seems to be interested in Sun Ziyi. Why don't we capture Sun Ziyi first and use her to force Lin Feng to open the door? In this way, we can not only get the supplies, but also teach Lin Feng a lesson. Wang Bo hesitated for a moment after hearing this. He knew that although Aunt Zhao's idea was cruel, it was indeed feasible. However, he also knew that Sun Ziyi's house and Lin Feng's house were next to each other. Once there is any disturbance, it will easily attract Lin Feng's attention. No, Sun Ziyi's house is too close to Lin Feng's. Any movement on our part might alert him. I think we should first go to other owners' houses to collect supplies and then deal with Lin Feng when we have a chance. After hearing what Wang Bo said, although everyone was a little unwilling, they also knew that this was the safest way at the moment. So they began to discuss the next action plan. Bang! A deafening noise suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's dream, waking him up from his deep sleep. He suddenly opened his eyes, his heart was pounding, and his face showed a solemn and nervous expression. There's actually someone in this neighborhood with a gun. Lin Feng felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, trying to identify the source of the sound. Was it gunfire or firecrackers? Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly got up from the bed and went to the living room. He turned on the surveillance camera at the back door leading to the underground parking lot because the loud noise was obviously coming from that direction. However, the surveillance camera has a limited viewing angle, and the scene in the distance is blurry, making it impossible to see exactly what is happening. When I walked to the observation post, I vaguely saw a man and a woman holding pistols and confronting a group of people. Damn, someone actually has a gun. Lin Feng was shocked and couldn't help but take a breath. Although the light was dim, he could vaguely recognize that the group of people were Wang Bo's men. However, the faces of the man and woman were hidden in the darkness and were unclear. This matter is of great importance, and we must find out the other party's identity. After all, in this world full of unknowns and dangers, anyone can become a potential enemy and suffer a fatal blow if one is not careful. He opened the door gently, hid in the darkness, and walked towards the group of people. Cautiously. Chapter 36. Not long after walking, I heard their conversation. One of the voices was particularly familiar, it was Qiang's voice. Don't be afraid, he only has one gun, and there are more than a dozen of us here, how can we be afraid of him? The strange man snorted coldly and cursed. Humph, you little bastards, you were just playing in the mud when I was a gangster. How dare you come after me? You really don't know how to live or die. I'm telling you, I still have 5 bullets in this gun. If you don't agree, come up and try. Even if 6 people are buried with me, it's worth it. At this moment, a woman's voice that Lin Feng was familiar with was heard again. Do you know who he is? He is the famous brother Biao from Haining City. Get out of the way if you know what's best for you, or you'll be in trouble. Sun Yu, the woman standing next to brother Biao. Lin Feng had heard of brother Biao's name, but he didn't know that he also lived here. But how could Sun Yu get involved with him? Lin Feng was confused, but since he already knew the other party's identity, he could not take the risk of moving forward. We returned along the same route and arrived home without any accidents. However, when Wang Bo's men heard of brother Biao's name, the arrogance on their faces disappeared instantly, replaced by fear and trembling. Brother Biao has been famous in Haining for a long time. He has many subordinates and has carved out a world of his own. He is definitely a ruthless person. Some people in the crowd began to whisper, with a tremor in their voices. Ah! It turns out to be brother Biao. My third uncle works for you, so we are family. Well, I won't get involved in this matter. I'll go back first. Soon after, 2 more people left with similar excuses. When Qiangzi saw this, he knew that the situation was not good. He grabbed Sun Meng's hand, turned around and ran, fearing that he would be spotted by brother Biao. Brother Biao did not pursue those who escaped, as he knew very well how precious bullets were. At this critical moment, every bullet may mean life or death. The rest of the people also found excuses to leave the scene. Lin Feng had been observing their actions in the house. An hour after they left, he sent a message to Sun Yu. What happened outside just now? Why did I see you and Biozi together? Doesn't he live here? Sun Yu was surprised when he received the news. She was sure that Lin Feng was not among the group of people just now, but then she remembered that the back door of Lin Feng's villa led to the underground parking lot, and her doubts were relieved. She took a deep breath and began to reply to Lin Feng's message. Brother Biao has kept a sister of mine here, and I have no choice but to stay with him in order to survive. You must believe me, you are the only one in my heart. Lin Feng didn't care about Sun Yu's thoughts at all and continued to ask. Why did you come into confrontation with Wang Bo's men? Sun Yu bit her lip and continued. Brother Biao and I went out to dig snow, and we ran into them just as we arrived at the parking lot. They wanted to snatch me back, but fortunately brother Biao shot them in time and killed one of them, which frightened them. Lin Feng, you have to believe me. I am really with brother Biao just for the food, and he no longer has that ability. As Lin Feng listened to Sun Yu's narration, he gradually came up with a plan in his mind. He felt that this was an opportunity that could be exploited, and perhaps he could get Biozi's gun through Sun Yu. Well, I know what you mean. But now that you are with Biozi, if you suddenly leave him, he will definitely bear a grudge and take revenge on us. He has a gun in his hand, and we are no match for him at all. When Sun Yu saw Lin Feng's reply, he felt both happy and anxious. She knew that Lin Feng accepted her feelings, but Biozi's gun was indeed a big problem. Then what do you think we should do? Lin Feng deliberately paused for a long while before slowly replying. You'd better find a way to steal Biozi's gun. That way, we won't have to worry about him causing trouble for us. Sun Yu looked at the message and frowned even more tightly. She knew that Biozi treasured the gun so much that he even put it under his pillow when he slept. You can imagine how difficult it is to steal it. However, thinking about being able to live together with Lin Feng, Sun Yu made up his mind. Okay, I'll find a chance to take his gun away, and then I'll come find you. Lin Feng didn't hold out too much hope. It would be best if he could steal the gun, but if he couldn't, it didn't matter. He didn't take this little episode to heart. As long as he knew who had the gun, he could take precautions. Jingle. The message notification sounded again. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He originally thought it was a message from Sun Yu. However, when his eyes fell on the mobile phone screen, he found that it was a notification from the owner's group. It turned out that Biozi had just been pulled into this group by Sun Yu. My name is Biozi, and I'm sure you all have heard of my name. Originally, I don't like to cause trouble, but now someone dares to bully me. Don't blame me for being rude. From today on, I have the final say in this community. As long as you obey me, I will let you live well. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Then he sent 2 more photos. The first one showed the gun tightly held in his hand, and the second one showed the person he had just shot lying in a pool of blood. The originally lively group of owners now became completely silent. The residents who usually chattered away seemed to be frozen at this moment, and no one dared to speak. Lin Feng lay on the sofa, watching all this calmly. Biozi's move is really brilliant. He uses both soft and hard tactics. He is indeed a man who can thrive in society. Indeed, Biozi did not just intimidate everyone. He knew that although he had a gun, the number of bullets was limited. Moreover, in this closed community, he is facing hundreds of households and thousands of people. Once public anger is aroused, even guns will be useless. Therefore, he chose a strategy of both hard and soft tactics. On the one hand, he painted a big picture for everyone, making them feel that if they followed his instructions, they might have a glimmer of hope. On the other hand, he used the bloody reality to scare everyone so that they would not dare to resist easily. Human nature has always been afraid of death. Although everyone knew that Beauties could kill someone today, it might be my turn tomorrow, but a sense of luck always gives people a glimmer of hope. No one wanted to be the first to challenge Beauties' authority. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him. Others are trembling with fear and being timid in front of Beauties, for fear of provoking him, but Lin Feng is an exception. Chapter 37. He didn't care about Beauties' threat, or even completely ignored it. As long as Beauties dares to set foot in Lin Feng's home, his fate will be completely controlled by Lin Feng. And those so-called neighbors were nothing but a group of self-degrading ostriches in Lin Feng's eyes. They would rather bury their heads in the sand than stand up and fight back. Lin Feng doesn't care about their life or death at all. He is not a saint and has no interest in sacrificing himself to save others. Aunt Zhao's house. Wang Bo and Aunt Zhao sat on the sofa, staring at each other in silence, but they both tacitly realized the predicament they were facing. The severity of the disaster is self-evident. Money has become meaningless at this moment. Even the two thugs recruited by Wang Bo at a high price left him without hesitation. The other people in the room, because of their deep fear of the gun in Beauties' hand, also found various excuses to leave. Before leaving, they took away all the food they had looted from other owners' homes. Aunt Zhao looked pale. Master Wang, what should we do now? There is no food at home. It's okay for the two of us, but my grandson is still young and can't stand the hunger. Damn it, your grandson is not my grandson, why should I care about his life or death? The most important thing for me is to have enough food. Wang Bo's eyes unconsciously fell on Xiao Kong's tender face, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Aunt Zhao was shocked when she saw this, and hurriedly held Xiao Kong tightly in her arms, looking at Wang Bo vigilantly and said, What do you want to do? If you dare to hurt my grandson, I will fight you to the death. Wang Bo withdrew his hungry gaze. What are you thinking? We are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. How could I hurt your grandson? Isn't the body of 3 hands still freezing outside? It's enough for us to survive for a few days. Although he said this, Wang Bo already had a plan in mind. Aunt Zhao is still useful now, but if she really runs out of food, he would kill both of them without hesitation. In this apocalyptic world, survival is the most important thing. Aunt Zhao is not a fool. She has lived for more than 50 years. How could she not see Wang Bo's thoughts? However, the reality is that she is a lonely old lady with a 3-year-old child. Without Wang Bo, life would only become more difficult and I would only be waiting for death. Therefore, although she was full of vigilance towards Wang Bo, she could only rely on him temporarily. Similarly, once the moment of life and death comes, she will not hesitate to find an opportunity to kill Wang Bo. The two had ulterior motives, but they had to work together. They dismembered the body of the 3 hands and filled their stomachs in a cold and cruel way. At this time, Aunt Zhao burped and made a suggestion. Master Wang, I do have an idea that can solve this dilemma. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo immediately grabbed Aunt Zhao's hand and asked anxiously. What do you have in mind? Tell me now. He was once a wealthy second generation who enjoyed great success, but now he has fallen to the point of eating dead people for a living. This is undoubtedly a huge blow and insult to him. Aunt Zhao continued. Now Beauties is threatening everyone with a gun to obey his command, but I think that with Lin Feng's personality, he will never submit to Beauties. We can try to unite with him, so that we don't have to be afraid of Beauties. Wang Bo's eyes lit up after hearing what Aunt Zhao said. It is indeed as Aunt Zhao said, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Now that he and Lin Feng have a common enemy, perhaps they can take this opportunity to join forces and get out of their current predicament. Lin Feng was just about to go to bed when he heard the doorbell. He turned on the surveillance camera and saw Wang Bo standing outside the door with his hands raised. Hey? Why did he come to see me? Although he was confused, Lin Feng still came to the door of the underground first floor and spoke to Wang Bo through the door. Master Wang, what is it that brings you to see me so late? Wang Bo replied. Lin Feng, I don't have any ill intentions. I came to you to discuss something with you. Afterwards, Wang Bo told Lin Feng about his plan to join forces to deal with Beauties. Wang Bo has long been accustomed to a life of being the center of attention, and even when asking for help, he uses a condescending tone, which makes Lin Feng very uncomfortable. Master Wang, are you begging me? Why don't I see any sincerity from you? Wang Bo frowned slightly, he knew that Lin Feng was deliberately making things difficult for him, and said. What does it mean to be sincere? Lin Feng raised a teasing smile and shouted loudly. Kneel down. Wang Bo was furious. He had been pampered since he was a child, and had never suffered such humiliation. Lin Feng, don't go too far. Lin Feng remained unmoved and spoke calmly. Okay, you don't want to kneel, right? Then you can go. Wang Bo stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to leave or not. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Lin Feng could clearly see Wang Bo's conflicted expression through the surveillance camera. This made Lin Feng feel very happy, even more comfortable than killing Wang Bo. After thinking for a long time, Wang Bo said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng, I agree to your request. I will kneel down for you now. Thump. Wang Bo knelt upright at the door of Lin Feng's house and continued speaking. Lin Feng, I have done what you said. Now you can agree to my request. Pleasure. Haha. No matter how awesome you are as a rich second generation, you still have to be controlled by me. Lin Feng said. You can go now. Hearing this, Wang Bo asked in confusion. What do you mean? Lin Feng laughed. Haha, Master Wang should be a smart man, how could he not understand what I mean? Wang Bo then realized that he had been tricked by Lin Feng and shouted angrily. Lin Feng, FKU, you dare to play tricks on me. After saying that, Wang Bo stood up and kicked the door of Lin Feng's house hard. Damn it, I told you to leave but you didn't, and you even scolded me. I'd feel sorry for you if I didn't teach you a lesson. Lin Feng took out the stink smoke bomb he had prepared in advance and threw it out from the observation port. Bang, the stench spread along with the smoke, and the pungent smell made Wang Bo choke to tears. Even if he covered his nose tightly with his hands, he couldn't stop it. Damn, what is this thing? Why does it stink so bad? Wang Bo covered his nose, trying to escape from this smelly place. But the surroundings were shrouded in smoke and he couldn't see the road at all. Under the infrared camera, Lin Feng could clearly see the miserable situation of Wang Bo running around in the smoke. He sneered, feeling secretly proud. This is the price you pay for asking for help, Wang Bo. Chapter 38. The next morning, just after Lin Feng had breakfast, Orlan kept circling around Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Orlan's anxious and expectant expression. He gently touched Orlan's head and said, You guy, it's so cold outside, are you still going out? Aren't you afraid that your paws will be frozen off? After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and began to organize his clothes, and also put on thick warm clothes for Orlan. One person and one dog were wrapped up tightly and ready to go out. When they arrived at the underground parking lot, the scene in front of them surprised Lin Feng a little. The parking lot, which was deserted a few days ago, is now crowded and bustling. The temperature inside the room has dropped to the same level as outside, reaching -40 degrees Celsius. Without heating facilities, everyone can only rely on exercise to keep warm. With more people, everyone feels a sense of security. After all, under the watchful eyes of the public, Biozi no longer dared to act rashly. If he dared to kill people openly, it would surely arouse public indignation and the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Feng led Orlan and not long after walking, he saw Xu Hanyu, Zhang Yading and Zhang Qingming. Lin Feng and Zhang Yading looked at each other without saying anything. They both understood the meaning. When Xu Hanyu saw Lin Feng, she immediately remembered that Lin Feng wanted to exchange food with her. However, Xu Hanyu has been struggling internally these past 2 days. Her family has been out of food for 3 days. Not only has she to endure hunger, she also has to face Zhang Qingming's wrath. However, she was a traditional person, and if she really had to use her body to exchange food with Lin Feng, she still found it difficult to accept. Xu Hanyu's eyes were a little evasive, and she didn't know how long she could hold on. Lin Feng didn't know what Xu Hanyu was thinking, and he took Orlan's hand and walked towards home. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Zhang Qingming spoke to Xu Hanyu in a commanding tone. Xu Hanyu, I saw this guy posted photos in the group. He has a lot of food at home. Go talk to him and ask him to wait and order for us. Hearing this, Xu Hanyu and Zhang Yading looked at Zhang Qingming as if he were a fool. They have food, but why should they share it with you for free? Or do you want your wife to trade her beauty for you? Xu Hanyu was extremely disappointed with Zhang Qingming and was struggling internally over whether or not she should take that step. Zhang Yading saw Xu Hanyu's dilemma, and she was eager to get a chance to exchange with Lin Feng, so she took the initiative to speak. Brother, please don't embarrass my sister-in-law. Let me go. After all, I'm a college student. I know how to talk to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just taken off his clothes when he heard the doorbell. When he saw Zhang Yading's figure on the surveillance camera, he couldn't help shaking his head. I really don't know whether this girl is greedy for the upper part or the lower part. Zhang Yading was very proactive every time, which made Lin Feng feel like he was at a disadvantage. Not only do you have to feed her, you also have to make her feel comfortable. After opening the door, the two of them were in perfect harmony. Lin Feng prepared food while Zhang Yading took off her clothes. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but tighten his nose and said, Go take a shower first. Hearing this, Zhang Yading blushed. With the voltage limited, even drinking hot water became a problem, let alone taking a bath. Zhang Yading lowered her head, said and ran into the bathroom. When Zhang Yading came out, the table was already filled with delicious food. This time, Zhang Yading took the initiative to speak without waiting for Lin Feng to ask. We have no food left at home, and my brother is always angry with my sister-in-law, and I am always fanning the flames. I think my sister-in-law won't be able to hold on for a few more days. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. Xu Hanyu, you can't escape from my grasp. 2 hours later, Zhang Yading returned to Xu Hanyu's house contentedly with 2 packets of instant noodles. When Zhang Qingming saw Zhang Yading coming back, his eyes lit up immediately and he snatched the instant noodles from Zhang Yading's hand. He ate voraciously, completely forgetting about Xu Hanyu who was also starving next to him. Xu Hanyu sat quietly aside. She said nothing, just looked at Zhang Qingming silently. She has become accustomed to such scenes. Zhang Qingming's selfishness has long become a part of her life, and she can only bear it silently. However, when Xu Hanyu's gaze inadvertently fell on Zhang Yading, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Zhang Yading's hair was no longer messy like before, but was neatly draped over her shoulders, and she exuded a faint fragrance. This made her wonder, could it be that Zhang Yading took a bath at Lin Feng's house? Xu Hanyu glanced at Zhang Qingming who was eating instant noodles. Then he gently pulled Zhang Yading's sleeve and pulled her into the bedroom. She looked at Zhang Yading carefully and found that not only was her hair neat, but her face also looked much rosier. Yading, did you take a shower at Lin Feng's house? Zhang Yading smiled complacently and fanned herself lightly with her hands, and a fragrance filled her nose. She nodded and said, yes, sister-in-law, you don't know that Lin Feng's house is very warm. Not only is there hot water for bathing, but there are also many delicious foods. Chu Hanyu couldn't help but feel a complicated emotion in his heart as he listened to Zhang Yading's description. If Zhang Yading were to be believed, Lin Feng's home was like a paradise. Chu Hanyu's heart was shaken again. Is it worth it for her to keep her virginity for Zhang Qingming, a selfish man? Seeing the struggle in Chu Hanyu's heart, Zhang Yading continued. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, Lin Feng is very generous. Do you know what he gave me to eat? A 4-pound lobster and Australian abalone. I have never seen these things before. I took pictures specially. If you don't believe me, just look. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and showed Chu Hanyu a few photos. Looking at the photos in Zhang Yading's phone, Chu Hanyu felt mixed emotions. She couldn't imagine that Lin Feng's house had such rich food. She began to wonder whether Lin Feng knew about the coming disaster in advance and made preparations to deal with it. Chu Hanyu's heart began to waver. She didn't know whether she should agree to Lin Feng's request in exchange for a chance to survive. Gurgle. Having not eaten for 3 days, Chu Hanyu's stomach made sounds of protest. Chu Hanyu returned to the living room tiredly and looked around, but did not see Zhang Qingming. I guess he was full and went back to his bedroom to sleep. This also made Chu Hanyu make up his mind. She couldn't go on like this, she had to find a way to solve the food problem. So, she took out her cell phone with trembling hands and found Lin Feng's profile picture in the owner's group. When Lin Feng saw the friend request, a smug smile appeared on his face. Chapter 39. He had long expected that there would be a day when Chu Hanyu would come to him on her own initiative. What is coming will come. However, Lin Feng directly rejected Chu Hanyu's application. Women should not be spoiled. Playing hard to get is the best way to control a woman. So, he deliberately left Chu Hanyu alone, letting her suffer in anxiety and expectation. He believed that in this way, Chu Hanyu would cherish the opportunities he gave her more and would be more obedient to his wishes. Besides, Zhang Yading has been here today, and exercising too frequently is not good for your health. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang with a series of rapid dingling and dingling sounds. Lin Feng picked up his phone and saw dozens of new message notifications popping up on the screen in an instant, flooding in like a tide. Lin Feng clicked into the message interface and immediately found himself pulled into a new group chat. He curiously browsed the group member list and found that this group was newly created by the owners of the community. But what is noteworthy is that Biozi and Wang Bo's group were not among them. His heart moved, and he vaguely guessed the reason. It turned out that Biozi's death threat was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the community. The property owners denounced Biozi's evil deeds in the group and told about the sufferings they or their neighbors had suffered. Biozi has recruited more than a dozen of his men. I heard that several property owners' homes have been robbed by them. That's right. There's a young couple living next door to me. Yesterday they not only beat up the man, but also insulted the woman. Well, I advise everyone, if they find you, just hand over the food immediately and avoid physical pain. However, at this moment, someone said indignantly. We must unite and fight against bullies like Biozi. Someone responded immediately below. Yes, we have so many families, how can we be afraid of just a dozen of them? But he has a gun in his hand. However, someone refuted it nonchalantly. Humph, so what if he has a gun? How many bullets can he have in a gun? Yes, when the time comes, we will all attack together. I don't believe that he will kill us all. Yes, I remember there are several party members and veterans in our community. We don't have to be afraid of that mob. When it comes to dealing with Biozi, everyone is full of passion, as if they are going to execute him on the spot. However, at this moment, Grandpa Sun sent a message. Since everyone is so united, let's set a time to gather at the underground parking lot and go find Biozi and his gang together. Grandpa Sun is a retired military officer. Although he is already 65 years old, but he is in very good health, no worse than young people, and he is kind and very popular in the community. His message once again lifted the atmosphere in the group, and everyone expressed their willingness to actively respond to Grandpa Sun's call. However, after a brief moment of excitement, everyone began to calm down and think. It is certainly convenient to satisfy your desire to talk, but when it comes to risking your life, not everyone may dare to do it. Everyone understands the truth, but no one wants to be the one who rushes to the front and gets shot. It sounds so nice, but in fact it is just to trick others into going over and blocking the bullets. After a brief silence, someone spoke again. I think we should not rush this matter. We must come up with a foolproof plan. Yes, fighting and killing are the behavior of reckless people. We are civilized people. We have to rely on wisdom to win. Seeing this, Grandpa Sun sighed and said. Everyone has a point, but we can't just sit there and take the beating. We have to come up with a way to protect ourselves and strike back at Biozi. Grandpa Sun's words were like a wake-up call, and the group fell silent again. Everyone was thinking about how to protect themselves and effectively fight Biozi. After a while, an owner who usually didn't talk much finally spoke. I have a suggestion. Uncle Sun, you are a veteran. You should have enough courage and wisdom to take the lead and call on the party members in the community to fight against Biozi and his gang. As soon as this statement was made, it was immediately echoed by many people. Yes, I remember that security guard Xiao Song is also a retired soldier. If you find a few more people, with your skills, you can definitely deal with Biozi and the others. We have to take some practical actions. That's a good idea. I think we should just stick with it. If you are short of weapons, I can provide you with a kitchen knife at home. Although it is crude, it is better than being unarmed. I have a newly bought frying pan at home, you can also use it to block bullets. You have been soldiers before, so you should know how to dig traps and lure them in. That way you don't have to be afraid of the guns in their hands. Everyone was talking and giving various suggestions, as if the responsibility of fighting Biozi had fallen on their shoulders. However, most of these suggestions are just talk, and few people are really willing to take the risk. The other party members were all silent, as if they had not seen the news. At this time, security guard Song Wei sent a message. There are several party members and veterans in our community, but as far as I know, except for me, all of them are over 60 years old. It is simply unrealistic to ask them to deal with Biozi's gang of desperados. I think it would be better if each family sent out a young man, and I could lead everyone to deal with them. After seeing this message, the residents who had adult males in their homes fell silent. They knew that this time they would really face danger, and it was not just talk like before. However, those female residents who had no adult males in their homes became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Brother Xiao Song is right. We are all weak women. How can we possibly fight with those desperate criminals? You men should show your charm. Men, it's time for you to show your prowess. Seize the opportunity. It's time to show your gentlemanly manners. I hope you will succeed and protect us weak women. If any single handsome guy kills Biozi, I will marry him. However, the adult male owners are not happy to accept such incentives. They knew that this was a matter of life and death, and no one would care about face. So they all made excuses to shirk their responsibilities. I've had a fever for several days. I don't have any strength at all. If I go, I'll just be a drag on everyone. I haven't eaten for 3 days. If anyone has food, give it to me. Once I'm full, I'll go find Biozi with you right away. Who isn't? I'm so hungry that I can barely walk. If you have food, give me some. Chapter 40. When the female owners saw that the men were unwilling to deal with Biozi, they changed their faces and started cursing. A bunch of useless people, they usually brag to the sky, but they become cowardly at the critical moment. That's right. You are a bunch of cowards. You really look down on men like you. One is worse than the other, none of them are as brave as Grandpa Sun, what a waste. Lin Feng quietly observed the excitement in the group chat, and a smile appeared in his heart. Such noise added some fun to his dull days. In this time of scarcity and monotonous life, banter and quarrels in group chats have become a unique form of entertainment. The verbal battle in the group chat became increasingly fierce, with vicious words and dirty language. Everyone seems to have forgotten the original purpose of establishing the group. What was originally intended to be a joint fight against the threats from Biozi's gang has now turned into endless quarrels and verbal abuse. In the end, everyone parted unhappily. Lin Feng put away his phone and went to the gym on the second floor. The body is the capital of revolution. Especially in this special period, it is particularly important to maintain a healthy body. Sweating like crazy. An hour later, today's exercise is over. Lin Feng received a video request from Sun Ziyi just after taking a shower. Sun Ziyi was wearing a snow-white down jacket, like an iceberg beauty, keeping people at a distance. When she saw Lin Feng wrapped in only a bath towel and wiping his wet hair, she couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Linear. Lin Feng, do you have hot water at home? This made Sun Ziyi unable to understand. She had seen that Lin Feng's home had a fireplace for heating. But the water pipes were frozen, and the only way to get drinking water was to dig snow. If you have to dig snow to boil water for bathing, how much snow would you have to dig? Sun Ziyi is a smart woman and she doesn't think Lin Feng would do such a stupid thing. However, Lin Feng gave her an unexpected answer. I take a shower every day, is there anything wrong with that? Since Lin Feng didn't explain the reason, Sun Ziyi tactfully didn't ask any further questions and continued. Lin Feng, you have also seen it in the group, right? Now Biozi and his gang are robbing the owners of the community. I am a little scared. As a single, beautiful woman, she would undoubtedly become the favorite target of robbery by Biozi and others. Once she falls into their hands, Sun Ziyi will be humiliated and live a life worse than death. This is also what Lin Feng does not want to see. He hasn't even played it yet, so how could he let Biozi and the others succeed? Lin Feng acted as if he didn't care and said with a smile. Don't worry, Miss Sunday. If they dare to cause trouble for you, notify me immediately. I promise not to let anyone hurt you. When Sun Ziyi heard Lin Feng's words, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Lin Feng's selfless help on many occasions made her favorability towards him soar, and ripples appeared in her heart. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of gratitude and trust. At the same time, Sun Ziyi's eyes lingered on the comfortable environment of Lin Feng's home. As a doctor, she has a mysophobia and hasn't taken a shower for many days. She feels like she is almost disgusted with herself. Thinking of this, Sun Ziyi's face turned red with shame. She mustered up her courage and said to Lin Feng. Linear. Lin Feng, can I go to your house to take a bath? Lin Feng looked at Sun Ziyi's charming and beautiful appearance, and his heart was also moved. Answered readily. No problem, wait 5 minutes and come over. I'll go change my clothes first. After saying that, Lin Feng turned and walked into the bedroom and began to change his clothes. He couldn't help but feel a little excited, looking forward to what Sun Ziyi would look like after taking a shower, and looking forward to the possible interaction between the two of them. 5 minutes passed quickly and the doorbell rang on time. Lin Feng carefully checked the surveillance video. It wasn't that he didn't trust Sun Ziyi. But in this special period, any negligence may bring unpredictable consequences. After repeated confirmation, Lin Feng found that there was indeed only Sun Ziyi in the surveillance video, so he opened the door with confidence. I saw Sun Ziyi standing at the door, with a blush on her face, like peach blossoms in spring, making her look even more beautiful and charming. Lin Feng smiled and nodded to her, motioning her to come in. The two walked into the house one after the other, and the atmosphere gradually became subtle. At this time, Orlan ran over happily, wagging his tail, and circled around Sun Ziyi. Sun Ziyi was obviously a little afraid of Orlan. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm tightly and spoke with a trembling voice. "You, how come you have such a big dog?" Lin Feng patted the back of her hand gently to calm her down. He waved at Orlan and said, "Orlan, come here and lie down." Orlan seemed to understand what Lin Feng said and lay down at his feet obediently. Seeing Orlan being so obedient, Sun Ziyi's nervousness eased a little. She plucked up her courage, reached out her hand, gently touched Orlan's head, and exclaimed in admiration. "It's so well behaved, it seems to understand what you are saying." Orlan seemed to feel Sun Ziyi's kindness. It raised its head and looked at her with its clear eyes, as if responding to her praise. "Damn, you also like beautiful girls. You start to act cute when you see a beautiful girl." Lin Feng kicked Orlan in the butt, and Orlan ran away happily. Then, he whispered to Sun Ziyi. "Miss Sun, go take a shower first. I have prepared hot water for you." The temperature in Lin Feng's house was moderate, but it was still a bit hot for Sun Ziyi who was wearing a thick down jacket. Hearing Lin Feng's words, her face flushed slightly, she lowered her head shyly, and said him softly. Then he began to carefully take off his down jacket. Lin Feng stood aside, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over Sun Ziyi's figure. First, to make sure she didn't carry any weapons. Second, I couldn't help but admire her proud figure. Yeah, not bad, 30-60. After Sun Ziyi entered the bathroom, Lin Feng turned around and selected a suitable set of underwear and lace nightgown in the space. Placed it gently on the bathroom door handle. He shouted into the bathroom. "Miss Sun, here are some clothes for changing. I picked out a set according to your size. Please try it to see if it fits you. If it doesn't, I'll find you something else." Sun Ziyi was in the bathroom. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she murmured him softly. Then, the sound of water splashing was heard in the bathroom. Lin Feng returned to the sofa and sat down, looking forward to the scene of the beauty coming out of the bath. In the bathroom, Sun Ziyi turned on the shower and the hot water sprayed on her head, making her feel a long-lost comfort and relaxation. Her eyes were sparkling with tears of excitement and her heart was filled with indescribable emotion. Chapter 41. People always understand what true happiness is only after they lose it. Until the apocalypse, she had never realized how important the mundane things of everyday life were. Since she hadn't taken a shower for a few days, Sun Ziyi washed herself particularly carefully this time. Half an hour later, she suddenly realized that she was at Lin Feng's house. "So I sped up my shower so as not to waste too much water." Lin Feng waited patiently in the living room without making any comments or urging. He had an ample supply of water, and even in extreme circumstances there was plenty of ice and snow available outside. Not long after, there was a slight click sound and the bathroom door opened. Lin Feng looked over and saw a white and slender arm reaching out from the door and picking up the clothes he had left outside. Then, Sun Ziyi came out wearing a lace underwear. Her wet hair spread out behind her, making her look even more charming. The gap between her chest and her chest is faintly visible, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Lin Feng's burning gaze was like a raging fire, making Sun Ziyi feel extremely shy. Her cheeks were instantly flushed with a light blush, and her hands subconsciously clasped tightly across her chest. Lin Feng seemed to be aware of his own loss of composure, and withdrew his reluctant gaze and spoke softly. "Come and sit down, I have prepared food for you." These days, Sun Ziyi could barely fill her stomach, which made her feel bored. At this moment, seeing the steaming delicious food on the table, her eyes couldn't help but light up. The tempting aroma filled her nose, making her swallow her saliva. She hesitated for a moment, but hunger eventually overcame her shyness. Mustering up her courage, she walked to the dining table, sat down, and began to taste the delicious food impatiently. Lin Feng carefully poured a glass of red wine for Sun Ziyi. Sun Ziyi took the initiative to pick up the wine glass and gently clinked it with Lin Feng's glass. "Lin Feng, thank you so much. I never thought that the supplies stored in your home would be so abundant." Thinking of the decoration of Lin Feng's home and the carefully prepared supplies, Sun Ziyi couldn't help but wonder whether Lin Feng knew about the coming disaster in advance. She felt an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart, relieved that she could meet Lin Feng at such a moment and get his help. Otherwise, she would have become a plaything of Wang Bo and his gang, living in endless fear and despair. Lin Feng smiled calmly. "See, don't be so polite. We are friends, and this is what I should do." In fact, Lin Feng already knew in his heart that Sun Ziyi liked him. He could feel the dependence and trust in her eyes. However, he was not in a hurry to confess. He knew that now was not the time. He had to wait for Sun Ziyi to speak first. Only in this way could he gain control of Sun Ziyi firmly. After eating and drinking, Sun Ziyi stood up with a look of reluctance and nostalgia on her face. Lin Feng, thank you for your hospitality. I'm going back now. Lin Feng nodded, he stood up and walked Sun Ziyi to the door. He carefully checked the situation outside and confirmed that there was no danger before letting Sun Ziyi leave with peace of mind. As night fell, Chu Hanyu walked back and forth anxiously in the living room, cell phone in hand. He kept looking down at his phone, his face full of anxiety. She has sent friend requests to Lin Feng more than a dozen times, but each time it fell on deaf ears and she received no response. After not eating for 4 days, Chu Hanyu, who was originally slender, looked even thinner. The flesh on the cheeks is sunken, which looks painful. However, life was not kind to her. Jiang Qingming often vented his anger on her, making her life in this family even more difficult. In desperation, he could only ask Zhang Yading for help. After all, she had had close contact with Lin Feng. She stood at the door, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered up the courage to go in. Yating, I have something to tell you, but you can't tell your brother. I really have no other choice. There is no food left at home, and your brother, he beats me every day. Hearing this, Zhang Yading knew that Chu Hanyu was ready to exchange food with Lin Feng. She took Chu Hanyu's hand and spoke softly. Sister-in-law, I understand your situation. My brother really doesn't have the responsibility of a man. I know you made this choice to exchange for food for him. Just do it with confidence. I won't tell him. Zhang Yading knew that a large part of the reason why Lin Feng approached her was because of Chu Hanyu. If she couldn't get Chu Hanyu to find Lin Feng, it wouldn't be long before Lin Feng would get tired of her. When Chu Hanyu heard Zhang Yading's understanding and support, a hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes. But then she lowered her head again and said worriedly. But Lin Feng rejected my friend request. Yading, what do you think I should do? Zhang Yading frowned slightly and said after thinking for a while. Sister-in-law, I think you should dress up and take the initiative to find him. Upon hearing this, Chu Hanyu showed some hesitation and worry on her face. Will this work? Zhang Yading gave Chu Hanyu an encouraging look and said. Don't worry, I promise it's okay. Remember, dress sexy. Lin Feng likes women with big breasts and nice butts. When Chu Hanyu heard this, a blush appeared on her face. She nodded, thanked Zhang Yading, then turned and left the room. After Chu Hanyu left Zhang Yading's room, her heart was filled with anxiety and anticipation. She returned to her bedroom and glanced at Jiang Qingming who was sleeping soundly. Gently open the wardrobe and start choosing clothes. Since she is usually conservative, she spent a long time choosing but couldn't find any sexy clothes. I was so determined that I took off all my clothes, leaving only a bikini and a long down jacket on the outside. This is sexy enough and can also express sincerity. She stood in front of the mirror and carefully put on light makeup, trying her best to make herself look more energetic. Chu Hanyu took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and walked out of the house. Her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. It was late at night and there was no one on the road. Chu Hanyu finally arrived at Lin Feng's residence. She stood at the door, hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to knock on it. Ding ding ding. Seeing Chu Hanyu's figure, Lin Feng was not surprised at all and opened the door. Lin Feng, can I come in? Lin Feng nodded and stepped aside to let Chu Hanyu enter the house. Chu Hanyu looked around nervously. This was her first time in Lin Feng's home and everything seemed so strange. What do you want from me? Chapter 42. Chu Hanyu took a deep breath and mustered up her courage to speak. Lin Feng, I know you may have some misunderstandings about me. But I really have no other choice. There is no food left at home, and my husband, he is not good to me. I know you have stored a lot of supplies, so I came to you for help. Lin Feng looked at her and was silent for a while. Chu Hanyu's heart was in her throat. She didn't know if what she was doing was right, but she had no way out. Finally, Lin Feng spoke. Chu Hanyu, I understand your situation. But you also know that the world has changed, and everyone is responsible for their own survival. I can give you some food, but you need to exchange it with something. Chu Hanyu was delighted when he heard this. She said quickly. I can help you with housework, or do other things in exchange. Lin Feng shook his head and said. I need something more valuable, like you. He looked at Chu Hanyu, and his meaning was very clear. Chu Hanyu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Chu Hanyu slowly took off her coat, revealing her slightly thin but still well-proportioned figure. She looked particularly nervous under Lin Feng's blazing gaze. Damn. This woman is so cruel, she came in her underwear. Lin Feng looked at Chu Hanyu carefully. She had indeed lost a lot of weight, but her figure was still well-defined. Especially the places that shouldn't be thin still maintain an attractive fullness. Chu Hanyu felt humiliated when she felt Lin Feng's naked gaze. She understood that she had no choice but to let the other party admire her. Mr. Lin, I can agree to any request you make, but I also have conditions. Lin Feng heard this and asked with interest. Oh? Then tell me what your conditions are. Chu Hanyu bit her lip. I want 100 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of pork, and 100 kilograms of vegetables. She did not greedily ask for high-end seafood, but chose more practical food. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. You are really amazing. You are still thinking about your gambling husband at this time. But you think too highly of yourself. Although you are pretty, you are not worth the price to me. In the last days, the value of human beings seems to have become so cheap, just like vegetables in the market, which can be bargained for. Chu Hanyu felt an endless sense of humiliation in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had already crossed the last line, but couldn't even get this little bit of food. She asked with a trembling voice, trying hard to hold back her tears. So, how much food can you give me? Lin Feng stretched out a finger and said lightly. A box of instant noodles. If you don't agree, you can leave now. Upon hearing this, Chu Hanyu felt a surge of despair. She silently put on her down jacket and turned to leave. Lin Feng did not stop her. As long as he posted the message in the group about exchanging food for women, a lot of women would come to him. However, just as Chu Hanyu was about to reach the door, she suddenly stopped. She turned around, her eyes revealing a hint of firmness and determination. Can I have a full meal at your place? This was the first time she truly considered herself since she married Jiang Qingming. Lin Feng looked at her, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He smiled. No problem. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the energy to work? Go take a shower first. Chu Hanyu nodded and walked into the bathroom silently. She knew that she had no way out and could only rely on the meal provided by Lin Feng to temporarily relieve her hunger. The sound of dripping water came from the bathroom. Chu Hanyu stood under the shower, letting the hot water wash over her body. She closed her eyes, feeling the long-lost warmth and comfort, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. After taking a shower, Chu Hanyu changed into the clean clothes that Lin Feng prepared for her. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at her slightly haggard face, and an inexplicable sadness surged in her heart. Lin Feng had already set the table in the restaurant. When he saw Chu Hanyu coming out, he greeted her with a smile. Come and eat, these are all prepared for you. Chu Hanyu walked to the dining table and looked at the table full of food, a hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes. She sat down and began to eat voraciously. Lin Feng looked at her eating and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. He knew that the world had become cruel and ruthless, and everyone was struggling to survive. After finishing the meal, Chu Hanyu expressed his gratitude to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at her and said lightly. You don't need to thank me. I just did what I should do. You have earned all this by yourself. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Chu Hanyu nodded and followed Lin Feng to the bedroom. For 2 hours, Chu Hanyu seemed to have experienced an unprecedented adventure and she experienced feelings she had never had before. She finally understood that being a woman could be so happy. The physical pleasure and spiritual satisfaction made her feel somewhat incredible. During this process, she is no longer a passive recipient, but becomes the one who actively seeks. She seemed to want to vent all the desires that had been suppressed in her heart for more than 20 years. Every touch and kiss made her feel unprecedented excitement and pleasure. Now, when everything has returned to calm, Chu Hanyu's eyes are full of evasion and uncertainty when she looks at Lin Feng. She couldn't believe that she had done those bold and passionate actions just now. This was completely beyond her imagination and cognition. Lin Feng slowly stood up, picked out a new set of clothes for Chu Hanyu, and said softly. Put it on, lest your husband finds out, and then you'll be in trouble. After saying that, Lin Feng walked out of the bedroom. When Chu Hanyu appeared again, she had changed into new clothes and looked brand new. Lin Feng had already prepared a box of instant noodles and placed it at the door. Chu Hanyu picked up the instant noodles and prepared to leave. But the moment she walked out the door, she suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Feng, and asked with a trembling voice. Can I come see you later? When Lin Feng heard this question, he was stunned. Damn, why is this woman the same as Zhang Yading? Could she be addicted? But he quickly came to his senses, nodded and said. I'll contact you if I need you. After hearing this, Chu Hanyu felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart. She didn't know whether she should feel happy or sad, but she knew that her future life might change because of this. Man. Chapter 43. Chu Hanyu walked towards her home carrying a box of instant noodles. When she reached the door of her house, she stopped and gently tidied up her messy hair and clothes, trying to make himself look neater so that Jiang Qingming wouldn't notice any flaws. As soon as she entered the door, she shouted loudly in the direction of the bedroom. Honey, I'm back. You must be starving. Come out and eat. Jiang Qingming asked doubtfully. Eat? Do we have anything to eat at home? Chu Hanyu's heart tightened, but she remained calm on the surface. Yeah, I found some food. Look, isn't this instant noodles? Jiang Qingming widened his eyes, looked at the instant noodles in Chu Hanyu's hand, snatched the noodles away, and asked anxiously. Where did you get it? Chu Hanyu felt flustered and answered hesitantly. I bought it from my next-door neighbor. Jiang Qingming frowned and looked directly into Chu Hanyu's eyes. Bought it? Do you think I'm stupid? Prices are so high now, where does our family get the money to buy food? Chu Hanyu's heart tightened, she knew Jiang Qingming knew the family's financial situation very well. She stammered and tried to explain, but Jiang Qingming had lost his patience. Snap! A loud slap landed on Chu Hanyu's face. Jiang Qingming cursed angrily. You BCH, tell me, did you go to find that Lin Feng? Was it he who gave you the instant noodles? Tears of grievance instantly welled up in Chu Hanyu's eyes. She squatted on the ground helplessly, holding her head in her hands, allowing Jiang Qingming to scold her. However, Jiang Qingming had no intention of letting her go. He pulled Chu Hanyu up and said viciously. FK, you actually cheated on me, and you want to get rid of me with a box of instant noodles. Come on, take me to find that Lin Feng now. I must make him compensate me. Chu Hanyu felt a surge of despair in her heart, for she knew that Jiang Qingming would be capable of doing anything if he went mad. At this moment, Zhang Yading suddenly rushed out of the bedroom. She quickly pulled away Jiang Qingming, who was in an angry state, and shouted loudly. Brother, can you calm down a little? Isn't my sister-in-law doing this for your own good? Jiang Qingming widened his eyes, shook off Zhang Yading's hand, pointed at Chu Hanyu, and shouted angrily. Calm down? How can you ask me to calm down? This BCH actually let Lin Feng sleep with her just for a box of instant noodles. She should at least give me some meat in return. In his beastly words, Jiang Qingming revealed his true thoughts. He actually doesn't care whether his wife is taken advantage of by others. All he cares about is whether the return from this deal is high enough. This sentence completely infuriated Chu Hanyu. She stared at Jiang Qingming with cold eyes and shouted angrily. You are a grown man with arms and legs, but now you have to rely on your wife to exchange her body for food. Do you still have the nerve to be picky here? I do want pork, but will they give it to me? Do you think you can still buy food with money in this world? Chu Hanyu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured heavily on Jiang Qingming's head. In this apocalyptic era, let alone pork, even a box of instant noodles is an extremely scarce commodity. After calming down, Jiang Qingming sat down on the sofa and became depressed. Seeing this, Zhang Yading quickly took the opportunity to persuade him. Brother, my sister-in-law did this for the whole family. In today's world, it's not easy to have a box of instant noodles. We should thank my sister-in-law instead of blaming her. A trace of unwillingness flashed across Jiang Qingming's eyes. He looked at Chu Hanyu again, his voice low and cold. Chu Hanyu, you have to go to Lin Feng more often. If you are pregnant with his child, we can threaten him and make him provide us with endless food. His words shocked both Chu Hanyu and Zhang Yading. Chu Hanyu's heart was filled with anger and humiliation, she could hardly believe her ears. Zhang Yading was stunned. She had never thought that her brother would say such shameless words. How could you say such a thing? Chu Hanyu's voice was trembling, and she felt her heart bleeding. I'm your wife. I was slept with by someone else, and you were indifferent. Now you even want me to have a baby for someone else. You are not a human being. Jiang Qingming didn't care at all. He sneered and said. The world has changed, and we have to learn to adapt. Chu Hanyu, since you have this ability, you should make good use of it. For our survival, for this family, you must do this. However, they didn't know that Lin Feng had already thought of all this. After each transaction with them, he would watch them take the birth control pills to ensure that there would be no consequences. Although Lin Feng is a cold-blooded and ruthless person, he also has his own principles and bottom line. He would never choose women like Chu Hanyu and Zhang Yading to bear children for him. However, this allows Chu Hanyu to go find Lin Feng with a legitimate reason. Zhao Ting's home. Under the dim light, Zhang Jiang's body had been completely devoured by Zhao Ting's family of 3, leaving only a pile of bones. Even Kun Kun was not spared and was eaten alive by Zhao Ting. Zhao Jiangguo touched his shriveled stomach, sighed and said. Hey. Zhang Jiang used to look quite strong, but how come he doesn't have much flesh on his body? Zhang Jiang was indeed a strong man, which was one of the reasons why Zhao Ting fell in love with him. However, during this period of time, he had become extremely skinny and had almost no meat on his body due to the torture by the Zhao family. Li Huan glanced at Zhao Ting from the side and said sarcastically. It's just a good-looking thing, I don't know why you liked it in the first place. Zhao Ting was speechless and could only lower her head silently, her heart filled with helplessness and regret. She once thought about leaving this home, but the reality made it impossible for her to escape. Zhao Jiangguo spoke again and said. Now is not the time to talk about this. We have to find a way to solve the food problem. Without food, we will all starve to death. Li Huan nodded and agreed. Yet, everyone has insufficient food at home right now, how could they possibly give it to us? However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly paused, as if she thought of something. She continued. However, judging from the photos Lin Feng sent, his family should have sufficient food reserves. Ting Ting, think of a way and go ask Lin Feng for help. Zhao Ting also knew that there was no other way, so she nodded, took out her mobile phone, edited a message, and sent it to Lin Feng. Chapter 44. Lin Feng was doing nothing at home, and suddenly he got excited. He took out a piece of top-quality Weijio beef from the space, carefully cut it into small pieces, and teased Orlan beside him. One person and one dog had a lot of fun. Jingle. The phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Zhao Ting. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This woman has really forgotten the pain after the wound has healed. She even dares to look for me. He clicked on the message and saw Zhao Ting's caring words. Lin Feng, your home must be very cold too. I'm not by your side, so you must take good care of yourself and don't catch a cold. The last time we went to your house, we were also bewitched by Zhang Jiang. Don't take it to heart. Now you can rest assured. We have killed Zhang Jiang. There is no obstacle between you and me anymore. With the experience from previous times, Zhao Ting did not directly ask for food. Instead, they adopted a roundabout tactic. Seeing the message from Zhao Ting, Lin Feng was not shocked at all. In the previous life, Zhao Ting could join forces with Zhang Jiang to eat him up, and in this life, she can also kill Zhang Jiang. Lin Feng replied. I won't catch a cold. My house is warm. Zhou Ting obviously didn't believe it. The last time she came to Lin Feng's house, the power was still on. Unable to feel the temperature difference, she thought Lin Feng was lying. She thought that Lin Feng's house couldn't be much warmer than outside. Lin Feng, don't joke with me. I know you are very strong-willed, but you don't have to be like this in front of me. You know, I understand you. If you can't stand it, we can keep each other warm. Lin Feng sneered and replied. Is it cold? I have a fireplace in my house, how can it be cold? I open the windows for ventilation every day. After that, he took out his phone and took a photo of the burning fireplace. There were neatly stacked woods next to the fireplace. Orlan was lying in front of the fireplace enjoying the top-quality Weijio beef that Lin Feng threw to him. Then he sent the photos to Zhou Ting. The photos sent by Lin Feng suddenly appeared on Zhou Ting's mobile phone screen. If the photos Lin Feng shared in the group before only made her feel a little sour, but now, this photo made the fire of jealousy in her heart burn fiercely. Fireplace. It is a heating artifact for northerners and the guardian angel of winter. In the severe cold of dozens of degrees below zero, as long as there is a fireplace at home, you can have endless warmth. Its heating ability is even stronger than that of a radiator because it allows people to feel the heat and warmth of the flame up close. However, Zhou Ting's family has been shivering in the cold wind these days. Apart from food, what he desired most was a means of keeping warm. Yesterday, in order to keep warm, they even had to burn the dining table at home. Although the short 10 minutes of heat relieved them from the cold, but that warm feeling was like a passing cloud, fleeting. And now, when she saw that Lin Feng's house not only had a fireplace, but also had plenty of fuel. Zhou Ting had no time to think about why Lin Feng could install a fireplace at home. Her eyes were fixed on the photos on her phone. A strong urge surged in her heart, she wanted to move to Lin Feng's house. Zhao Jiangguo, who was sitting next to her, noticed Zhou Ting's abnormality. He leaned over to take a look at the phone screen and said with dissatisfaction. I asked you to ask Lin Feng for something to eat. What's the point of looking at this kind of picture? Does it make you feel warm? Zhou Ting didn't even raise her head, and there was a hint of impatience in her voice. This photo was sent by Lin Feng. This is the current scene in his home. Li Huan also came over curiously and said in surprise after seeing the photo. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how can anyone live this kind of life at this time? Zhao Jiangguo's eyes rolled, as if he had thought of something, and he said to Zhou Ting. Quick, call Lin Feng on video. You'll know whether it's true or not at a glance. Zhou Ting hesitated for a moment, but still followed Zhao Jiangguo's instructions and invited Lin Feng to a video call. When Lin Feng saw the call invitation on his phone, a playful smile appeared on his face. He reached out and answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, both parties saw each other's current situation. Lin Feng deliberately took off his coat, revealing his muscular upper body. Lying lazily on the soft sofa, looking comfortable and relaxed. The room was brightly lit, warm and bright, in stark contrast to the cold world outside. In a corner of the kitchen, several boxes of high-end ingredients such as dried ginseng and dried abalone are piled up randomly. These delicacies, which are rarely seen by ordinary people, are piled up like mountains in Lin Feng's space, and he can't finish them all. But on the other side of the camera, Zhou Ting's family presented a completely different scene. The three of them were wrapped in thick quilts. Zhou Ting's face was distorted due to the sequelae of plastic surgery, and one of her breast implants was broken, making her look miserable. Their eyes were fixed on the screen, completely attracted by the scene in Lin Feng's home. Lin Feng's naked upper body and the comfortable indoor environment made them feel unprecedented warmth. Bright lights were a luxury they could not even imagine in the days when electricity was limited in time and quantity. The mountains of food in the kitchen made them starve. Through video calls, Zhou Ting and her family witnessed Lin Feng's current living conditions. The comfortable life with pleasant temperature and abundant food seemed like heaven to them. They couldn't imagine that after the end of the world, there were still people who could live so comfortably. Lin Feng said in pretended surprise. Hey, are you three all losing weight? How come you lost so much weight? Zhou Ting and the other two were furious. How could they lose weight voluntarily? They are all hungry. Now they can't even afford to eat, it would be strange if they don't lose weight. Li Huan's eyes were fixed on the food in Lin Feng's house. She swallowed and a greedy expression appeared on her face. Lin Feng, how come your family has so much food? Lin Feng glanced at the kitchen and said lightly. Those are nothing. My dog a euro eats Weijio beef. After saying that, the camera turned and saw piles of beef placed in front of Orlan's doghouse. This scene made Zhou Ting's family even more jealous and envious. Show off your wealth nakedly. This also gave Zhou Ting's family a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng's attitude was so friendly and he chatted with them, which undoubtedly gave them a chance. A cunning look flashed in Zhao Jiangguo's eyes, and he poked Zhou Ting with his hand, signaling her to act quickly. Zhou Ting immediately understood. She picked up her phone and started chatting with Lin Feng while walking around the house. She deliberately aimed the camera at every corner of the house. Lin Feng, look, Zhang Jiang is no longer alive. My family and I really killed him to help you vent your anger. Now we can start over and live together in your house without anyone bothering us anymore. Chapter 45. Lin Feng watched her performance with a serious expression on his face. He thought for a moment, then spoke. Ting Ting, I know you are sincere to me, and I am grateful for everything you have done for me. But no one knows how long this disaster will last. Although I have stored some supplies, they will eventually run out. If you come here by yourself, we can still hold on for a while. But, your parents. Having said this, Lin Feng deliberately dragged out the tone and did not finish his words. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Ting's eyes involuntarily drifted towards her parents sitting on the sofa. Zhao Jiangguo and Li Huihuan also apparently heard what Lin Feng said on the phone. The three people's eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Zhao Jiangguo suddenly stood up, his face flushed, and scolded loudly. Lin Feng, you are such a heartless BD. No matter what, my husband and I have been your father-in-law and mother-in-law for 5 years. Now you don't care about me anymore. You will die a miserable death. Zhao Ting quickly covered the phone with her hand, trying to prevent her father's angry curses from reaching Lin Feng's ears on the other end of the line. But unfortunately, despite her efforts to cover it up, Lin Feng still heard Zhao Jiangguo's angry voice. However, facing Zhao Jiangguo's scolding, Lin Feng seemed unusually calm. He said lightly. Zhao Ting, I've made myself very clear. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the video call without hesitation. His purpose in doing this was very clear, which was to deliberately instigate Zhao Ting's family and make them fight among themselves. Zhao Ting looked back at Zhao Jiangguo, who was still furious, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. She didn't want to let her parents down, but she also longed for a better life. This contradiction made her feel extremely painful and conflicted. There is very little food left at home, and staying here will only lead to the threat of death. Zhao Ting is still young, and she doesn't want to accompany her elderly parents to a dead end. Just as she was hesitating, Zhao Jiangguo saw through her thoughts. He said with a sullen face. What? Are you really going to abandon us and pursue your wonderful life? Zhao Ting bit her lip and mustered up the courage to answer. Dad, I beg you. Just let me go. I will die if I stay here. If I go find Lin Feng, maybe I can secretly bring you some food. Believe me, I will find a way to save you. Zhao Jiangguo snorted coldly, his tone full of distrust. Humph, do you think Lin Feng is a good guy? He is deliberately trying to sow discord between us. Don't be silly, he won't really help you. Zhao Ting felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She knew that what her father said made sense, but she still held on to a glimmer of hope. She begged bitterly. Dad, just let me try. Lin Feng still has feelings for me, he won't really ignore me. While speaking, Zhao Ting had already walked to the door. Her heart was beating faster and her palms were full of sweat. However, Zhao Jiangguo had already seen through her thoughts, and his eyes were full of disappointment and anger. When Zhao Ting gently placed her hand on the door handle and prepared to turn it, Zhao Jiangguo suddenly rushed forward, grabbed her hair and dragged her towards the bedroom. You unfilial daughter, your mother and I have worked hard to raise you for more than 20 years, and you are so cruel that you want to abandon us? I tell you, there is no way. Zhao Ting kicked and struggled desperately, shouting loudly, trying to break free from her father's restraints. However, Zhao Jiangguo was incredibly strong and she was completely helpless. She could only watch herself being dragged into the bedroom. Bang! Zhao Jiangguo slammed the door shut and then locked it. He turned around and spoke to Li Huihuan who was stunned beside him. You keep an eye on her. Don't let her leave this room. I'll go out and find a solution. Li Huihuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and walked to the door to guard Zhao Ting. Lin Feng didn't care what would happen to Zhao Ting's family. As long as they didn't die, he would have every opportunity to torture them. After dinner, Lin Feng sat in front of the TV and played PS5. In order to kill time, he prepared various entertainment facilities to avoid boredom. Just as Lin Feng was fighting fiercely, a message alert sounded. I glanced at it and saw it was sent by Sun Yu. Could it be that Sun Yu stole Biozi's gun? The gun is the top priority. Lin Feng hurriedly threw down the game controller and turned on his mobile phone. The photo Sun Yu sent was a photo that was obviously taken secretly. In the photo, Zhao Jiangguo and Biozi were sitting on the sofa, and it was unknown what they were discussing. Lin Feng did not rush to ask Sun Yu, he knew there must be something more to come. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Sun Yu sent another message. Lin Feng, Zhao Ting's father came to see Biozi and told him that your home has a fireplace and a large amount of supplies stored. Now they are discussing how to deal with you. You must be prepared. After reading the message, Lin Feng sneered. If you are really sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow. Others are afraid of the gun in Biozi's hand, but I, Lin Feng, am not. The door of my house can be blown open with a bomb, let alone a gun. If you dare to come, I will make you leave your gun behind. After a while, Lin Feng's cell phone ringing broke the silence in the room, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. He frowned slightly, wondering who would call at this time. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he answered the phone without hesitation. Hello, is this Lin Feng? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, with an unquestionable dominance in his voice. I'm Biozi, you should have heard of my name, right? Lin Feng said with disdain. What does it matter if I haven't heard of it? What do you want from me? Biozi didn't seem to be angry because of Lin Feng's tone. Brother, I am following the rules of the underworld. I will use courtesy before force. If you don't appreciate my courtesy, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Feng was bored at the moment, so he played Biozi to kill time. He pretended to be very interested and said. Oh? Then tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Biozi thought that Lin Feng was impressed by his aura, and was secretly pleased with himself, so he said triumphantly. Then I'll be frank. I heard that your family has a very good environment and a large space, so I want to live with you for a few days and wait until the cold wave is over before I leave. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter when he heard this. Haha, who the hell do you think you are? You want to come to my house? Stop daydreaming. Chapter 46. Biozi was angered by Lin Feng's words, and he spoke loudly in anger. Boy, if you don't accept my toast, don't blame me for being rude. However, Lin Feng deliberately tried to provoke Biozi. He was worried that Biozi would not come to him in person, but would send some of his followers, and then he would not be able to get the gun from Biozi. So he deliberately spoke in a colder tone. Okay, I'll see how you can be rude. If you don't come, you're my grandson. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone without any hesitation. He already had a plan in his mind. He just had to wait for Biozi to come to him so that he could take the opportunity to take the gun from Biozi. Bang! Biozi slammed the coffee table so hard that the cell phone bounced up instantly, making a shrill sound. Damn it, this Lin Feng is such an ungrateful guy, he actually dared to go against me. Zhao Jiangguo was secretly delighted when he saw this, but pretended to be concerned on the surface and took the opportunity to exaggerate the situation. Brother Biao, look, I told you this kid is very arrogant, you don't have to be polite to him. We have to teach him a lesson and let him know who is the boss here. During the conversation between Biozi and Lin Feng, Zhao Jiangguo was very nervous. He was afraid that Lin Feng would compromise with Biozi and agree to his request. In that case, not only would he not be able to gain any benefit from it, but he might also end up getting into trouble. However, the development of the matter was beyond his expectations. Lin Feng actually succeeded in angering Biozi. At this time, Sun Yu walked to Biozi and spoke softly. Brother Biao, don't bother with him. It's not worth it to get yourself hurt. Besides, you have so much food that you snatched from other owners. You'd better not go looking for trouble with Lin Feng for now. After hearing what Sun Yu said, Zhao Jiangguo glared at her in dissatisfaction and cursed in his heart, this BCH is just trying to be mean. I've wasted my time raising her. He sneered and said. Brother Biao, you just saw the photo. There is more to Lin Feng's home than just some food. His home is simply like heaven. I think we should act first, lest someone else grabs the lead. Biozi pondered for a moment, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly pulled out the pistol from his waist, pointed it at the 5 strong men in the room and shouted. Go. This little BD dares to challenge me. Today I will show him how many eyes the Horse King has. After saying that, Biozi walked out of the house aggressively with his men. Seeing this, Zhao Jiangguo hurriedly followed. Sun Yu looked at the backs of Biozi and others as they left, and couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lin Feng, telling him about the movements of Biozi and others and reminding him to be prepared for defense. It was late at night and the only sound in the underground parking lot was the noise of Biozi and his group. Biozi held a gun with a cold look in his eyes as he directed his men to smash the door of Lin Feng's house violently. Smash it! Smash it for me! Bang, bang, bang! The sticks hit the door, making a deafening sound that echoed in the empty parking lot. However, even though the 5 people took turns smashing the door for more than 10 minutes, the door was like a solid fortress and showed no signs of being broken open. One of the men was so tired that he was out of breath and said to Biozi. Brother Biao, this door is really weird. My brothers have been smashing it for a long time, but there is not even a crack. Biozi has been in society for many years and his brain is not given for nothing. At this time he also realized that something was wrong and was secretly surprised. No wonder Lin Feng dared to challenge him. It turned out that he had already made precautionary preparations. He waved his hand and spoke to his men. Get out of the way. I don't believe this door can block bullets. After saying that, he raised his pistol, pointed it at the door lock and was about to shoot. Lin Feng saw all of this clearly through the observation port. The reason why he did not take action was to consume the physical strength of Biozi and others. Now seeing Biozi was about to shoot, he had an idea and decided to take action. Swoosh, a crossbow arrow was shot out and hit Biozi's wrist accurately. Snap! The pistol fell to the ground and Biozi let out a scream. He pressed his bleeding wrist with his hand, terrified. He never expected that Lin Feng actually possessed long-range lethal weapons. What the hell? Biozi roared angrily, the pain made him lose his mind. Smash it! Smash it! Pull this guy out for me. I want to kill him. Zhao Jiangguo, who was standing nearby, took the opportunity to reach for the gun that Biozi had dropped on the ground. Swoosh, another arrow was shot out and accurately pierced Zhao Jiangguo's palm. Lin Feng's accurate shooting made Biozi's men feel fearful, and they retreated unconsciously. Swoosh, 2 more arrows were shot, hitting 2 of his men in succession. Seeing this, the remaining 3 uninjured men fled in all directions. Only Biozi, Zhao Jiangguo and 2 of his men were left, lying on the ground wailing. Their physical strength had been exhausted and they could no longer pose any threat to Lin Feng. Crack! Lin Feng opened the door. Orlan rushed out first, staring fiercely at Biozi and others on the ground. They were already in unbearable pain, and seeing Orlan made them tremble with fear all over. Lin Feng walked out of the door and picked up the gun on the ground, but since he had never used this kind of weapon, in order to ensure safety, he chose to put away his gun and pointed at Biozi with a crossbow. I thought you, a gangster, were capable of anything, but you're no different from those losers. Biozi was deeply hurt by Lin Feng's words. It has been many years since he became famous that no one dared to speak to him like this. He felt greatly insulted and shouted angrily. Lin Feng, what's your FG trickery? If you have the guts, challenge me in a duel. Lin Feng burst into laughter when he heard this. Ha ha ha, Biozi, you've been in society for so many years, don't you know what all is fair in war means? You guys have come to my door, how can I indulge you? Idiot. Also, there is a price to pay for scolding me. After saying that, swoosh, another arrow shot at Biozi's thigh. Biozi rolled over in pain. This once powerful gangster had completely lost his former prestige. Zhao Jiangguo became even more frightened when he saw this. He didn't expect that even a ruthless man like Biozi was no match for Lin Feng. He begged for mercy hastily. My dear son-in-law, I was just passing by here to watch the fun, how could you accidentally hurt me? Lin Feng was so angry that he laughed at Zhao Jiangguo's words. This old guy could actually make up such an excuse. He looked at Zhao Jiangguo coldly and said. Zhao Jiangguo, do you think I don't know that you and Biozi are colluding? Don't think I don't know what you are planning. Chapter 47. Biozi also realized that Lin Feng was a ruthless person, and his attitude immediately softened. Brother Lin Feng, don't listen to this old guy's nonsense. He was the one who tipped me off that you have abundant supplies at home, so I brought people here. This is Lin Feng's favorite scene, dog bites dog. Lin Feng curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer. He did not respond directly to Biozi's words, but his eyes wandered between the two of them, as if he was watching a wonderful drama. Oh? So, you two are conspiring to steal my supplies. Although Lin Feng's voice was calm, it carried unquestionable majesty. Biozi suddenly felt a chill on his back and he hurriedly explained. Brother Lin Feng, this is a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. I was blinded by this guy, so I did such a stupid thing. I am willing to compensate you for your losses, and I only ask you to let me go. However, Lin Feng just glanced at Biozi coldly, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and spoke slowly. Compensation? Do you think I need your little something? I, Lin Feng, have much more than you can imagine. Biozi looked at Lin Feng's cold eyes, and his heart tightened, as if something was tightly strangling him. He knew that he had really hit a wall this time. His face turned pale instantly and he spoke hurriedly. I have 2 women at home. I can give them to you. I only ask you to let me go this time. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Haha, why would I care about the ST you played with? How can my woman, Lin Feng, be compared to someone like you? Biozi's face turned pale with anger at Lin Feng's words, but he didn't dare to resist at all and could only continue speaking. Then what do you want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. A cunning light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he said lightly. How about this, if you want to live, give me the remaining bullets and I can let you go. When Biozi heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned. He nodded quickly, like pounding garlic. Okay, I'll send you the bullets as soon as I recover from my injuries. However, Lin Feng had no intention of letting Biozi go. Call out. Another arrow was shot out and hit Biozi's thigh directly. Biozi suddenly let out a shrill wail and was in so much pain that he almost fainted. After Biozi stopped wailing, Lin Feng spoke coldly. Do you take me for an idiot? Don't you have women at home? Ask them to deliver the bullets now. Biozi helplessly called Sun Yu and asked her to send over the 20 bullets hidden in the bathroom. Lin Feng also sent a message to Sun Yu, asking her to search carefully and confirm that nothing was missed. Sun Yu quickly rushed to the scene with bullets. She was holding a package tightly in her hand, which contained the 20 bullets that Biozi asked her to deliver. Seeing Sun Yu coming, a glimmer of hope flashed in Biozi's eyes, and he hurriedly urged. Quick, give him the bullet. Sun Yu nodded, walked carefully to Lin Feng and handed the package over. However, while handing over the package, she secretly cast a wink at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the package and pretended not to notice Sun Yu's little action. He opened the package and checked the bullets inside. After confirming that they were correct, he spoke coldly to Biozi. You're smart. I'll let you go this time. However, you're always welcome to seek revenge on me. When Biozi heard this, he was excited. He thought he had finally escaped from Lin Feng's clutches. Said anxiously. I dare not, even if you give me the courage, I would not dare to trouble you. Lin Feng ignored Biozi and the others and returned home. Sun Yu stared blankly at Lin Feng's back. She thought Lin Feng would take her home. But from beginning to end, Lin Feng didn't even look at her. He sighed secretly in his heart and walked home with Biozi. Back in the living room, Lin Feng was in a very good mood, and he kept playing with the pistol in his hand. Finally got a gun, but it's short of bullets. Just then, Sun Ziyi sent a message. Lin Feng, I just heard a loud scream outside the door, are you okay? Lin Feng smiled slightly and responded. I'm fine. Biozi and his gang came to cause trouble for me, but I beat them away. After receiving the news, Sun Ziyi finally felt relieved. She had already prepared a first aid kit and was ready to provide treatment to Lin Feng at any time. I'm glad you're okay. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask me. Lin Feng looked at Sun Ziyi's message, he smiled slightly, did not reply immediately, but put the phone down gently. However, at this moment, the message alert sounded again. He took a curious look and found out it was a message from the owner's group. Several videos were released in succession, showing Lin Feng brutally torturing Biozi and others. Although the video was shot from a distance and is a bit blurry, people who are familiar with Lin Feng and Biozi can still clearly make out their figures. Once the video was released, the owner's group fell into a brief silence. Afterwards, the atmosphere in the group became lively, with various comments and replies pouring in. FK, who is this ruthless person? Aren't those people lying on the ground Biozi and his friends? How dare someone do this to them? Boss, please accept my knees. I want to take refuge with you and ask for your protection. I think he looks like Lin Feng who lives in Villa number 1. This guy usually looks quite gentle, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. The Biozi and his men in the video have lost their fighting ability and are lying on the ground unable to move. When the owners saw this scene, the fear and anxiety in their hearts gradually dissipated, and were replaced by relief and joy. For Wang Bo, this is undoubtedly the best news. Before, because of the existence of Biozi and his gang, he and Aunt Zhao lived in fear every day and didn't even dare to go out. The excitement in Wang Bo's heart was like a burning flame, and he said excitedly. Finally, someone is here to take care of these bastards. However, he knew in his heart that if this sentence was heard by others, it would probably lead to ridicule. Aren't you the same kind of person? At this time, only Aunt Zhao was by her side. Although she knew what Wang Bo was doing, she did not dare to speak out. Master Wang, although Biozi and his gang have been beaten to a pulp by Lin Feng, we still can't solve our food problem. Aunt Zhao's words were like a bucket of cold water suddenly poured on Wang Bo's head, instantly cooling his excitement. The fire in his heart was ruthlessly extinguished, and he returned to the cold and cruel reality. Oh. Life is so depressing. I can't even eat. Chapter 48. Aunt Zhao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She knew Wang Bo's character very well and was worried that he would do something wrong to her grandson behind his back. So she plucked up her courage and tentatively made a suggestion. Master Wang, Biozi's group is now like a pile of loose sand, with no cohesion. Why don't you take this opportunity to recruit them? After hearing this, Wang Bo raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded gently. He felt that Aunt Zhao's suggestion was quite pertinent and was a feasible way to solve the current dilemma. So he decided to adopt this suggestion and split up with Aunt Zhao to contact Biozi and his gang. However, things did not go as smoothly as expected. No matter how much money Wang Bo offered, most people remained indifferent and seemed to have lost interest in money. In the end, only 4 people reluctantly joined Wang Bo's gang. Several people gathered on the sofa in Aunt Zhao's house, and the atmosphere seemed a little solemn. Wang Bo was the first to break the silence and he spoke bluntly. Now, we all face the same problem, food. As far as we know, Lin Feng's family has abundant supplies. However, his door has been specially modified, and we cannot force our way in. So, I came up with a plan. We can take turns lying in ambush at the door of Lin Feng's house. As soon as he comes out, we will attack him from behind and subdue him. In this way, we can obtain the food reserves in his house. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Although this method is somewhat risky, it seems to be the only viable option at present. So they began to discuss a specific action plan and prepare to implement this adventurous but hopeful plan. After dinner, Lin Feng planned to go to the underground parking lot for a stroll. Before going out every time, he would habitually check the surveillance at the back door to make sure everything was safe. Lin Feng gently pressed the monitoring switch and the screen lit up immediately. However, the scene before him made him frown. Who are these 2 people? Are they lying in ambush here and waiting for me to come out? He noticed that there were 2 men holding sticks standing on both sides of the door, and there was a hint of hostility in their eyes. Without thinking too much, Lin Feng understood why they came. It was obvious that they were coming for his supplies and wanted to plot against him. Damn, you're quite courageous. The fact that I beat Biozi to a pulp didn't even frighten you. Lin Feng sneered in his heart, but did not show any panic. He went to the basement floor, quickly turned off all the lights, and then pressed the door opening button remotely. Click. When the door opened, the 2 people outside immediately raised their sticks, ready to attack. However, after waiting for a long time, no one was seen. The 2 looked at each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. What's going on? This should be an electronic door. Could it be malfunctioning? There's a power outage now, so it's normal for something to break down. They began to discuss whether they should go in and take a look. After all, it would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity. Lin Feng must be sleeping. If we rush in now, he won't be prepared at all. When he wakes up, he will be tied up by us. His life and death will be in our control. One of them laughed smugly. So the 2 of them quietly came up and tiptoed into the villa. However, they didn't notice at all that the iron door closed automatically after they entered. Click. It was not until a click sound was heard that the 2 of them reacted suddenly. What's happening? At this moment, a light suddenly came on, and the room was bright. The 2 were shocked and looked at each other. What's going on? How come the door closed by itself? And the light turned on by itself? An inexplicable sense of fear surged in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded. What are you doing here so late at night? The 2 were startled at first, then they realized that opening and closing the door, turning on the lights, etc. were all controlled by Lin Feng. However, they quickly calmed down. After all, Lin Feng was alone, while they had 2 people and weapons in their hands. There's actually electricity here. One of them shouted in surprise. The other person was also overjoyed and felt that this villa was simply their paradise. And it's warm. They also discovered that wood was burning in the fireplace, and they were so moved that they almost cried. Lin Feng looked at their greedy looks and couldn't help but smile. I have a generator installed here, so there is no power outage. And there is a fireplace burning wood. Oh, I see. The two nodded, and then they became angry. They came here to rob, not to listen to Lin Feng's scientific knowledge. Very good, this villa will belong to us from now on. One of them waved a stick in his hand. Lin Feng, I'm giving you two choices now. Either you walk out of the door obediently, or we chop you to death or hammer you to death and then throw you out. Ha ha ha. Both of them laughed, thinking that this was giving Lin Feng a choice. However, Lin Feng just smiled faintly. Just the two of you? That's crazy. He raised his hand, made a gun shape, and pointed it at one of them. Haha, do you want to scare me with this handgun? The man laughed so hard that he fell backwards. However, before he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out suddenly. The two of them didn't see how the gun appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The person who was shot fell to the ground instantly and was obviously dead. The other man was so frightened that he trembled all over. He fell to his knees on the ground and begged for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't do it again. Lin Feng walked up to him, put the gun to his forehead and asked coldly. Who asked you to come? Aunt Zhao's house. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Wang Bo paced back and forth in the spacious living room. The solace of his shoes made a dull echo on the floor, and each sound seemed to strike on his tense heartstrings. Before setting off, he planned carefully and agreed with his two men to report to him every 10 minutes to ensure the smooth progress of the plan. However, half an hour had passed and no news came. Aunt Zhao looked at Wang Bo's anxious expression and spoke carefully. Master Wang, is it possible that those two people did not report it on purpose? Wang Bo stopped and frowned. In fact, he had already thought of this possibility without Aunt Zhao's reminder. Will those two men, tempted by the wealth, embezzle Lin Feng's supplies? He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Chapter 49. Wang Bo dialed the number of one of them and held the phone close to his ear, afraid of missing any sound. The two thugs trotted all the way to the door of Lin Feng's house. From a distance, I saw that the door was open and it was pitch black inside. I had no idea what was going on. They looked at each other and couldn't help feeling a little scared. But thinking of the supplies that were about to be obtained, they still plucked up their courage and walked in carefully. As soon as they entered the villa, they immediately felt a depressing atmosphere. They dare not be careless and remain vigilant at all times. However, at this moment, the door suddenly slammed shut, trapping them inside. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. As soon as the words fell, bang! Two gunshots suddenly rang out, and were clearly transmitted to Wang Bo's ears through the mobile phone. He was startled and the phone almost slipped from his hands. Gun? Lin Feng actually has a gun. Wang Bo exclaimed, a strong sense of fear rising in his heart. He understands, the thugs he sent out did not succeed, but were counterattacked by Lin Feng. At this moment, Wang Bo's heart was filled with panic and despair. He never expected that the plan that he thought was a sure win would end up like this. Aunt Zhao was watching with fear and trepidation. She knew that Wang Bo had really hit a wall this time. Master Wang, why didn't you come in person? I specially prepared some delicious and crispy peanuts for you, waiting for you to come and taste them. Lin Feng's voice came from the phone. When Wang Bo heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Of course he understood what Lin Feng meant. Those peanuts were probably not for eating, but for farewell. Lin Feng was warning him that as long as he dared to step into the Lin Feng family's territory, a fatal bullet would be waiting for him. Thinking of this, Wang Bo felt a cold sweat running down his back. He didn't dare to say another word and hung up the phone in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, he was still panicking, as if he could see Lin Feng's cold and sharp eyes staring at him through the phone screen. Wang Bo did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately walked to the door and locked it tightly. He was afraid that Lin Feng would come and take revenge on him. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng sneered into the phone, with disdain flashing in his eyes. Humph, you are too young to play with me. Then, Lin Feng turned around and put the four bodies into the space. Opened the door and walked towards the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot was quiet and empty. Lin Feng walked to the center and piled the four bodies on the ground. After completing all this, Lin Feng returned home. He sat on the sofa and sent a message to Chu Hanyu, asking her to come over and clean the house. After receiving the news, Chu Hanyu felt inexplicably excited. She was not only greedy for the food in Lin Feng's house, but also the pleasure that Lin Feng brought her. She couldn't wait to walk out of the house, her heart full of anticipation for Lin Feng. When she walked to the underground parking lot, she saw the four bodies piled in the middle from a distance. Her heart suddenly tightened and she almost screamed. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands, fearing that she would disturb the four corpses. She walked carefully along the wall and made a long circle before arriving at Lin Feng's door. Lin Feng heard a knock on the door, walked to the door to confirm that only Chu Hanyu was there, then opened the door and let her in. As soon as Chu Hanyu entered the door, he smelled a strong smell of blood. She followed the smell and saw bloodstains on the ground, which reminded her of the four bodies outside. Her heart was filled with fear and doubt, but Lin Feng sat calmly on the sofa as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Chu Hanyu and said lightly. You clean up here, and then come over to eat. Chu Hanyu's voice was as small as a mosquito, and even she herself couldn't hear clearly what she said. Although her heart was filled with fear, she still did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's orders. She obediently went to the bathroom, took out the mop and other tools, and began to clean carefully. While cleaning, Chu Hanyu's gaze would from time to time drift towards Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa. The fear and curiosity in her heart intertwined, making her feel a deeper awe and fascination for Lin Feng. It took Chu Hanyu more than an hour to finally clean up the bloodstains on the ground. She was so tired that she couldn't straighten her back. Sweat dripped from her forehead and wet her temples. The temperature in Lin Feng's house seemed unusually high, and Chu Hanyu was already sweating profusely. The clothes were tightly attached to her body, outlining her graceful curves. Especially on the chest, the proud pair of things were faintly visible under the sweat, adding a bit of seductive charm. This scene naturally did not escape Lin Feng's eyes. He sat on the sofa, his eyes always falling on Chu Hanyu intentionally or unintentionally. The desire in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Seeing that Chu Hanyu had finally finished cleaning, Lin Feng waved at her, motioning her to come over. Although Chu Hanyu felt a little nervous, she still walked over obediently. Like a young wife who had done something wrong, she stood in front of Lin Feng and spoke cautiously. "Is there anything else I can do?" Lin Feng did not answer her question directly, but suddenly pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Chu Hanyu's heartbeat accelerated instantly, and she could feel the hot breath coming from Lin Feng. Lin Feng lowered his head and whispered in her ear. "What do you think?" How could Chu Hanyu not understand what Lin Feng meant? She felt both nervous and expectant. She touched her belly and said a little embarrassedly. "Can I eat something first?" After all, she had been busy for so long that her stomach was already growling with hunger. However, Lin Feng did not immediately agree to her request. He smiled and said. "Want to eat? That depends on your performance." Chu Hanyu's heart tightened. She knew what was going to happen next, and this was exactly what she was expecting. But she did not back down, instead she took the initiative to cater to Lin Feng. 2 hours later, she finally sat down at the dining table as she wished. The aroma of the seafood feast on the table was enough to prove how outstanding her performance just now was. After the fierce battle just now, Chu Hanyu's mood gradually relaxed. She looked at Lin Feng with gratitude and curiosity in her eyes. She took the initiative to peel a prawn for him and carefully put it into his mouth. Then she asked softly. "Who are those 4 people outside?" Lin Feng chewed the shrimp in his mouth, his eyes revealing a bit of coldness. He replied calmly. "They were Wang Bo's men, a group of greedy people who wanted to rob my supplies, but I killed them in the end." Chapter 50. When Chu Hanyu heard this, her heart tightened. She looked at Lin Feng worriedly and asked cautiously. "Then, aren't you afraid that the police will come and arrest you after the cold wave ends?" Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He shook his head and said. "Haha, you are too naive. After this disaster, 90% of the people will die. Do you think there will still be police to take care of these things?" When Chu Hanyu heard Lin Feng's words, an inexplicable fear surged in her heart. The mortality rate was as high as 90%, and this figure weighed on her heart like a heavy mountain. She suddenly realized that she might be one of the 90%. A strong desire to survive surged in her heart. She wanted to live and be one of the 10% of survivors. But what qualifications does she have? She is just an ordinary woman, except for her youth and beauty. There seemed to be nothing else that could attract Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Chu Hanyu suddenly made a decision. She stood up, bent down and crawled under the table. She wanted to fight for a glimmer of hope for survival in her own way. Lin Feng looked at Chu Hanyu's actions, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had to admit that this woman did have some brains. The battle took another 2 hours to end. This time, Lin Feng not only gave Chu Hanyu a box of instant noodles, but also gave her 2 boxes of canned beef. On the way home, Chu Hanyu hid the canned food in her underwear and only gave the instant noodles to Jiang Qingming. Jiang Qingming's behavior has completely hurt Chu Hanyu's heart. If she had nowhere to go, she would have left long ago. The next morning, the owner's group was in an uproar again, and it wasn't just one person. Instead, many people witnessed the horrifying pile of corpses in the underground parking lot at the same time. Several people posted photos to the group. The corpse in the photo, lying in the dim light, looks so desolate and terrifying. The messages in the group came like a tide, and everyone's mood was once again raised to their throats. Oh, who did this? Didn't Biozi already get beaten up by Lin Feng? How could something like this happen? Look at the wound, it's obviously a gunshot wound. Is there anyone else with a gun besides Biozi? Gun, are guns so easy to get now that they are everywhere? However, in this wave of fear, Wang Bo and Chu Hanyu seemed exceptionally calm. They already had the answer in their hearts, but chose to remain silent. Biozi and Zhao Jiangguo also guessed that it was Lin Feng who did it, but they did not dare to reveal a word in the group, for fear of incurring Lin Feng's revenge. But at this time, Lin Feng didn't care about these disturbances at all. Since he chose to leave the body in the parking lot, he was prepared to be discovered. He calmly took out fresh vegetables and beef from the space and began to prepare breakfast for himself. The spatula flew in his hands, and one dish after another, delicious and fragrant, gradually appeared before his eyes. Although his space is filled with a lot of cooked food, Lin Feng still likes to cook for himself occasionally. This is not only to satisfy the appetite, but also to kill boring time. 4 exquisite dishes and a soup, with 2 steaks fried for Orlan, 1 person and 1 dog, they quietly enjoyed the tranquility and beauty of the early morning. At this moment, Lin Feng's brows suddenly frowned, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. The shouting and fighting sounds coming from the underground parking lot became more and more intense, sweeping in like a violent storm. He quickly stood up and walked quickly to the observation post, where he saw a group of people holding various weapons, snatching the 4 bodies like hungry wolves. Among this group of people, Lin Feng unexpectedly saw a familiar figure, Wang Bo. At this time, Wang Bo no longer had the elegance and composure of the past. He was holding a thigh tightly with one hand and holding a kitchen knife with the other, and was in a fierce confrontation with a middle-aged man. Wang Bo shouted loudly with anger on his face. "Damn it, don't you know me? How dare you come and steal my things?" However, the man didn't buy his account at all and retorted. "FKU, do you still think you're a rich second generation? You really think you're a nobody? If you don't give me that leg today, I'll chop you off." After saying that, the man swung the kitchen knife at Wang Bo without hesitation. Seeing this, Wang Bo hurriedly threw his thigh to Aunt Zhao next to him, shouted "Run home," and started fighting with the man. The two of them fought back and forth, and it was difficult to tell who was better. However, Wang Bo's body had long been hollowed out by alcohol and S**X, and his physical strength was obviously inferior to that of the other party. After a few rounds, he was exhausted and out of breath, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Seeing this, the man's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he chopped at Wang Bo's head with a knife. Wang Bo was unable to dodge and was hit on the shoulder. Suddenly, blood gushed out, staining his clothes red. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The man looked at Wang Bo wailing on the ground and smiled triumphantly. "FKU, I let you show off, I'm going to kill you." After saying that, he raised the kitchen knife high, ready to give Wang Bo a fatal blow. However, at this critical moment, Wang Bo endured the severe pain and rolled over to avoid the man's kitchen knife. He seized the opportunity and kicked the man in the crotch. The man suddenly covered his crotch in pain and screamed "Ah," then fell to the ground and rolled over in agony. Seeing this, Wang Bo knew this was his only chance. He gritted his teeth, struggled to get up, picked up the kitchen knife on the ground, and swung it continuously. In the blink of an eye, the knife chopped the man to the ground, and his blood dyed the entire parking lot red. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng raised his head. It's really hard for this former rich second generation. However, this is just one of many fight scenes in the parking lot. The same scene is constantly being played out, with people scrambling frantically for limited resources in order to survive. The entire parking lot has turned into a hellish scene, with blood all over the ground and wailing sounds one after another. 5 people unfortunately died in this crazy fight. Their fate was no different from the 4 bodies found earlier. They became victims of this survival game. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making people shudder. At this moment, all the people involved in the fight were exhausted and in tattered clothes. But each of them had snatched a part of the corpse to a greater or lesser extent. These corpses were originally lifeless, but now they became their only hope of survival. In the brief respite, people gradually realized that if they continued to fight like this, they might be the next to fall. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Chapter 51. Therefore, although there was still deep hostility and vigilance between each other, everyone tacitly chose to stop. They looked around vigilantly, fearing that they would be hurt by a sudden attack. Lin Feng witnessed all this with a cold expression on his face. Is this the end? No, I haven't seen enough. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a stink smoke bomb from the space and held it tightly in his hand. He opened the door and walked towards the crowd. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all knew that Lin Feng came out at this time, definitely wanting to snatch the corpse. Sure enough, Lin Feng approached step by step, but unexpectedly, he stopped about 10 meters away from them. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the bustling crowd, which surprised Lin Feng very much. It was Song Wei. Song Wei, a retired soldier, now works as a security guard in the community. He is an upright person and is deeply respected by everyone. However, at this moment, he was covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, and he was holding a piece of unrecognizable flesh and blood in his arms. It was obvious that he had paid a huge price in this struggle. He looked straight at Lin Feng, his eyes gleaming with determination and his tone sounding a little doubtful. "Mr. Lin, I know you have a large amount of supplies stored at home, but do you also want to snatch these corpses?" Lin Feng looked back at Song Wei coldly, with a mocking smile on his face. "What? You want to be my enemy?" Song Wei quickly shook his head, his tone revealing sincerity and helplessness. "No, Mr. Lin, I don't mean that. If you need it, I can give you some." This answer surprised Lin Feng. He did not expect that at such a life and death moment, Song Wei would be willing to share with him the corpse that he had snatched at the risk of his life. Lin Feng looked at Song Wei deeply and said slowly. "You can go now, but no one else is allowed to move." As soon as the words fell, curses broke out from the crowd. "Damn it, who do you think you are? If you don't let me go, I won't dare to leave. You really can show off here. Don't think you are so great just because you beat Biozi. FK it, I'm not leaving. I'm standing here. Come over here if you have the guts." However, no one saw clearly how Lin Feng took out a pistol from space in an instant. He held the pitch-black muzzle of a gun and glanced at everyone coldly. Faced with this sudden threat, everyone shut their mouths instantly and dared not act rashly again. They have realized that the 4 corpses are most likely Lin Feng's masterpiece. Although he was alone with only a gun, his cold aura and resolute eyes were enough to scare everyone. Lin Feng waved the gun at Song Wei, signaling him to leave. Song Wei nodded gratefully, turned around and left this dangerous place. The rest of the people all stared at Lin Feng blankly, not knowing what he would do next. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his left hand, and the smoke bomb in his hand was like a bright meteor, cutting through the air in an elegant arc and accurately falling into the crowd. Pa! After a crisp sound, an indescribable stench accompanied by thick smoke instantly rose up, like an invisible giant hand, instantly covering everyone. What the hell is this? Why does it stink so bad? Who the hell pulled their pants pockets? The smell is really irritating. Everyone was frightened by the sudden stench and smoke and fled in all directions, trying to escape the suffocating and smelly smoke. However, in the panic, they bumped into each other and fell to the ground. Some people accidentally hurt themselves when they fell, while others lost the bodies they had just snatched away. The scene was in chaos. However, Lin Feng was like a bystander. He always stood in the distance and observed everything calmly. Whenever he saw someone trying to escape from the smoke, he would throw another smoke bomb without hesitation to continue blocking their way. He played like this for more than an hour, as if he was enjoying the chaos he had directed. Only when all the smoke bombs in his hand were used up did he stop reluctantly and return home. Song Wei hid quietly in the corner, watching Lin Feng walk into the house. He turned and left only when his figure completely disappeared from his sight. However, his destination was not the security room where he lived, but the home of Zhang Limei, a mother in the community. Zhang Limei was sitting on the sofa at this moment, unbuttoning her clothes, preparing to feed her child. Her face was filled with worry and helplessness, the child was crying loudly due to hunger, and her heart was filled with guilt and helplessness. As soon as Song Wei entered the room, he saw Zhang Limei's snow-white breasts. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Forcefully suppress the throbbing in your heart. He knew very well that this was not the time to be sentimental, so he asked quickly. How is it? Is there any milk? Zhang Limei looked down at the child in her arms, her voice choked with sobs. I haven't eaten for several days, how can I have milk? This is not a solution, Xiao Bao is almost fainting from hunger. Song Wei felt nervous when he heard this. He said hurriedly. Don't worry, I brought some food back. Zhang Limei raised her head and saw Song Wei covered in blood, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. But when she saw the meat in Song Wei's hand, the horror in her eyes was quickly replaced by greed. She said urgently. Quick, go and boil some hot water to cook the meat. Song Wei nodded and turned to boil water. Zhang Limei stared at the piece of meat, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She knew that this piece of meat might save her child's life. No one expected that in this chaotic moment, Zhang Limei could actually find Song Wei to take over. This woman has a unique vision and was able to accurately pick out Song Wei, a potential stock, from among many bachelors. Maybe in the eyes of others, Song Wei is just an ordinary security guard, but in Zhang Limei's eyes, he is her life-saving straw. Although Zhang Limei is nearly 30 years old, she is still pretty. In addition, her figure has become fuller after giving birth, which adds a bit of mature feminine charm. As a bachelor, Song Wei naturally finds it hard to resist the temptation of such a mature woman. It was indeed Zhang Limei's ability that she was able to hook up with Song Wei and get him to help raise the child. In this chaotic world, it is not easy to find someone to rely on. And Song Wei may be her savior in this troubled times. Zhang Limei seemed to be really lucky, as she happened to catch the power supply. Time. Chapter 52. Song Wei used this rare electricity to quickly boil a pot of hot water. He carefully cut the meat into thin slices, blanched it several times to make sure it was cooked through, and then handed it to Zhang Limei. And he could only choose to eat the meat slices raw, which still had a raw taste. The long-lost feeling of fullness brought a satisfied smile to Zhang Limei's face, and she then remembered to ask where the meat came from. She looked at Song Wei with a bit of curiosity and confusion in her eyes. Song Wei, the supermarket outside has already closed. Where did you get such fresh meat? Also, why do you have so much blood on you? Did you steal it from someone else? However, Zhang Limei didn't seem to care too much about whether Song Wei was injured. Her focus was all on the piece of meat. This problem put Song Wei in a dilemma. He knew that if he told Zhang Limei the truth, she might not be able to accept it. After all, what she just ate was human flesh. Song Wei is an honest man and he is not good at lying. He answered hesitantly. Meat, they. Zhang Limei, however, was an impatient person. Seeing that Song Wei couldn't explain anything for a long time, she couldn't help feeling a little impatient. Hey, tell me, what's going on with this meat? And what's going on with the blood on your body? Song Wei had no choice but to take out his cell phone. He found the photos of the 4 bodies and said. It was, their meat. There were too many people trying to grab the meat, so a fierce battle broke out. When Zhang Limei learned the source of the meat, her stomach immediately turned upside down. She tried hard to hold back her vomiting, not for anything else, but for the sake of her child. She didn't get enough nutritional supplements and didn't have enough milk to feed her baby. Song Wei hurriedly comforted Zhang Limei, and when she calmed down, Song Yk explained to her the process of the robbery and the appearance of Lin Feng. After listening to Song Wei's story, Zhang Limei's eyes lit up and said. It seems that Lin Feng has a good impression of you. He has so many supplies stored at home. Maybe he will help you. Song Wei understood that Zhang Limei wanted him to seek Lin Feng's help. But he was an upright person and had never asked anyone for help, let alone in this end times. Food is life, otherwise there wouldn't have been such a brutal fight in the underground parking lot just now. Song Wei looked embarrassed and said. This is not good. Besides, we still have food and can hold on for a while. Zhang Limei was about to speak when she suddenly felt her chest swelling. A look of joy appeared on her face, she knew that she had milk, and she quickly unbuttoned her clothes and began to feed the baby. Song Wei sat aside, staring at the erotic scene, wishing he could replace the child in Zhang Limei's arms with himself. Zhang Limei also saw what Song Wei was thinking, smiled coquettishly and said. Want to eat? Song Wei nodded mechanically, sucked his saliva, and said. Uh-huh. Zhang Limei said, strike while the iron is hot. If you want to eat, do as I say. One night passed and the doomsday entered the 8th day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, it was still foggy and dark outside, as if shrouded in thick haze. The snow was still falling, although it was much lighter and less dense than the previous few days. But the snow on the ground has accumulated to at least 2 meters thick, like white hills, completely blocking people's travel routes. There has been no news of rescue. This has been the 8th day, and people's patience seems to have been exhausted by the endless wait. As time went by, everyone became more and more anxious, with fear and anxiety growing wildly in their hearts like weeds. Panic spread among the crowd, like a time bomb that could explode at any time. Lin Feng brought Orlan to the underground parking lot. It was empty and so quiet that the only sound he could hear was his own breathing. It seems that what happened yesterday had such a huge impact on everyone that no one dared to leave the house easily for fear of encountering any unexpected events. Lin Feng walked around the parking lot and was about to go home when suddenly, Song Wei came towards him. His face was pale, and the dark circles under his eyes showed that he was tired from not getting enough rest. Without waiting for Song Wei to speak, Lin Feng spoke directly. You were waiting for me here on purpose, right? During this special period, Lin Feng was very cautious. He had already discovered Song Wei hiding in the corner. And his mind was always on the pistol in the space. If Song Wei makes any unusual move, he will kill him immediately. Song Wei walked to a place 5 meters away from Lin Feng, stopped, and said sincerely. Mr. Lin, thank you very much for what you did yesterday. Song Wei knew that if Lin Feng had not let him off yesterday, he probably couldn't even take the meat away, let alone walk out of the chaotic scene alive. He will always remember this kindness. Lin Feng waved his hand and said lightly. It's nothing, but you shouldn't be with that group of people. Lin Feng didn't know that Song Wei was seduced by Zhang Limei, so he didn't know why Song Wei was fighting with those people for the corpse. But he could feel the uneasiness and contradiction emanating from Song Wei. Song Wei understood what Lin Feng meant. He lowered his head and spoke after a moment of silence. I know I was wrong. I violated my oath and the trust of the organization. But I also have my own difficulties. Lin Feng looked at Song Wei, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Tell me, what is your difficulty? Then, Song Wei took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to tell the story of how he and Zhang Limei got together. After listening to Song Wei's narration, he nodded slightly, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. The end of the world is coming, and I don't know how many days I can live. I can only live in these last moments. There's nothing wrong with enjoying your last moments. So that's how it is, congratulations. When Song Wei heard Lin Feng's blessing, an awkward smile appeared on his face. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly. There's nothing to congratulate. We're just living together. You know my situation. My salary is not high and I'm not outstanding. If it weren't for this snowstorm, no woman would be willing to be with me. Lin Feng looked at Song Wei and couldn't help feeling deeply moved. He knew Song Wei's situation. A monthly salary of 3,000 yuan was indeed not enough to attract many women's attention. However, although Zhang Limei's appearance had a certain purpose, it at least gave Song Wei a home. Lin Feng sighed softly and then said. Song Wei, you came to see me not just to say thank you, right? Since Song Wei told Lin Feng about what happened between him and Zhang Limei, Lin Feng guessed it. It must be Zhang Limei who instigated Song Wei to come find him. Chapter 53. When Song Wei heard this, a guilty look appeared on his face. He was silent for a while, then he mustered up the courage to speak. Mr. Lin, you are right. It was Zhang Limei who asked me to come to you. She asked me to borrow some food from you before she would sleep with me. When Lin Feng heard this, he understood. He showed a matter-of-fact expression and said lightly. It's nothing, just food. I have some at home, you can take it. Lin Feng's voice sounded relaxed, as if he was discussing a trivial matter. However, the keywords "some" in his words meant that Lin Feng's food reserves were not actually sufficient. It was at this doomsday moment of scarcity and bitter cold, Lin Feng chose to share his food with you, Song Wei, without hesitation. You savored this friendship, Lin Feng's righteousness and his concern for you. How can such a favor be repaid so easily? Song Wei was deeply moved by Lin Feng's actions and was so excited that he was speechless for a long time. He said gratefully with a trembling voice. This, Mr. Lin, how can I repay your kindness? Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand and said. Xiao Song, you are being too polite. We have known each other for many years and have become as close as brothers. In my eyes, your business is my business. So, stop talking about repaying me and come over here and get some food. However, Lin Feng's generous help to Song Wei was not out of simple sympathy and pity. He had more far-reaching plans. After all, this security guard is very skilled. He has been trained in the military camp for 5 years and is agile and quick to react. It can play a vital role in special circumstances, or at worst can be used to block bullets. Afterwards, Song Wei returned to Zhang Limei's home happily with a box of instant noodles. As for meat and vegetables, Lin Feng would never give them. Lin Feng only cares about Song Wei's life or death. As for Zhang Limei and the child, what does it have to do with him? However, the development of things was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Not long after, the doorbell suddenly rang. He walked to the surveillance camera and frowned. A woman holding a child was standing outside the door. Although she was wrapped tightly, Lin Feng recognized her as Zhang Limei at a glance. Why is she here? Although he had some feelings for Song Wei, he didn't have much friendship with Zhang Limei. He used to see her often in the neighborhood. Although she was not stunningly beautiful, she still had a graceful figure. Especially after giving birth, there is a unique milky fragrance emanating from the body that is unforgettable. Lin Feng walked to the door but did not open it. He shouted knowingly. Who is this? What do you want to talk to me about? Zhang Limei heard the voice and answered hurriedly. Mr. Lin, you are at home. I am Zhang Limei. Song Wei should have told you about my relationship with him. Lin Feng replied indifferently. It's you. Didn't I already give the food to Song Wei? Why are you looking for me? Zhang Limei knew that Lin Feng generously gave Song Wei a box of instant noodles. But everyone in the community knows that Lin Feng's family has fresh vegetables and meat. This made her feel extremely unbalanced, so she came to the door with her child. Mr. Lin, thank you very much for giving us a box of instant noodles. But look at the baby in my arms. He is still nursing. If I don't have enough nutrition, I won't have milk. Then the baby will starve to death. Can you please give me some nutritious food since he is still young? Greed is insatiable. Zhang Limei is really taking advantage of others and being shameless. Sister Zhang, don't you know what's going on? I'm very kind of you to give you a box of instant noodles. People need to know how to be satisfied. Zhang Limei was speechless after hearing Lin Feng's words, but she was still unwilling to give in. She took a deep breath and spoke with courage. Mr. Lin, please, I really have no other choice. As long as you can give me some nutritious food, I am willing to do anything to repay you. After saying that, Zhang Limei unbuttoned her shirt with one hand. Although there was a layer of clothes underneath, her towering chest could still be clearly seen. Zhang Limei's figure was already plump, and after giving birth she became even plumper. Moreover, when she came, Zhang Limei was already prepared to sacrifice herself, which was why she did not let Song Wei come with her. This scene also reminded Lin Feng of the milky scent of Zhang Limei. It has to be said that this is a fatal temptation for any man. If it were in the past, Lin Feng might have agreed to Zhang Limei's request without hesitation. To him, a little food means nothing. It is totally worth it to exchange this little food for a woman with a strong milky fragrance. However, Zhang Limei is now with Song Wei, which makes Lin Feng feel somewhat conflicted and hesitant. Lin Feng stood at the door, silent, his heart was experiencing a fierce struggle. Zhang Limei outside the door seemed to have noticed Lin Feng's concerns. She mustered up her courage again and spoke. Mr. Lin, please rest assured, Song Wei, he hasn't touched me yet. There was a hint of firmness and expectation in her voice, as if she hoped that these words could dispel Lin Feng's concerns. I have to admit that Zhang Limei is indeed meticulous. She keenly captured Lin Feng's hesitation and tried to dispel his concerns in this way. To die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. Lin Feng hardened his heart and finally opened the door. As soon as she entered the door, Zhang Limei felt the comfortable warmth of Lin Feng's home. Compared to the cold outside, it feels like another world in here. The temperature difference made her feel a little hot and uncomfortable, so she hurriedly opened the quilt wrapped around the child and took off her clothes. She was left with only her underwear, and she showed it in front of Lin Feng openly. She is a smart woman who knows how to make a man happy. Now that the decision has been made, just face it openly. She hopes to use her body in exchange for Lin Feng's help so that the child can get better nutrition. In an instant, the strong aroma of milk was like a gentle breeze, gently brushing across Lin Feng's nose, making him sniff involuntarily. The fragrance is so tempting, as if it has some kind of magic that makes people intoxicated. Seeing this, Zhang Limei raised her lips to a charming smile. She looked at Lin Feng with anticipation in her eyes. She said softly. How is it? Does this milky aroma smell good? As long as you give me some nutritious food, I can be yours anytime. While speaking, Zhang Limei deliberately straightened her proud breasts, as if showing her charm to Lin Feng. Her actions were full of temptation and irresistible. The end of the world is so cruel. For a bite to eat, people can give up everything, including dignity, family members and lovers. Chapter 54. After the battle, the air was filled with smoke and exhaustion. Lin Feng walked up to Zhang Limei, holding a few boxes of instant canned food. Although these cans were just simple food, but at a time like this, they are especially precious. This is also because Zhang Limei is too purposeful, so Lin Feng did not treat her like other women. Zhang Limei took the can, her voice trembling slightly. Mr. Lin, if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Lin Feng admitted that Zhang Limei was crazier than any other woman he had ever met before. Could it be because she had given birth to a child? After seeing Zhang Limei off, Lin Feng felt as if all the energy in his body had been drained. Take out a table of sumptuous food from the space storage. The oysters are tender and juicy, the kidneys are plump and delicious, the bull whips are nourishing and healthy, and the leeks are green and attractive. He poured himself another glass of deer blood wine, which had a mellow aroma and a hint of warmth. In such an environment of the end of the world, Lin Feng knew very well that the body was the capital of revolution. Although fighting on different women every day is exciting and challenging, the issue of maintenance cannot be ignored. He must always be in the best condition to continue fighting. This kind of life is really great, it is so much better than before the end of the world. However, in this satisfaction and comfort, he also felt a little lonely. With only a loyal dog by his side, the empty room seemed to be missing something. How about finding a woman to accompany me? This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but he immediately gave it up. With such a good opportunity, how can we give up the whole forest for a tree? He knew very well that in the end times, survival was the most important thing, and women were just the spice of life. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng came to the sofa and picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table. Hundreds of messages have been sent in the owner group. I was so busy savoring the taste of my nanny that I even forgot to check my phone. He clicked on the message and began to browse through it one by one. The first message revealed that the hidden dangers left over from the thrilling fight in the parking lot were gradually emerging. My wound seems to be infected. That neighbor has some anti-inflammatory medicine at home. Can you give me some? I was stabbed and bleeding. Is there any neighbor here who knows medicine? Can you help me bandage the wound? Neighbors, it's great that you still have the energy to send messages. My husband was stabbed 3 times and is now in a coma. His condition is very critical. I beg you, can you help him first? I am willing to pay any price and will be grateful. The messages for help fell on deaf ears, with no one responding. In this end times of material scarcity, medicine is even more scarce than food. People are struggling for their own survival. Who would be willing to easily give drugs that may affect their life or death to others? However, the silence did not last long. Aunt Zhao, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly tagged Sun Ziyi in the group and sent a message. Miss Sun, you are the only doctor in our community. You should step up and help everyone solve the problem at this time. After all, this concerns everyone's life. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is your duty as a doctor. How can you bear to watch everyone sacrifice in vain? Aunt Zhao's words immediately caused an uproar in the group and made everyone remember the existence of Dr. Sun Ziyi. Dr. Sun, I'm Xiao Li from Building 6. Do you remember me? My mother is your third aunt's second cousin. We are relatives. You have to give me priority in treatment. Dr. Sun, my husband's injury is the most serious. He is already unconscious. You can't be partial. You must save him first. Yes, it depends on the severity of the injury. I was stabbed twice and the wounds are still bleeding, so I'm ranked second. Sun Ziyi looked at the anxious messages in the group with a frown on her face. As a doctor, she deeply desires to treat all the injured. However, in this special period, she would undoubtedly face great danger if she went out alone as a woman. This put her in a dilemma. At this moment, Lin Feng's figure flashed through her mind. She knew that Lin Feng would definitely be able to give her good advice. Unconsciously, she had developed a deep dependence on Lin Feng. However, when she was about to call Lin Feng, she hesitated. She realized that she couldn't always rely on others. What if Lin Feng has something and cannot respond to her in time? She still has to learn to face and solve problems on her own. So she took a deep breath and decided to find a solution herself. Lin Feng also saw the neighbors making things difficult for Sun Ziyi, but he said nothing. He just wanted to see what Sun Ziyi would do. Time seems to slow down at this moment. Sun Ziyi took a deep breath and finally sent a message. As a doctor, I know that my duty is to save lives, but at the same time, I must also consider my own safety. I hope everyone can understand my decision. Therefore, I have decided to only receive seriously ill patients at a time, and family members are not allowed to accompany them. If anyone needs treatment, please line up in front of my door in order, and I will treat everyone one by one. But please understand that this is not a charity, so please be sure to prepare the consultation fee. Although the neighbors were somewhat dissatisfied, they could understand Sun Ziyi's difficulties. After all, in this special period, no one can guarantee their own safety. The so-called medical fee of Sun Ziyi was actually food, which was her last resort to make a living. However, not everyone is willing to abide by Sun Ziyi's rules. The family of the comatose patient immediately tagged Sun Ziyi in the group chat. Dr. Sun, you are really wrong to do this. My husband is seriously injured and can't come here on his own. You can't just let him give up like this, right? How about you send someone to pick him up? Sun Ziyi looked at the message and felt helpless. She knows she can't take good care of everyone, but she tries her best to balance various relationships. However, she had no time to respond to the family member's complaint at this moment because someone had already knocked on her door. Lin Feng absolutely didn't want anything to happen to Sun Ziyi, not because he coveted her beauty, but because she was a doctor. His arrival surprised Sun Ziyi a little, but she still hurriedly welcomed Lin Feng in. She looked at Lin Feng and asked with some confusion. Why are you here? Lin Feng smiled slightly and said. You are so stupid. At this time, why do you still care about the lives of those people? Aren't you afraid of danger? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Sun Ziyi felt a warm feeling in her heart. Chapter 55. She lowered her head, clenched her hands together, and spoke with a trembling voice. I'm a doctor, this is what I should do. Lin Feng patted Sun Ziyi's shoulder gently and spoke in a firm tone. Well, just focus on treating them. I'll be on guard upstairs. If there's anything unusual or dangerous, just shout for help and I'll come down to save you right away. Sun Ziyi looked at Lin Feng gratefully, tears glistening in her eyes. Well, thank you. I feel at ease with you around. As soon as Lin Feng walked upstairs, there was a knock on the door. Sun Ziyi saw a middle-aged woman through the peephole. He was supporting a middle-aged man covered in blood, probably the man who said in the group that he was stabbed twice. After confirming that there were only 2 people outside the door, Sun Ziyi quickly opened the door and helped the man in. The middle-aged woman put the bag of food in her hand at the door and said, Dr. Sun, thank you for your help. This is our consultation fee. Please make sure to treat my husband well. Sun Ziyi said. Don't worry, I'll do my best. After saying that, he closed the door. After helping the man into the house, Sun Ziyi had already prepared a thick carpet and a first aid kit. Due to the low temperature, the man could not take off all his clothes, so Sun Ziyi asked the man. Where is your wound? The man replied with a weak breath. The abdomen and left shoulder were both stabbed. Sun Ziyi did not ask how he was injured because she heard a fierce fight in the underground parking lot, but she did not dare to go out to check. After confirming the wound, Sun Ziyi took out a pair of scissors and cut open the man's clothes at the shoulder. A 10-centimeter long wound suddenly appeared before her eyes. Sun Ziyi couldn't help but take a breath and said. I don't have any anesthetic at home. The process of suturing the wound will be very painful. You have to bear it. The man nodded slightly, took the towel handed to him by Sun Ziyi, and bit it tightly in his mouth. Everything was ready, but the temperature was so low that the blood on the man's wound had frozen into ice. Sun Ziyi covered the wound with a towel to melt the ice, and then it was time to show her medical skills. The wound must be treated before it freezes again. I have to say that Sun Ziyi's medical skills are superb. She can disinfect, clean and suture in one go. The man's wounds were treated in less than 5 minutes. However, the man also fainted from the pain. Sun Ziyi ignored him and continued to treat the man's abdominal wound. With the previous process, she was faster and finished it in 3 minutes. Even in such a low temperature, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Sun Ziyi's forehead. Gently wiping away the sweat, Sun Ziyi woke the man up and said. Due to limited conditions, this is all I can do. I don't have tetanus shots at home. Your wound is likely to get infected. You must pay more attention. The man's face turned pale. He was very satisfied that the wound was effectively sutured. He looked at Sun Ziyi with gratitude and said in a weak voice. Dr. Sun, this has troubled you a lot. Can I go back now? This is not a hospital. No matter how kind Sun Ziyi is, she will not take out her own blanket to keep him warm. The pain and the cold were unbearable for the man. He just wanted to return home as soon as possible. Sun Ziyi helped the man to the door and handed him over to his wife. Back in the house, Sun Ziyi almost collapsed and sat on the sofa. Her cheeks were slightly flushed and sweat was dripping down her forehead. It was obvious that the operation had just taken a lot of her energy. Her eyes revealed deep fatigue, but more of a sense of satisfaction and relief. At this moment, Lin Feng slowly walked down from upstairs. He sat opposite Sun Ziyi, looked at her exhausted appearance, and said. Why are you trying so hard? Those people's lives have nothing to do with you. Sun Ziyi raised her head and showed a gentle smile. She shook her head gently and said. This is my mission. A doctor's duty is to save lives and heal the wounded. I feel truly relieved when I see that the patient is safe and sound. Lin Feng looked at Sun Ziyi's determined eyes and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that there are really not many doctors as responsible as her. Not only does she possess superb medical skills, she is also willing to take risks for her patients. He knew that Sun Ziyi was risking her life to treat these neighbors, and this spirit was truly admirable. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but speak. It's useless even if you save them now. They will die in this disaster in no time. When Sun Ziyi heard this, she frowned and asked in confusion. What do you mean? Is this cold snap going to last a long time? Lin Feng smiled slightly and was about to explain when the doorbell rang again. The two looked at each other and understood that this meant another injured person had come. Lin Feng looked at Sun Ziyi's tired appearance and said with some reluctance. If you are tired, just ignore them and let them fend for themselves. Sun Ziyi shook her head and said firmly. Since I have promised them, I must be responsible to the end. I can't give up on them just because I am tired. Go upstairs first. I'll accompany you after I've dealt with them. After saying that, she stood up, took a deep breath, and prepared to face new challenges. Aunt Zhao's house, under the dim light, Wang Bo sat quietly on the sofa, with a piece of cloth that Aunt Zhao found casually wrapped around his arm. The wound was simply bandaged and still oozing blood, and it was obvious that even the most basic disinfection had not been done. Aunt Zhao couldn't help but frown when she saw his expression. Master Wang, Sun Ziyi has already agreed to treat everyone, why aren't you going there right now? Wang Bo took a deep breath, trying to endure the pain from his wound. He glanced at Aunt Zhao, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. What do you know? We have to be the last one to go. This way, we can take this opportunity to control Sun Ziyi so that she won't be disturbed by others. When Aunt Zhao heard this, she was shocked. She didn't expect Wang Bo to be so cunning. However, this is also good, at least Sun Ziyi is treating everyone now, not only can he get a lot of food, but he can also use her to threaten Lin Feng. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Aunt Zhao looked at Wang Bo with a little more respect in her eyes. Master Wang, you are really smart. I really have to admire you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's lips curled up into a smug smile. It's nothing. Go and keep watch at the door of Sun Ziyi's house. If no one is there, notify me immediately. Chapter 56. Aunt Zhao nodded in agreement, but was secretly thinking about Wang Bo's plan. She knew that even though she was being used, she didn't care as long as she could get what she wanted. So she turned and walked out of the room, heading towards Sun Ziyi's house. After sending the last injured person away, Sun Ziyi finally had some free time. She looked up at the clock on the wall. It's so late, no one will come. Sun Ziyi murmured to herself, with a hint of fatigue in her voice. She was just about to ask Lin Feng to come down and help tidy up the clinic when suddenly, there was another knock on the door, breaking the tranquility of the night. Sun Ziyi frowned. She had sutured the wounds of 8 injured people today and her hands were almost too tired to lift. However, doctors have a kind heart, and she has already said what she wants to say, so she can't just turn people away. She gritted her teeth and walked to the door, looking through the peephole, only to see the people she least wanted to see. Aunt Zhao and Wang Bo. Aunt Zhao looked anxious, while Wang Bo looked indifferent, as if he was not the one injured. Sun Ziyi felt unhappy in her heart. She knew something about the conflict between Lin Feng and Wang Bo. Although she didn't want to let personal grudges affect the treatment of the injured, it was indeed difficult for her to remain calm when facing Wang Bo. She said through the door. I'm sorry, it's too late today and I'm a little tired. Please come back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao hurriedly explained. Dr. Sun, we know you've worked hard. Although Master Wang's injury is not serious, it cannot be delayed. We came here so late to give time to those seriously ill patients. This is also for the sake of others. Sun Ziyi's heart moved. She understood Aunt Zhao's intention and knew that Wang Bo's injury could not be delayed. Since Wang Bo was so selfless, Sun Ziyi couldn't turn him away. After opening the door, Aunt Zhao supported Wang Bo and walked into the house. Seeing this, Sun Ziyi immediately stopped the two of them and spoke sternly. Aunt Zhao, I understand your feelings. However, I made it very clear in the group that only the injured person is allowed to come in. If you want to break the rules, please go back. When Wang Bo heard this, he suddenly pushed Aunt Zhao's arm away and said. Aunt Zhao, don't worry. I will abide by the rules set by Dr. Sunday. How about this? Just wait for me outside the door. After saying this, he gave Aunt Zhao a reassuring look, as if telling her. Even though I'm injured, I still have no problem dealing with a weak woman. However, Sun Ziyi was not the weak woman he imagined. She looked at Wang Bo's provocative eyes and felt even more unhappy. But she also understood that the most important thing now was to treat the wounded. So, she gritted her teeth and let Wang Bo into the clinic, but at the same time she secretly warned herself, you must stay calm and not let your personal emotions affect the rescue work. After entering the house, Sun Ziyi began to treat Wang Bo's wounds as usual. Although she had some grudges against Wang Bo, as a doctor, she tried to remain calm and professional. Although Wang Bo's injuries were not serious, they still required careful cleaning and sutures. Sun Ziyi was skilled and completed most of the work quickly. However, just as she was about to bandage Wang Bo's wound, an accident happened. Wang Bo suddenly stood up and grabbed Sun Ziyi's wrist. His eyes became fierce and he spoke viciously. Dr. Sun, I know that you have a special relationship with Lin Feng. Now I need your help with something. Sun Ziyi was startled by Wang Bo's sudden action. She struggled to break free from Wang Bo's restraints. But Wang Bo was incredibly strong and she couldn't break free at all. What do you want to do? Let me go. Sun Ziyi shouted in horror. Wang Bo sneered and said, what do I want to do? Of course I want you to have a taste of my power. Do you think you, a mere doctor, can offend me so easily? I'm telling you, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, don't even think about leaving here alive. As he spoke, Wang Bo took out a dagger from his pocket with his other hand and put it against Sun Ziyi's neck. Sun Ziyi felt a chill running down her bones. She knew that Wang Bo really dared to do it. Don't be impulsive. If you have anything to say, just talk it over nicely. Sun Ziyi tried her best to remain calm and tried to calm Wang Bo's emotions with words. However, Wang Bo didn't seem to be willing to listen to her explanation. He said viciously. Stop talking nonsense. Do as I say, or I'll make you bleed. Sun Ziyi's heart tightened. She knew that Wang Bo was a man of his words. However, she couldn't just succumb to his threats. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calmer. Wang Bo, calm down. Lin Feng and I are just friends. If you have anything to say, you should talk to Lin Feng directly instead of threatening me here. Just when Wang Bo was about to subdue Sun Ziyi, a bone-chilling chill suddenly struck him from behind. It was like a cold steel needle piercing his skin and straight into his heart. He shuddered suddenly, and the pride and arrogance in his heart were instantly dispelled by the chill. Then, a cold feeling came from the top of his head, like a cold snake's tongue gently touching his scalp, making him shiver. He instinctively wanted to turn around, but heard a cold and familiar voice ringing in his ears. Don't move, put your hands up. Wang Bo's heart felt like it was sinking into an ice cellar. This voice was very familiar to him. You don't need to look to know that it was Lin Feng who put the gun to his head. He felt a strong fear rising from the bottom of his heart, and his hands raised involuntarily. He turned around slowly and saw the person he least wanted to see, Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were cold, like the chilly wind in winter, making people shudder. He snatched the dagger from Wang Bo's hand and kicked Wang Bo hard in the stomach. I think you are tired of living. You even dare to touch my people. Lin Feng cursed, his voice full of anger and majesty. Wang Bo was kicked to the ground, and the pain made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He looked at Lin Feng unwillingly, but did not dare to say another word. He knew that Lin Feng would not let him go easily this time. When Sun Ziyi saw the scene, the fear in her heart finally dissipated. She looked at Lin Feng gratefully, then threw herself into his arms. Lin Feng's words "my person" made her feel a little embarrassed, but at the same time she felt extremely relieved. Lin Feng patted Sun Ziyi's back gently and spoke softly. Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. Chapter 57. Sun Ziyi nodded gently in Lin Feng's arms, like a docile little wife. After comforting Sun Ziyi, Lin Feng walked up to Wang Bo, squatted down, and stared at him with eyes like knives. Wang Bo, do you think you can hurt others at will? Today, I will let you taste the pain. Wang Bo listened to Lin Feng's words and felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He tried to struggle, but his body seemed to be nailed down and he couldn't move. Lin Feng smiled coldly, took out a tiny silver needle from his pocket and waved it in front of Wang Bo. This is a silver needle I made specially. Every injection will make you feel excruciating pain. Lin Feng said this as he gently gave Wang Bo an injection on his arm. Wang Bo suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his arm, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his skin. He screamed and his body began to tremble violently. Lin Feng did not stop and continued to PK Wang Bo's body with silver needles. Every time the needle was inserted, Wang Bo screamed and his body trembled. The expression on Lin Feng's face became colder and colder, as if he was enjoying the torture. Sun Ziyi looked at this scene, and although she was a little scared, she knew that Lin Feng was venting his anger for her. A warm feeling welled up in my heart. She held Lin Feng's hand tightly, as if to give him strength. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally stopped what he was doing. He looked at Wang Bo who was almost unconscious due to the pain and said coldly. This is just the beginning. If you dare to hurt my people again, I will make you live a life worse than death. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the door like he was dragging a dead dog. When Aunt Zhao caught sight of Lin Feng, her face turned pale instantly and her heart tightened suddenly. Her feet seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and she instinctively took 2 steps back, her voice trembling noticeably. You, how did you end up in Dr. Sun's house? However, her attention was quickly attracted by Wang Bo at Lin Feng's feet. Wang Bo was pale, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and his body fell to the ground weakly. Aunt Zhao's heart sank, and she instantly realized that Wang Bo's action had failed, and he was severely punished by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care about Aunt Zhao's reaction. He threw Wang Bo's body out with force, like throwing a rag doll. Then he turned around and faced Aunt Zhao with a sneer on his face. You are always welcome to seek revenge on me. His tone was full of provocation and teasing, as if all this was just a game to him. The reason why he didn't kill Wang Bo directly was that he wanted to have some fun with these people. If all these people died, the game would be too boring. He liked the feeling of cat and mouse, and liked watching these people fail again and again and being played around by him time and time again. Having S*X is fun, but you can't do it 24 hours a day. Occasionally you need to find something else to change the mood. To Lin Feng, these people are his diversion and a little fun in his boring life. Back in the house, Sun Ziyi sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes slightly empty. He seemed to be still immersed in the thrilling experience just now and unable to extricate himself completely. Her face was pale and her fingers were trembling slightly. It was obvious that she had not yet fully recovered from the fear. When Lin Feng walked into the house, Sun Ziyi woke up as if from a dream. She tried to cheer herself up and took the initiative to walk towards Lin Feng. Although her voice was trembling, it was full of gratitude. Today, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would have encountered. Sun Ziyi couldn't help but think of Wang Bo's hideous face. If Lin Feng had not shown up in time today, she would most likely have fallen into Wang Bo's clutches and suffered endless torture and pain. Thinking of this, her heart beat faster and her body trembled involuntarily. However, Lin Feng did not show much sympathy for Sun Ziyi's experience. His purpose in contacting Sun Ziyi was very clear. First, because she was a doctor and could provide him with medical assistance, the second reason was that she was a beauty and made his heart beat fast. Although Sun Ziyi was in tears of gratitude at the moment, Lin Feng remained calm and rational. He did not forget his original intention because of Sun Ziyi's gratitude. Lin Feng patted Sun Ziyi's shoulder gently and comforted her. Ziyi, you are safe now, don't be afraid. I will try my best to protect you in the future and will not let this happen again. When Sun Ziyi heard Lin Feng's words, the fear and anxiety in her heart were slightly relieved. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng's firm and confident face, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Thank you, Lin Feng. I really appreciate you. Sun Ziyi once again expressed her gratitude to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said. Ziyi, we are friends, and we should help each other. You need to have a good rest now, so I won't disturb you. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and left Sun Ziyi's house. He knew that what Sun Ziyi needed at the moment was quietness and rest, not too much disturbance. After Lin Feng left, Sun Ziyi sat alone on the sofa, feeling mixed emotions. She knew that she was able to escape today thanks to Lin Feng's timely appearance. At the same time, she also realized that she was not alone in this world. Biozi's home, under the dim light, the atmosphere seemed a little depressing. After a few days of careful care, Biozi's injuries have improved significantly. But he still sat on the sofa, dejected, as if he had lost his former majesty. After being defeated repeatedly by Lin Feng, the domineering spirit in his heart had long since disappeared, and was replaced by endless frustration. Sun Yu sat next to Biozi, looking at his decadent appearance, and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. She chose to join Biozi just to fill her stomach. But now Biozi has become useless, putting her in a dilemma. She sighed softly and spoke. Brother Bio, there is no food at home. You should think of a solution. Biozi looked up at her, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Don't worry, I'm just thinking about it. However, Sun Yu did not calm down because of this. She frowned and said dissatisfiedly. Think about it. You've been thinking about it for a few days, but I don't see you coming up with a solution. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A familiar voice came. Brother Bio, are you home? I'm Qiangzi. Biozi frowned when he heard this, and couldn't help feeling confused. Qiangzi, he was not unfamiliar with this name. He was once one of the thugs recruited by Wang Bo at a high price. Chapter 58. They didn't have much in common, so why did Qiangzi suddenly come to visit? Although he had doubts in his mind, Biozi still asked Sun Yu to open the door. The door slowly opened, and a burly, fierce-looking man walked in. It's Qiangzi. As soon as Qiangzi entered the room, he stared at Sun Yu's body from head to toe. To him, Sun Yu, a standard woman, was already the best. This is also because Biozi has lost his former prestige. He would never dare to do this in the past. Afterwards, Qiangzi sat opposite Biozi with a lewd look on his face and said with a smile. Brother Bio, how does this little girl taste? However, this sentence touched Biozi's sore spot. His body had long been hollowed out by alcohol and S***X. Now I can't even get through the door, and I haven't had a chance to taste Sun Yu at all. However, he still pretended to be proud and said. In one word, it's damn tight. This made Qiangzi feel even more agitated, and he kept rubbing his hands. He couldn't take his eyes off Sun Yu's beautiful body. Sun Yu also heard the conversation between Biozi and Qiangzi. As an experienced green tea, she was already accustomed to such scenes. On the contrary, she was even a little proud because she could attract so many men's attention, which proved her charm. However, Sun Yu knew clearly that her target was Lin Feng, and she did not want any scandal to affect her image in Lin Feng's mind. So she pretended to be angry, glared at Qiangzi, then quickly returned to the bedroom and slammed the door behind her. Seeing this scene, Qiangzi felt a little dissatisfied and cursed in a low voice. FK, you stinky BCH, I don't know how many men have F'd you, and you're still pretending to be pure in front of me. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at its owner first. Qiangzi's words made Biozi a little angry. Qiangzi, what do you mean by that? Don't you know that she is my woman now? Hearing this, Qiangzi laughed and said. Haha, brother Bio, don't get me wrong, I'm just a brother who doesn't keep his mouth shut. How about this, to make amends, I'll give you 2 ounces of meat, what do you think? Having said that, Qiangzi deliberately paused, glanced towards Sun Yu's bedroom, and continued. But, little girl, you have to let me play with you. In the last fight in the underground parking lot, he relied on his unyielding ruthlessness to not only escape unscathed, but also reaped unexpected rewards. Qiangzi knew clearly that in this crisis-ridden apocalypse, survival itself was a cruel battle. He understood that his fate could be controlled by others at any time. One day, he might become someone else's food. Instead of living in fear like this, it is better to enjoy the happiness in front of you as soon as possible and live happily day by day. Biozi's stomach was rumbling with hunger. The food inside had long been digested, leaving only a feeling of emptiness. When Qiangzi mentioned the word meat, Biozi's throat moved unconsciously, as if he could swallow all his saliva. Although he was eager for food, Biozi did not immediately agree to Qiangzi's request. He knew clearly that his current situation was not optimistic, and his only asset was the 2 women around him. Biozi pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. He knew that Qiangzi was a difficult character and would not give up his demands easily. However, he also didn't want to put himself in a more passive situation. So he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Let's put it this way. There's another woman in that bedroom. If you can give me 10 pounds of meat, both of them will belong to you tonight. Oh shit, 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. How could Qiangzi, a bachelor for 1,000 years, not be moved by this? However, Qiangzi was not carried away by Biozi's proposal. He knew very well that in this world, every resource was extremely precious and he had to calculate carefully to maximize the benefits. He raised a sly smile and spoke slowly. Brother Bio, you are asking for too much. You should know the current situation better than me. Meat is much more scarce than women now. I can easily exchange 2 taels of meat for a woman. But you asked for 10 kilograms. Do you really think your woman is made of gold? When Biozi heard Qiangzi's words, he frowned slightly. He had long expected that Qiangzi was a difficult person to deal with and was a shrewd man. How much do you want to give? Qiangzi stretched out 2 fingers, waved them in front of Biozi, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 2 pounds of meat, 3 days. When Biozi heard this, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. He knew that Qiangzi was deliberately trying to lower the price, but given the current situation, he could only try his best. So, he said in a deep voice. 2 caddies of meat is too little, and 3 days is too short. How about we both compromise and give 3 caddies of meat for 3 nights? When Qiangzi heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He knew that Biaozi had made concessions and he had achieved his goal. So he nodded and said with a smile. Okay, let's do as brother Biao said, 3 pounds of meat, 3 nights. Deal. After some bargaining, the two finally reached an agreement. Although Biaozi was unwilling, he also knew that this was the best result at the moment. Qiangzi was contented to get the woman he wanted. However, after Sun Yu returned to his bedroom, he felt mixed emotions. She walked silently to the door, slowly lay down, put her ear against the door, and eavesdropped on the conversation between Biaozi and Qiangzi. Understand that you are being traded. She turned around and spoke to the other woman on the bed. Why Wei, Biaozi sold us out. We have to find a way to escape. Upon hearing this, Wai Wei was stunned at first, then shrugged nonchalantly and said. Sell it if you want. As long as I can eat my fill, it doesn't matter who I sleep with. I'll just treat it as letting a pig do the dirty work. When Sun Yu heard Wai Wei's words, she felt angry. She frowned and her tone became stern. Are you stupid? We are just tools for them to satisfy their desires. Do you think they will give us food? We have to find a way to escape by ourselves. Wai Wei then realized what Sun Yu meant. She hurriedly sat up from the bed, a trace of fear in her eyes. Then what should we do? Why don't we go to your house? Sun Yu shook his head, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Go to my house? Do you think my house is safe? They will break down the door. We need to calm down now and think about what to do. The two women sat on the bed with heavy faces, their hearts filled with fear and helplessness. After a moment, a light flashed in Sun Yu's eyes. She seemed to have thought of something and spoke slowly. I thought of someone who might be able to help us. Chapter 59. When Wai Wei heard Sun Yu's words, a glimmer of hope immediately appeared in her eyes, and she spoke eagerly. Who is it? Contact him quickly. I'll do anything to get me out. He took a deep breath, took out his cell phone and called Lin Feng. However, what Sun Yu didn't expect was that Lin Feng hung up on her several times in a row. It seems that something ruthless is needed. Sun Yu turned and looked at Wai Wei and said. Wai Wei, if you want to go out, you have to listen to me. Seeing Sun Yu's serious expression, Wai Wei nodded heavily. Well, I'll listen to you. After that, Sun Yu expressed her thoughts, and then the two women endured the cold. Wearing sexy lace underwear, she took many photos and sent them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was leisurely flipping through the photos on his phone, with a playful look in his eyes. He knew that Sun Yu must have something to ask for since he suddenly sent these photos. However, he did not rush to respond, because for him, Sun Yu's life and death was of great importance. It was just a trivial matter and he would not take it to heart at all. At this moment, Sun Yu sent a voice message with a hint of urgency and pleading in his voice. Lin Feng, look, the photo shows me and my good friend Wai Wei. We know that we are ordinary in appearance and cannot be compared with those beautiful female companions you had in the past. But now we are in trouble and cannot go out, and they cannot come to accompany you. Wai Wei and I have discussed it, and we are willing to serve you together. After listening to Sun Yu's voice, Lin Feng curled up his lips into a sneer. He secretly mocked himself in his heart, this woman is so naive and cute. When has he ever lacked women around him? To him, these photos and voice messages were nothing more than a boring game. However, Lin Feng also knew that Sun Yu and Wei Wei would not approach him easily, and they must have some ulterior motives. So he replied with a message indifferently. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Soon, Sun Yu's reply flashed across the screen like lightning, and she wrote eagerly. Lin Feng, Biaozi's gang wants to sell us as hostages. We really have nowhere else to go, so we come to you for help. Please, take us in, we really have nowhere else to go. However, Lin Feng did not feel much concern about Biaozi and his gang. In his eyes, they were nothing more than insignificant little characters who could be easily wiped out by him at any time. As for Sun Yu, he had no interest in even taking another look at him. He didn't even keep Sun Ziyi in his family, so how could he allow a woman like Sun Yu to enter his territory? Lin Feng was unmoved by the temptations of Sun Yu and Wei Wei. If he wants a woman, he only needs to say a few words in the group, and countless women will throw themselves into his arms. He replied without hesitation. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in you. Seeing Lin Feng's reply, Sun Yu's heart sank instantly. She thought she had shown all her sincerity, but she didn't expect that she still couldn't move Lin Feng's heart. There was a flash of despair in her eyes and tears welled up in her eyes. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Biaozi's voice followed. Sun Yu, Wai Wei, open the door quickly, I brought you some food. Sun Yu and Wai Wei both knew that this was just Biaozi's trick to trick them into opening the door. Sun Yu and Wai Wei looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. They knew that if they opened the door, what awaited them would be Qiangzi's cruel torture. Wai Wei said anxiously. Yu, what should we do? Come up with a solution quickly. A hint of determination flashed in Sun Yu's eyes, and she took a deep breath and said. Well, after we open the door, we can rush out together while Biaozi isn't paying attention. Wai Wei asked worriedly. So, where can we run to then? Sun Yu gritted his teeth and said. Don't worry about it, just follow me. As long as we can escape from here, there will definitely be a way. Afterwards, Sun Yu and Wai Wei plucked up their courage, held each other's hands tightly, and walked towards the door together. Sun Yu took a deep breath and pushed the door open with force. A cool breeze instantly rushed in, bringing with it the smell of the outside world. She exerted force suddenly and pushed the defenseless Biozi away. Biozi was pushed by the sudden force and staggered a few steps, almost falling to the ground. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, as if he had not expected these two seemingly weak women to be so bold. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sun Yu pulled Wei Wei and rushed out of the door at lightning speed. Qiangzi in the room was immersed in the wonderful things that were about to happen, and was stunned by this sudden scene. Biozi quickly came to his senses. He realized that Sun Yu and Wei Wei must have heard his conversation with Qiangzi and wanted to take the opportunity to escape. A strong sense of panic surged in his heart. Losing these two women would mean that he would face the fate of starving to death. So he hurriedly shouted to Qiangzi, "Quick, go and chase them back. We can't let them get away." When Qiangzi heard Biozi's cry, he suddenly woke up from his dream. A surge of anger surged in his heart. These two women actually dared to escape right under his nose. This was simply outrageous. He cursed fiercely, "Damn it, we have already got you by the hand, how could we possibly let you go?" After saying that, he strode towards the direction where Sun Yu and Wei Wei were running away. His face was full of ferocity, as if he had already witnessed the cruel scene after the two women were captured. However, Sun Yu and Wei Wei had already escaped from his sight. The two women ran wildly all the way, their hearts filled with panic and anxiety. They knew they couldn't stop, otherwise if Qiangzi and Biozi caught up with them, the consequences would be disastrous. Finally, they ran to Lin Feng's doorstep. Sun Yu panted heavily, banged on the door hard, and shouted anxiously. "Lin Feng, save us! Qiangzi and Biozi are chasing us!" Wei Wei echoed nervously. "Lin Feng, please, save us!" Their voices were filled with despair and pleading, hoping to get Lin Feng's help. However, there was silence inside the door, and no response. Sun Yu's heart sank. Could it be that Lin Feng wasn't at home? Or maybe he didn't want to save them at all. She continued to bang on the door and shout loudly. "Lin Feng, we are Sun Yu and Wei Wei, please save us." At this moment, Lin Feng's voice finally came from inside the door. "What do you want from me?" When Sun Yu heard Lin Feng's voice, he was delighted and spoke hurriedly. "Lin Feng, Qiangzi and Biozi want to arrest us. We have nowhere to escape, so we can only come to you for help." There was a hint of indifference in Lin Feng's voice. "You come to me for help? I've already rejected you before, why are you still coming to me?" Chapter 60. Sun Yu's heart tightened. She knew that Lin Feng's attitude was not friendly, but she still tried hard. "Lin Feng, we know you rejected us before, but we really have no other choice. Please, save us." Wei Wei also begged. "Lin Feng, we are innocent. We don't want to be caught by Qiangzi and Biozi. Please, give us a chance." Lin Feng was silent for a while and said. "I saved you, what can you give me in return?" Sun Yu and Wei Wei looked at each other. Although they felt a little uneasy, they nodded eagerly. "We are proficient in all kinds of skills and we guarantee that you will enjoy it to the fullest." At this moment, Qiangzi and Biozi also caught up, panting. They saw Sun Yu and Wei Wei standing at the door of Lin Feng's house, with a hint of hesitation on their faces. Obviously, Lin Feng, the legendary devil, left a deep shadow on them. Biozi looked at Lin Feng's tightly closed door and sighed. "Well, let's go back. We can't afford to offend Lin Feng." As soon as Biozi finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to go home. However, Qiangzi stood there, with unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He glared at Biozi fiercely and cursed. "Damn it, you coward! If we go back like this, how are we going to survive?" Biozi shook his head helplessly, said nothing more, and continued walking towards home. Qiangzi stood where he was, staring at Sun Yu and Wei Wei. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't open the door for a long time, he felt a surge of courage in his heart and thought that Lin Feng might not want to help the two girls. So he rushed towards Sun Yu, ready to catch her. Just when Qiangzi's hand was about to touch Sun Yu's clothes, the door of Lin Feng's house suddenly opened. A pitch-black gun muzzle stretched out from the crack in the door, pointing at Qiangzi. Qiangzi was so frightened that his soul left his body and he spoke tremblingly. "Linear. Lin Feng, why did you come out?" However, Lin Feng did not answer Qiangzi's question. He had a cold face and a sharp look in his eyes. Bang bang after 2 gunshots, Qiangzi felt his legs go limp and he knelt straight on the ground. It turned out that Lin Feng's 2 shots hit Qiangzi's knees respectively, making him lose the ability to stand instantly. Qiangzi fell to the ground in pain, his heart filled with regret and fear. He knew that he shouldn't take any chances this time, and he was afraid that the days ahead would be even more difficult. Sun Yu and Wei Wei breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Lin Feng with gratitude, knowing that he had saved their lives. Lin Feng ignored Qiangzi who was kneeling on the ground and groaning, and quickly entered the house with Sun Yu and Wei Wei. He did not relax his vigilance because he was temporarily safe. Instead, he pointed his gun at the 2 women more cautiously. "Take off all your clothes." Sun Yu and Wei Wei were shocked, but they understood that Lin Feng did this to make sure they didn't carry any weapons. In case they are using a torture tactic. After all, in this dangerous world, trust has become such a luxury, and defense has become a necessity for survival. Although they felt a little uneasy, Sun Yu and Wei Wei still chose to obey Lin Feng's orders. They quickly and orderly took off their clothes, leaving only their underwear. The long-lost warmth made their tense nerves relax a little. Completely ignoring the fact that she was standing naked in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng carefully checked their bodies and put down his gun only after confirming that there were no hidden weapons. Afterwards, Lin Feng took out 2 sets of clothes from his personal space and threw them at the feet of Sun Yu and Wei Wei. Put it on. I have no interest in you. Sun Yu and Wei Wei looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. They didn't understand why Lin Feng asked them to take off their clothes and now asked them to put them on so casually. But they also understood that they were now in danger, and the only thing they could do was to obey Lin Feng's orders. So, the 2 of them silently picked up the clothes on the ground and began to put them on one by one. Lin Feng watched them getting dressed, and there was no ripple in his heart. Lin Feng asked the 2 women to enter a separate room, gave them each a piece of bread and a bottle of water, and said, "Stay here for now. I'll need you to do something later." After saying this, he locked the door without paying attention to the 2 women's reactions. After coming out, Lin Feng sent a message to Chu Hanyu. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Feng let Chu Hanyu in. After several contacts, Chu Hanyu no longer felt restrained. After entering the door, he took off his coat and hung it by the door. She twitched her nose slightly, as if she smelled something different, and asked in confusion. "Why does this place smell like perfume? Are there other women in your family besides me?" "I have to say that women's intuition is still very accurate," Lin Feng said without hesitation. "Yes, there are 2 women in the room." After hearing this, Chu Hanyu felt a little puzzled. She didn't understand why Lin Feng had specially called her over since there were already other women here, and more than one. But her curiosity did not drive her to ask, because in front of Lin Feng, she had already learned to remain silent and obey. She knew very well that there were some things that she shouldn't ask and that she couldn't understand. So she chose to remain silent and wait quietly for Lin Feng's next instructions. Lin Feng looked at Chu Hanyu's doubtful yet submissive expression, with an imperceptible arc at the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "That's why I called you here. I have no interest in the 2 women inside, but they are very good at martial arts. They are proficient in all kinds of martial arts. I'll let them teach you later." When Chu Hanyu heard this, her face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She had never expected Lin Feng to make such an arrangement, and she couldn't help feeling an indescribable shyness and embarrassment in her heart. She lowered her head, clasped her hands tightly together, and spoke with a trembling voice. "Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to let me learn these. How can I face them? It's so embarrassing." Lin Feng looked at her shy appearance and felt even more expectant. "Don't be nervous, Hanyu. They are all professionals and will know how to teach you. You will learn it quickly." Chu Hanyu raised her head and met Lin Feng's deep and determined eyes. She knew in her heart that in this chaotic world, if she wanted to survive, you must rely on Lin Feng's strength, obey his orders, and serve him wholeheartedly. Afterwards, Lin Feng brought Chu Hanyu to the room where Sun Yu and Wei Wei were. The door slowly opened, and Chu Hanyu followed Lin Feng. Nervously. Chapter 61. When Sun Yu and Wei Wei saw Chu Hanyu coming, they showed puzzled expressions on their faces. They looked at each other, their hearts full of confusion. "What is this for?" "For P?" Chu Hanyu looked at their puzzled eyes and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. She didn't know what kind of situation she would face. Lin Feng quietly stared at the 2 women in front of him, Sun Yu and Wei Wei, with an evil smile on his face. "Teach her all your 18 martial arts. If you do well, I will naturally give you food as a reward, but if you don't do it well, then what will happen? I'm sure you all know it well." After listening to Lin Feng's words, Sun Yu and Wei Wei finally got their doubts answered. It turns out that Lin Feng saved them just to let them teach martial arts to Chu Hanyu. They couldn't help but feel sad. As they were also women, Lin Feng had no interest in even touching them. However, they also clearly know that no matter the appearance or figure, compared with Chu Hanyu, there is indeed a big gap between them. Chu Hanyu's unique temperament and charm made them feel inferior. In the following battle, Chu Hanyu was the main attacker, while Sun Yu and Wei Wei were in charge of command. The battle process was extremely difficult and went through countless setbacks. After 5 hours of hard work, Chu Hanyu finally learned a set of martial arts and successfully conquered Lin Feng. During this period, Sun Yu and Wei Wei asked Lin Feng many times to join the battle, but Lin Feng firmly refused. In the end, Lin Feng did not let their efforts go to waste. He gave Sun Yu and Wei Wei a box of instant noodles as a reward and sent them away. However, Lin Feng's treatment of Chu Hanyu was completely different. He prepared a sumptuous meal for her, and the 2 of them sat at the table to enjoy it together. Chu Hanyu's face was flushed at this time, and she still felt a little shy when she thought of the fierce battle just now. But she also knows that all this is the result of her own hard work. And Lin Feng also looked at her with new eyes because of her outstanding performance. Chu Hanyu lowered her head, clenched her hands together, and asked cautiously with a hint of trembling and shame in her voice. "Linear. Lin Feng, am I doing this okay? I know I've never been exposed to this before, so I might be a little clumsy." Lin Feng looked at her with a smile, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, and he responded with interest. "Chu Hanyu, you've done very well. Although you're still a little rusty, this is your first attempt, and your performance is already very good. Just do it a few more times, I believe you will become more and more proficient. But I think next time you can try to bring Zhang Yading with you, then you can be more relaxed." When Chu Hanyu heard Lin Feng's words, her heart tightened and the shame on her face became even more intense. She hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "Well, then you should talk to her." I don't know how to start." Lin Feng looked at her shy and nervous appearance and couldn't help but feel a little amused. He patted Chu Hanyu's shoulder gently and spoke gently. Okay, let me handle this matter. Don't worry, I will tell Zhang Yading. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Chu Hanyu felt grateful. She nodded and decided to work harder to live up to Lin Feng's expectations of her. After Chu Hanyu left, Lin Feng sat alone on the sofa, thinking about his life after the end of the world. It's really awesome. This is probably the treatment that emperors in ancient times received. After Sun Yu and Wei Wei left Lin Feng's residence, they could only return to Sun Yu's home silently with a hanging heart. Although Lin Feng gave them food, that gift could not offset the panic in their hearts. They knew that the danger was not really over, and Biozi's ferocious figure was always lingering in their minds. The two could only stay at home in fear, fearing that Biozi would suddenly come to their door. Wei Wei is relatively timid, and faced with such a dilemma, she has almost no good ideas. She said to Sun Yu worriedly. Yu, this is not a solution. Biozi will come to our house sooner or later. What should we do? Sun Yu looked at Wei Wei's worried expression and felt helpless. She sighed, trying to calm herself down, and then spoke. Well, if it doesn't work, we can only go out and hide. But where can we hide? After hearing this, Wei Wei became even more confused and asked. Hide? We can't even leave the community, where can we hide? Sun Yu pondered for a while, then said. I have an idea. Let's go to Zhao Ting's house first. Zhao Ting's plastic surgery failed and she is extremely ugly. No one will miss her. So, Sun Yu and Wei Wei decided to bring only 4 bags of instant noodles as a stepping stone and hide the remaining food at home just in case. They walked out of the house carefully and headed towards Zhao Ting's house. Arriving at Zhao Ting's house, Sun Yu knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened and Zhao Ting looked displeased. She thought Sun Yu and the other man came to ask them for help. After all, there was a food shortage and everyone was struggling to survive. Zhao Ting said bluntly. What are you doing here? I have no food at home. Sun Yu and Wei Wei felt a sinking feeling in their hearts when they heard what Zhao Ting said. They know that the current situation is indeed difficult, but they have no other choice. Sun Yu hurriedly took out instant noodles from his arms, handed it to Zhao Ting, and said. Oh, Ting Ting, what are you thinking about? I guess that you didn't have any food at home, so I brought it to you specially. When Zhao Ting saw the instant noodles in Sun Yu's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up. She rubbed her eyes hard, thinking it was an illusion. She and her family have been suffering from hunger these days, and even the most basic food and clothing can hardly be guaranteed. Now seeing these 4 bags of instant noodles, she was almost moved to tears. At this time, Zhao Ting's father Zhao Jiangguo also came over after hearing the noise. He had been lying in bed recuperating due to an injury. After hearing the conversation at the door, he anxiously wanted to get up and greet Sun Yu. However, as his body had not yet recovered, he accidentally fell off the bed. Despite this, he still kept talking. Quick, please invite Sun Yu in. I'm starving to death. Zhao Ting looked at the instant noodles in her hand, her inner excitement was beyond words. Her eyes were slightly red and her voice was trembling. Yu, I don't know what to say. You guys are so kind. This instant noodle is just a timely help to us. Sun Yu and Wei Wei heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Finally found a place to stay. Chapter 62. Zhao Ting quickly invited the two into the house and carefully placed the instant noodles on the table. Zhao Jiangguo also got up from the ground. Although he was still a little weak, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Sun Yu, thank you so much. This instant noodle is a lifesaver for us. Sun Yu shook his head and said with a smile. Zhao Ting and I have been good friends for many years. It is only natural for us to help each other. However, Wei Wei and I may have to stay at your house for a few days. At this point, Zhao Ting's family finally woke up and realized that Sun Yu and Wei Wei had arrived. It was not just a friendly greeting between neighbors. The 4 bags of instant noodles in their hands were obviously, there is a deeper meaning behind this. The Zhao Ting family, who had not eaten for several days, faced with this sudden food, an indescribable excitement and desire surged in my heart. Their hungry stomachs seemed to be screaming wildly, urging them to accept this gift. However, at this critical moment, Li Huan spoke first, with a hint of unnatural enthusiasm in her voice. Oh, Sun Yu, you are being too polite. We are neighbors, and we are a family. You can stay here as long as you want, just like at home. Li Huan knew very well that 4 bags of instant noodles were not all the food for Sun Yu and Wei Wei. The reason they chose to come at this time must be that they encountered some difficulties. She decided to keep the two of them stable first, and then look for an opportunity to get more food from them. So she continued to entertain Sun Yu and Wei Wei warmly, but she was thinking about her next plan in her mind. In this way, several people lived under the same roof with their own ulterior motives. After calming down, Zhao Jiangguo deliberately asked Sun Yu in a relaxed tone. Sun Yu, you were living a comfortable life with Biozi, why did you suddenly decide to run away? Was Biozi not treating you well? Zhao Jiangguo was obviously testing Sun Yu. He was worried that the conflict between Sun Yu and Biozi was too serious. It may cause unnecessary trouble. Although Biozi no longer has a gun, but Zhao Jiangguo's family was no match for him. However, Sun Yu had already thought of a countermeasure on the way here. He sighed, a helpless expression appeared on his face, and he spoke slowly. Alas, Uncle Zhao, you don't know that ever since Biozi was beaten up by Lin Feng, he has been thinking about revenge all day long. But his gun was taken away by Lin Feng. How can he be a match for Lin Feng? This morning, he dragged Qiangzi along to find Lin Feng to settle the score, and guess what happened? Qiangzi's legs were crippled from the beatings, and Biozi ran back alone in shame. I'm scared to death now. What if Lin Feng gets angry and comes to my house? I don't want to suffer the same misfortune as Biozi. Hearing this, Zhao Jiangguo's anger instantly rose. His injury was also caused by Lin Feng. He was well aware of Lin Feng's ruthless methods. However, he had to admit that the situation described by Sun Yu was indeed in line with Lin Feng's style. Lin Feng's actions were ruthless and he left no room for maneuver, which made Zhao Jiangguo feel angry and helpless. Although Sun Yu's words were meant to make excuses for himself, they also inadvertently helped Zhao Jiangguo's family out of trouble. At least in their opinion, Sun Yu did not leave because of a deep hatred with Biozi, but out of consideration for his own safety. As a result, Zhao Jiangguo's vigilance towards Sun Yu was slightly reduced. Seeing that the Zhao family didn't suspect anything, Zhao Ting quickly changed the subject and said, Ting Ting, your life is so difficult, why didn't you ask Lin Feng for help? Doesn't he have a lot of supplies stored at home? Sun Yu was asking this question even though he already knew the answer. Given Zhao Ting's current condition, who would help her? Even Sun Yu and Wei Wei had nowhere else to go, so they came to the Zhao family. However, Sun Yu's words were like rubbing salt into Zhao Ting's wounds. She sighed and said helplessly, Hey, Yu, don't mention it. I have looked for Lin Feng more than once, but not only did he not help us, he even hurt us. Didn't you see with your own eyes the last time he beat up my dad? Sun Yu gently took Zhao Ting's hand, trying to give her some comfort. She was also full of resentment towards Lin Feng, but she knew that she didn't dare to directly confront Lin Feng. So, she came up with a plan and planned to use Zhao Ting to be the first to take action. She said with feigned concern. I really didn't expect that Lin Feng would be so heartless. After all, you have been a couple living together for 5 years. Ting Ting, how about we think of a solution? If he doesn't help us, we can't let him live too comfortably. When Zhao Ting heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Although she felt resentment towards Lin Feng, she was still a little afraid when she thought about taking the initiative to deal with him. However, Zhao Jiangguo, who was lying on the sofa, became interested. What he wants to do most now is to take revenge on Lin Feng. So he struggled to get up and asked. Sun Yu, do you have any good ideas to deal with Lin Feng? Sun Yu looked around and spoke in a deliberately low voice. Lin Feng has a fireplace at home and has stored a lot of fuel. And from his videos, we can see that there is plenty of food. At present, only a few of us in Biozi know this news. However, with our current strength, it is obviously impossible to break into Lin Feng's house. It would be better to leak this news and let everyone in the community know. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Jiangguo spoke excitedly. That's a good idea, I agree. The others did not hesitate for too long and nodded in agreement. After all, they have no better choice right now. However, at this moment, Zhao Ting suddenly started cursing at everyone. No. You are too shameless. How can you do this? Lin Feng, he will definitely forgive me. If you destroy him, what will I do in the future? Zhao Ting's words stunned everyone. They didn't expect that Zhao Ting still had such fantasies. Li Huan was even more furious. She slapped Zhao Ting in the face and cursed. You are still dreaming. Look in the mirror and see what you have become. Which man would be interested in you? When Sun Yu heard Li Huan's words, he felt panicked. She secretly shrank her neck, secretly thanking her lucky that no one noticed her abnormality. After all, it was all her fault that Zhao Ting ended up like this. It was she who encouraged Zhao Ting to have plastic surgery and she also took a kickback of 200,000 yuan from it. Now seeing Zhao Ting's miserable condition, she couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Chapter 63. However, she quickly suppressed these emotions. She knew very well that the most important thing now was how to deal with Lin Feng. So she took Zhao Ting's hand again and tried to calm her down. Ting Ting, don't get excited. We are doing this for everyone's good. Lin Feng is unkind, so don't blame us for being unjust. Only by making him pay the price can we live a peaceful life. However, no matter how Sun Yu and others persuaded her, Zhao Ting still refused to expose Lin Feng's family living conditions. While Zhao Ting was not paying attention, Zhao Jiangguo turned his head slightly and winked at the other 3 women in the room. They immediately understood what he meant, and the 3 of them worked together to quietly tie up Zhao Ting and carried her to the bedroom. A conspiracy against Lin Feng began to brew. However, what happened in Zhao Ting's home was completely unknown to Lin Feng. Even if he really knew, I'm afraid he wouldn't care too much. He wished someone would come and cause trouble for him, to add some fun to his boring life. Today, the owner's group was unusually quiet, as if even the air had frozen. I think it was the thrilling fight in the underground parking lot last time that gave those neighbors who were lacking in food and clothing a temporary respite. The temperature remained at -40 degrees Celsius, and the biting cold seemed to be able to penetrate one's bone marrow. However, as time goes by, everyone seems to have gradually adapted to this extreme climate. They learned how to survive in the cold and how to find hope in difficult situations. There were more and more people in the parking lot. People gathered in groups of 3 or 4, or sat alone in a corner, thinking. In their eyes, there is confusion about the future and a desire to survive. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took Orlan out of the house. Orlan, this loyal companion, it is very alert and always pays attention to the movements around it. If it weren't for it, Lin Feng might not have been able to leave the house so easily. Seeing Lin Feng appear in the parking lot, the originally lively atmosphere instantly became quiet. Everyone consciously moved away. They had all heard about Lin Feng's ruthlessness and did not want to provoke him easily. Lin Feng didn't care about these. He was strolling around the parking lot with Orlan by his own hand. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the parking lot. Everyone looked at each other with strange eyes, as if they were no longer neighbors who had lived together for many years, but had become enemies of each other. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It seems that I should try to walk the dog less often in the future to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. He knew his own strength and was not afraid of anyone in a head-on fight. He had a gun in his hand and Orlan, his loyal partner. However, he also knew that the real danger often came from the dark. If someone attacks him from behind, no matter how powerful he is, he will find it difficult to defend himself. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Lin Feng decided to be more careful in the future. He originally raised Orlan just to relieve his boredom and didn't want to get involved in any danger. However, he soon discovered that since he showed off his wealth in the group, many people had been eyeing him. Lin Feng didn't care about the looks of these people. He sneered in his heart, if you have the guts, come and try to break into my safe house. He was not afraid of the threats from these people. Instead, he felt that life would be more interesting if some people came to visit. He has even begun to think about how to stage some big drama and let these people suffer the consequences of their own actions. Just when Lin Feng was about to take Orlan back, he suddenly saw three people, Zhang Qingming, Chu Hanyu and his wife, and Zhang Yading. He noticed that when Chu Hanyu and Zhang Yading saw him, their faces flushed and they lowered their heads as if feeling guilty. But Zhang Qingming was different. His eyes were full of anger when he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't want to pay any attention to Zhang Qingming, but who knew that the other party would walk into the gun himself. Zhang Qingming shouted loudly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, stop right there. This voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the parking lot. They all gathered around, showing expressions of gloating. Obviously, they were all hoping that someone would cause trouble for Lin Feng so that they could reap the benefits. Zhang Qingming originally planned to get close to Lin Feng and resolve the family scandal privately. But when he saw Orlan at Lin Feng's feet, his heart tightened and he stopped. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhang Qingming was stunned, Chu Hanyu hurriedly spoke, "Honey, I'm a little tired, let's go home." Zhang Yading also quickly agreed. "Yeah, brother, I'm tired too, let's go back." The two women looked at each other knowingly, they both knew the deal between themselves and Lin Feng. They were afraid that Zhang Qingming would anger Lin Feng and cut off all contact with them. So while persuading Zhang Qingming, he tried his best to wink at Lin Feng and make expressions. Signaled to him not to be angry and to talk about it later. However, Zhang Qingming's anger was completely ignited by the persuasion of the two women. He thought that his wife and sister were both speaking in favor of the adulterer Lin Feng, which made him even more angry. He roared desperately. "Lin Feng, you must give me an explanation today. Don't think you can get rid of me with a box of instant noodles." Lin Feng raised an evil smile and asked, pretending to be ignorant. "Oh? What are you talking about?" Zhang Qingming became even angrier when he saw this. He looked around and found that everyone's eyes were on them. He had to lower his voice. You slept with my wife." Lin Feng pretended not to hear clearly and spoke loudly. "Hey? What? Are you talking about me sleeping with your wife?" Chu Hanyu's affair with someone was exposed, and the target was Lin Feng. This news caused an uproar among the people. Chu Hanyu is a well-known beauty in the community. Her beauty and figure are mouth-watering. Now she is having an affair with Lin Feng? This makes everyone feel jealous and envious. Everyone was curious and followed him, but they didn't dare to follow too close, for fear that Zhang Qingming would get so angry that he would not recognize anyone and would bite anyone he saw. However, some people realized the crux of the problem, a box of instant noodles. In this era of material scarcity, owning a box of instant noodles is undoubtedly a sign of luxury. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly in the crowd. "Lin Feng, give me a box of instant noodles and I'll send my wife to your bed." As soon as the words were spoken, others also reacted. "Lin Feng, my wife? No, my daughter is 18 this year. I'll trade her for half a box of instant noodles with you." "Lin Feng, I'm a bachelor. My mother is 60 years old and still has her charm. Just give me 2 packets of instant noodles." Chapter 64. Hearing this, Lin Feng almost vomited blood on the spot. "Damn, I'm 60 years old and I can't afford to enjoy it." However, Zhang Qingming thought that these people were all making fun of him. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the fact that he was cuckolded was made public. If he doesn't do something, how can he hold his head up? Thinking of this, Zhang Qingming rushed directly towards Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I'm going to kill you." However, Zhang Qingming was a gambler and his body had long been drained, so how could he be a match for Lin Feng? Lin Feng lightly raised his foot and kicked Zhang Qingming in the chest with his toes, sending him flying backwards 5 or 6 meters in an instant. Seeing this, Chu Hanyu and Zhang Yading hurried to Zhang Qingming, helped him up, and said, "Honey, are you okay?" On the other hand, Lin Feng turned around and walked towards home as if nothing had happened. Zhang Qingming was very angry after being kicked by the adulterer in public. He pointed at Lin Feng's back and wanted to curse him. Chu Hanyu winked at Zhang Yading, and the two women hurriedly stopped them. "Brother, husband, don't be angry. We don't need to bother with him. Don't make yourself angry. Let's go home. It's cold outside." Jiang Qingming walked away angrily, mumbling to himself. He only dares to be aggressive verbally, but if he really wants to fight, would he dare? The three of them returned to their building, and Chu Hanyu suddenly said. Hubby, you guys go up first. There's no food at home. I'll go think of a solution. Jiang Qingming knew that Chu Hanyu was going to look for Lin Feng again, but what could he do? Anyway, Chu Hanyu has already been slept with by Lin Feng. It doesn't matter whether it's sleeping with her once or 10 times. He just likes gambling, but he is not stupid. Zhang Yading, who was standing by, took the opportunity to say. I'll accompany my sister-in-law. Jiang Qingming thought about it and nodded. Let Yading go with you. With her sister accompanying her, Chu Hanyu could not go to bed with Lin Feng. Chu Hanyu nodded and agreed. Jiang Qingming went upstairs by himself, while Chu Hanyu and the other girl walked back. They were silent all the way and the atmosphere was very awkward. What will happen if I go to Lin Feng? Both women knew it well. It would be fine if I went alone, but if two people went together, the key point is the relationship between sister-in-law and sister-in-law. How could I bear it? Or, sister-in-law, you can go back first. Zhang Yading suggested tentatively. She actually had her own little plan in mind. When Chu Hanyu heard this, he immediately frowned. Of course she didn't want to go back. Like Zhang Yading, she hoped to go to Lin Feng's place and enjoy herself. She was already tired of the dry instant noodles at home. Lin Feng said last time that we should go together this time. Chu Hanyu insisted, with a hint of determination in her eyes. Zhang Yading was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Chu Hanyu to become so open. She felt a little uneasy. After all, Chu Hanyu was much more beautiful than her, and she was worried that Lin Feng would dislike her because of this. So, she was cautious and decided to test Lin Feng's attitude first. Well, then you wait here for a moment. I'll go ask Lin Feng for his opinion. As Zhang Yading spoke, she walked alone into the passage leading to the basement of Lin Feng's villa. The corridor was so dark that she had to use her cell phone to illuminate the way. She sent a message to Lin Feng, then went to the door and knocked gently on the iron gate. The iron door creaked open automatically and Zhang Yading walked in. There was light inside, but Lin Feng's voice floated over coldly. Where's your sister-in-law? Didn't I tell you to come together? Zhang Yading's heart tightened and she quickly explained. My sister-in-law is a little embarrassed. I'll go first today, and my sister-in-law will take over tomorrow, okay? Lin Feng refused without hesitation. No. If you two are not together, then go back. Damn, you are too naive to play tricks on me. Zhang Yading had no choice but to withdraw and go find Chu Hanyu. After hearing Lin Feng's request, Chu Hanyu felt a little shy, but she also felt a little excited. She took Zhang Yading's hand and said. Come on, let's go together. This time, the iron door opened automatically without waiting for them to knock. Lin Feng saw clearly through the surveillance camera and he knew they were coming. After the two women entered, the iron door locked automatically. When they walked into the basement, they immediately felt a warmth and the bright lights made them feel like they were reborn. They couldn't help thinking, how nice it would be if they could live here forever. Let's eat first. Lin Feng's voice came. The two women sat at the table and began to enjoy their food. At first they were very reserved, but since yesterday till now, they have only had one regular meal and the rest of the time they could only eat instant noodles. Faced with the delicious food, they no longer cared about their reservedness and started eating with big mouthfuls. After a while, both women were full. Lin Feng even prepared fresh fruits for them, which touched them deeply. Lin Feng pointed at the bathroom and said. You guys go take a shower first. Although the two women were a little embarrassed, they felt relieved when they thought about what was going to happen next. Not long after they entered, Lin Feng also came in. In the following time, from the bathroom to the living room, kitchen, and bedroom, traces of the three of them were left everywhere. This time, Chu Hanyu not only serves as the main attacker, but also has to guide Zhang Yading. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they could not withstand Lin Feng's fierce attack. In the end, they were defeated and lay on the bed with red faces, panting as they recalled the passionate moment just now. At the moment of leaving, Lin Feng prepared 10 bags of instant noodles for them. This was not because he was stingy, but because the two women had already received sufficient nutritional supplements from him. He didn't want the two women to bring back too much food and let Zhang Qingming eat too much. The two girls looked down at the instant noodles in the cups. Although the quantity was not much, their hearts were filled with gratitude. Under Lin Feng's protection, they tasted delicious food that they had never tasted before. This satisfaction has far exceeded their past expectations. They gradually understood, in this cruel world, being able to survive is the most important thing. As for Zhang Qingming, they can no longer care about him too much. They can only live one day at a time. When Zhang Qingming returned home, he saw the 10 packets of instant noodles in Chu Hanyu's hand, and his face instantly turned gloomy. He grabbed Chu Hanyu's collar angrily and questioned loudly. What the hell is wrong with you? Why is there so little food this time? Tell me, did you hide it? Chu Hanyu struggled to break free from Zhang Qingming's restraints, with a determined light flashing in her eyes. This was the first time she expressed her thoughts so firmly in front of Zhang Qingming. She retorted angrily. Don't you know why? If you hadn't lost your temper with Lin Feng in the parking lot, why would he only give me 10 packets of instant noodles? You can ask Yading if I have hidden anything. Also, because of your behavior, Lin Feng no longer wants to touch me. From now on, I won't even have these 10 packs of instant noodles. Chapter 65. Seeing this, Zhang Yading quickly stood on Chu Hanyu's side. Yes, brother, you have wronged my sister-in-law. Lin Feng only gave these 10 packets of instant noodles because my sister-in-law begged him. Otherwise, we would have had to wait to starve. The two women formed a united front and used facts and logic to refute Jiang Qingming's unreasonable accusations. Although their words were harsh, every word made sense and Jiang Qingming was unable to refute them. He was frightened to death, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. Jiang Qingming was extremely anxious. He grabbed Chu Hanyu's hand and spoke urgently. Hanyu, go find Lin Feng and tell him that I agree to you having S*X with him, as long as he can give me something to eat. You must take good care of him, and I must not be deprived of food. Do you understand? When Chu Hanyu and Zhang Yading heard these words, the contempt in their eyes became even stronger. They really couldn't imagine that a grown man would be so servile as to let his wife sleep with another man just to survive. Chu Hanyu did not answer Jiang Qingming, but turned around and went back to the bedroom silently. Seeing this, Zhang Yading sighed and tried to persuade Jiang Qingming. Brother, please stop making things difficult for sister-in-law. If Lin Feng doesn't like her, what can she, a woman, do? However, Jiang Qingming seemed to be possessed by a demon, muttering to himself. No, I can't just wait and starve to death. I have to go and beg him in person, beg him to sleep with my wife. After saying that, he stood up and left home without looking back. Chu Hanyu looked at Jiang Qingming's departing back, feeling mixed emotions. She felt that she had nothing to be ashamed of anymore. After all, her affair with Lin Feng was already known by the neighbors. So, she sent a message to Lin Feng, telling him that Jiang Qingming had come to see him. Then he lay down on the bed tiredly and fell into a deep sleep soon. After receiving Chu Hanyu's message, Lin Feng went to the back door and waited for Jiang Qingming to arrive. He didn't have any weapons with him, which were completely useless against a good-for-nothing like Jiang Qingming. Night had fallen, and although the parking lot was dim, there were still neighbors walking around in groups of 3 or 4. They either gathered together to chat or smoked alone in a corner. Look, isn't that Jiang Qingming? Why does he look like this? It's really him. Seeing how he's in a hurry, he should be going to Lin Feng's house. Now we are going to have a good show. It must be that his wife was slept with by Lin Feng, and he came to settle the score. As Jiang Qingming approached, more and more neighbors were attracted. They gathered towards Lin Feng's house, ready to watch the farce that was about to unfold. However, when Jiang Qingming walked in front of Lin Feng, something unexpected happened. His legs suddenly went weak and he knelt straight in front of Lin Feng. This scene stunned the surrounding neighbors. They stared at the scene in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Lin Feng, I beg you, you can't not sleep with my wife. If you don't sleep with her, I'll starve to death. As soon as these words came out, there were exclamations and discussions all around. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. They had never seen such an absurd and bizarre scene. It's not played like this in TV dramas. How can anyone beg someone to sleep with his wife? Lin Feng looked at Jiang Qingming kneeling in front of him, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He felt angry and sad at the same time. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to control his emotions. Jiang Qingming, you are so shameless. You can do such a thing for your own selfish interests. You are not worthy of being a human being. Jiang Qingming's face turned pale when he heard what Lin Feng said. He knew that he had completely lost his dignity and personality, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope, hoping to convince Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. I apologize to you for what happened just now. I beg you, just help me this time. I promise I won't do this again. Lin Feng's face was stern, and his eyes revealed a hint of disdain. He looked quietly at Jiang Qingming who was kneeling in front of him, and spoke in a cold and firm voice. Jiang Qingming, I really feel sorry for Chu Hanyu. How could she be so blind as to find a shameless man like you? Go back, I won't help you. However, Jiang Qingming does not seem to be planning to give up. He used both hands and struggled to crawl to Lin Feng's side, tightly grasping Lin Feng's trouser legs, almost crying out loud. Lin Feng, please, as long as you are willing to forgive me, I am willing to give you my sister. She is still a virgin, you will definitely like her. Chun'er, your sister, I have slept with your sister a long time ago. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. He kicked Jiang Qingming hard, knocking him to the ground, and shouted angrily. Get out of here now. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Qingming was kicked so hard by Lin Feng that he was almost dizzy, but he still seemed to be unwilling to give up. He struggled to get up and continued to beg. However, Lin Feng had already lost his patience with Jiang Qingming. He originally thought that Jiang Qingming would at least be a responsible man. If I come to settle the score with him in person, maybe it will arouse a little interest in him. But the man in front of him was like a dog wagging its tail to beg for mercy, kneeling before him humbly. Lin Feng really couldn't muster any interest in this kind of loser. He didn't look at Jiang Qingming again, turned around and walked into the house. Jiang Qingming's face was full of unwillingness. He banged hard on Lin Feng's door, his voice full of despair and pleading. Lin Feng. I beg you, please open the door. I will personally bring Chu Hanyu to you, as long as you are willing to forgive me. At this time, a burly man walked over. He looked at Jiang Qingming with a lewd smile on his face, and greed flashed in his eyes. Jiang Qingming, your wife is pretty. Why don't you send her to me? I'll exchange her for food. Jiang Qingming heard this, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He looked back at the man and asked tentatively. How much food can you give me? The man pointed a finger and said contemptuously. A pack of instant noodles. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice rang out. A pack of instant noodles? Then I'll trade with you. Jiang Qingming felt panicky as he looked at the men around him who were eyeing him covetously. He knew that Chu Hanyu was famous for her beauty in the community, and he also knew that many men were drooling over her. However, for Lin Feng, who was always generous, a pack of instant noodles was a trivial exchange. It was just like a speck of dust and could not attract his attention at all. Chapter 66. Jiang Qingming glared at the crowd angrily, his voice filled with endless anger and unwillingness, and he cursed loudly. Get lost. Get the hell out of here. You shameless people, you actually want to exchange my wife for a pack of instant noodles, it's just wishful thinking. Stop dreaming. The burly man looked at Jiang Qingming's angry and desperate expression. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said contemptuously. Tisk, it's already this late, and you still treat your wife like a baby. Let's go, let's all go. I think Lin Feng doesn't want your wife anymore, so who else would care about her? Just don't come to us for help then. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed. Some of them laughed at Jiang Qingming's stupidity, while others felt sympathy for Chu Hanyu's fate. What was already an absurd farce ended abruptly in an unhappy way. Sitting on the soft and comfortable sofa, Lin Feng quietly stared at the monitoring screen in front of him. Every subtle movement outside the door was clearly presented in front of his eyes. However, he seemed unusually calm in the face of all the noise and chaos, as if everything outside the door had nothing to do with him. He believed that as long as he didn't nod, Chu Hanyu would never fall into anyone's hands. This matter quickly spread throughout the entire community. Now everyone was in a state of having nothing to do, and this kind of gossip was of course the best topic of conversation. Of course, this also includes the mother Zhang Limei, who realized the crisis. That night, he sent a message to find Lin Feng, but after sending more than a dozen messages, but it was like a stone falling into the sea, and no reply was received. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, and his cell phone kept vibrating. He glanced at the screen and saw a flood of friend requests. He has lost count of how many women have wanted to add him as a friend. College students, young women, internet celebrities, and even a woman who called herself a third-tier female star, all sent him requests. Lin Feng gently slid across the screen, browsing through the avatars and nicknames one by one. The contents of their requests were similar, all hoping to exchange their bodies for food. He screened and left contact information for those who were decent looking. As for those who did not suit his eyes, he chose to ignore them without hesitation. However, he did not ask any of the women to come over. He knew that moderation was crucial during this special period. He must not allow himself to fall into a state of excessive debauchery, and must pay attention to protecting his body. Just when Lin Feng was about to put away his phone, an unexpected friend request popped up. He was stunned for a moment, it turned out to be sent by a man. Why would a man add me? I'm not Brokeback Mountain. Out of curiosity, he still clicked on the other party's note. All that was written on it was Chairman of Donghua Real Estate, Zhang Juzheng. Donghua Real Estate? Lin Feng's heart moved. This is Haining City's leading enterprise with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. He could never have imagined that such a big boss would add him as a friend. Why did he come to me? Is it for food as well? Lin Feng's heart was full of curiosity. He decided to accept the friend request and see what Zhang Juzheng wanted to say. Soon, Zhang Juzheng sent a voice message. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhang Juzheng. I believe you have heard of me. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll just tell you straight away. As long as you provide me with enough food to last until the cold wave ends, I am willing to give you half of the shares of Donghua Real Estate for free after the cold wave ends. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. This big boss was really generous. He took out shares worth hundreds of billions so easily. However, Lin Feng had no interest in this. He shook his head and replied. Chairman Zhang, I admire your style and courage. However, I am not interested in your proposal at all. I will not give my food to anyone easily. Even if the cold wave can eventually subside temporarily, in this disaster, among the industries that have been hit hardest, real estate is undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt. It is foreseeable that this once glorious industry is likely to collapse completely in this catastrophe. Zhang Juzheng, the tycoon of Donghua Real Estate, now holds stocks that are no longer a symbol of wealth. They are more like a pile of waste paper and have no value at all. However, for Zhang Juzheng, the bigger problem is that even if the cold wave passes and the fog dissipates, the devastated land and the withered and dying plants will foreshadow the terrible famine that is to come. In this context, food and clean water become more precious than any wealth. Money? In Zhang Jiashan's opinion, it has lost its former magic and has become useless. Despite this, Zhang Juzheng did not seem discouraged, as if he had anticipated that Lin Feng would reject his proposal. So he continued. Mr. Lin, I understand that you may not be interested in tens of billions of assets. So, how about we try another way? You know, I've never been short of money, and my greatest love, like most men's, is women. I heard that you also like beautiful women. I happen to have a Japanese woman here. I haven't touched her yet. You can take a look at her first to see if she suits your taste. Not long after, Lin Feng's cell phone rang and a new message appeared on the screen. He clicked on it and saw that the attachments contained several photos. The women in the photos were breathtakingly beautiful. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a pure face, long hair like a waterfall, and eyes like a pool of clear spring water. Although her height cannot be seen from the photo, her body proportions are very well proportioned. She has a slender waist, but plump and round breasts and buttocks. She is undoubtedly a rare beauty. Immediately afterwards, news about Zhang Jiusheng came again. Brother Lin Feng, what do you think? My vision is pretty good, right? She has received professional training, but she is still a novice. Well, I will use this woman in exchange for food. What do you think of this proposal? Lin Feng looked at the woman in the photo, and his heart was indeed shaken. But when he thought of her nationality, the slight hesitation in his heart immediately disappeared. Women who live a simple life shouldn't appear in movies. Chairman Zhang, you should keep it for yourself. I have no interest in women from the enemy country. After hearing Lin Feng's answer, Zhang Jiusheng was not discouraged. He spoke again. Brother Lin Feng, don't be angry. You are doing a good deed for the people. Don't worry, no matter how you treat her, I won't have any objection. Well, to show my sincerity, I will let her go to you now. After you enjoy it, we can talk about the deal. Chapter 66. Zhang Qingming glared at the crowd angrily, his voice filled with endless anger and unwillingness, and he cursed loudly. Get lost. Get the hell out of here. You shameless people, you actually want to exchange my wife for a pack of instant noodles, it's just wishful thinking. Stop dreaming. The burly man looked at Zhang Qingming's angry and desperate expression. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said contemptuously. Tisk, it's already this late, and you still treat your wife like a baby. Let's go, let's all go. I think Lin Feng doesn't want your wife anymore, so who else would care about her? Just don't come to us for help then. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed. Some of them laughed at Zhang Qingming's stupidity, while others felt sympathy for Chu Hanyu's fate. What was already an absurd farce ended abruptly in an unhappy way. Sitting on the soft and comfortable sofa, Lin Feng quietly stared at the monitoring screen in front of him. Every subtle movement outside the door was clearly presented in front of his eyes. However, he seemed unusually calm in the face of all the noise and chaos, as if everything outside the door had nothing to do with him. He believed that as long as he didn't nod, Chu Hanyu would never fall into anyone's hands. This matter quickly spread throughout the entire community. Now everyone was in a state of having nothing to do, and this kind of gossip was of course the best topic of conversation. Of course, this also includes the mother Zhang Limei, who realized the crisis. That night, he sent a message to find Lin Feng, but after sending more than a dozen messages, but it was like a stone falling into the sea, and no reply was received. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, and his cell phone kept vibrating. He glanced at the screen and saw a flood of friend requests. He has lost count of how many women have wanted to add him as a friend. College students, young women, internet celebrities, and even a woman who called herself a third-tier female star, all sent him requests. Lin Feng gently slid across the screen, browsing through the avatars and nicknames one by one. The contents of their requests were similar, all hoping to exchange their bodies for food. He screened and left contact information for those who were decent looking. As for those who did not suit his eyes, he chose to ignore them without hesitation. However, he did not ask any of the women to come over. He knew that moderation was crucial during this special period. He must not allow himself to fall into a state of excessive debauchery, and must pay attention to protecting his body. Just when Lin Feng was about to put away his phone, an unexpected friend request popped up. He was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be sent by a man. Why would a man add me? I'm not Brokeback Mountain. Out of curiosity, he still clicked on the other party's note. All that was written on it was Chairman of Donghua Real Estate, Zhang Jiusheng. Donghua Real Estate? Lin Feng's heart moved. This is Haining City's leading enterprise with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. He could never have imagined that such a big boss would add him as a friend. Why did he come to me? Is it for food as well? Lin Feng's heart was full of curiosity. He decided to accept the friend request and see what Zhang Jiusheng wanted to say. Soon, Zhang Jiusheng sent a voice message. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhang Jiusheng. I believe you have heard of me. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll just tell you straight away. As long as you provide me with enough food to last until the cold wave ends, I am willing to give you half of the shares of Donghua Real Estate for free after the cold wave ends. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. This big boss was really generous. He took out shares worth hundreds of billions so easily. However, Lin Feng had no interest in this. He shook his head and replied. Chairman Zhang, I admire your style and courage. However, I am not interested in your proposal at all. I will not give my food to anyone easily. Even if the cold wave can eventually subside temporarily, in this disaster, among the industries that have been hit hardest, real estate is undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt. It is foreseeable that this once glorious industry is likely to collapse completely in this catastrophe. Zhang Jiusheng, the tycoon of Donghua Real Estate, now holds stocks that are no longer a symbol of wealth. They are more like a pile of waste paper and have no value at all. However, for Zhang Jiusheng, the bigger problem is that even if the cold wave passes and the fog dissipates, the devastated land and the withered and dying plants will foreshadow the terrible famine that is to come. In this context, food and clean water become more precious than any wealth. Money? In Zhang Jiashen's opinion, it has lost its former magic and has become useless. Despite this, Zhang Jiusheng did not seem discouraged, as if he had anticipated that Lin Feng would reject his proposal. So he continued. Mr. Lin, I understand that you may not be interested in tens of billions of assets. So, how about we try another way? You know, I've never been short of money, and my greatest love, like most men's, is women. I heard that you also like beautiful women. I happen to have a Japanese woman here. I haven't touched her yet. You can take a look at her first to see if she suits your taste. Not long after, Lin Feng's cell phone rang and a new message appeared on the screen. He clicked on it and saw that the attachments contained several photos. The women in the photos were breathtakingly beautiful. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a pure face, long hair like a waterfall, and eyes like a pool of clear spring water. Although her height cannot be seen from the photo, her body proportions are very well proportioned. She has a slender waist, but plump and round breasts and buttocks. She is undoubtedly a rare beauty. Immediately afterwards, news about Zhang Jiusheng came again. Brother Lin Feng, what do you think? My vision is pretty good, right? She has received professional training, but she is still a novice. Well, I will use this woman in exchange for food. What do you think of this proposal? Lin Feng looked at the woman in the photo, and his heart was indeed shaken. But when he thought of her nationality, the slight hesitation in his heart immediately disappeared. Women who live a simple life shouldn't appear in movies. Chairman Zhang, you should keep it for yourself. I have no interest in women from the enemy country. After hearing Lin Feng's answer, Zhang Jiusheng was not discouraged, he spoke again. Brother Lin Feng, don't be angry. You are doing a good deed for the people. Don't worry, no matter how you treat her, I won't have any objection. Well, to show my sincerity, I will let her go to you now. After you enjoy it, we can talk about the deal. Chapter 68. She carefully tested the water temperature with her fingertips, and when she found that it was indeed warm and safe water, she couldn't help feeling excited. However, in addition to her excitement, she also felt a little shocked. In this environment where supplies are scarce and survival is difficult, Lin Feng can actually provide hot water for bathing. This is simply crazy. She couldn't help but wonder how Lin Feng did all this. But at this moment, she didn't want to worry too much about these issues, but just enjoyed the hot water. Not taking a shower for several days in a row made her feel extremely uncomfortable and disgusted. Now, she could finally take a good bath, which made her feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. After washing for an hour, Kawashima Hunako slowly walked out of the bathroom. Her figure was looming in the mist, as if she was a goddess walking out of a dream. Her long hair was wet and stuck to her skin, making her look even more charming. Lin Feng sat on the sofa with a sharp gaze. He did not prepare clothes for her like he did for other women. Kawashima Hunako could only walk out wrapped in a bath towel, shyly and uncomfortably. Although the bath towel could cover most of her body, it could not hide her proud figure. The slender legs are exposed, as white as jade, and glowing with an alluring luster under the light. However, Lin Feng had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery. He suddenly stood up and rushed towards Kawashima Hunako like lightning. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, with only the breathing of the two people echoing. Lin Feng stretched out his fist and hit Kawashima Hunako in the face with the force of thunder. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that Lin Feng, a seemingly ordinary man, would have such agile skills. The swift and precise attack caught her off guard. However, Kawashima Hunako was no ordinary person. She quickly adjusted her mindset and gently moved her head like catkins in the wind, cleverly avoiding Lin Feng's attack. There was a hint of provocation in her eyes, and then she immediately launched a counterattack and fought with Lin Feng. Having received strict training since childhood, she has absolute confidence in her fighting skills and firmly believes that she can defeat Lin Feng. After his rebirth, Lin Feng's body seemed to have been transformed, and he was extremely strong, definitely at the world's top level. Although Kawashima Hunako is not weak, she is far inferior to Lin Feng. The following battle made Kawashima Hunako more and more frightened. Although Lin Feng's fighting was chaotic and completely without any rules, but his power and accuracy are amazing. Each of his moves hits the vital point. This left Kawashima Hunako exhausted from dealing with the situation and she had to keep dodging. 5 minutes passed and Kawashima Hunako began to lose strength. Her movements became slower and her breathing quickened. She was kicked on her plump butt by Lin Feng by mistake. The severe pain made her almost unbearable and she let out a sharp scream. She lost her balance and was about to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Feng swiftly grabbed her bath towel. However, due to excessive force, the bath towel was pulled off. Kawashima Hunako screamed in shock, but it was too late to react. With a thump, she fell firmly to the ground, her body completely exposed to the air. Her face was filled with shame, anger, and fear, while Lin Feng stood aside, staring at her with cold eyes. Kawashima Hunako was lying on the ground, her snow-white skin looking particularly dazzling under the light. She was filled with shame and anger, and wanted to get up and escape from this embarrassing situation immediately. Yet the body was paralyzed by pain and humiliation. Lin Feng's cold eyes swept over her, but there was no mercy at all. He approached step by step, and every step seemed to step on Kawashima Hunako's heart, making her feel extremely pressured. What do you want to do? Lin Feng did not answer, but just stretched out a hand. Kawashima Hunako instinctively wanted to dodge, but her body seemed to be fixed and unable to move. Lin Feng gently pinched her chin, forcing her to raise her head and look at him. You lose. There was a flash of reluctance and anger in Kawashima Hunako's eyes, but she knew that she was powerless to change the situation. She could only endure Lin Feng's gaze and touch and humiliation, her heart filled with endless pain and despair. You, what are you? Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed loudly, his laughter revealing a bit of unruliness and arrogance. He looked directly into Kawashima Onako's eyes and spoke slowly. Haha, I haven't even asked you who you are, but you're asking me instead. Judging from your reaction and skills, you are probably not an ordinary person. Kawashima Dinako felt a little uncomfortable when Lin Feng looked at her. She felt a little weak in her heart, but she still managed to speak. I'm just a fighting enthusiast, is that not okay? Yes, of course. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, but his eyes became deeper. His hands gently circled Kawashima Osako's neck. Her slender neck was as white as a swan, and he seemed unable to let it go. Kawashima Dinako felt the warmth from Lin Feng's fingers, and goosebumps appeared in her heart. She felt an inexplicable pressure. At this moment, a dagger appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The dagger flashed with a cold light, as if it would cut through the air at any time. When Kawashima Onako saw this, her face turned pale instantly. She felt an unprecedented danger. Lin Feng looked at the dagger in his hand, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shu Lin Feng swung the dagger in his hand without hesitation, leaving a deep wound on Kawashima Dinako's delicate arm. Bright red blood instantly oozed out of the wound, slowly flowed down her arm, and dyed the bath towel red. Lin Feng's eyes were cold, and the dagger in his hand gently pressed against Kawashima Dinako's porcelain smooth cheek. You really don't want me to add a few scars to such a beautiful face, do you? Kawashima Dinako felt the sharpness of the dagger and the coldness in Lin Feng's eyes, and her heart shuddered. She knew that she had lost. Whether in terms of skills or ruthlessness, she was no match for Lin Feng. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner fear, and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Bandage my wound and I will tell you everything. However, Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the dagger exerted a little more pressure on Kawashima Dinako's cheek. Are you qualified to negotiate with me? Yes or no? Kawashima Dinako felt a stinging pain on her cheek and felt a sense of panic in her heart. She knew that if she continued to provoke Lin Feng, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 69. So she said quickly. My name is Kawashima Unako, I'm from Japan, and I'm a professional killer. I was hired by Zhang Jiusheng to come to China, and you weren't my original target. But because of the cold wave, Zhang Jiusheng and I were blocked here, so he temporarily changed his target and asked me to kill you and seize your supplies. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes became even colder. Zhang Jiusheng, this BD, I knew things were not that simple. He actually dared to hire a killer to kill me. He must be tired of living. Lin Feng did not take away the dagger and continued speaking. Let's put Zhang Jiashen's matter aside for now. Now we have to talk about what's going on between us. When Kawashima Onako heard this, her heart tightened. She understood that Lin Feng would not let her go easily, but she still wanted to try her best to fight for a chance of survival. This matter really has nothing to do with me. Zhang Jiusheng sent me here. If you want revenge, you should go find him. Lin Feng sneered and said. Do you think I will believe your lies? As a killer, you should have realized it long ago. Today, you must pay the price for your actions. After saying that, Lin Feng became ruthless and slashed the dagger in his hand towards Kawashima Dinako's neck. Seeing this, Kawashima Onako hurriedly blocked it with her hands and said. No, 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 I'm still a virgin. As long as you let me go, I can give you my first time. Besides, I have been trained in serving men since I was a child. I guarantee that I will make you feel like you are in heaven. At this time, the dagger had already cut Kawashima Unako's palm, and blood was dripping from between her fingers onto the ground, staining the area red. Japanese girl. You can feel it. Then Lin Feng threw a roll of gauze to Kawashima Dinako and asked her to bandage it herself. A hearty battle was inevitable. I have to say that Kawashima Onako's kung fu is really good, even Sun Yu, that green TBCH, can't compare to her. Kawashima Onako really put in a lot of effort, and the skills she had learned were perfectly demonstrated at this moment. She was sure that Lin Feng had no weapons with him at the moment, and she thought she had taken the initiative. Just when she thought Lin Feng had completely fallen into her gentle trap, while immersed in her tenderness and sweetness, she suddenly decided to attack. She endured the severe pain in her hands and stretched out her hands towards Lin Feng's neck, trying to grab him and make him unable to move. However, at this critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, like a sharp knife. Kawashima Dinako didn't see clearly how a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. Shua! The sound of the dagger cutting through the air was sharp and piercing. It was like a flash of lightning, instantly cutting through Kawashima Unako's neck. Blood gushed out instantly, staining her hands and clothes red. Kawashima Onako covered her throat with both hands, blood seeped out from between her fingers, and her body began to twitch constantly. Her eyes were filled with fear and despair. She could never have imagined that I was actually defeated by such a seemingly ordinary man. As for Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with indifference and determination. He looked at Kawashima Onako's body which was gradually losing its life, without a single ripple in his heart. He knew that this was his mission and something he had to do. However, under the double stimulation, Lin Feng's body responded. He felt a strong impulse rising in his heart, as if it was about to burst through his body. He closed his eyes tightly and tried hard to control his emotions. However, the urge became stronger and stronger, and finally he could not bear it anymore. A huge downpour. Damn it, you are too young to play dirty tricks on me. Lin Feng's cold eyes swept over Kawashima Dinako. Even though she was extremely beautiful, she was like a top beauty, but in his heart, he did not feel any regret. Keep a killer around? Lin Feng would never take this kind of risk. He knew very well that associating with such a woman was like seeking the skin of a tiger, and he could fall into an irretrievable situation at any time. What's more, she came from that abominable little country. Lin Feng had just finished cleaning the blood off his body when his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. He frowned, anger rising in his heart. Damn it, this BD actually dared to send me a message. He picked up the phone and saw that the message was indeed from Zhang Jiusheng. Mr. Lin, how does a Japanese girl taste? Lin Feng sneered. He knew that Zhang Jiusheng was testing him to see if he had been killed by Kawashima Dinako. A strong murderous intent surged in Lin Feng's heart. Zhang Jiusheng must die. Afterwards, Lin Feng took a photo of Kawashima Dinako lying in a pool of blood and sent it to Zhang Jiusheng. It tastes good, but the skills are a little lacking. After Zhang Jiusheng received the news, his whole body seemed to be soaked in cold sweat and his face turned pale. He didn't expect that Lin Feng could defeat the Japanese killer he hired at a high price so easily. This strength shocked and frightened him. However, as a giant in the business world and a great leader, Zhang Jiusheng quickly adjusted his mood. Brother Lin Feng, are you going to start a war with me? Do you know that I am not the only killer around me? I also brought 2 bodyguards with me. They were all former mercenaries. They are very powerful. One of them can kill 4 or 5 adult men with his bare hands. If weapons are used, one person can easily defeat 10. So, I hope you can think twice before you act, and don't do something irreparable because of your youthful impetuosity. Although Zhang Jiusheng was admonishing on the surface, his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. He originally planned to let Kawashima Onako kill Lin Feng, but he didn't expect the result would be like this. He didn't even get to taste Kawashima Onako before Lin Feng got there first, which made him feel very angry. Lin Feng sat quietly on the sofa, looking coldly at the threatening message sent by Zhang Jiusheng on his mobile phone. A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a feeling of disdain surged in his heart. So what if you have mercenaries protecting you? You can come into my house. Lin Feng said lightly, his tone revealing a sense of confidence and disdain. He was not afraid of Zhang Jiashan's bodyguards because he knew that his residence was well guarded and not easy to break into. Do you think I will confront you head on? Haha, you are wrong. I will let you experience what despair is. So, Lin Feng replied. Don't be angry, young man. I advise you not to go out unless necessary. After receiving Lin Feng's reply, Zhang Jiusheng angrily threw his phone on the table. Chapter 70. Zhang Jiusheng never expected that Lin Feng would be so arrogant and domineering. Not only did he ignore his threats, but he also dared to provoke him in return. This Lin Feng is so arrogant. He slammed the table angrily and decided to take more drastic and extreme measures to deal with Lin Feng, to make him taste what true despair and helplessness were. Mr. Zhang. At this moment, 6 burly, expressionless bodyguards looked at him at the same time, waiting for his orders. Obviously, Zhang Jiusheng did not tell Lin Feng the truth. There were 6 bodyguards around him, not 2. He frowned slightly and looked at the beautiful woman sitting beside him. The woman was about 24 or 25 years old, with a pretty face and a slender figure. The assassin I sent failed. Zhang Jiusheng said lightly, with a hint of helplessness and disappointment in his voice. The beautiful woman raised her head and looked at Zhang Jiusheng and said. Didn't you say he was lustful? That Japanese woman was so beautiful, but she failed too. Zhang Jiusheng smiled bitterly. Yeah, I didn't expect this. This kid Lin Feng is really beyond my expectations. Even Xiao Ari's killer can't deal with him. He rubbed his temples, frowned, and looked very distressed and tired. Mr. Zhang, what should we do next? I think we should just attack directly. I don't believe that we can't deal with him alone. Zhang Jiusheng laughed. Break the door? Do you think Lin Feng is that easy to deal with? Several groups of people have been there before us, and what was the result? Although your fighting ability is strong, the door of Lin Feng's house must have been specially modified and cannot be easily broken through. Let's think of other ways. The bodyguards looked at each other, speechless. The beautiful woman spoke. I can try to seduce him to open the door, but maybe it will fail because the woman he lives with is not interested. Zhang Jiusheng shook his head. No, that guy is not a fool. His villa must have been renovated, and the security measures are very thorough. If it were me, after spending so much money on the renovation, I would definitely install surveillance cameras. Although there is a power outage now, we can prepare our own generators and use diesel and gasoline, etc., and it will definitely be no problem to last for 10 days or half a month. So, as long as we stand at the door, even if we don't make any noise, we won't be able to hide it from the kid inside. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, when it comes to fighting and even killing, these bodyguards are professionals. But they are not good at work that requires thinking like the current one. So what to do? At this time, Zhang Jiusheng, who had always been smart, was at a loss. The next morning, Sun Yu took Zhao Ting's phone and spoke in Zhao Ting's tone. All of Lin Feng's previous photos and videos were sent to the community group. She knew what kind of uproar these photos and videos would cause. My dear neighbors, I can't describe how I feel right now. It turns out that there are people living such a happy life around us. This kind of selfish behavior is simply unbearable. These videos were taken by Lin Feng's family in the past few days. Think about it, what kind of life have we been living recently, and what kind of life has he been living? Do you think this comparison is fair? The group immediately exploded, and everyone expressed their desire for an explanation. Although he is my ex-husband, I must expose him and let everyone see his true face. Sun Yu's words pushed everyone's anger to a climax. At this moment, people in the owner's group are in a state of doing nothing. They are just discussing in the group when they have nothing to do. The videos and pictures posted by Sun Yu immediately attracted everyone's attention. So, the neighbors clicked on the video and started watching it. When everyone saw the warm and comfortable life scenes in the video, they were shocked and almost went crazy. Oh my god, you're feeding steak to the dog. I haven't eaten for several days. Isn't this a waste of food? Did you see that? The lights in his house were brightly lit, and they were not controlled by the voltage. Don't be so naive, this video was obviously filmed in the past. How could this happen now? Some people have questioned that they cannot believe that there are people in this world who can live so comfortably. However, Sun Yu answered firmly. I can assure you that these videos were shot recently. Lin Feng's family has already prepared all kinds of supplies, whether it's food or fuel. So the life he is living now is like heaven. Zhao Jiangguo also echoed. Yes, I can prove it. When his house was renovated, a lot of steel plates were used to reinforce the house. Later, he bought a lot of things and stored them. I believe I am not the only one who saw it. Have you all forgotten it? Zhao Jiangguo's words evoked the memories of many people. They began to recall the scene in which they saw Lin Feng's family busy moving supplies. I remember now that Lin Feng brought things home in big and small trucks every day. Now it seems that he must be stockpiling supplies. If it's true as everyone says, Lin Feng should have known about the coming of this disaster in advance. FK, this guy is such a jerk. He knew about this in advance but didn't tell anyone. You can't judge a person by his appearance. How can he be so selfish? Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and blamed Lin Feng for all the suffering they were going through. They felt that their lives were so miserable because of Lin Feng's selfishness and indifference. However, they did not consider at all that even if Lin Feng told them that the end of the world was coming, would they believe it? Would they take positive measures to deal with it? They will just say that Lin Feng is a lunatic. Of course, they don't think about that. They just felt that Lin Feng owed them. Someone said immediately. Now is not the time to talk about that. He should take out the resources and share them with everyone. Yes, why should he enjoy the happiness alone while we suffer here? This is not fair. Let him offer his house to others, and everyone can take turns going in to keep warm. Damn, I think we should just throw him outside and let him freeze to death. All the neighbors were furious. They couldn't stand this unfair situation. They feel that since they are all neighbors, they should share the good and the bad. Why can Lin Feng live so comfortably while they have to struggle to survive in the cold wind? No, if we have to die, we have to die together. They decided to settle accounts with Lin Feng and make him pay for their suffering. Chapter 71. Bio Zi and Wang Bo also saw the video in the group. They were tortured by Lin Feng many times. Therefore, they are the people who hate Lin Feng the most in the entire community. But they never expected that Lin Feng's life would be so comfortable. Of course, some people are also worried about Lin Feng. Sun Ziyi, Chu Hanyu, Zhang Yading and Zhang Li may have all gained benefits from Lin Feng. He is also someone who wants to rely on Lin Feng for his living, so of course he doesn't want Lin Feng to come into any harm. Among this group of people, the most excited one was Zhang Jiuzheng. He was worried about the opportunity to deal with Lin Feng, but he could not find a suitable way. This time, seeing the reactions of the owners in the group, he seemed to see the dawn of hope. A smug smile appeared on his face, and he was secretly thinking about how to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Lin Feng in one fell swoop. Lin Feng sat at the dining table, leisurely savoring his breakfast, while group chat messages on his phone flooded in like a tide. He was constantly tagged in comments filled with moral blackmail and intimidation. Lin Feng, you coward, come out and give us an explanation. Are you going to hand over the supplies or not? If you continue to play dumb, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Feng gently put down his chopsticks, a mocking sneer appeared on his lips. I want to see how rude you can be. At this time, Zhang Yi was watching the group chat and replied with a smile. Get lost, who the hell do you think you are? This sentence seemed to have ignited the fuse of the group chat, and instantly curses broke out, and all kinds of dirty words poured towards Lin Feng like a tide. However, Lin Feng seemed to be out of the matter and continued to eat breakfast without any concern. He no longer felt any guilt, and he was already prepared to deal with these people. Lin Feng, you are great, let's wait and see. Humph, I think this guy won't cry until he sees the coffin, so don't waste your words on him. Yes, just make him kneel down in front of us and beg for mercy. The verbal abuse in the group chat gradually died down, replaced by an eerie silence. Lin Feng knew that someone must have taken the lead in gathering in private and discussing how to deal with him. He took a deep breath, and a hint of nervousness and excitement flashed in his eyes. Although he knew that his home was an impregnable fortress, it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous at all facing the attack of hundreds of people. However, that feeling of excitement burned in his heart like a flame, and he had long been eager to teach those ungrateful neighbors a lesson himself. A white light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He knew that it would be easy to deal with these people. As long as they dare to come, a water pipe is enough to make them miserable. However, Lin Feng shook his head, with a playful smile on his face. What he wanted was not this kind of simple victory. These people must be tortured. Then Lin Feng made dozens of stink smoke bombs and gasoline incendiary bottles. Just as Lin Feng expected, Zhang Jiuzheng, this scheming guy, he actually succeeded in winning over almost every homeowner except him, with the number of people reaching as high as 500, and even the group chat was filled to capacity. Among these 500 people, there are Biozi, Wang Bo, Sun Yu, Zhao Jiangguo and others who have a deep hatred for Lin Feng. The appearance of Biozi and Wang Bo made everyone present feel a chill down their spines. They knew very well that these two people were bullies in the community and many people had suffered a lot at their hands. At this moment, they stood on Zhang Jiashan's side, which undoubtedly added a bit of uncertainty to the impending storm. Zhang Jiasheng spoke first. I know there may be some grudges between you, but now, these are no longer important. What lies before us is a more pressing issue, food. It goes without saying that if we don't get timely food supplies, we will slowly run out of energy and eventually starve to death in this disaster. Biozi followed closely behind and echoed. Boss Zhang is absolutely right. We are all starving, but Lin Feng is living like an emperor at home. We can't just sit there and do nothing. We must unite and force him to hand over those supplies. Wang Bo also echoed. That's right. Now we should put aside our personal grudges and target Lin Feng. We must break into his house and take back the supplies that originally belonged to everyone. In fact, Biozi and Wang Bo both knew in their hearts that they had suffered losses at the hands of Lin Feng many times and had long been afraid of Lin Feng's strength and methods. They knew that Lin Feng not only had guns, but also had very complete defense facilities at home. However, the situation is different now. They have the support of 500 people. With such a force, can they not attack Lin Feng's home? In their opinion, with so many people serving as cannon fodder, even if Lin Feng had more weapons, it would be impossible for him to kill all of them. The instigation of these three people was immediately responded to by others. After they saw the living conditions of Lin Feng's family, the fire of jealousy burned fiercely, and their hearts were filled with hatred and jealousy towards Lin Feng. They longed to replace Lin Feng and enjoy his current life. Let's go, everyone. Bring your kitchen knives, rolling pins, and other tools that can be used as weapons. Yes, let's gather at the underground parking lot and go find Lin Feng together to ask him to hand over all the stored supplies. The crowd became more and more excited, and they wished they could eat Lin Feng alive. Among them, Zhao Jiangguo shouted the loudest. However, among this boiling crowd, there were a few people who remained calm. Song Wei, Sun Ziyi, and others did not follow the crowd. They silently watched the messages in the group without expressing any opinions. However, they were all worried about Lin Feng in their hearts. And those who had a good relationship with Lin Feng on weekdays, now threw those favors to the wind. All they have in their eyes is the desire to survive, and they are willing to abandon all ethics and morals in order to survive. In this moment of greed and madness, no one is willing to think about the friendship and favors that once existed. Only the desire for material things and hatred towards Lin Feng filled everyone's heart. They were like a group of out-of-control wild beasts, ready to launch a frenzied attack on Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up the phone and heard Song Wei's anxious voice. He said without hesitation that he would come over to help. However, Lin Feng politely declined his kindness. Song Wei's heroic act made Lin Feng feel complicated and he felt a little guilty. After all, he slept with Zhang Limei, which made him feel somewhat guilty when facing Song Wei. Chapter 72. At this time, Lin Feng was sitting at the table, wiping his pistol attentively. Lin Feng was already very familiar with the use of guns and did not feel unfamiliar at all. However, he also knew that the number of bullets was limited. Now, there are only 10 bullets left in the pistol, which makes him cherish them even more. He didn't want to use this gun easily unless it was absolutely necessary. So, Lin Feng carefully put the pistol back into the space in case of emergency. Then he took out the crossbow and the bow and arrow. Thousands of arrows were neatly stacked next to the observation port, enough to kill everyone. Just then, Sun Ziyi sent a message. Those neighbors are going to come to your house to look for you. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Well, I already know that. Sun Ziyi sat on the sofa at home and frowned after seeing Lin Feng's calm reply. She curled up in the corner of the sofa, hugging the pillow tightly in her arms. There are 500 people in the group. According to my estimation, at least 200 to 300 people will go there. You'd better be careful. In her opinion, facing so many neighbors, the most sensible thing to do is to hand over some supplies to calm everyone's anger. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a person is, it is impossible for him to fight against so many people. There are hundreds of people, let alone a door, it would be no problem to even tear down the house. Lin Feng said without explaining to her. I'll be fine. Just take care of yourself. Remember, no matter what happens outside, don't come out. I'll make them pay. Sun Ziyi frowned. She didn't understand where Lin Feng got the courage from. He was indifferent in front of hundreds of people. This was no joke. Once his house was broken into, those crazy neighbors would definitely kill him. Is he really that powerful? Is his fighting ability extraordinary? As a doctor, Sun Ziyi is quite knowledgeable. I've seen too much of men's stuff. Thinking of this, Sun Ziyi's face turned red. A man's strength is not just one-sided. She suddenly realized that her thoughts had gone off track. Quickly adjust your mindset and refocus on the problem at hand. She wrote cautiously in the message. Why don't you come to my house and hide there before they notice your presence? If Lin Feng had not built that sturdy safe house, Sun Ziyi's suggestion would undoubtedly be the safest option. But now, facing those neighbors who might come, will Lin Feng feel scared? Not only was he not afraid, but he seemed to be looking forward to the coming storm. Lin Feng quickly replied to Sun Ziyi's message, his tone relaxed and confident. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Once we've dealt with them, let's have dinner together. After seeing this message, Sun Ziyi knew that it would be useless for her to persuade him. She could only go to the back door and carefully observe the situation on Lin Feng's side through the peephole. As a doctor, she knew the fragility and preciousness of life, so once she found that Lin Feng was in any danger, she would rush out to rescue him without hesitation and do everything she could to ensure his safety. However, the reminder messages Lin Feng received were not only from Sun Ziyi, but also multiple messages popped up on his mobile phone screen. Chu Hanyu, Zhang Yading, and Sun Yu all sent messages to Lin Feng, reminding him to be careful. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, his eyes calmly scanning the news. He knew in his heart that these women's concern for him was not genuine. They were just passers-by in his life and tools to relieve his loneliness. Of course, he doesn't know yet that the fuse of this storm actually came from Sun Yu. Lin Feng did not reply to anyone's message. He did not need their sympathy and concern. At the same time, he was at Zhang Jiashan's house. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiasheng laughed out loud, as if the whole world was under his control. These stupid neighbors are so easy to fool. Before I even opened my mouth, they jumped into the trap one by one. However, he didn't know that all this was just a stopgap measure that everyone was forced to take in order to survive. Food, something that seems insignificant on weekdays, has become their biggest desire at this moment. At this time, Li Meiying came over. She was wearing a thick down jacket, but it still couldn't hide her proud figure. She gently kneaded Zhang Jiashan's shoulders, her voice gentle and sweet. Boss Zhang, you are really awesome. That guy is no match for you. Seeing this, the bodyguards around also gathered over. Their eyes sparkled with envy and admiration for Li Meiying, as if she was already the goddess in their hearts. Hey, madam, please take a rest. I'll give Director Zhang a massage. Li Meiying frowned slightly, but did not get angry. She just gently pushed him away and kept a proper distance. Seeing this, another bodyguard hurriedly pulled out a chair next to him and said respectfully to Li Meiying. Madam, please take a seat and don't tire yourself out. Li Meiying smiled slightly and sat down gracefully, as if all this was within her expectations. Zhang Jiasheng couldn't help feeling jealous when he saw the bodyguards around him being so attentive to Li Meiying. He glared at the bodyguards and signaled them to stand down. However, the bodyguards did not seem to notice Zhang Jiashan's dissatisfaction and continued to surround Li Meiying, showing their courtesy. Zhang Jiashan's face became more and more ugly. He stood up suddenly, pushed away the bodyguard beside him, and strode towards Li Meiying. Get out of here, all of you. The bodyguards were startled by his sudden outburst and took a few steps back. Li Meiying also frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Jiasheng, not understanding why he was so angry. Boss Zhang, what's wrong with you? However, Zhang Jiasheng did not answer her, as he knew very well what these bodyguards were thinking. If it were in the past, he would have driven them away without hesitation. After all, he could find someone else with money. But at this moment, the situation he faced was very different. He looked around and saw the bodyguards who used to obey him. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Li Meiying, and their eyes were full of greed and desire. Zhang Jiasheng couldn't help but feel helpless and angry, but he knew that now was not the time to lose his temper. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger in his heart. He understood that these were the only people he could use. If I drive them away again, I will be isolated and helpless. What's more, these bodyguards coveted Li Meiying's beauty. It's just human nature. In this materialistic world, beauty itself is a kind of power that can attract countless gazes and desires. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiasheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 73. He thought to himself that even if they really dared to attack Li Meiying, he would have no way to stop them. After all, his situation is already very difficult and he needs to rely on these bodyguards to protect himself. He could only try to stay calm and not let things get any worse. Lin Feng was ready and was just waiting for those stupid neighbors to come to his door, but he had been waiting for more than 2 hours and there was no movement at all. Could it be that they have some conspiracy? It shouldn't be that serious. There are hundreds of people against me. Do I need to plot? Jingle. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, suddenly, a crisp message alert sound broke the silence. He quickly picked up his phone and saw a message from a stranger on the screen. The avatar was a stunningly beautiful woman, although Lin Feng did not know her. But what is certain is that she also lives in this community. Looking back, Lin Feng had accepted her friend request because of her beauty, but the two had never had any communication. At this moment, looking at this sudden message, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little curious. He clicked on the message lightly and saw it displayed on the screen. I'm Zhang Jiashan's mistress, my name is Li Meiying. I have some important information to tell you, I wonder if you are interested. What's going on? A trick or a betrayal? No matter what Li Meiying's motive was, Lin Feng didn't care. He knew very well that as long as he stayed at home and did not go out easily, no one could pose a threat to him. What information? Tell me. At this moment, Zhang Jiasheng and Biozi and a group of people were plotting a plan to deal with Lin Feng in the living room. Although their voices were low, Li Meiying could hear them clearly. She was well aware of the strength of Zhang Jiasheng and others, but she did not hold much hope that they could successfully deal with Lin Feng. Some things cannot be easily solved by more people. Therefore, Li Meiying decided to reveal the plan of Zhang Jiasheng and others to Lin Feng. She believed that as long as she was not discovered by Zhang Jiasheng, she could gain certain benefits no matter who won or lost in the end. So, she carefully edited the information and prepared to send the intelligence to Lin Feng. Li Meiying smiled slightly, with a bit of teasing and cunning, and she replied quickly. Mr. Lin, you are not trying to get something for nothing and take the information from me for nothing, right? If you do that, I will suffer a great loss. Lin Feng smiled lightly, already knowing Li Meiying's intention. He naturally knew that at this time of food shortage, the value of intelligence was often linked to food. And for him, food is the most abundant thing. The supplies stored in the space are enough for him to squander for several lifetimes. So he replied without hesitation. A box of instant noodles in exchange for your information. After receiving the news, Li Meiying's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect Lin Feng to agree so readily, and give her a box of instant noodles. In this age where food is as valuable as gold, such a move is enough to illustrate how rich Lin Feng's reserves are. She secretly admired in her heart, it seems that Sun Yu was right, Lin Feng is indeed a hidden character. However, she was also a person who knew her limits and did not take the opportunity to ask for too much. She replied with a smile. Since Mr. Lin is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Don't worry, the information is absolutely true and reliable. Besides, after you win, I will take the initiative to come and accompany you. After that, she sent a few more photos. She looks sexy and charming in the photo, which is very attractive. Moreover, she exudes a kind of charm from head to toe, just like her name. She is totally a modern vixen, naturally charming. Lin Feng looked at the photo and couldn't help swallowing. He had to admit that the old man Zhang Jiuzheng was indeed lucky to have found a stunning beauty like Li Meiying. Immediately afterwards, Li Meiying sent another message. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. Zhang Jiuzheng, that old guy, has been impotent for 5 years. I am just his lover in name only, accompanying him to various events. So, you don't have to worry about me causing you any trouble. I'm very clean. Damn, this woman has been holding it in for too long. In the past, Lin Feng would not even dare to think about a beauty like Li Meiying. However, at this moment, Li Meiying seemed to be within reach, so close that it seemed as if she could be embraced by just reaching out her hand. This huge change caused Lin Feng to feel an indescribable impulse in his heart. Should we keep her in captivity? This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He had never thought that he would have such an idea. This was the first time since the end of the world that he had such a strong possessiveness towards a woman. It can be seen how great Li Meiying's charm is, making people fall for her unknowingly. However, Lin Feng shook his head violently. He knew that now was not the time to think about these things, and business was more important. He took a deep breath, calmed his inner turmoil, and then sent a message to Li Meiying. Now you can tell me the information. Li Meiying checked the time. There was still 1 hour left before the time Zhang Jiuzheng and the others agreed to meet. She did not dare to delay and quickly told Lin Feng the information, hoping that he could be prepared for defense. They decided to act at 2 am and split into 2 groups. The larger group will attack your house, another group attacked Sun Ziyi's house. Their plan was very thorough. Even if they couldn't open your door, they could use Sun Ziyi to threaten you. When Lin Feng heard the news, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. These people are really cunning. They even thought of using Sun Ziyi to threaten him. However, this also shows how much they value and fear him. Great. If Li Meiying hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have thought of this. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced in his heart, and at the same time he admired Li Meiying's attentiveness and keenness. However, the next question made Lin Feng fall into deep thought. How to ensure Sun Ziyi's safety? The safest way is to let Sun Ziyi come to his house, but in this way, once Sun Ziyi's house is breached, she will have to live in Lin Feng's house from now on. Lin Feng has no idea of a keeping Sun Ziyi in captivity for the time being. He doesn't want to give up the entire forest for a tree. He has been looking for a way to protect Sun Ziyi without affecting her normal life. However, time was running out and Lin Feng racked his brains but could not think of any good solution. He couldn't help but feel irritated and anxious. Damn it, at worst I'll just do it. Afterwards, Lin Feng sent a message in the owner's group. Anyone who dares to approach Sun Ziyi's house will be killed without mercy. Chapter 74. Immediately afterwards, Sun Ziyi sent an inquiry message, and she obviously also noticed something unusual. Lin Feng was afraid that she would worry, so he did not tell her the truth, but just asked her to stay at home and feel at ease. He would protect her no matter what. However, it was not only Sun Ziyi who saw it. But at the same time, Wang Bo, who was sitting on the sofa in Zhang Jiashan's living room, also noticed this sudden news. Pa! A crisp sound interrupted everyone's conversation. Wang Bo slammed the coffee table and threw his phone on it. The tea splashed and the glass shook slightly, as if expressing his anger and dissatisfaction. Zhang Jiuzheng was originally deep in thought, and the sudden noise made him frown. He raised his head and looked at Wang Bo with dissatisfaction, with majesty and dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. After all, this is his territory, and Wang Bo's actions are undoubtedly a provocation to him. Wang Bo also noticed Zhang Jiashan's dissatisfaction, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly picked up the phone and handed it to Zhang Jiuzheng. He tried to explain, with a hint of nervousness and urgency in his voice. Mr. Zhang, don't be angry. Take a look at this. I don't know who leaked our plan. Zhang Jiuzheng took the phone and looked at the information on the screen, his brows furrowed more and more. Although their plan was not top secret, if someone revealed it to Lin Feng, it would mean that a rift had appeared within the team. This kind of disunity is a big taboo in their actions. If someone secretly does something bad at the critical moment, the entire operation may fail. After reading the message, Zhang Jiashan's eyes turned cold. He glanced at everyone in the room, his tone questioning and threatening. Tell me, who among us is most likely to be a traitor? As soon as the words fell, the room exploded. Everyone started talking at once to defend themselves, and the noise was so loud that it was difficult to hear what they were saying. As Zhang Jiasheng listened to the chaotic noise, the anger in his heart grew stronger. He slammed the coffee table and shouted harshly. Look at what you all look like. It's like a vegetable market. The voices of the crowd gradually died down, leaving only Zhang Jiashan's cold gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. He finally fixed his gaze on Biozi, pointed at him and spoke. You go first. When Biozi was called, he immediately sat up straight, cleared his throat, and began to express his opinions. Boss Zhang, I think only someone who has a close relationship with Lin Feng would tip him off. For people like me and Wang Bo, we wish he would die sooner. As soon as Biozi finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that his analysis made sense. However, as Lin Feng's former father-in-law, Zhao Jiangguo has the closest relationship with Lin Feng. Zhao Jiangguo also realized this, and his face turned pale instantly. He looked around nervously and found that everyone's eyes were on him. He knew that at this moment, he had become the focus of everyone's suspicion. Zhao Jiangguo saw that everyone's suspicious eyes were focused on him, so he waved his hands hastily. No. No. It wasn't me. Believe me. All the injuries on my body were caused by that guy Lin Feng. How could I possibly tip him off? What good will it do me? If you don't believe me, you can ask Sun Yu. She knows. In order to expose the situation at Lin Feng's home, I even put my own daughter under house arrest. How could I possibly betray everyone? When everyone heard what Zhao Jiangguo said, they turned their eyes to Sun Yu. Sun Yu felt panic in her heart, her brain racing, trying to find the right words to respond. She wasn't sure if Zhao Jiangguo was the traitor, but apart from him, she and Lin Feng were indeed the closest. Moreover, now she is on the same side as Biozi and others, and no longer has to live under someone else's roof and in Zhao Ting's house. Thinking of this, Sun Yu calmed down and spoke. I think Zhao Jiangguo is most likely the traitor. After all, his daughter is still thinking about remarrying Lin Feng, and he could have tipped off Lin Feng in order to pave the way for his daughter. We can't ignore this possibility just because of temporary trust. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone started talking. Some people think that Sun Yu's analysis makes sense. After all, the relationship between Zhao Jiangguo's daughter and Lin Feng is indeed complicated. Everyone was there to watch the fun, no one spoke, as long as they were not suspected. Zhao Jiangguo's face turned pale, his eyes widened, and he pointed at Sun Yu and cursed loudly. You stinky BCH, I took you in with good intentions and provided you with a shelter, but now you turn against me and frame me. I will fight you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jiangguo raised his fist and punched Sun Yu fiercely. However, in the eyes of everyone, his behavior was more like a clown directing and acting in his own show. Not only did his actions fail to clear him of any suspicion, but they also further solidified the fact that he was a traitor. Just when Zhao Jiangguo's fist was about to land on Sun Yu, Zhang Jiasheng suddenly attacked. He grabbed the back of Zhao Jiangguo's collar and swung him hard, throwing Zhao Jiangguo more than 2 meters away like a rag. Zhao Jiangguo fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Although Zhang Jiasheng is old, with grey hair and wrinkles on his face, he is still very agile. It was easy for him to deal with a disabled old man like Zhao Jiangguo without any effort. Zhang Jiasheng glared at Zhao Jiangguo and shouted angrily. Damn it, he dares to act wild in my house, beat him up. Seeing this, everyone followed suit, condemning and spitting on Zhao Jiangguo. This whole scene was secretly filmed by Li Meiying in the bedroom and sent to Lin Feng. Seeing Zhao Jiangguo being beaten, Lin Feng was a little scared. He was really afraid that Zhang Jiasheng and his gang would beat him to death. In that case, he would have no chance to humiliate Zhao Jiangguo. At this time, Zhao Jiangguo had lost several teeth and was spitting blood from his mouth. He couldn't help but shout. Don't hit me. If you can let me go, I will. I will give my daughter to you to play with. Since the cold wave began, everyone has been in a tense state. Even if there are women in their family, they are too lazy to touch them. Everyone stopped and looked at each other, obviously angered by what Zhao Jiangguo said. Domestic flowers don't have the fragrance of wild flowers. However, a sneer appeared in Sun Yu's heart. She knew exactly what Zhao Ting looked like, with one breast larger than the other. The butt is like a square stone, with no aesthetic appeal at all. Sun Yu thought to himself that if those men really saw Zhao Ting's true appearance, they would probably be scared to the point of impotence. Chapter 75. However, Sun Yu did not say these words. The blame has already been put on Zhao Jiangguo, so it's best for me not to say anything about him. Anyway, all this has nothing to do with her. She just needs to stand aside quietly and watch how this farce ends. However, these men have been aroused by Zhao Jiangguo's proposal. The moral bottom line in their hearts has been destroyed by desire. Biozi was even more direct. He stared at Zhao Jiangguo with his eyes wide open, a greedy smile on his face. Zhao Jiangguo, you are giving us benefits. However, we are not so easy to fool. You have to prove your sincerity first. Zhao Jiangguo groaned in pain, but when he heard Biozi's words, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spoke in a trembling voice. I can take you to my house first and call my daughter out. Sun Yu sneered in her heart. She knew Zhou Tu was hiding at home and shivering. If we are found by these men, the consequences will be disastrous. However, she did not say anything to stop it. Instead, she quietly stepped aside and prepared to watch the show. Everyone followed Zhao Jiangguo to his home, and Zhao Ting was so scared that she hid in the bedroom and dared not come out. Zhao Jiangguo kicked the door open fiercely and pulled Zhao Ting up from the bed. Zhao Ting looked at the men in front of her in horror. She knew she had nowhere to escape. She looked at Sun Yu for help, but Sun Yu coldly avoided her gaze. Biozi and others rushed forward impatiently and surrounded Zhao Ting. They stared at her greedily, as if they were looking at prey. However, when they saw her face and figure clearly, they were all stunned, as if struck by lightning. Biozi was the first to break the silence. He frowned, covered his mouth, and said with disgust. Ugh, holy shit, this is the first time I've seen such a disgusting woman. The others showed the same expression, and they all began to retch as if they smelled something unpleasant. They fled from Zhao Ting's bedroom, and in the process of escaping, Biozi also did not forget to kick Zhao Ting hard, as if this could eliminate the disgust in his heart. The farce ended so abruptly and they returned to Zhang Jiashan's home in embarrassment. It was already early in the morning. Zhang Jiasheng was sitting on the sofa. He was the first to speak. There is still half an hour until the agreed time. Our first priority is to obtain the supplies in Lin Feng's hands. With food, we won't have to worry about not having women. Biozi hesitated for a moment and asked. But Lin Feng already knows our plan, so he will definitely be on guard. Should we still proceed as planned? A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Jiashan's lips. He patted Biozi's shoulder gently and said. Humph, we are using an open strategy. Even if he finds out, what can he do? As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. I don't believe he can withstand the siege of hundreds of us. Notify everyone to gather in the underground parking lot. Half an hour later, we will launch a general attack on Lin Feng and Sun Ziyi's homes. Biozi nodded, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng sat quietly in the house, his eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes suddenly. Here I come. Then, from the back door came the sound of various tools knocking. Accompanied by people's excited shouts, it was like a surging wave rushing towards this side. Lin Feng knew that the hundreds of people led by Zhang Jiasheng had gathered and were heading towards his home. He quickly turned on the surveillance camera and saw a sea of a human figures appearing on the screen, so densely packed that he couldn't count their number. Everyone held various tools in their hands, some holding kitchen knives, some holding sticks, some people even held frying pans in their hands, which looked quite funny, but more importantly, it revealed a solemn and murderous aura. Walking in the front were two middle-aged men in black suits. They walked steadily and had sharp eyes, and were obviously well-trained professional bodyguards. Lin Feng recognized at a glance that these two people should be Zhang Jiashan's personal bodyguards, responsible for protecting his safety. As the crowd gradually approached, Lin Feng could see clearly that many people were holding umbrellas in their hands, obviously to prevent him from splashing water on them. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. What good are these umbrellas? I'm using a high-pressure water gun for car washes, which can blow your umbrellas away in an instant, leaving you with nowhere to hide. Soon, there was a rapid and violent knock on the door in the corridor, shaking the surrounding walls as if they were trembling. Boom! 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 The knocks on the door were accompanied by waves of arrogant shouting. Lin Feng, open the door quickly. Hand over the food, or we will kill you. Don't waste time. Once we rush in, not even a trace of you will be left. Lin Feng sat at home, staring calmly at the surveillance screen. He did not see Biozi and others, nor did he find any trace of Zhang Jiasheng. These people knocked on the door so arrogantly, obviously they were misled and used as pawns to test his background. Lin Feng curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. He had no intention of showing mercy to these people's ignorance and greed. He has abundant energy reserves, enough to cope with any challenge. So he pressed the high-voltage switch without hesitation. A blinding flash of lightning flashed through the air, and the young man who was BG on the door just now was instantly struck by the current. His body was shaking violently and his face showed an expression of extreme pain. Due to the narrow passage and the crowded crowd, the people behind him were not spared and were all affected by the electric current. They screamed in terror and tried to escape from this horrible place, but the speed of the electric current was faster than their reaction. Ah, damn it, help, there's electricity. Electric currents raged through their bodies, and their bodies seemed to be tightly bound by invisible chains, unable to move. The air was filled with a nauseating burnt smell. The current lasted for more than a minute before Lin Feng cut off the power supply. It is impossible to count how many people fell to the ground, it was pitch black, and their lives or deaths were unknown. The air was suffocating with the smell of roasting meat and burning clothes. The others looked at this scene in horror, their hearts filled with fear and despair. They never expected that they would face such a death threat, let alone witness such a horrific scene. Some women couldn't stand the bloody scene and screamed, bent over and vomited. But their stomachs were empty and they could only vomit out some acid. Panic spread among the crowd, and some people began to want to escape from this horrible place. However, they soon discovered that their retreat had been blocked by Biozi and Zhang Jiashan's bodyguards. Want to run? Not that easy. Biozi held a machete in his hand and smiled grimly. He stood at the entrance of the corridor, blocking everyone's way. His purpose was very clear, which was to make these people serve as Lin Feng's cannon fodder. In their view, the more these people died, the better, so that the number of people who had to share food supplies would be reduced. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Chapter 76. The fear in the crowd grew stronger and stronger. They were so frightened by the threats from Beauties and the bodyguards that they dared not move. They knew that it was impossible to escape at this moment, and they could only hope that Lin Feng would let them go. However, Lin Feng had no mercy. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the corridor entrance. Zhang Jiuzheng and the remaining 2 bodyguards rushed over and saw the scene. Instead of being angry, he was faintly excited. He found a commanding position and shouted loudly. "You all saw it, this guy is simply a beast. Not only did he have the heart to watch everyone starve to death, but now he has killed so many neighbors. Let's quickly find some insulating wood to ram. As long as we open the door, we can get our revenge. Everyone remember, as long as you don't touch the door, a happy life is right in front of you. Everyone must work hard." Under Zhang Jiashan's instigation, everyone's eyes turned red. He hadn't eaten for several days in a row. Even if he wasn't electrocuted by Lin Feng, he would have starved to death. Soon someone found all kinds of wood, table legs, bed boards, everything you could think of. Everyone come together. 1 2 3. Push harder. A group of people took turns to violently bang on the door of Lin Feng's house. Bang bang bang. However, there was no sign that the door had been smashed open, not even a dent, just some slight scratches. Zhang Jiuzheng, who was standing far away, witnessed the chaos in the crowd. He quickly called Beauties to his side and whispered. "It will only be a waste of effort if we continue like this. We have to change our strategy. Send some of your men out and follow me to attack Sun Ziyi's home. That is Lin Feng's weak spot." Beauties nodded in agreement and quickly organized people to attack Sun Ziyi's house. The changes in the crowd naturally attracted Lin Feng's attention. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly pressed another switch. With a click sound, a large amount of water mist suddenly sprayed out from all around the house. In an instant, the entire corridor was shrouded in white mist. What's going on? My eyes are blind." Shouts of fear rang out one after another, and people lost their way in the sudden water mist and fell into chaos. They waved their weapons, trying to find Lin Feng in the mist, but could only hack and slash in vain. Zhang Jiuzheng also saw the changes here, but he did not choose to return to help. Instead, he remembered what Lin Feng said in the group, anyone who gets close to Sun Ziyi's house will be killed without mercy. He felt a chill in his heart and decided to act cautiously. He stood at a distance and directed the crowd. "You, and you, all of you, come together. As long as you capture Sun Ziyi alive, Lin Feng will surrender." However, compared to the danger at Lin Feng's doorstep, this place is indeed much safer. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Jiuzheng finished speaking, 2 people rushed out with sticks in their hands. Swoosh swoosh, 2 sounds of breaking through the air were heard, followed by the screams of the 2 people who rushed out. When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they saw an arrow stuck in each of their thighs, and blood had stained their trouser legs red. It goes without saying that this must have been shot by Lin Feng. When everyone saw this, they felt fear in their hearts. They looked at each other and all stopped moving forward. No one wants to be the next target to be shot. In this apocalyptic world, being injured is equivalent to being sentenced to death. This time, Lin Feng completely lost his patience and was too lazy to aim at each target carefully. "Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being rude." He raised the crossbow in his hand and began to shoot at random. The arrows were like messengers of death, drawing cold tracks in the air. Soon several people were hit by arrows and fell down in pain. At this time, someone woke up as if from a dream and shouted loudly. "Everyone be careful, he has a long-range attack weapon." This shout woke the people around as if from a dream. They screamed in fear and then hurried to disperse. But the space was so small and the light was so dim, hundreds of people were crammed together, one next to the other, making it almost impossible to move. Because of extreme fear and panic, everyone was so anxious that a lot of people tripped and fell. There were bursts of terrified shouts and screams from the crowd, and the scene was in chaos. Lin Feng was like a cold-blooded killer, mercilessly shooting arrows at the crowd attacking Sun Ziyi's house. The whistling sound of the arrows was like the chanting of a soul-demanding Buddhist sutra, echoing in the parking space, which was extremely terrifying. Screams rang out one after another, and the entire parking lot seemed to have turned into a hell on earth. Zhang Jiuzheng stood at the end of the crowd with a kitchen knife in his hand, a sly smile on his face. "Everyone calm down, I don't believe he can kill us all." Although his words were intended to reassure people, his real purpose was to keep these people as cannon fodder. At this moment, the fog outside Lin Feng's house seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind, revealing the truth that had been hidden. Everyone's eyes lit up, and someone immediately noticed the observation hole on the door and exclaimed. "Look, there's a hole in the door. That's where the arrow came from. Let's plug it." Before he finished speaking, someone raised the bedboard in his hand without hesitation and quickly blocked the observation hole on the door. However, this did not reassure everyone, and some people were still unwilling to accept it. They tried to throw various objects into Lin Feng's room, and some even built a human ladder and wanted to climb in through the observation hole to find out what was going on. Lin Feng did not panic. He quickly closed the iron door behind the observation port and locked it tightly. The design of the observation port is very clever. It can only be opened from the inside, and people outside cannot break in no matter what. Seeing that Lin Feng could no longer shoot arrows, the neighbors came back to their senses from their fear and began to examine the tragic scene before them. The ground was in a mess and covered in blood. Many people were injured and in unbearable pain. In the fog, they thought Lin Feng would come out, so they waved their weapons recklessly, but ended up hurting their companions by mistake. For a while, wailing and cursing were heard one after another. Dozens of people fell to the ground, and some even stopped breathing, apparently having died unfortunately. Some people who lost their loved ones were in so much pain that they cried and cursed Lin Feng loudly. Lin Feng, you coward, come out if you dare. Don't think you will be safe if you hide behind the door. We will find you. So many people died because of you, doesn't your conscience hurt? Lin Feng's life is mine, no one can snatch it from me. However, what the neighbors didn't know was that Lin Feng had already returned to the sofa in the living room leisurely. Chapter 77. He sipped his tea quietly, with a scornful smile on his face. It was like watching a funny clown show, leisurely watching their angry and furious actions. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of BG on the door rang out again, even more deafening than before, as if it was going to shake the whole house down. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved. He gently put down the teacup and waited quietly. Within a minute, everyone felt something was wrong. Their bodies gradually became stiff, and a thin layer of ice formed on each of them. Even the thick clothes were slowly becoming stiff. It was not until then that they suddenly realized that the water mist released by Lin Feng just now had completely soaked their clothes. They were so angry and excited that they didn't notice this at all. I didn't realize this until I was shivering from the cold and my movements became slow. Ah, cut. This is too damn cold. I'm almost frozen. At this time, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. They knew that if they continued like this, within minutes they would be frozen into statues and at the mercy of others. A strong sense of fear surged in their hearts, making them unable to care about the threats from Beauties and others anymore. So they turned around and ran towards their homes. They just want to return to their warm homes as soon as possible and escape the shackles of cold and fear. However, when they turned around, they found that Beauties and others had disappeared. They felt nervous, not knowing where these people had gone and what kind of trouble they would cause. However, they have no time to care about these things now. They can only take care of their own safety and escape from this horrible place as soon as possible. On the other side, Zhang Jiusheng stood in front of his team, staring at the chaotic scene of the crazy retreat. He looked around and found that everyone's eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, as if they were shrouded by Lin Feng's shadow, and they all showed signs of retreating. Zhang Jiusheng took a deep breath. He knew that if he couldn't keep his footing, then all their previous efforts will be wasted. Everyone listen to me, we can't just be driven by fear. We have already paid a huge price and lost so many people. Their sacrifice cannot be in vain. Look, the door of Sun Ziyi's house is right in front of us, only a dozen meters away from us. As long as we unite as one and work together, we will be able to break down her door, capture Sun Ziyi alive, and force Lin Feng to hand over the food. The originally restless crowd gradually quieted down after hearing Zhang Jiashen's words. Zhang Jiusheng felt relieved when he saw this. He quickly organized the remaining people into two groups, one in front and one in the back. In case Lin Feng suddenly launches an attack and catches them all in one fell swoop. Call out the sharp sound of the crossbow arrow cutting through the air echoed in the air again, like the prelude to the coming of death. There is no doubt that Lin Feng's target this time is Zhang Jiusheng. The arrow shot out like lightning and hit Zhang Jiashen's thigh accurately. He covered his wound in pain, his eyes blazing with anger as he roared. Damn it, everyone in the first group, come on. Break down Sun Ziyi's door no matter what. His roar echoed in the air, and the 70 or 80 people in the first group seemed to be injected with powerful motivation. They rushed towards Sun Ziyi's home like wild beasts. Their eyes were filled with despair and greed. Having not eaten for several days, they had come to see breaking into Sun Ziyi's house as their last hope of survival. However, just as they rushed towards Sun Ziyi's house, the sound of whoosh was heard again in the air. Everyone subconsciously covered their heads and dodged, fearing that they would be hit by arrows. However, surprisingly, the two arrows did not hit anyone, but fell in the center of the two groups of people. They were surprised to find that there seemed to be something tied to the arrow. Bang, bang. Two slight noises were heard, and then a large amount of smoke quickly spread out. There was an indescribable stench mixed in with the smoke, which was nauseating. Alpaca, who pooped here? Why does it stink so bad? FKU, I haven't eaten in days. If someone poops, I'll be the first to eat it. However, just as they were teasing each other, someone suddenly shouted. No, this is a smoke bomb, the smell is coming from inside. Everyone realized that something was wrong, but at this time, the fog had spread rapidly, enveloping them completely. Fear and a sense of uncertainty spread among the people. They didn't know what means Lin Feng would use to deal with them next. Shrouded in thick fog, they rushed around like headless flies, constantly bumping into each other and falling down. Lin Feng took Orlan's hand and slowly walked out of the house, as if everything was under control. After walking a few steps, Orlan suddenly started barking wildly in the direction of the fog, his voice full of vigilance and hostility. The barking seemed to be sending some kind of signal to everyone, announcing Lin Feng's arrival. That's Lin Feng's dog. He's out. Someone shouted in horror, his voice revealing an undisguised fear. Fear quickly spread among the crowd, and they realized that they were about to face greater danger. They were already eager to escape, and now they quickened their pace, trying to escape from this dangerous place. However, Lin Feng would not let them go easily. He quickly took out several smoke bombs from the space and threw them at the crowd one after another. With a few loud bangs, the smoke quickly spread, and the people who had just run out of the fog were blocked from view again. Then, Lin Feng took out a gasoline bottle, lit it quickly and threw it out. I saw a raging flame suddenly ignited in the crowd, forming a sea of a fire. Wow, it's so warm. The long-lost feeling of warmth made everyone feel comfortable, as if they had found a bit of warmth in this cold night. However, this warmth was fleeting. The flames spread quickly and soon burned them. Ah, help! Shouts of fear continued to be heard from the crowd, accompanied by groans and wails of pain. In panic, many people fell to the ground, and they struggled to stand up. But the flames devoured their bodies mercilessly, leaving them no chance to stand up. The fire was burning fiercely, and bursts of burnt fragrance filled the air. In desperation, some people actually grabbed pieces of meat on the ground and stuffed them into their mouths, as if they wanted to fill their stomachs with this last food. Damn it, I have to eat enough even if I die. They shouted in despair, their voices filled with helplessness and indignation. However, this final struggle was in vain, and the fire mercilessly devoured them one by one. Chapter 78. In the end, only 100 people out of the 160-plus team escaped. Moreover, everyone was injured to varying degrees. Everyone fled to a corner in a panic. At this moment, a sly light flashed in the eyes of several smart people, and they acted quickly. Several bodies that had been burned beyond recognition were dragged out. This is the only gain from this thrilling operation. Everyone sat together around the corpses. The long-lost feeling of fullness made a trace of relief temporarily appear on their faces. However, they knew that this was only a temporary respite. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Everyone looked up and saw Biozi running towards them, panting, with a pickaxe in his hand. He looked at everyone with surprise, as if he couldn't understand what was happening before him. You, what's going on with you? Looking at the intact Biozi, Zhang Jiashan's anger instantly burned in his heart. He glared at Biozi and said with gritted teeth. How dare you ask? I want to ask you first, what have you been doing? Biozi raised the pickaxe in his hand and explained. I thought the door of Lin Feng's house was too strong to be broken open. So, I went to find this pickaxe. We can break down the wall. I don't believe that this brick and cement wall can't be broken down. Biozi's words were like a stream of clear spring water, instantly arousing everyone's fighting spirit. The fear of death dissipated in their hearts, replaced by anger and desire for revenge. Damn, this is a good idea. Haha, I can finally avenge those who died. Hurry up, everyone, go find some tools, those who are slightly injured, follow me. Zhang Jiasheng raised his arms and shouted, his voice revealing firmness and determination. Lin Feng, I wonder if you can escape this time. However, Lin Feng in the room was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't hear what they were saying. He just vaguely heard a burst of cheers and couldn't help frowning. Have these people been burned stupid by me? A disdainful smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He didn't feel worried at all. Because he knew that the safe house he had spent so much effort and money to build could not be easily broken into by this mob. Doors, walls, windows, even the ground and roof are all made of bulletproof materials. Ordinary explosives can't even blow it up, let alone this group of rabble. Before long, there was a lot of noise and dust. More than 20 strong men armed with pickaxes and sledgehammers gathered outside the house. There was determination and madness in their eyes, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. Bang! A loud bang shook the entire underground parking lot, a big man's muscles tightened. Using all his strength, he smashed the sledgehammer in his hand against the wall. His movements were swift and powerful, as if he wanted to smash the wall to pieces. A crack suddenly appeared in the wall, and white dust fell like snowflakes. When everyone saw this, there was a glimmer of excitement in their eyes, as if they saw a breakthrough right before their eyes. Keep smashing. Try harder. So, everyone waved their tools more vigorously. Each blow was accompanied by a dull thud and flying dust. However, just as the big man was about to swing the hammer again, there was a sharp metal collision sound. Ding dong, the big man screamed and the hammer in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. He took a few steps back and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone rushed forward and saw that his hands were bloody and the wounds were so deep that the bones were visible. Under the attack of low temperature, the blood quickly solidified into shocking bloodstains. What's going on? Everyone was panicked and looked at the solid wall in front of them in disbelief. They couldn't figure out what kind of wall could withstand such a violent attack. Someone walked over carefully and reached out to sweep away the dust on the wall. When he saw clearly what was behind him, his eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped. This wall is also made of steel. Everyone was shocked and gathered around to watch. Sure enough, after peeling off the outer layer of white ash, thick and solid black metal was revealed. FK, this Lin Feng is crazy, the walls are made of steel. His voice was full of helplessness and despair, as if his confidence had been completely shattered by the steel wall. However, there are still people who are unwilling to give up. Damn it, I don't believe I can't break open this turtle shell. Someone said this with gritted teeth, picking up the hammer again to hit the wall somewhere else. Several people worked together, hoping to find a flaw in the wall. However, no matter from which angle they struck, what they finally found was a solid and thick steel wall. Every attempt ended in failure, and every despair made them feel heartbroken. In the living room, Lin Feng curled his lips in disdain. He had expected such an outcome and felt great contempt for these people's stupidity and ignorance. Damn it, if you can think of the problem, how can I not think of it? Go ahead and smash it, you can't break it even if you die of exhaustion. At this moment, Biozi's voice came from behind the crowd. Don't smash it. Lin Feng might have connected the high-voltage electricity to the wall. Let's withdraw and think of other ways. Everyone retreated to the corner again, and someone immediately started complaining. What the hell, this is the first time I've seen someone build a house with steel plates. I knew they were renovating their house, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. There are probably not many normal people in this world who would build such a house. It was already dawn, and everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Zhang Jiusheng said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng must have known about the disaster a long time ago. He did this to prevent others from entering his home. Without Zhang Jiashen's deliberate reminder, everyone had actually gradually realized this. Lin Feng not only stockpiled abundant supplies in advance, but also carefully decorated the house with steel plates. This move seemed extremely strange. Who could really believe him if he said he knew nothing about the disaster? Biozi looked at everyone's tired faces, sighed, and spoke slowly. Alas, after a whole night of hard work, everyone is exhausted. It seems that we should go back and rest for a while. After we have enough energy, we can think of other ways. And last night, after a fierce fight, more than 100 of the 400 people who came with great momentum died. They were either frozen to death or burned to death, without exception they all fell into Lin Feng's hands. Chapter 79. After everyone left, an enchanting figure quietly appeared at the place where they were just now, like a ghost. She has a graceful figure and long hair, exuding an alluring charm. Li Meiying looked at the hellish scene in front of her and felt a chill in her heart. There were broken limbs and arms all over the ground, the blood dyed the entire ground red, and the smell of blood was sickening. She couldn't help but shudder. Lin Feng's methods were too cruel. How was this different from a butcher? However, in this apocalyptic world, survival is a cruel game. Only if you are ruthless and smart enough can you gain a foothold in this world full of dangers and uncertainties. Li Meiying knew this very well, so she chose to stand on Lin Feng's side. At this moment, she was very glad that she had made the right bet. Lin Feng not only defeated hundreds of neighbors, but also shocked everyone with his thundering methods. His strength and decisiveness made her feel at ease and admired. I looked around and saw that there was no one in the underground parking lot. Li Meiying took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. She walked towards Lin Feng's home with light steps. Ding ding ding, the knock on the door sounded in Lin Feng's ears, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Who would come to see me at this time? Could it be that Zhang Jiusheng and his gang haven't given up yet and have come up with another plan? However, when he turned on the surveillance camera and saw the slender figure outside the door, his doubts instantly disappeared. Although she was wearing a scarf and a hat, covering her entire face tightly, but Lin Feng could confirm at a glance that the person outside the door was Li Meiying. Li Meiying, a unique woman, exudes a unique charm that is unforgettable. At this moment, Li Meiying's arrival was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. The crazy killing made him too angry, and he was worried that he couldn't find an outlet to vent his anger. The appearance of Li Meiying may be a good opportunity for him to relax. Lin Feng opened the door and Li Meiying walked in. She always had a confident smile on her face, as if everything was under her control. Lin Feng discovered that she was different from all the women he had met before. Her temperament and demeanor made him feel somewhat fascinated. Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. Li Meiying smiled and said, you are so amazing, it's beyond my expectation. Lin Feng also responded with a smile. I have something even more powerful, do you want to see it? Of course Li Meiying knew what Lin Feng was referring to. She did not answer, but just smiled gently, as if everything was self-evident. She walked into the house, looked around, and then untied the thick equipment on her body. Lin Feng looked at her and couldn't help feeling a little expectant. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, Li Meiying took off all her clothes without his reminder, leaving only a bikini. She stood there and turned around, showing off her figure, and then said, you see, I don't have any weapons on me. I came to you only to fulfill my promise. Lin Feng looked at Li Meiying and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. This woman is really smart. She knows how to use her charm to conquer men. Lin Feng slightly turned sideways and made an elegant and respectful gesture of invitation. Ms. Li, please come in. Li Meiying walked in front gracefully with a graceful figure, and every step seemed like dancing. Lin Feng followed behind her, his eyes inadvertently sweeping across her back, secretly admiring her in his heart. While Li Meiying was not paying attention, Lin Feng quietly took out a sexy lace pajamas from the space. When Li Meiying sat down on the sofa, Lin Feng gently handed her pajamas. His movements were natural and polite, as if all this was taken for granted. Li Meiying took the pajamas, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. She looked at the pajamas in her hand, then looked up at Lin Feng, as if asking about the origin of the pajamas. However, she did not ask, but just gently put on her pajamas. The pajamas fit her body curves tightly, outlining her perfect figure. Li Meiying smiled charmingly, like a blooming flower, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to understand women so well. Her voice is gentle and sweet, like a spring breeze, making people feel relaxed and happy. In every gesture, Li Meiying's seductiveness seems to be innate. There is no need to deliberately show it, it is enough to make people feel moved. Lin Feng felt as if his nosebleed was about to burst out. He tried hard to control his breathing and tried to calm his inner excitement. However, Lin Feng himself did not realize that he also had a fatal attraction to Li Meiying. In his powerful strength and deep eyes, Li Meiying felt an unprecedented sense of security. Her love for him had already surpassed simple emotion and was more of a deep admiration. The two people's eyes met in the air, as if creating hot sparks. Li Meiying took the initiative to stand up and walked in front of Lin Feng. She gently hooked Lin Feng's chin with her slender fingers, and her voice was full of teasing. Will you conquer me, or will I conquer you? These words were like a raging fire, instantly igniting the desire deep in Lin Feng's heart. He stood up suddenly and pushed Li Meiying down on the sofa, and then the two of them fell into the most primitive and intense embrace. This passionate collision lasted for more than 2 hours, until Li Meiying begged desperately in Lin Feng's arms. He reluctantly ended this crazy affair. Li Meiying snuggled quietly beside Lin Feng, her fingers gently drawing circles on his chest, her thoughts running fast in her mind. Based on my understanding of Zhang Jiuzheng, he will never give up. She said softly, a hint of worry in her voice. She looked up at Lin Feng and continued. I saw everything that happened today. They couldn't get in through either the door or the wall. But the ground, roof, balcony, these places may become their breakthrough points of attack. You must take precautions in advance, so as to avoid being taken advantage of by Zhang Jiuzheng and his gang. As Lin Feng listened to Li Meiying's words, he couldn't help but admire her intelligence and talent. This woman is not only beautiful, but also clear-headed and able to think ahead of Zhang Jiuzheng. However, he also knew in his heart that Li Meiying's worries were unnecessary. When he was building this safe house, he had already considered various possible methods of attack and took corresponding preventive measures. However, he would not tell anyone these things. However, Li Meiying's words gave Lin Feng an idea. He thought it would be a good idea to keep this smart woman by his side and have her as a servant. As the saying goes, a secretary does things when there is work to do, and a secretary does things when there is nothing to do. Chapter 80. Li Meiying twisted her body slightly, and suddenly she felt a subtle pain in her lower body. She couldn't help but frown slightly, but she felt a sense of satisfaction deep in her heart. She finally got her wish and felt another amazing side of Lin Feng. That strong and deep masculine charm made her irresistible. At this moment, she felt a strong desire to get to know this man better, wanting to be more closely bound to him. So, she plucked up her courage, looked up at Lin Feng, and said with a trembling voice. Can I stay by your side? Don't worry, I won't ask you about anything, even if you find another woman. When Lin Feng heard Li Meiying's words, he couldn't help but secretly admire her in his heart. He liked the woman's intelligence and sense of humor, and it was always so easy and pleasant to deal with her. Although Li Meiying no longer has to worry about life when she is with Zhang Jiuzheng, she knows Zhang Jiuzheng very well. Once the situation comes to life and death, Zhang Jiuzheng will abandon her without hesitation, and may even kill her. In comparison, being with Lin Feng is much safer. Lin Feng is not only ruthless and smart, but also has a top-notch safe house and abundant supplies. More importantly, he is young, strong, and capable. At present, being able to stay with Lin Feng is the most important thing for her. Lin Feng frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Well, if you want to stay here, then stay. But we have to have a rule. First of all, you can only stay in this room. You are not allowed to step out of the door without my permission. Secondly, you should take the initiative to do things like cleaning and cooking without my special instructions. I don't want the house to be dirty or untidy. Also, I want to remind you that the sewers here have long been frozen, so when you go to the toilet, you need to use a special plastic bag to hold the toilet paper and then throw it out through the secret door of the window. This may be a little inconvenient, but you must adapt to it. You will be responsible for this matter in the future. In other words, you will be my maid from now on. There is no free lunch here. You have to rely on your own labor to exchange for a comfortable living environment and food. Do you understand? Lin Feng's words revealed unquestionable majesty. He knew that it was impossible to keep idle people in his family. Everyone needed to work hard to survive. If Li Meiying wants to stay, she must accept this reality. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Meiying felt a little unwilling, but she also knew that this was the condition for her to stay here. She nodded and whispered. Remember, I will follow these rules. Lin Feng looked at her, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He is not a saint and cannot help anyone unconditionally, although Li Meiying can meet his physical needs. But survival is more important than anything else right now. Very good. I will provide you with the necessary items and food, but you must also understand that your life will no longer be as easy as before. You need to work hard to earn your right to survive here. Li Meiying nodded again to show that she understood. She knew that Lin Feng was not an easy person to deal with, and she was already very satisfied with this result. Lin Feng's gaze inadvertently fell on Li Meiying's towering chest. He frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Then, he raised his head, looked directly at Li Meiying, and spoke slowly. Do you know why, out of all the other women in the neighborhood, I chose to keep you at home? Li Meiying pursed her lips, a smug smile appeared on her face, and she said softly. Yes, it's because of the charm I exude. I don't know why, but I've been like this since I was a kid. I'm very popular with the opposite S***X. Even some LN women would harass me all the time. Lin Feng nodded slightly to show his agreement. You are right, you are indeed very charming and irresistible. This is one of the reasons why I chose to keep you. I don't want you to be harassed by other men outside. If Li Meiying was not Zhang Jiashan's lover, she might have been abducted by people like Bio Zi and Wang Bo long ago. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Meiying felt very fortunate that she had a good appearance and saved her life. Lin Feng continued. Besides your charm, there is another important reason. You can put yourself in the right place and understand men's psychology. This is very rare for a woman. Li Meiying was quite grateful after hearing what Lin Feng said. She knew that Lin Feng was a smart and knowledgeable man. It is a great honor for her to receive his recognition and praise. At this time, Lin Feng gently placed his hand on Li Meiying's cheek and caressed it gently. The skin as smooth as jade made him admire it. He said. You are a very smart and sensible woman, and I admire you very much. As long as you can continue to do your duty well, I will keep you by my side. Li Meiying really enjoyed the feeling of being in Lin Feng's arms, which made her feel very safe. She was not at all disgusted by Lin Feng's behavior. Instead, she thought it was Lin Feng's love for her. Before they knew it, the two had been immersed in each other's conversation for more than an hour. Gurgle. Li Meiying's stomach suddenly protested. She looked at Lin Feng awkwardly, with a blush on her face. In fact, she had been feeling hungry for a long time, but in front of this powerful man, she did not dare to easily reveal her needs. In her opinion, she had no right to make any demands in front of Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised a gentle smile and pinched Li Meiying's delicate face. Are you hungry? Let's get up and eat. Afterwards, Lin Feng prepared a sumptuous seafood dinner. The table was filled with fresh shrimps, crabs, and shellfish, exuding an enticing aroma. He also took out 2 bottles of French red wine from his collection, adding a touch of romance and sentiment to the dinner. The two sat opposite each other, enjoying this rare quiet moment. They drank until dawn and then finished their dinner. Lin Feng carried Li Meiying back to the room. This sleep is destined to be extremely long and sweet. Li Meiying lay on the soft bed. She could finally have a good night's sleep for the first time since the end of the world. Lin Feng stood outside the door and closed it gently. He took the only key from his pocket and locked the door. During this special period, it is very important to remain vigilant and principled. Chapter 81. Sun Ziyi stood in front of her house, her eyes pressed tightly against the peephole, a thrilling scene reflected in her pupils. Her heartbeat was as frantic as thunder, and every beat seemed to remind her, this is not just someone else's family matter, but a crisis closely linked to her life. She hardly slept a wink that night. The terrifying scene lingers in my mind, like a horror movie that cannot be turned off. Whenever she closed her eyes, the bloody and wailing sounds would come flooding in like a tide, making it difficult for her to breathe. If it weren't for her concern and worry for Lin Feng, she would have been unable to bear the pressure, and her courage to even look at him any longer would have disappeared completely. However, she never expected that Lin Feng would be so ruthless. The lives of more than 100 people seemed to be just numbers in his eyes, and he did not show the slightest hesitation or mercy. This kind of coldness and ruthlessness made her feel scared and even a little strange. She began to doubt whether this Lin Feng was really the person she knew. This fear and doubt made Sun Ziyi begin to hesitate, wondering whether she should continue to contact Lin Feng in the future. She was afraid that her choice would bring unpredictable consequences, and even more afraid that she would fall into deeper danger. The next day, Sun Ziyi struggled to get up from the bed with dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes were empty, as if she had lost her soul. She sat on the sofa, in a daze all day, her heart full of confusion and bewilderment. It was not until night fell that she gradually regained some sanity. She began to think calmly about the whole incident, trying to find the logic and reasons behind it. She finally understood that Lin Feng did this out of his instinct for self-preservation. If he had not acted decisively, his fate would probably have been even more tragic than those of his dead neighbors. After figuring this out, Sun Ziyi took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and walked towards Lin Feng's door with firm steps. After tossing and turning from last night until noon today, Lin Feng finally woke up from exhaustion. He had just woken up and was about to enjoy the dinner that Li Meiying had carefully prepared for him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He frowned slightly, wondering who would be visiting at this time. He turned on the surveillance camera and Sun Ziyi appeared on the screen. Lin Feng suddenly realized that it was an agreement between him and Sun Ziyi that he would have dinner with her after defeating those neighbors. Li Meiying also heard the knock on the door. She turned to look at Lin Feng with a questioning expression on her face, waiting for his instructions. Lin Feng looked at Li Meiying and said softly, "Go back to the house first, I have some things to take care of." Li Meiying nodded slightly, with a gentle smile on her face, and she didn't seem unhappy about being interrupted. Lin Feng opened the door and spoke softly. "Ziyi, you're here." Sun Ziyi looked up at Lin Feng, with a complicated light flashing in her eyes. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. Lin Feng saw Sun Ziyi's hesitation, he smiled lightly and said, "I know you came to see me because of what happened last night. Come in, let's talk." Sun Ziyi nodded and followed Lin Feng into the house. She looked around, as if searching for something in particular. Lin Feng asked Sun Ziyi to sit down and poured her a cup of tea. "Ziyi, I know what happened last night has had a great impact on you. I also understand that you feel scared and unfamiliar with my cold and ruthless attack. But I hope you can understand that I did that purely out of my instinct to protect myself. If I hadn't acted decisively, I'm afraid my fate would have been even more tragic than those neighbors who died. As Sun Ziyi listened to Lin Feng's explanation, the doubts and fears in her heart gradually dissipated. She looked at Lin Feng with a determined light in her eyes. Lin Feng, I believe you. I know you are not a cold-blooded person. But I also hope you can understand that as your friend, I am very worried about you. I don't want you to go to extremes because of what happened that night. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to Sun Ziyi's concern. People's hearts are hidden and you never know who may stab you in the back. Don't worry, I'll be fine. However, Sun Ziyi remained silent for a long time, kept her head down, and did not dare to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng noticed her abnormality, but he did not ask. He had already taken good care of Sun Ziyi. Don't care about her too much and let her take herself seriously. Finally, Sun Ziyi raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and she seemed to find it difficult to speak. She took a deep breath and mustered up her courage to speak. Lin Feng, I want to know what your relationship is with the woman who came last night. Sun Ziyi had been observing the situation in the underground parking lot last night, and of course she also saw Li Meiying coming to Lin Feng's house. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was something he had not expected, but it was nothing. There are some things that Sun Ziyi will know sooner or later, he said frankly. Her name is Li Meiying, and she lives in my house now. In just one sentence, Sun Ziyi understood the relationship between Lin Feng and Li Meiying. Hearing this answer, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She originally thought that the relationship between her and Lin Feng was close enough, but now it seems that this is not the case. The appearance of Li Meiying made her feel an inexplicable dread and uneasiness. After a long time, Sun Ziyi finally mustered up her courage. She took a deep breath and he raised his head, stared into Lin Feng's eyes, and spoke carefully. Can I see her? Lin Feng smiled slightly and nodded. Of course, I'll take you there now. After saying that, Lin Feng took Sun Ziyi to the room where Li Meiying was. Lin Feng introduced the two women separately. When Li Meiying learned the purpose of Sun Ziyi's visit, she came forward warmly and led Sun Ziyi into the room. Welcome, Miss Sun, please come in. Li Meiying said with a smile, her voice was gentle and kind, making people feel comfortable and relaxed. She took Sun Ziyi's hand, then closed the door, leaving Lin Feng outside. Lin Feng looked at the closed door and didn't care. He turned and left, locked the door, and returned to the second floor. Sun Ziyi's arrival interrupted his dinner. He took out a can of instant food from the space and enjoyed it with Orlan. Orlan, what do you think those two women would talk about? Orlan raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with his black eyes, as if trying to understand what he said. However, although Orlan is smart, he is just a dog after all and cannot understand the complex emotions and topics of humans. Lin Feng looked at Orlan's confused expression and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 82. He knew he was talking to a deaf ear, but he couldn't help but guess what the conversation between the two women was about. Will you be like men, discussing women when you have nothing to do? 1 hour, 2 hours, the time seemed to become especially long, until night fell and all around fell into silence. Lin Feng's heart sank little by little as time went by, until the phone screen lit up, breaking his contemplation. He glanced at it and saw it was a message from Li Meiying, just a few simple words. Our conversation is over. Lin Feng stood up, his heart full of doubts and curiosity. He went downstairs, walked to Li Meiying's door and gently pushed it open. The scene in front of him stunned him. Sun Ziyi was sitting there with a smile on her face. Her smile was like the spring sunshine, warm and bright. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Li Meiying, trying to read something from her expression. However, Li Meiying just smiled, and there seemed to be some secret hidden in her eyes. Lin Feng's curiosity grew even stronger. What did they talk about? Why did Sun Ziyi look so happy? Sun Ziyi seemed to notice Lin Feng's gaze. She blinked, playfully avoided the topic, and spoke instead. Please take a seat first. I'll heat up the food and we can eat soon. Lin Feng and Li Meiying sat facing each other, but neither of them spoke. There seemed to be an inexplicable atmosphere in the air, making both of them feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Feng couldn't help but start to think, what happened between these two women? After a moment, Sun Ziyi spoke. I'll go help Meiying. When Lin Feng heard this name, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Meiying? These two women have only been together for more than 2 hours, and they are already so close? He recalled the fake sisterhood between Zhou Tu and Sun Yu, and couldn't help but feel a little wary. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the sea. Lin Feng decided to be more careful and not let the two women have too much contact, so as to prevent them from joining forces against him. Soon, the two women filled the table with a variety of delicious food. The dishes with good color, aroma, and taste looked particularly tempting under the lights. Li Meiying waved gently to Lin Feng and said with a faint smile on her face. Brother Feng, come over for dinner, and don't forget to bring 2 bottles of red wine. We have to celebrate Miss Sun's arrival. Lin Feng looked at Li Meiying's smiling face, but felt something unusual in his heart. He tried hard to find the feeling that something was wrong, but he could not tell exactly what was wrong. He walked to the wine cabinet, selected 2 bottles of top-quality French red wine from among the many bottles, and sat down at the dining table that was already filled with food. Seeing this, Li Meiying smiled, picked up the bottle and poured wine for the 3 of them. She raised her glass and looked at Lin Feng and said, Brother Feng, I'd like to offer you this glass of wine first. Thank you for taking me in and giving me a place to stay. If it weren't for you, I would have died in this disaster very soon. I will always remember this kindness in my heart. Her voice was full of sincerity and gratitude, which moved people. Li Meiying knew very well how rare it was to find a place as safe and well-fed as Lin Feng's home in this turbulent era. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng also raised the wine glass in his hand and gently clinked it with Li Meiying's glass. This is what you earn through hard work. If you want to continue living here with me, you have to behave well. Remember, I don't keep idle people here. If you can't make a contribution, I may kick you out at any time. Although his words sounded a bit harsh, Li Meiying was not angry at all. Instead, she felt fortunate. Afterwards, the three of them raised their glasses and drank, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, Sun Ziyi seemed a little reserved, didn't say much, and her cheeks were slightly red, like a shy girl. Seeing this, Li Meiying gently kicked Sun Ziyi under the table, signaling her to relax. Sun Ziyi immediately looked up at Li Meiying, only to see her eyes slightly glancing in the direction of Lin Feng. Sun Ziyi's heart tightened and she felt even more shy, but she still mustered up her courage. He took a deep breath and then spoke softly. Lin Feng, I also want to live here, is that okay? I have heard Meiying tell me about the rules here, and I will strictly abide by them. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Feng looked at her, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He was silent for a while, then spoke slowly. Miss Sun, this is indeed a relatively safe place, but staying here is not as simple as just following the rules. You need to fight for it yourself. Sun Ziyi nodded, seeming to be deeply touched by Lin Feng's words. She bit her lower lip lightly, and then made a surprising move. She unbuttoned her coat and took it off, revealing the clothes underneath. Lin Feng, I am willing to do anything for you as long as you can let me stay here. Sun Ziyi's move-in seemed to be a foregone conclusion. In this community, she is not only the only doctor, but also a stunningly beautiful woman. Her arrival will undoubtedly add a lot of fun to Lin Feng. Before this, Lin Feng was actually attracted to her. After all, Sun Ziyi's charm was irresistible. However, deep in his heart, he was always unwilling to give up the vast forest of the outside world for a woman. Therefore, he always kept his distance and did not let Sun Ziyi move in. But now, things seemed to be turning around. Sun Ziyi took the initiative to ask to stay, and even expressed her willingness to let Lin Feng control her. This sudden change caught Lin Feng off guard, but he was more delighted. He said smoothly. Since you are so sincere, I will allow you to stay. But you know the rules, and I don't want any transgressions. That's your room. You can't stay there without my permission. Although her freedom was restricted, Sun Ziyi had no complaints. She knew very well that compared to her cold and lonely home, this place was like heaven. At least here, she can eat hot meals and feel a little warmth. So she gladly accepted Lin Feng's arrangement. The three of them drank 3 bottles of red wine before the dinner ended. Sun Ziyi was drunk and unconscious, and was carried back to the room by Lin Feng. When Lin Feng settled Sun Ziyi and came to Li Meiying's room, she was already lying on the bed waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, she teased. Why? How could you bear to have such a beauty next door? Chapter 83. Lin Feng knew that Li Meiying was asking the question even though she knew the answer, so he reached out and patted her butt and said. I have no interest in a puddle of mud. Tell me, how did you convince Sun Ziyi? Li Meiying had already guessed that Lin Feng would ask this question, so she waited for Lin Feng to lie on the bed and snuggled up to him before saying. I told her that you were too good in that aspect and I couldn't handle it alone, so she stayed. Just when Lin Feng was enjoying himself, Zhang Jiuzheng appeared in the underground parking lot again, followed by more than 50 neighbors with hideous faces. Zhang Jiuzheng stood in front of everyone, cleared his throat, and his voice revealed unquestionable firmness. Everyone, we all know that daily necessities are in short supply right now, but Lin Feng's family has abundant supplies. Yesterday, Biozi, Wang Bo and I stayed up all night and finally came up with a feasible solution. I don't believe that the floor and ceiling of Lin Feng's house are also made of steel plates. So, I decided to gather everyone again. We will split into 2 groups. One group will dig an underground passage and launch a surprise attack from the bottom of Lin Feng's house, the other way is to climb over the wall, climb to the roof, and start from the ceiling. As long as we work together, the Lin Feng family's supplies will definitely be in our pockets. His words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. They picked up their tools and prepared to get to work. Roar! Defeat Lin Feng and get the supplies. The slogans came one after another, as if they were going to shake down the entire underground parking lot. However, behind the noise of the crowd, Zhang Jiuzheng quietly walked to a corner. He took out his cell phone and called Li Meiying. He has been unable to contact Li Meiying since yesterday, and he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Zhang Jiuzheng has always had special feelings for Li Meiying. She is not only beautiful, but also smart and clever. She is the perfect woman in his mind. He was deeply troubled by her disappearance, not knowing whether she had met with misfortune or was deliberately avoiding him. Zhang Jiuzheng frowned, his heart full of doubts and worries. He kept calling Li Meiying, hoping to hear her voice. Even a simple hello would make him feel at ease. However, no one answered the phone, as if Li Meiying had disappeared from this world. An inexplicable fear surged in Zhang Jiashan's heart, fearing that Li Meiying would encounter misfortune. If he knew that Li Meiying was trying her best to please Lin Feng at this moment, I wonder how he would feel. I called several times in a row, but the mechanical cannot connect tone kept echoing in my ears. Zhang Jiuzheng sighed helplessly, slowly put away his phone, turned around and walked towards the excavation site. At this time, the temperature had already dropped to freezing point, and the soil on the ground had already been frozen hard as stone. Like a thick layer of concrete. More than 20 people in the excavation team have taken turns swinging hammers. He hit the ground hard, but the effect was not obvious. Only a small hole about 10 centimeters deep was left on the ground, which looked like an insignificant scar. Zhang Jiuzheng walked to the excavation site, frowned and looked at the insignificant little pit, feeling anxious. He knew that if he didn't change the digging method, he would never be able to break through Lin Feng's defense line. He made a decisive decision, waved his hand to call a few people over, and gave instructions. Go collect the bedboards and table legs that were removed yesterday, and burn the ground before digging. This should help us penetrate the frozen soil faster. Several people took action immediately and collected some wood in a short while. Zhang Jiuzheng directed them to light the wood, and the blazing flames instantly illuminated the cold land. The heat from the flames gradually melted the frozen layer of the ground, and the excavation team swung their hammers again to start a new round of excavation. After several hours of hard work, the team finally managed to dig through the frozen soil. Continue digging towards the bottom of Lin Feng's villa. Although progress is still slow, but Zhang Jiuzheng has already seen the dawn of victory. He firmly believes that as long as everyone works together, we will definitely be able to break through Lin Feng's defenses and obtain the supplies they desperately need. Let's talk about another group. Biozi and Wang Bo led more than 20 neighbors. Stepping out of the dark basement, I faced the wind and snow outside. Since the cold wave hit, these people have hardly ever stepped out of their hiding places. The outside world is both strange and dangerous to them. Although the temperature in the basement was almost the same as outside, the cold wind outside was like countless sharp knives, piercing into the bone marrow. As soon as everyone came out, they felt a strong chill. They all clasped their hands over their chests, trying to block the biting cold wind. Achoo! This is so cold. A man was shivering with cold and unconsciously retracted his steps, trying to retreat back to the warm basement. Seeing this, Biozi tightened his cotton jacket, walked in front of the crowd and spoke in a loud voice. I know everyone is very cold now. But this is the most direct way for us to enter Lin Feng's house. Just think about it, once we succeed, we will have endless supplies and we won't have to worry about our livelihood anymore. Wang Bo followed suit. There must be a beautiful woman at Lin Feng's house. Think about it, given Lin Feng's condition, he is undoubtedly a wealthy man, and the woman around him must be stunningly beautiful. At that time, the first person who enters Lin Feng's house can not only choose the supplies at will, but also possess his woman. The two people singing in unison was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward, not to mention when there is a beautiful woman by your side. In this doomsday, survival has become so difficult, and being able to have a glimmer of hope in the company of beautiful women is undoubtedly the life they most yearn for. Damn it, let's fight. I'll starve to death if I don't go in anyway, so I might as well give it a try. That's right. The timid ones will die of starvation, and the bold ones will die of gluttony. Why should Lin Feng enjoy happiness alone? I'm determined to take his woman. With these two people taking the lead, everyone expressed their opinions one after another, and the steps that had originally retreated due to the cold became firm and powerful. However, as they struggled through the thick snow, when they finally arrived at the outskirts of Lin Feng's villa, the scene before them stunned them all. The wall of the villa that I thought I could climb easily is now covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. It was like being covered by a layer of crystal clear mirror, so smooth that it was almost untouchable. Biozi looked at the scene in front of him, his brows furrowed, and a feeling of helplessness surged in his heart. Chapter 84. They had not anticipated this situation before and originally thought that as long as they climbed up the wall, they would be able to enter the villa smoothly. Now it seems that this plan is obviously not feasible. Wang Bo walked to the wall, reached out and gently touched the layer of ice crystals, with a thoughtful expression on his face. He turned and said to Biozi, Brother Biao, although this ice crystal is hard, it is not a steel plate after all. We can try to use tools to break it open in turn and make a ladder that we can climb up. That way, we can climb up. Biozi listened to Wang Bo's suggestion. Although he felt that this method was a bit clumsy, he had no better choice at the moment. He nodded and said to everyone. Wang Bo is right. We have no other options now. We can only try this method. Everyone take turns smashing the wall, be careful not to hurt yourself. So, everyone took out the tools they brought with them and started taking turns smashing the wall. Although the process is difficult, everyone understands that this is the only way they can solve the dilemma at the moment. As time went by, gaps gradually appeared on the wall. Although there is still a long way to go before it can form the shape of a ladder, it at least gives them hope. However, despite their great efforts, the results were disappointing. The ice crystals on the wall were extremely smooth. They had no professional climbing equipment at all, so if they stepped on them they would slip and fall flat on their faces. Biozi looked at the miserable appearance of the crowd and couldn't help feeling powerless. He knew that they had tried their best, but reality cruelly told them that this method would not work. Brother Biao, what should we do? Biozi took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. He understood that they now needed to rethink their strategy and could not continue to waste time and energy on this ineffective effort. Everyone take a break first, we have to think of a new solution. Biozi said to everyone. Everyone sat down, breathing heavily, their hearts filled with disappointment and helplessness. They knew that the road ahead would be more difficult, but they had no way out. In this cold apocalypse, survival has become so difficult. They originally thought that finding Lin Feng's home would give them a glimmer of hope. But now it seems that this hope has become slim. At this moment, Wang Bo spoke again. Brother Biao, I have an idea. With so many of us, we can form a human ladder. After hearing this, Biaozi's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he understood what Wang Bo meant. Although this method is risky and prone to injury, there seems to be no better choice at the moment. Okay, let's try this method. Biaozi made up his mind, turned to the crowd and said, everyone, get ready. We need to build a human ladder to go up. So, everyone started to take action. They were arranged in order of height and weight. Wang Bo was the lightest and was arranged to be the last one to go up. Although he was extremely reluctant, he had to go ahead at this critical moment. Despite their carefulness, the process of building a human ladder was still full of difficulties and dangers. The freezing temperature made everyone's hands frozen stiff, but they still held each other tightly, fearing any mistakes. Finally, after great effort, they successfully built a human ladder. The person at the top also climbed up the wall successfully. He stepped carefully on the ice crystals, climb up step by step until you finally reach the top of the villa. However, when they successfully climbed up the wall, they found that their hands were already red from the cold. Frostbite has even occurred in some places. But they didn't care about all that and just cheered excitedly because they finally found the way to Lin Feng's house. I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Wang Bo shouted excitedly, as if he was already in Lin Feng's warm home, enjoying the company of the beautiful woman. After hearing this, Biaozi was excited and looked up quickly. He saw the man standing on the roof of the villa, waving at them. Quick, find a way to break open the roof. Biaozi shouted impatiently. Wang Boren immediately took action, picked up the tools in his hands, and began to lift up the roof tiles, preparing to smash through the roof. Ding dong! A crisp metallic collision sound echoed in the cold air. Wang Bo stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, and he was wailing in his heart. This roof is also made of steel plates. It's really weird. At this moment, 2 more people climbed up with difficulty. They came to Wang Bo breathlessly and saw him slumped on the roof. His face was filled with despair, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. One of them asked hurriedly. How is it? Did it break through? Can we get in? Wang Bo was no longer in the mood to answer them. He lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing this, the other person couldn't help but pick up the tools next to Wang Bo and smashed them hard towards the ceiling. However, after a loud ding-dong sound, the tool bounced back as if it had hit a hard iron plate. Due to the excessive force, the man lost his grip on the tool and it flew out. It drew an arc in the air, and then fell to the ground in the distance with a pop. The man used too much force and staggered, almost falling. He tried to steady himself hastily, but ultimately he failed to keep his balance, his foot slipped, and he fell to the ground. With a loud thump, he fell heavily to the ground, and died after struggling for a few times. At this time, in the bedroom of the villa, Li Meiying was riding on Lin Feng, and the two were passionately entangled. However, the sudden sound interrupted their joy. Li Meiying said breathlessly. Feng, brother Feng, there seems to be some movement outside, did you hear it? Lin Feng was immersed in passion at the moment and didn't care about so many things. He had already guessed that it was Zhang Jiusheng and his gang who were causing trouble outside, so he said it nonchalantly. Don't worry, no one can come in, let's continue. After saying that, he continued to immerse himself in Li Meiying's warmth and softness, enjoying the rare happy moment in this apocalyptic world. Wang Bo led a group of defeated soldiers and returned to the underground parking lot in a dejected manner. He felt heavy-hearted, as if he was carrying a heavy burden, and every step he took was extremely difficult. His heart was filled with anticipation, hoping that Zhang Jiusheng would bring some good news. However, when they arrived at the excavation site, the scene before them made their hearts sink completely. Zhang Jiusheng and his gang were also dejected, sitting on the ground, staring at each other, without saying a word. That expression was exactly the same as Wang Bo and the others, and it was obvious that they had also encountered setbacks. Chapter 85. Wang Bo's heart sank. He knew without asking that the situation on their side was not much better. He walked forward, squatted down, and looked at Zhang Jiusheng. The ground is also made of steel plates, so you can't get in. Zhang Jiusheng finally spoke, his voice revealing an indescribable frustration. Wang Bo sighed and shook his head helplessly. He felt a sense of powerlessness, as if all his efforts had come to nothing. The roof is also impossible to get in. Everyone's hearts seemed to be swept by a gust of cold wind, leaving behind a deep feeling of powerlessness. Although they were only slightly injured, their wounds had already begun to become red, swollen, and inflamed, and the pain was as if they were burned by fire. In this desolate end of the world, they dare not hope to get a trace of antibiotics. Even the most common anti-inflammatory drugs have become an unattainable luxury. Especially Wang Bo, he was used to a life of luxury and had never experienced such a difficult situation. Since the end of the world, he seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell, and was repeatedly suppressed and attacked by Lin Feng. This put his body and mind under unprecedented pressure. It felt like a heavy rock was pressing on his chest, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Ah damn Lin Feng, you are simply not a human being. Wang Bo suddenly let out a roar, his voice filled with endless anger and unwillingness. His shouts echoed in the empty space, startling everyone. However, although Wang Bo's words expressed everyone's thoughts, they did not shout as loudly as Wang Bo did to vent their emotions. They know that doing so will not help at all and will only make themselves more upset. So they chose to remain silent, quietly packed up the tools they brought and planned to go home. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from far away, and everyone's heartbeats accelerated instantly. They instinctively clenched the tools in their hands, their nerves tense, ready to resist at any time. They were worried that Lin Feng had come to them and was ready to take revenge on them. However, when the footsteps got closer, everyone looked up and found that it was Sun Yu and Wei Wei coming. The appearance of these two women surprised everyone, but also made them feel relieved. Biozi looked at the two of them, his brows furrowed, his heart filled with worry. He was worried that these neighbors, who were already on the verge of collapse, would lose their minds in despair and anger. Do something irreparable to Sun Yu and Wei Wei. After all, these two women are nominally his women. Biozi hurried forward and said. Why are you here? However, Sun Yu did not answer Biozi's question. She walked straight to the front of the crowd. He glanced around calmly and then said. Why don't you try to walk through the balcony? There is a huge French window on the third floor of Lin Feng's house. If you can't even break the glass, don't call yourself a man anymore. Although Sun Yu's words were blunt and even a little harsh, they were like a fire that once again ignited hope in everyone's hearts. They began to talk among themselves, and some of them suddenly realized and slapped their heads and said. Yeah, why didn't we think of such a simple question? God has not wronged me. Lin Feng, you wait for your death. In an instant, everyone's morale was completely ignited, and they were full of energy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Without anyone's command, they ran out frantically. As soon as they arrived in front of the villa, they saw the body that fell from the roof, but it did not affect their determination at all. With their previous experience of climbing the roof, they quickly organized a human ladder this time. Dozens of people worked together and successfully climbed to the balcony on the third floor. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone took tools and smashed them madly towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Feng's battle was nearing its end, and the loud noises of smashing and smashing coming from upstairs made him frown. He didn't expect that Zhang Jiuzheng and his gang had been making trouble for so long and were still unwilling to give up. He patted Li Meiying's butt gently and spoke softly. Hurry up, I want to go meet those neighbors who don't know what's good for them. Li Meiying's heartbeat accelerated at Lin Feng's words, even though she had tried hard enough. But it still could not meet Lin Feng's speed requirements. Her heart trembled slightly, but she couldn't refuse Lin Feng's request, so she could only grit her teeth and speed up her movements. Finally, with the tacit cooperation of the two, 10 minutes later, this battle full of joy and passion finally came to an end. Lin Feng, wearing only a pair of shorts and shirtless, walked out of Li Meiying's room. Brother Feng, you have to be careful. At this time, Li Meiying had developed a special feeling for Lin Feng. Not only because Lin Feng's family had a good environment and plenty of food, what's more important is Lin Feng's masculine charm and abundant physical strength. Lin Feng turned around, gave her a comforting smile and said. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Afterwards, Lin Feng walked leisurely to the third floor. As he went higher, the noise of smashing and destroying things became louder and louder. He came to the third floor. When the door was opened, the lights came on instantly. The strong light hurt the eyes of the people outside the window, and they all stretched out their hands to block the light. After everyone got used to it, they saw Lin Feng sitting on a chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of hot coffee. At this moment, the environment inside and outside formed a sharp contrast. The room where Lin Feng was warm and comfortable, with a fire burning in the fireplace. He himself, with his bare chest, lay on a white lounge chair like a landlord, enjoying his leisure time. The coffee at hand is steaming, emitting an enticing aroma. The key point is that Orlan was lying at Lin Feng's feet, gnawing on a large piece of beef. You can tell at a glance that the beef is top-quality Weijiu. This scene drove the neighbors on the balcony completely crazy. As they looked at Lin Feng's extravagant life, the jealousy and anger in their hearts burned like flames. They smashed the French windows with all their might, not caring at all even though their knuckles were hurt. Brothers, work harder and kill this BD. Follow my rhythm, 1, 2, 3. Push harder. Bang. The glass made a loud noise as everyone smashed it. However, Lin Feng just held the coffee in his hand and quietly enjoyed the show. Humph, even if you use all your strength, you still can't break my window. The entire floor-to-ceiling window is made of bulletproof glass specially designed for the protection level of the head of state. This kind of glass is not only strong and durable, but also has excellent light transmittance, making the indoor light bright and soft. In terms of bulletproof effect, this glass is even more outstanding. Chapter 86. Ordinary pistol fire is child's play for it, and even small bombs can't shake it at all. As expected, as the group of people continued to smash things, they gradually realized that something was wrong. They originally thought that the window was made of plexiglass and could be broken with just a few hard hits. However, more than a dozen of them took turns smashing it for a long time, but they couldn't even create a crack. Brother Biao, something is wrong. This doesn't seem to be ordinary glass. One of the men couldn't help but remind him. When Biaozi heard this, he woke up from his dream. He stopped what he was doing and looked at the window carefully. He found that the texture of this window was very hard and the sound it made when knocked was different from that of ordinary glass. At this time, Wang Bo calmly took out a thick nail, and the hammer in his hand was also ready to go. He aimed at the corner of the French window, where the glass was most vulnerable. Then he took a deep breath and smashed the hammer into the nail with all his might. Everyone held their breath, expecting the glass to shatter under the blow of the hammer, forming a net-like crack. After all, this method has always worked when it comes to destroying car windshields, and they believe it will be no exception this time. However, what is unexpected is that the floor-to-ceiling windows seem to have an indestructible magic. No matter how hard Wang Bo knocked, the window remained standing without even a crack. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion, they couldn't believe their eyes. What the hell is this glass? Biozi couldn't help but exclaim, his voice full of reluctance and anger. It should be bulletproof glass. One of the men guessed hesitantly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell into a brief silence. Everyone suddenly realized that the window was made of such advanced protective materials, no wonder they couldn't destroy it easily. Faced with this rock-solid bulletproof glass, everyone began to feel despair. They originally thought that with the tools and strength in their hands, they could easily break through the window and enter the room. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow. Biozi clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. He couldn't accept the fact that his way was blocked by a glass. He looked around for another way out, but soon discovered that the huge French window is like an indestructible barrier. Every inch is tightly wrapped with specially made bulletproof glass, which is seamless and impeccable. No. Lin Feng, I will fight you. Everything in this house belongs to me, Lin Feng. I want to eat your food, live in your house, and sleep with your women. Women. You reminded me of this. Sun Ziyi was still in a deep dream when she suddenly felt a chill. It turned out that someone had gently lifted her quilt. Before she could react, she was gently picked up by a pair of strong arms. A scream broke the tranquility of the early morning, and Sun Ziyi opened her eyes in panic. After seeing clearly that it was Lin Feng, the tension in her heart slowly dissipated, and she remembered that she was now living in Lin Feng's home. What are you going to do? Sun Ziyi asked shyly, with a ripple in her heart, thinking that Lin Feng wanted to spend some intimate time with her. Although she was a little shy, she was mentally prepared. So she took the initiative to hug Lin Feng's neck, closed her eyes, and waited for what might happen next. However, Lin Feng gently let her go, letting her fall back onto the soft bed. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and get dressed and come upstairs with me. Sun Ziyi's cheeks suddenly turned red. She felt extremely embarrassed, as if Lin Feng had seen through her thoughts. She was a traditional and conservative girl, and at this moment she really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Although she was nervous, Sun Ziyi quickly picked up the clothes on the bedside table and put them on, then followed Lin Feng to the third floor. As soon as she went upstairs, she heard fierce smashing and smashing sounds, and her heart tightened. Could it be that Zhang Jiashan's gang broke in? She held onto the corner of Lin Feng's clothes tightly and walked cautiously to the floor-to-ceiling window. I saw a dozen neighbors gathered there, 2 of whom were smashing the floor-to-ceiling windows frantically, making a deafening noise. Sun Ziyi's heart was in her throat, fearing that they would break in through the window. Lin Feng seemed unusually calm. He sat on a recliner and patted his legs to signal Sun Ziyi to sit down. Sun Ziyi hesitated for a moment, but still sat on his lap obediently. She snuggled up to Lin Feng, feeling his warmth and security, and the fear in her heart slowly subsided. The dozen people on the balcony were still immersed in the frenzy of smashing and looting. At this moment, they seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and turned their eyes to Sun Ziyi. When they saw Sun Ziyi's graceful figure leaning on Lin Feng's legs, they couldn't help but reveal envy on their faces. At this time, Sun Ziyi finally understood Lin Feng's intention, and she smiled softly. He reached out, picked up a plump grape on the coffee table, and gently put it into Lin Feng's mouth. Only separated by a layer of transparent window, the crowd outside was exposed to the biting wind and snow, shivering with cold. But the scene inside the window was completely different. Lin Feng was lying leisurely on a comfortable recliner, with the gentle and lovely Sun Ziyi sitting on his lap. The 2 of them held delicious food in their hands, whispered occasionally, and enjoyed the rare quiet time. This sharp contrast made the neighbors outside so jealous that their eyes turned red and they almost went crazy. They uttered vicious curses and shouted at the top of their lungs, their eyes filled with resentment and anger. Lin Feng, you will get your comeuppance. If you have the guts, get out of here. I want to challenge you in a duel. Only the winner will be able to enjoy this kind of life. Get out here, you coward. I'm going to kill you. Everything here should belong to me. Lin Feng listened to the scolding outside, but remained unmoved. He pulled Sun Ziyi into his arms and kissed her red lips hard. Sun Ziyi lowered her head shyly, a blush appearing on her face. Feeling the softness and warmth of Sun Ziyi's body, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. He always felt that since his rebirth, his desires in certain areas seemed to have become stronger than before. Sun Ziyi gradually noticed the subtle changes in Lin Feng's body. The strong masculine scent made her heart beat faster and her cheeks slightly warm. However, she was well aware of her identity and position, and she did not dare to make any moves without Lin Feng's clear instructions. Chapter 87. She could only lie obediently in Lin Feng's arms, like a docile kitten, allowing his arms to wrap her tightly. The crowd outside the window was already numbed by Lin Feng's heavenly life. They watched the top safe house with its fireplace emitting warm light. The generator was running steadily, there was plenty of food piled up, and even the pet dog was enjoying the delicious beef. However, the most enviable thing is the top-notch beautiful doctor. She actually sat so quietly in Lin Feng's arms. All of this is simply unbelievable and makes people doubt whether they are still living in reality. They smashed the objects for more than half an hour, and each blow was accompanied by anger and helplessness in their hearts. Finally, exhausted, they had to stop what they were doing, squat on the ground, and gasp for breath. Their eyes were still fixed on Lin Feng's seemingly comfortable life. There was an envy in his eyes that was so strong that it almost dripped with water. Yes, they gave up completely. This kind of meaningless struggle will only accelerate their death. Suddenly, a loud thump broke the silent atmosphere. When everyone looked back, they saw a person who could not bear the huge psychological gap and jumped off the balcony in despair. This scene made the already disheartened crowd even more heartbroken. With the temperature at -40°C and the heavy blow, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Inside the house, Sun Ziyi lay in Lin Feng's arms and spoke softly. Looking at their appearance, it seems like they are about to give up. Hearing this, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and said lightly. Can't hold on? That won't do. I have to give them something extra. After saying that, he gently pushed Sun Ziyi away, stood up from the recliner, walked to the coffee table and picked up a bottle. The next scene shocked the people on the balcony. Lin Feng took out a lighter and ignited some liquid in the bottle. Then, a hole appeared above their heads and a ball of fire flew out of it. As a means of counterattack, Lin Feng's house was designed with observation holes in the front and back, and there was more than one. The bottle drew a yellow arc in the air and then fell to the ground in the astonished eyes of everyone. Bang! With a crisp sound, a blazing flame instantly burst into flames. Molotov cocktails, even in such an ultra-low temperature environment, gasoline can still burn quickly. Releases a lot of heat. The flames quickly blocked their retreat, the sparks flew onto their bodies, and their down jackets and cotton pants were instantly ignited. The balcony was not big to begin with, and when the clothes of the dozen people were stained with gasoline, a raging fire immediately ignited. They screamed in fear and tried to put out the flames on their bodies, but in this extremely cold environment, the fire grew stronger and stronger. Soon, the entire balcony turned into a sea of a fire. Neighbors who had originally held out a glimmer of hope could only struggle to survive in the raging fire. Sun Ziyi screamed and immediately covered her mouth with her hands. This was not the first time she had seen Lin Feng's cruelty. However, watching from such a close distance made her terrified, but she didn't dare to leave. I can only close my eyes and hope that all this will end soon. However, Lin Feng did not seem to stop because of Sun Ziyi's fear. He calmly picked up the Molotov cocktail and threw two more without hesitation. Pa! The sound of a Molotov cocktail falling to the ground echoed in the night sky, followed by the sound of flames blazing. The dozen or so people were all huddled in a corner of the balcony at this moment, their figures looked so helpless and desperate in the firelight. However, the space on the balcony was limited and they had no way to hide from the raging flames. Under the light of the fire, more than a dozen people hugged each other tightly, forming a huge fireball. It is particularly dazzling in the dark night. Biozi was in the innermost part of the fireball. There were relatively few flames on his body, but he had no time to care about them at the moment. He looked up at the scattered snowflakes in the sky, his heart filled with endless anticipation, hoping that the snowflakes would fall heavier and put out the flames on his body. Zhang Jiuzheng, who led those who did not climb onto the balcony, also witnessed this scene. The blazing flames were particularly dazzling in the night, as if they were going to swallow up the entire world. He shouted loudly. Jump, jump quickly. There is still a chance of survival if you jump down. If you stay up there, you will be burned to death. As soon as he finished speaking, several fireballs fell from the sky. Apparently, someone took his advice and chose to jump off the balcony. However, the darkness of the night prevented them from seeing clearly what was happening below. If it falls in a place with thick snow, there may be a glimmer of hope for survival, but if it falls in other places, it will be crippled even if it does not die. Just as Lin Feng admired the courage of those people, there was a sudden loud bang, which frightened Sun Ziyi so much that she trembled all over. She opened her eyes and saw a ferocious face BG against the French window desperately. Help, please save me. This scene scared Sun Ziyi so much that she quickly ran and hid behind Lin Feng, fearing that the man would rush in. Lin Feng calmly observed the situation outside. He knew that this survival game was far from over. The shrill screams echoed in the night sky, and the pain like a knife seemed to be able to penetrate the darkness, touching the depths of everyone's soul. This heart-wrenching sound, it seems to have magic power, making everyone who hears it feel the same way. Feel the endless pain and despair. However, in this cruel world, not everyone hopes that the person on the balcony can escape the clutches of death. For some people, one more death means one more piece of food, and one more hope of survival. Hwa drops of water began to fall from the sky. The sudden rain instantly made people on the balcony excited. Look, it's raining. Wow, great, it's raining, we are saved. The people on the balcony spread out instantly, turning around and letting the rain soak their bodies. I hope this rain can put out the fire in my body as soon as possible and take away the pain and suffering. However, in this joyous atmosphere, no one noticed that this water did not come from the sky, but was sprayed from the high-pressure water gun in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng's goal was not to let them die simply, but to make them live a life worse than death, suffer torture, and then die in pain. In his own way, he wants to make these people struggle in despair and experience all the sufferings of the world. It hurts and it itches. What's going on? Is there poison in this rainwater? Chapter 88. That's right, Lin Feng added chili water into the water. This mixture is extremely powerful. When poured on a wound, it will not only cause severe pain, it will also make people feel extremely itchy, as if countless ants are gnawing at their skin. What's more terrifying is that this pepper water will accelerate the infection of the wound, making the pain even more unbearable. Lin Feng watched all this indifferently, without any ripples in his heart. What he wanted was the pain and despair of these people. Only in this way could he feel a little satisfaction and pleasure. At this time, Wang Bo had already noticed that it was Lin Feng who did it, but he did not say anything. While everyone was still in shock, he grabbed a man next to him and fell down the stairs. It was obvious that the man was used as a cushion to avoid being killed by the fall. Biozi and his two men saw the scene clearly, and they also jumped down like Wang Bo. When the others recovered from their shock, they looked around in panic. I was afraid that I would be the next target to be pushed down. They held their weapons nervously. I was prepared for defense, but the fear in my heart was hard to conceal. However, time is running out for them. Their clothes were soaked by the rain and began to freeze. The cold feeling spread throughout their bodies, making them tremble involuntarily. If they don't leave now, they will be frozen into statues and stay here forever. However, Lin Feng did not intend to let them escape so easily. He stood on the balcony, looking at the people below with cold eyes, a cruel smile on his lips. Damn it, if you want to die, don't die on my balcony, it's unlucky. Then increase the amount of water sprayed. Strong streams of water poured down like a rainstorm, washing all the remaining people off the balcony. Life or death is up to fate. When she heard the outside gradually fall silent, Sun Ziyi carefully moved her hand away from her eyes. He slowly leaned his head out and looked at the empty balcony. She was doubtful, yet also a little nervous, and asked with a trembling voice. Are they all dead? Lin Feng turned his head slightly, looked at Sun Ziyi's frightened expression, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said it lightly. I don't know, but even if I don't die today, I will die soon. Lin Feng's words revealed his indifference and ruthlessness towards life, which frightened Sun Ziyi. As a doctor, she takes saving lives as her duty, but at this moment, she found herself standing with a murderer. This sense of irony made her feel mixed emotions. However, Sun Ziyi knew very well that in this doomsday, survival was the greatest rule. She recalled the greed and cruelty of those people, and a surge of indignation surged in her heart. She firmly believed that her choice was correct, otherwise, she would probably become one of those who died tragically in this disaster. After figuring it all out, Sun Ziyi walked over to Lin Feng and gently took his arm. She looked up at him and said, I think those people deserve to die. Who made them want your supplies? After hearing what Sun Ziyi said, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, but then he regained his composure. In the end of the world, everyone will change in order to survive. Li Meiying had already dressed neatly and was sitting in the room, waiting quietly. The continuous sounds of smashing and screaming from upstairs were like sharp arrows piercing her heart. She was terrified and worried about Lin Feng's safety. She clenched her hands tightly, her eyes full of worry. Every sound made her heart beat faster, worrying whether Lin Feng was injured. However, she knew that she could not act rashly and could not walk out of the closed door. Otherwise, she would have rushed to check on Lin Feng's condition without hesitation. Finally, when the door slowly opened and Lin Feng appeared in her sight intact, the heavy stone in Li Meiying's heart finally fell to the ground. She immediately stood up, walked eagerly to Lin Feng, and threw herself into his arms. Are you okay? I was so scared. Lin Feng gently stroked Li Meiying's hair and said with a smile. How could anything happen to me? You should be worried about Zhang Jiasheng and his gang. Lin Feng's words brought Li Meiying back to her senses. She remembered that she was once Zhang Jiasheng's lover. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be angry about this, so she explained hurriedly. No, I won't worry about that old man. Meeting you is my greatest happiness. Lin Feng looked at Li Meiying's eager and sincere eyes and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Regardless of whether Li Meiying was sincere or not, her words made Lin Feng feel very comfortable. He knew that Li Meiying had already made her position clear and was wholeheartedly attached to him. In the kitchen, Sun Ziyi was busy preparing breakfast. The pot on the stove was steaming and emitting an enticing aroma. Seeing this scene, Li Meiying immediately put down what she was doing, walked quickly into the kitchen, and offered to help. The two of them were busy and chatting at the same time, and the atmosphere was harmonious and warm. They all knew in their hearts that at this special moment, there should not be any conflicts between them. Because they all knew that Lin Feng was a decisive and resolute person. Once there was a disagreement between them, he would kick them out of the house without hesitation. After breakfast, Li Meiying took the excuse that she did not get enough rest last night and offered to go back to her room to rest. She closed the door gently, leaving the space for Lin Feng and Sun Ziyi. Sun Ziyi stood at the kitchen door, watching Li Meiying's departing back, feeling a surge of complicated emotions in her heart. Of course she knew what would happen next. Lin Feng was very strong in that aspect and she might not be able to handle it alone. Thinking of what Li Meiying had said before, Sun Ziyi couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, and her cheeks turned slightly red. However, Sun Ziyi knew that at this moment she needed to take the initiative to please Lin Feng. She couldn't let Lin Feng mistakenly think that she didn't want to sleep with him, otherwise he might turn around and go find Li Meiying. So, Sun Ziyi took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to walk towards Lin Feng. Sun Ziyi stood in front of Lin Feng, her heart beating faster and her cheeks slightly red. She slowly took off her clothes, gradually revealing her slender and elegant curves in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at her, his eyes flashing with admiration and desire. Although Sun Ziyi was a little shy, she still plucked up the courage to show her body to Lin Feng. He gently put his arms around Sun Ziyi's waist and held her tightly in his arms. The two felt each other's breath, and their heartbeats gradually became synchronized. Lin Feng lowered his head and whispered in Sun Ziyi's ear. You are really beautiful. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 89. Next, Sun Ziyi finally realized the powerful side of Lin Feng. However, as an inexperienced girl, she could not withstand Lin Feng's fierce attack at all, so she had no choice but to ask Li Meiying for help. Li Meiying's joining made this already fierce battle even more intense. Sometimes she personally took part in the battle, leading the battle with her skillful techniques and agile posture. Sometimes he stood aside and calmly directed Sun Ziyi. Under Li Meiying's guidance, Sun Ziyi also gradually grew up in the battle. She learned with an open mind, observed carefully, and absorbed various postures and techniques from Li Meiying. Sun Ziyi gradually relaxed her tense nerves and began to enjoy the exciting feeling. At the same time, I also felt the joy of being a woman. After an unknown amount of time, this battle without the smoke of gunpowder finally came to an end. The three of them slept in each other's arms, tired but satisfied. It was not until dusk that Lin Feng woke up from his sleep. He opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the two women sleeping beside him. He did not disturb them, knowing that they had made great efforts in the battle during the day and needed a good rest now. So Lin Feng got up quietly and went to the kitchen. He took out many of the world's top ingredients from the space: abalone, lobster, tuna, matsu take, cordyceps. He prepared these specially for the two girls, and planned to cook them himself as a reward for them. Soon, a mouth-watering aroma wafted out of the kitchen. When the two girls were awakened by the aroma of food, Lin Feng had already decorated the dining table warmly and elegantly. Are you awake? Come and try the delicious food I prepared for you. Sun Ziyi and Li Meiying smiled at each other. They got up from the bed, put on loose pajamas, walked to the dining table and sat down. Looking at the table full of delicious food, their eyes lit up. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Feng, you are so amazing. Sun Ziyi exclaimed. Thank you for the compliment, I'm glad you like it. Lin Feng responded with a smile, enjoying the two women picking food for him and pouring wine for him. The three of them sat around the dining table, enjoying this rare tranquility and warmth. However, the good times did not last long. Lin Feng's brow suddenly furrowed, as if he was troubled by something. Li Meiying noticed something unusual. She glanced towards the back door and then spoke softly to Lin Feng. Brother Feng, I heard some noise outside, like there was someone there. The three people at the table stopped what they were doing almost at the same time and pricked up their ears to listen carefully. Sun Psyche saw that Lin Feng looked unhappy. She understood how Lin Feng felt at the moment. So without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, she stood up and walked towards the back door. She approached the peephole cautiously and peeked out. She was surprised by the scene outside the door. She saw dozens of neighbors kneeling on the ground in an orderly manner. Their heads were bowed as if in repentance. They shouted in unison, Lin Feng, we were wrong, please forgive us. There are also people responsible for filming all of this. They send the videos to the group and call on more people to join this. Sun Ziyi returned to the dining table and told Lin Feng everything that happened outside. Lin Feng, what should we do? We can't just let them kneel at the door forever. This is not a solution. After listening to Sun Ziyi's story, Lin Feng looked at her deeply. From her words, we can tell that she has softened her heart. On the other hand, Li Meiying's expression remained consistent, calm and firm. Brother Feng, don't be moved by these people. They are blackmailing you morally. Once you help them, they will be like parasites, constantly asking for more from you, endlessly. Lin Feng did not respond to the two women. He picked up his phone and turned on the surveillance footage. I saw that a large group of people had gathered outside, a black mass, surging like a tide. People kept coming over and joining the kneeling team. Some people were worried that Lin Feng couldn't hear their calls, so they picked up their phones. Record yourself kneeling and kowtowing, and then send it to the group. In the video, they looked haggard, their voices choked, and they kept begging Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I'm almost starving. Please give me something to eat, even a pack of instant noodles will do. What's more, some people even knocked their foreheads until they bled in order to show their sincerity. I have an 80-year-old mother and a baby. I don't want anything. I just hope you can help my family. However, their true feelings did not win everyone's sympathy. Someone immediately exposed their lies. FKU, you are a bachelor for 1,000 years, where did you get this child? Looking at the actions of these neighbors, Lin Feng just shook his head slightly. The corner of his mouth curled up into an arc that seemed like a smile, revealing an indescribable evil charm. He was not moved by these people, but found them somewhat amusing. He picked up his phone, shot a video as well, and sent it to the group. In the picture, there is a large table full of delicious food, filled with fragrance, making people salivate. He sat at the table, chatting happily and laughing with two beautiful ladies, Li Meiying and Sun Ziyi. You really don't have to be like this. It makes me feel bad watching this. Look, seeing you like this, I can't even eat. I can only sit here and admire the beauty of two beauties. As soon as this video was released, it immediately caused an uproar in the group. Everyone saw the table of top-notch food, the dishes that looked and smelled delicious. They were rarely seen before the end of the world, let alone in these difficult times. Seeing this scene, those who were kneeling on the ground begging for help cried even louder and kowtowed even harder. Lin Feng, the three of you can't finish all this food, just give us the leftovers. Do you still need a dog at home? Don't worry, I will bite whoever you tell me to bite, all I ask is for you to give me something to eat. I was born to be a licker. I promise to lick you comfortably. The neighbors' eyes were attracted by the delicious food on the table like a magnet. However, some people's eyes quietly fell on Sun Ziyi and Li Meiying. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in Chu Hanyu's heart. She immediately took her cell phone and hurried into Zhang Yating's room. Yating, have you seen the video Lin Feng posted in the group? The two beauties next to him are so beautiful that they are breathtaking. What do you think we should do if he ignores us in the future? Chu Hanyu's words revealed deep worry. At present, the reason why Chu Hanyu's family does not have to worry about food is that it was all because she and Zhang Yating exchanged their bodies for Lin Feng. But now, seeing the beauty of Li Meiying and Sun Ziyi, they felt an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 90. Zhang Yating was also holding her phone, nervously watching the messages in the group. Her face was also filled with worry. Sister-in-law, what should we do? Why don't we go find Lin Feng? If he ignores us, we will really starve to death. Chu Hanyu hesitated for a moment after hearing this. She knew very well that it was not a wise move to go find Lin Feng now. After all, there were so many people gathered in front of Lin Feng's house, and he would definitely not open the door to let them in. However, faced with the current predicament, she didn't know what to do. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps broke the silence of the room. Jiang Qingming pushed open Zhang Yating's bedroom door and walked in angrily. His face was full of anger and dissatisfaction as he spoke loudly. You two are still in the mood to chat here? Don't you see that Lin Feng has two extremely beautiful women at home? Aren't you trying to seduce Lin Feng? Jiang Qingming didn't have to join any gang or risk his life to snatch food, all because he had two women in his family. Ever since he knew that Chu Hanyu was using her body to exchange food with Lin Feng, he didn't even dare to touch Chu Hanyu, afraid that Lin Feng would dislike him. However, the two women have become numb to Jiang Qingming's selfish and incompetent behavior. She just looked at him coldly and said nothing. Ever since Zhao Jiangguo mercilessly locked her up in that dark room, Zhao Ting has been possessed by a demon. She always held her cell phone tightly in her hand, staring at Lin Feng's photo all day long. However, when she saw two beauties appearing beside Lin Feng, her heart was instantly ignited by jealousy and anger. Screaming wildly, "No! Lin Feng is mine, and I am Lin Feng's woman." As she screamed, her body began to struggle violently, as if trying to break free from the shackles that bound her. Suddenly, with a crisp click sound, the rope tied to her body was broken by her crazy strength. Zhao Jiangguo and Li Huihuan heard unusual noises in the house while they were in the living room, and they immediately rushed in to check what was going on. Seeing Zhao Ting in such a crazy state, the two of them worked together to press her down on the bed and tried to calm her down. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Li Huihuan tried to hold down Zhao Ting, but Zhao Ting was so strong in her crazy state that she could hardly withstand her fierce struggle. Let me go. I want to find Lin Feng. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Zhao Ting actually punched Li Huihuan in the face. Li Huihuan covered her cheek in pain, while Zhao Ting took the opportunity to break free from the restraints and rushed out the door. However, when she ran to the door of Lin Feng's house panting, her way was blocked by a dark crowd. All of you, get out of my way. Zhao Ting widened her eyes and screamed hysterically. Everyone's eyes turned to her. When they saw Zhao Ting with disheveled hair and distorted face, many people showed expressions of horror. Oh my god, there's a ghost. The ghost is coming, everyone run. This scene scared away many people, however, there were still many brave people, or some people pretended to be brave and stayed behind, watching curiously, wanting to see what this ghost was all about. Just then, a familiar voice sounded in the crowd. She is not a ghost, she is Zhao Ting, Lin Feng's ex-wife. The person who spoke was Sun Yu. She knew Zhao Ting better than anyone else and could tell her identity at a glance. Sun Yu walked up to Zhao Ting, looked at her coldly and said, "What are you doing here? In your current state, do you still dare to beg Lin Feng to forgive you?" Zhao Ting stared at Sun Yu fiercely, with a crazy light flashing in her eyes. Why can't I come? Lin Feng was mine before, he is mine now, and he will be mine even more in the future. After saying that, she pushed Sun Yu away and rushed to the door of Lin Feng's house regardless of everything. Sun Yu wanted to stop her, but Zhao Ting was so strong that she couldn't stop her. Seeing this, everyone consciously made way. They all hoped that Zhao Ting's crazy behavior would make Lin Feng open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng, open the door. I am your little sweetie, I am here to find you, please let me in quickly. Nima, sweetie. Lin Feng trembled all over and got goosebumps all over the floor. A strong feeling of nausea surged in his heart, and he almost wanted to connect the high-voltage electricity to electrocute this crazy woman to death. However, he finally held back. He knew that doing so would be too easy for Zhao Ting. However, facing the huge crowd outside the door, Lin Feng would never go out. He knew very well that once he stepped out of his home, he might fall into unpredictable danger. He would never do such a stupid thing. Hundreds of people gathered outside the door. Their eyes revealed fanaticism and madness. If he really fell into their hands, although these people seem to be begging him now, once they seize the opportunity, that kind of fanaticism and cruelty will erupt in an instant, and they will kill themselves without hesitation. Sun Yu outside the door seemed to have noticed Lin Feng's thoughts. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. He wanted to go up and pull Zhao Ting away to please Lin Feng. However, the crowd surrounded her and prevented her from getting closer. Everyone was waiting for this good show to continue. They wanted to see how the matter between Zhao Ting and Lin Feng would end. Lin Feng sat in front of the surveillance screen at home, with a clear view of the noisy scene outside. I will create chaos later, and you can take the opportunity to drag Zhou Tu away. After that, I will give you 5 packs of instant noodles. When Sun Yu received the news, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. She turned around quickly and told Wei Wei beside her. The two exchanged glances and immediately got ready to take action at any time. At this moment, an unidentified object suddenly flew out from the direction of Lin Feng's house, crossed the sky, and landed above everyone. Zhou Tu had been keeping a close eye on the movement at the door of Lin Feng's house. She immediately realized that this was something Lin Feng deliberately threw out to lure everyone. Look up. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it, and they saw the object in the air slowly falling down and was luckily caught in the hands of someone. Wow, it's potato chips. That's great, Lin Feng showed mercy and gave me food. However, when the man excitedly opened the package, he found only 2 thin potato chips inside and the rest were cold glass beads. It turned out that Lin Feng put this in for counterweight. But the others were unaware of this and were still immersed in the joy of getting food. Swoosh. Another object flew out from the direction of Lin Feng's house, attracting everyone's attention again. Look, it's thrown out again. Hula! Everyone seemed to be attracted by a magnet and ran in the other direction. Chapter 91. Lin Feng kept throwing food in different directions, just like walking a dog, amusing everyone. Sun Yu took advantage of this opportunity and brought Wei Wei to quietly approach Zhou Tu. They took advantage of Zhou Tu's inattention, knocked her out with a swift move, and then quickly dragged her away. Zhang Jiashan's home was bustling with activity. Biozi, Wang Bo, and more than a dozen other people gathered together. They were all wrapped in thick quilts, but they were still shivering. These people were the injured during the attack on Lin Feng's balcony last time. They attributed all the failure and suffering to Zhang Jiashan's command errors. Biozi touched his hot forehead, frowned, and felt uneasy. He recalled the water sprayed by Lin Feng last night, which was mixed with a large amount of chilly water in order to accelerate the infection of their wounds. He kicked Wang Bo, who was leaning against the door of Zhang Jiashan's bedroom. Wang Bo opened his eyes groggily. Seeing Biozi signaling him to knock on the door, he dragged his tired body to stand up. Zhang Jiasheng didn't sleep all night last night. When he heard the knock on the door, he sighed helplessly, got up, and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, he saw more than a dozen people lying in the living room, and he felt a headache. He knew these people would not leave easily, and even his bodyguards were injured in the conflict. He really had no way to drive them out, so he could only let them stay here. When Biozi saw Zhang Jiasheng coming out, he immediately went up to him with a hint of threat in his tone. Mr. Zhang, you are a businessman with a sharp mind. You have to think of a solution. If this continues, we will all die here. Biozi's words gave Zhang Jiasheng a headache. He knew that these people would not let him go easily. They would take him with them even if they died. At this moment, one of Zhang Jiashan's personal bodyguards suddenly came over in a hurry. His face was pale, as if he had seen something terrible. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, please check the group chat on your phone. Miss Li. She. When Zhang Jiasheng heard the 3 words Li Meiying, his heart suddenly tightened. He took a few steps towards the bodyguard, grabbed his collar tightly with both hands, his eyes full of anxiety and expectation. Tell me quickly. What happened to Meiying? In order to pursue her, he spent a lot of money just to make her smile. In the past few years, he has been even more careful in nurturing this relationship, fearing the slightest mishap. However, Li Meiying suddenly disappeared, as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. This incident was like a huge rock pressing on Zhang Jiashan's heart, making him unable to sleep or eat. Now, he finally heard the news about Li Meiying, how could he not be extremely excited? The bodyguard looked at Zhang Jiashan's anxious eyes and his heart trembled. He knew he couldn't hide it, but he was afraid that telling the truth would make Zhang Jiasheng even angrier. You go and see for yourself. I really don't know what to say. Damn it. This piece of rubbish. Zhang Jiasheng angrily pushed the bodyguard away, turned around and walked quickly back to the room. Ah, Lin Feng, FKU, I'm going to FG kill you. Zhang Jiashan's roar echoed in the room like thunder before a storm. He widened his eyes and stared at the screen of his mobile phone. The video sent by Lin Feng was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into his heart. In the video, Li Meiying's figure is clearly visible. She is actually in Lin Feng's home at this moment. This fact makes Zhang Jiasheng feel extremely angry and desperate. Biozi and others couldn't help but sneer in their hearts when they heard Zhang Jiashan's roar. Humph, kill Lin Feng? You can only yell a few words here. Last time you brought hundreds of people to block him, but you couldn't even get through the door. Now you want to kill him? What a joke. However, although Biozi thought so in his heart, he did not say it out loud. He knew very well that Zhang Jiasheng was on the verge of anger at the moment, and any carelessness might lead to a bigger conflict. Biozi didn't want to bring bad luck to Zhang Jiasheng at this time. After all, a desperate dog will do something terrible, let alone a human. Zhang Jiashan's anger burned in his heart. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. The anger in his heart was like a volcanic eruption, and it could not be contained at all. With trembling fingers, he sent a voice message in the group chat, his voice full of threats and anger. Lin Feng. Listen to me, Li Meiying is my woman, she is mine. You better be smart and send her back to me intact. And prepare a few bottles of good wine and a few tables of delicious food to make amends to me. If you dare to be disrespectful to her or treat me badly, don't blame me for being rude to you. As soon as this voice message came out, the group fell into silence. Not only Lin Feng, but also other owners were stunned by Zhang Jiashan's arrogance. Who gave him the courage? Was it Fish Liang? At this time, he actually dared to threaten Lin Feng so blatantly, he was simply courting his life. Zhang Jiasheng himself knew that what he did might be a bit impulsive and even risky. However, he really couldn't stand the fact that Li Meiying was with Lin Feng. The jealousy and anger in his heart had made him lose his mind. He just wanted to get Li Meiying back as soon as possible and make Lin Feng pay the price he deserved. Just when the group was dead silent and the owners were secretly speculating about the dispute between Zhang Jiasheng and Lin Feng finally spoke up. You're welcome. Who do you think you are? You have hundreds of people and can't do anything to me. I want to see how you can be rude. Lin Feng's words pierced Zhang Jiashan's heart like a sharp knife, making him feel angry and humiliated. Seeing Lin Feng's ridicule, Zhang Jiashan's anger instantly burned up. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face in front of everyone. His face turned ashen, and his eyes flashed with ferocity, as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. Lin Feng, you are going to die a miserable death. I don't believe this cold wave will last forever. Once the cold wave ends, you'll die. When Lin Feng heard this, the anger in his heart was ignited. Damn it, you dare to scold me. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Then, Lin Feng took out 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 cans of instant food and placed them neatly on the table. He gently picked up his phone, took pictures of the food, and then sent them to the owner's group. He tapped the screen of his mobile phone and added a message. Aren't you guys complaining about being hungry? Now, I'll give you a chance. Whoever can bring me Zhang Jiashan's head will own the food. There was a hint of teasing and indifference in Lin Feng's eyes. He was not the kind of person who would easily consider others. He did this to make these people fight each other. Chapter 92. He felt that only in this way could he add a bit of fun to this chaotic situation. Li Meiying slowly raised her head, her deep eyes looking directly at Lin Feng, an indescribable emotion welling up in her heart. Lin Feng must not be provoked easily. When Zhang Jiasheng saw the message posted by Lin Feng, a chill instantly ran down his spine. It was as if countless eyes were staring at him, leaving him nowhere to escape. Zhang Jiashan's heart was filled with regret and fear. He knew that he had made an irreparable mistake. In order to save the situation, he hurriedly sent a message in the group, trying to calm the storm. Brother Lin Feng, I was wrong. I was just joking with you. There's no need to take it so seriously. Please be merciful and take back the bounty. However, Lin Feng was not moved at all. He responded coldly, who is your brother? How dare you, a villain like you, call me your brother? I'm telling you, not only will I not take back the bounty, I'm also going to add 10 more packs of instant noodles to the bounty for Zhang Jiashan's head. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the group became tense. Don't fight with me, I'm determined to get Zhang Jiashan's head this time. I think this operation will not be easy. Zhang Jiasheng has bodyguards around him. It's too risky to act alone. Is there anyone willing to form a team? I have a team here. We only need 10 people. No more. If you want to join, please sign up quickly. We only need strong and courageous men. When Zhang Jiasheng saw the angry comments from the neighbors in the group, he couldn't help but feel panicked. He realized the seriousness of the problem and that these neighbors would never let him go. However, at this moment, Zhang Jiasheng had nowhere to hide. At this moment, there were more than a dozen burly men in the living room. Although they were all injured, none of them was a good person. Zhang Jiasheng alone was no match for them. What should I do? What should I do? He was extremely anxious, but helpless. Escape seems to be the only way out. But how can we escape from this encirclement? Zhang Jiasheng walked to the window and looked out. He is afraid of heights, so he deliberately chose the 3rd floor when buying a house. Even so, it is still more than 10 meters away from the ground. He looked downstairs and felt a little scared. Damn it, let's fight. Zhang Jiasheng gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He quickly pulled off the sheets and covers, he tore them into strips, tied one end firmly to the foot of the bed, and the other end to himself. In this way, he planned to slide down from the window and escape from this dangerous place. Outside the door, Beauties and others were holding various tools, ready to fight. They stood in a circle at the bedroom door, staring at the closed door. It was as if I had already seen Zhang Jiashan's head being exchanged for delicious food. Crack! The sound of glass breaking broke the dead silence. Beauties' heart suddenly tightened, as if it was being tightly grasped by something. Oh no, Zhang Jiasheng is trying to escape. Beauties yelled, and he reacted quickly and kicked open the bedroom door. The whole person rushed in like a tiger descending from the mountain. However, the scene before him stunned him. In the empty bedroom, where is Zhang Jiasheng? He looked around hurriedly, searching for any possible clues. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the sheets and quilt covers by the window. The fabrics that were torn into strips swayed gently in the wind. Beauties rushed to the window and saw a vast expanse of white snow outside. Zhang Jiashan's figure has been submerged by the thick snow and disappeared without a trace. Damn it! He got away. Beauties punched the wall in regret, with anger and disappointment intertwined in his heart. He should have rushed in earlier, but now it's too late. Beauties knew that he was injured and did not dare to chase after him. If anything goes wrong, I might even be implicated. He could only watch Zhang Jiasheng escape, but the anger in his heart grew stronger. He knew that this failure meant that he had missed the reward and that he had lost an important opportunity. Zhang Limei sat on the sofa at home, her eyes revealing endless worry. The baby in her arms was still crying for food, but her milk supply had long been insufficient, which made her even more anxious. The food she exchanged with Lin Feng last time had long been consumed. Now the family was out of food and water, and the crying of the child made her heart ache. She had sent messages to Lin Feng many times, hoping to exchange again. But every time, there was no response. This made her start to wonder if Lin Feng ignored her because he had two top beauties around him. Seeing the child crying because of hunger, Zhang Limei felt very distressed. She opened her clothes and comforted the child with her snow-white breasts, hoping to temporarily relieve his hunger. When Song Wei, who was sitting nearby, saw this scene, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes and his saliva almost flowed out. Last time, Zhang Limei promised Song Wei that she could sleep with him as long as he could get food from Lin Feng. But after coming back that time, Zhang Limei seemed like a different person and never mentioned this incident again. Although Song Wei was unwilling, he did not dare to force it. He could only silently protect Zhang Limei and the child, hoping that his sincerity could move her. In fact, Zhang Limei did not want to fulfill her promise. She is at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf and a tiger, and she also has needs in her heart. But what she was more worried about was that if she and Song Wei shared a room, Lin Feng would dislike her. Therefore, she could only suppress her inner impulse and try not to have any close contact with Song Wei, so as to avoid being unable to exchange food from Lin Feng. When she saw the bounty issued by Lin Feng, a spark of hope instantly ignited in her heart. She knew Song Wei's abilities very well. As a veteran, he was strong and healthy, and was not afraid of 3 or 5 big men. If he could find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Zhang Jiusheng, his chances of success would be very high. Zhang Limei handed the phone to Song Wei, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, and said, "Look, Lin Feng has issued a bounty. As long as you kill Zhang Jiusheng, you can exchange food with him. I know your skills. This shouldn't be a difficult task for you." Song Wei looked at the bounty on his phone with a frown on his face. He was indeed confident in his abilities, and he never took people like Zhang Jiusheng and his gang seriously. However, he felt uneasy inside because he had broken his oath during the last body snatching in the underground parking lot. He looked embarrassed and said to Zhang Limei, "Li Mei, I have already promised Lin Feng that I will not get involved in any more malicious incidents. This time, I..." Chapter 92. He felt that only in this way could he add a bit of fun to this chaotic situation. Li Meiying slowly raised her head, her deep eyes looking directly at Lin Feng, an indescribable emotion welling up in her heart. Lin Feng must not be provoked easily. When Zhang Jiusheng saw the message posted by Lin Feng, a chill instantly ran down his spine. It was as if countless eyes were staring at him, leaving him nowhere to escape. Zhang Jiashan's heart was filled with regret and fear. He knew that he had made an irreparable mistake. In order to save the situation, he hurriedly sent a message in the group, trying to calm the storm. "Brother Lin Feng, I was wrong. I was just joking with you. There's no need to take it so seriously. Please be merciful and take back the bounty." However, Lin Feng was not moved at all. He responded coldly, "Who is your brother? How dare you, a villain like you, call me your brother? I'm telling you, not only will I not take back the bounty, I'm also going to add 10 more packs of instant noodles to the bounty for Zhang Jiashan's head." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the group became tense. "Don't f***ing fight with me, I'm determined to get Zhang Jiashan's head this time. I think this operation will not be easy. Zhang Jiusheng has bodyguards around him. It's too risky to act alone. Is there anyone willing to form a team? I have a team here. We only need 10 people. No more. If you want to join, please sign up quickly. We only need strong and courageous men." When Zhang Jiusheng saw the angry comments from the neighbors in the group, he couldn't help but feel panicked. He realized the seriousness of the problem and that these neighbors would never let him go. However, at this moment, Zhang Jiusheng had nowhere to hide. At this moment, there were more than a dozen burly men in the living room. Although they were all injured, none of them was a good person. Zhang Jiusheng alone was no match for them. What should I do? What should I do? He was extremely anxious, but helpless. Escape seems to be the only way out. But how can we escape from this encirclement? Zhang Jiusheng walked to the window and looked out. He is afraid of heights, so he deliberately chose the 3rd floor when buying a house. Even so, it is still more than 10 meters away from the ground. He looked downstairs and felt a little scared. Damn it, let's fight. Zhang Jiusheng gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He quickly pulled off the sheets and covers, he tore them into strips, tied one end firmly to the foot of the bed, and the other end to himself. In this way, he planned to slide down from the window and escape from this dangerous place. Outside the door, Beauties and others were holding various tools, ready to fight. They stood in a circle at the bedroom door, staring at the closed door. It was as if I had already seen Zhang Jiashan's head being exchanged for delicious food. Crack! The sound of glass breaking broke the dead silence. Beauties' heart suddenly tightened, as if it was being tightly grasped by something. Oh no, Zhang Jiusheng is trying to escape. Beauties yelled, and he reacted quickly and kicked open the bedroom door. The whole person rushed in like a tiger descending from the mountain. However, the scene before him stunned him. In the empty bedroom, where is Zhang Jiusheng? He looked around hurriedly, searching for any possible clues. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the sheets and quilt covers by the window. The fabrics that were torn into strips swayed gently in the wind. Beauties rushed to the window and saw a vast expanse of white snow outside. Zhang Jiashan's figure has been submerged by the thick snow and disappeared without a trace. Damn it! He got away. Biozi punched the wall in regret, with anger and disappointment intertwined in his heart. He should have rushed in earlier, but now it's too late. Biozi knew that he was injured and did not dare to chase after him. If anything goes wrong, I might even be implicated. He could only watch Zhang Jiasheng escape, but the anger in his heart grew stronger. He knew that this failure meant that he had missed the reward and that he had lost an important opportunity. Zhang Limei sat on the sofa at home, her eyes revealing endless worry. The baby in her arms was still crying for food, but her milk supply had long been insufficient, which made her even more anxious. The food she exchanged with Lin Feng last time had long been consumed. Now the family was out of food and water, and the crying of the child made her heart ache. She had sent messages to Lin Feng many times, hoping to exchange again. But every time, there was no response. This made her start to wonder if Lin Feng ignored her because he had two top beauties around him. Seeing the child crying because of hunger, Zhang Limei felt very distressed. She opened her clothes and comforted the child with her snow-white breasts, hoping to temporarily relieve his hunger. When Song Wei, who was sitting nearby, saw this scene, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes and his saliva almost flowed out. Last time, Zhang Limei promised Song Wei that she could sleep with him as long as he could get food from Lin Feng. But after coming back that time, Zhang Limei seemed like a different person and never mentioned this incident again. Although Song Wei was unwilling, he did not dare to force it. He could only silently protect Zhang Limei and the child, hoping that his sincerity could move her. In fact, Zhang Limei did not want to fulfill her promise. She is at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf and a tiger, and she also has needs in her heart. But what she was more worried about was that if she and Song Wei shared a room, Lin Feng would dislike her. Therefore, she could only suppress her inner impulse and try not to have any close contact with Song Wei, so as to avoid being unable to exchange food from Lin Feng. When she saw the bounty issued by Lin Feng, a spark of hope instantly ignited in her heart. She knew Song Wei's abilities very well. As a veteran, he was strong and healthy, and was not afraid of 3 or 5 big men. If he could find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Zhang Jiasheng, his chances of success would be very high. Zhang Limei handed the phone to Song Wei, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, and said, "Look, Lin Feng has issued a bounty. As long as you kill Zhang Jiasheng, you can exchange food with him. I know your skills. This shouldn't be a difficult task for you." Song Wei looked at the bounty on his phone with a frown on his face. He was indeed confident in his abilities, and he never took people like Zhang Jiasheng and his gang seriously. However, he felt uneasy inside because he had broken his oath during the last body snatching in the underground parking lot. He looked embarrassed and said to Zhang Limei, "Li Mei, I have already promised Lin Feng that I will not get involved in any more malicious incidents. This time, Chapter 94. His eyes turned, and he suddenly had an idea. He quickly grabbed a few packaging bags. As if he had thought of a good idea, he walked downstairs quickly. At this point, most people had given up on looking for Zhang Jiasheng. They understood that in this apocalyptic world, staying outside for a long time would undoubtedly increase the risk to their lives. However, there are still a few people who have not given up looking for Zhang Jiasheng. They formed teams of 2 or 3 and moved around the buildings, looking for any clues about Zhang Jiasheng. Zhang Jiasheng carefully avoided everyone. He knew that his current situation was very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be discovered. He used the darkness of the night, he moved skillfully between buildings and easily avoided everyone's search. Soon, he arrived at his destination, Zhao Ting's home. He stood at the door, took a deep breath and calmed his nervous emotions. Zhang Jiasheng stood at the door of Zhao Ting's house, took a deep breath, then knocked on the door firmly and lowered his voice. "Is Zhao Ting home? Open the door quickly. Lin Feng asked me to bring you food." He knocked for several minutes, and finally, there was a noise from inside the house. The first person to wake up was Zhao Ting. She had been sleeping, but woke up immediately when she heard Lin Feng's name. She threw off the thick quilt on her body and ran hurriedly to the door, her heart filled with excitement and joy. Lin Feng is finally willing to forgive me." However, just as she was about to reach out to open the door, she was stopped by Zhao Jiangguo. "What are you doing? Do you know how dangerous this is? You don't even know who is outside, how can you open the door casually?" Zhao Ting heard this and became anxious. She tried to shake off Zhao Jiangguo's hand like crazy. But she was too weak to break free. She was so anxious that tears were about to fall, and she shouted loudly. "Yes, Lin Feng brought me food. Why didn't you let me open the door?" Zhao Jiangguo looked at Zhao Ting who was so impulsive and wanted to open the door at all costs, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart. A slap hit Zhao Ting's face. "Are you crazy? You trust people so easily? What if he's a liar? What if it's a bad guy? How could you be so stupid?" Zhao Ting staggered after being slapped by Zhao Jiangguo, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She covered her cheek, looked at Zhao Jiangguo aggrievedly, and spoke with a trembling voice. I just heard Lin Feng's name and thought he was willing to forgive me." Zhao Jiangguo looked at Zhao Ting's aggrieved expression, and the anger in his heart subsided a little. Ting, I know you have feelings for Lin Feng, but in this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are hard to predict. We can't trust people outside easily, and we can't open the door casually. Do you understand?" Zhao Ting nodded silently, she knew that Zhao Jiangguo was right. Zhang Jiasheng heard the noise inside the house from outside the door and felt nervous. He knew that his current situation was extremely dangerous and if he was discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, time is running out and every second is crucial. Zhang Jiusheng took a deep breath and knocked on the door again. It was really Lin Feng who asked me to come. If you don't believe me, just look at me. I have a lot of food in my hands, which is enough to prove my sincerity. Before this, Zhang Jiusheng had made sufficient preparations. He cleverly used several packages and stuffed them with snow. This makes the whole package look heavy, as if it is filled with precious food. He carefully placed the package in front of the cat's eye, then turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone to illuminate the outline of the package. Zhao Jiangguo looked through the cat's eye and vaguely saw the food in Zhang Jiashan's hand. But because Zhang Jiusheng deliberately hid, he did not see Zhang Jiashan's face clearly. This made Zhao Jiangguo even more confused. He had suffered losses at the hands of Lin Feng many times. Therefore, he always remained vigilant about Lin Feng's intentions. He asked cautiously. Why didn't Lin Feng come himself? Why did he ask you to come and send him off? Zhao Jiangguo's question gave Zhang Jiusheng an opportunity. He was secretly delighted in his heart and replied quickly. Didn't Lin Feng have a conflict with Zhang Jiusheng? You also know that Zhang Jiusheng is a sinister and cunning person. Lin Feng was afraid that it would be dangerous to come out, so he asked me to come and deliver the food. When he made this excuse, Zhang Jiusheng was secretly proud of himself. I feel like I'm a genius for coming up with such a perfect reason. After hearing this, Zhao Jiangguo frowned and felt uneasy. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. However, when Zhao Jiangguo saw the food in Zhang Jiashan's hand, his throat couldn't help swallowing. In this end times of food scarcity, their family has become emaciated. If there is no more food, I am afraid the only option is to end up in a tragic situation of killing each other. At this moment, Zhao Ting suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of eagerness and anticipation. Dad, please open the door. Lin Feng must have forgiven me. We will have a good life from now on. Zhao Jiangguo pondered over and over in his heart, in this world, who else besides Lin Feng could provide such abundant supplies? He weighed the pros and cons in his mind and finally decided to trust once. So he pushed the door open carefully, and a faint light came out from the crack. However, at this moment, Zhang Jiusheng suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. All the hair on his body stood up instantly, as if they were about to pierce through his skin. Zhang Jiusheng did not look back, he knew very well that he could not hesitate at this moment. He quickly reached out and pulled Zhao Ting out of the door, then turned around and leaned against the wall, using Zhao Ting's body as a shield. Zhao Jiangguo and Zhao Ting were stunned by this sudden change. Before they could see Zhang Jiashan's face clearly, a figure rushed out from the darkness, it was Song Wei. Song Wei held a dagger in his hand, staring at Zhang Jiusheng with cold eyes, his voice revealing endless murderous intent. Zhang Jiusheng, your death is coming. Zhang Jiusheng hid behind Zhao Ting, not daring to show his head. He was well aware of Song Wei's abilities and had invited him to join his team many times, but Song Wei flatly refused. Now, facing Song Wei's dagger, he felt unprecedented fear. However, fear did not make Zhang Jiusheng lose his mind. He quickly drew a dagger from his waist, he leaned against Zhao Ting's neck and spoke in a calm and firm voice. Song Wei, look carefully, she is Lin Feng's ex-wife. If you want to kill me, I will kill her first. When the time comes, you will face Lin Feng's crazy revenge. Song Wei frowned when he heard this. He was not worried about Lin Feng's revenge, but he felt deeply grateful to Lin Feng. Chapter 95. If Zhang Jiusheng really killed Zhao Ting, wouldn't he be repaying kindness with enmity? However, at the moment when Song Wei was stunned, Zhang Jiusheng took the opportunity to hold Zhao Ting hostage and retreat back into the house. Song Wei came to his senses with the sound of the door closing with a bang. But it was too late, Zhang Jiusheng had already disappeared into the house with Zhao Ting. Seeing this situation, he wanted to tell Lin Feng what happened here. But when I took out my cell phone and looked at the time, it was already 3 in the morning. Song Wei had no choice but to give up the idea of a making a phone call, edited a message, described the whole incident clearly, and sent it. Last night, Lin Feng had a crazy night with Sun Ziyi and Li Meiying. It was not until noon the next day that Lin Feng stretched leisurely and walked out of the warm bedroom. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat at the dining table. Not long after, Li Meiying and Sun Ziyi brought breakfast up. While enjoying the delicious food, Lin Feng browsed the message Song Wei sent him. His brows were furrowed and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. As expected of a former tyrant, Zhang Jiusheng is extremely cunning. Li Meiying noticed Lin Feng's expression and asked curiously. Brother Feng, who are you talking about? Who can you give such a high valuation? Lin Feng took the abalone porridge handed to him by Li Meiying, took a sip, and responded. It was Zhang Jiusheng. So many neighbors tried to stop him, but he still managed to get away. As he spoke, Lin Feng's fingers flew on the keyboard and he quickly sent a message in the group, exposing Zhang Jiashan's whereabouts. However, everyone's expectations soon turned into disappointment. When they pried open the door of Zhao Ting's house and rushed in, they saw Zhao Ting and her family of 3 tied to chairs, while Zhang Jiusheng had disappeared without a trace. It turned out that Zhang Jiusheng had already expected Song Wei to reveal his whereabouts. Early in the morning, he once again used a few packaging bags as bait and successfully got the couple living opposite Zhao Ting's house to open the door. He acted decisively and killed the man, and kept the woman as a hostage. At this time, Zhang Jiusheng was hiding behind the peephole of the opposite door, quietly observing the situation at Zhao Ting's house opposite. A sly smile appeared on his face, as if everything was under his control. Lin Feng never cared about Zhang Jiashan's whereabouts. He knew that as long as the door was closed, he would be safe. His family was well equipped and no one could do anything to him. At this moment, everyone's attention is focused on the huge reward. Looking forward to killing Zhang Jiasheng in exchange for the tempting reward. At this moment when everyone is thinking about their own things, an unexpected figure appeared outside Lin Feng's house. Biozi. Biozi's situation was extremely difficult. There was an endless stream of people looking for Zhang Jiasheng. His wounds began to become severely infected due to lack of timely treatment. Every part of my body felt as if it were burned by fire. The wounds had begun to fester and ooze pus, and his strength was declining rapidly. I'm afraid even an ordinary woman would find it hard to resist. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to hope to obtain Zhang Jiashan's head in exchange for the reward? However, for Biozi, food is important, but the wounds on his body are fatal at this moment. He knew very well that if he continued like this, he would probably die soon. So he thought of Lin Feng. Lin Feng built a safe house and stored a large amount of food so that he could stay safe in this disaster. So, did he also store medicine to treat the wound? With this thought in mind, Biozi could only bite the bullet and come to Lin Feng's door. I hope to get a glimmer of hope from Lin Feng, a glimmer of medicine that can save his life. At this time, Lin Feng was closing his eyes, quietly enjoying the comfort of Li Meiying gently massaging his shoulders. Sun Ziyi came over quietly, squatted down, and massaged Lin Feng's thighs carefully. At the same time, she whispered softly in his ear. Lin Feng, there is a man kneeling outside the door and kowtowing. I looked carefully and that man seems to be Biozi. Li Meiying and Sun Ziyi both deeply admired Lin Feng's thundering methods. Not only did he easily repel the hundreds of people led by Zhang Jiasheng, moreover, now he has forced Biozi, the gangster boss who once dominated Haining, to bow down to him. Such strength is truly astonishing. Lin Feng picked up his phone and turned on the surveillance video. Sure enough, he saw Biozi kneeling at the door, looking extremely miserable. Don't worry about him for now, let him continue kneeling. After half an hour, Li Meiying and Sun Ziyi's hands were already sore from massaging, so Lin Feng signaled them to stop and rest. He stood up and walked slowly to the door. Through the observation hole, he saw that Biozi was still kowtowing. There were several big lumps on his forehead, and he looked very miserable. Biozi, how are you? The infection doesn't feel good, does it? If you don't get timely treatment, you probably won't live for many days. Let me tell you, this is what happens if you mess with me. When Biozi heard Lin Feng's words, he felt that his wound seemed to be even more painful. Although he knew that Lin Feng was deliberately trying to scare him, he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. His body was shaking, he didn't dare to get up, he could only crawl to the door, gently knocking on it, begging. Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. You see, I came here alone today, without any men. I know you must have antibiotics here, and Dr. Sun is also at your house. As long as you are willing to help me, I will be your dog in the future and you can do whatever you want. Faced with the threat of death, Biozi's fear reached its peak. He knew very well that Lin Feng was his only lifeline now. Lin Feng looked at Biozi kneeling outside the door, his face expressionless, and he answered indifferently. Biozi, do you think I can let you go just like this? What you did has exceeded my bottom line. I, Lin Feng, am not a saint. I will not be soft-hearted just because you kneel down. Since you dare to provoke me, you should have expected this outcome. When Biozi heard Lin Feng's words, he felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he had really offended someone he shouldn't have offended this time. He continued to plead. Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I am willing to pay any price, just ask you to save my life. However, Lin Feng was not moved at all, he said lightly. Your life is worthless to me. Biozi, you should pay the price for what you did. I am being merciful by not killing you today. Go now, while you still have a few days to live, don't leave any regrets. Biozi's eyes were full of tears. After hearing Lin Feng's words, he fell into deeper despair. Chapter 96. However, anger could not change his fate. He struggled to get up and staggered back. After returning to his residence, he took out a knife and tried to remove the bacteria from the wound by burning it with fire. However, his actions were nothing but ignorant self-deception. The smell of burning grease filled the air, along with his painful howls. He bit the quilt, trying to endure the unspeakable pain. Unfortunately, all this is in vain. His wound did not get better, but became worse due to improper treatment. He seemed to have felt his life slipping away, but there was nothing he could do. Despair was like an icy tide, mercilessly devouring Biozi's soul. Don't have any regrets. Lin Feng's words became his only goal now. Biozi recalled his days of wandering around for half his life. The women around him changed like flowing water, and there was never an end to the series of beautiful women. He thought he could control everything, but he never imagined that at the end of his life, he would be so lonely. None of the women who once accompanied him are around now. In this abyss of despair, two women suddenly appeared in Biozi's mind, Sun Yu and Wei Wei. These two women he once supported turned out to be the only two women he knew in this community. My money is not so easy to take, so you will be buried with me. A crazy idea arose in Biozi's mind. He wanted to use their lives to make up for the regret and emptiness in his heart. He forced himself to cheer up and walk towards Sun Yu's home. Ding ding ding, there's a knock on the door. Sun Yu and Wei Wei shuddered at the same time, their hearts filled with fear and anxiety. These days, they have been living in fear, afraid that someone will come to their door. And now, this fear has finally become a reality. Wei Wei said with a trembling voice. Yu, what should we do? Someone is coming. Although Sun Yu was also afraid, she knew that fear would not solve the problem. She pretended to be calm, took a deep breath and said. Don't be afraid, let's go see who it is. However, before they reached the door, Biozi's voice came. Sun Yu, Wei Wei, open the door, I'm brother Bio. After hearing Biozi's voice, Sun Yu and Wei Wei felt relieved. Although Biozi is domineering, he is quite nice to them. However, they did not completely let down their guard. After all, in this time full of unknowns and dangers, anyone could become a potential threat. Sun Yu's eyes revealed a bit of vigilance and doubt, and she asked cautiously. Brother Bio, you suddenly came to see us, is there something going on? Biozi seemed to have anticipated their reactions. He took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. I'm a little injured and need your help. Can you help me treat the wound? Sun Yu did not answer immediately, but walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. I saw Biozi standing alone outside the door, his face pale and his body covered in blood, obviously he was seriously injured. She couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety. On the one hand, she didn't want to get involved in any danger at this time. On the other hand, she couldn't help but think of her past friendship with Biozi. Wei Wei noticed Sun Yu's hesitation, walked forward curiously and looked outside the door. When she saw Biozi's weak appearance, a bold idea came to her mind. She lowered her voice and spoke to Sun Yu. Yu, we haven't eaten for several days. If we continue like this, we will die. Sun Yu looked at Wei Wei in confusion, not understanding why she would bring up this matter at this time. She frowned and asked. What do you mean? Wei Wei took a deep breath, as if to cheer herself up for her next decision. I saw in the group that many people have started to kill each other and eat each other. Biozi is seriously injured now, so it's a good opportunity for us to take action. After hearing what Wei Wei said, Sun Yu was shocked. She immediately understood the meaning of Wei Wei's words, kill him while he is ill. Wei Wei wanted to kill Biozi as food for their survival. This idea was so crazy that Sun Yu couldn't accept it for a while. She looked at Wei Wei, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Wei Wei seemed to see Sun Yu's hesitation and reluctance. She gently held Sun Yu's hand and said. Yu, I know this is hard to accept, but in order to survive, we have no choice. Biozi is no longer able to resist, and this is our only chance. Sun Yu was silent for a moment, her heart full of contradictions and struggles. She didn't want to be a murderer, but she didn't want to starve to death either. Finally, she took a deep breath and made a difficult decision. Okay, I'll do as you say. Then, Sun Yu walked quickly and calmly to the kitchen, carefully picked up a sharp kitchen knife, it was hidden in the shadows by the door, with only the gleaming blade showing. She gave Wei Wei a look, signaling her to open the door. Wei Wei received Sun Yu's gaze, and although she was still nervous, she knew they had no way out. She nodded gently, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her fear. She slowly opened the door with a fake smile on her face. With open arms, he seemed to be welcoming a long-lost relative. Oh, brother Biao, I missed you so much, why did you come just now? If you weren't injured, you wouldn't even remember the two of us. Biozi really didn't expect Wei Wei to be so enthusiastic, and his originally tense nerves relaxed a little. Although he still had malice in his heart, he was bewitched by Wei Wei's tenderness at the moment. He temporarily put aside the idea of a euro burying the two women with him. He walked into the house with Wei Wei in his arms without any defense. At this moment, Sun Yu suddenly appeared, the kitchen knife she held high flashing coldly in the sunlight. She gritted her teeth, used all her strength, and slashed Biozi's neck with the kitchen knife. Click with a crisp sound, the kitchen knife chopped into Biozi's neck. Biozi's eyes widened, and it seemed that he hadn't fully reacted yet before his body had already lost control. Squeak blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the walls and the ground red. Biozi reached out to cover the wound on his neck in horror, but the blood was gushing out like a wild horse that could not be stopped. Sun Yu and Wei Wei watched Biozi's life slip away before their eyes, and they felt both fear and relief in their hearts. Finally, Biozi's body fell weakly to the ground, his eyes were still wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. Chapter 97. At the moment he fell to the ground, he finally saw clearly that the person standing behind him was Sun Yu. His eyes were filled with disbelief and anger. You, why? However, Sun Yu just looked at him coldly without answering. Biozi's life slowly faded away in front of them, until the last breath disappeared. Biao graduated. He never imagined until his death that the two weak women he had intended to bury with him would be so cruel and murderous. This is the cruelty of the end of the world. In this world full of danger and uncertainty, everyone needs to be vigilant at all times and be wary of everyone around them. Because in this era, survival has become the biggest challenge. Biozi was not the only one whose wound was infected. The dozen or so people who had attacked Lin Feng's balcony were also not spared. This also includes Wang Bo. However, they were not like Biozi, with an almost crazy ruthlessness, he burned the knife red to treat the wound. Because of this, their symptoms did not deteriorate to the alarming degree that Biozi's did. However, with the shortage of food and the increasingly serious infection of the wound, Wang Bo's body gradually became weak. His face was pale, his eyes were dull, and he looked like he would collapse at any moment. He used up his last bit of strength and pleaded with Aunt Zhao in a weak voice. Aunt Zhao, please give me some water to drink. I really can't hold on any longer. Aunt Zhao stayed by Wang Bo's side all the time, feeling mixed emotions as she watched him become increasingly thinner and weaker. She had wanted to end Wang Bo's life many times and use him as food to replenish her energy. But every time she saw Wang Bo dying, she couldn't bear it. She could only wait silently for Wang Bo to die, so that perhaps she could find a little comfort in her heart. Aunt Zhao responded coldly. Where is the water at home? Even if there was any, it would have already frozen into ice. After hearing what Aunt Zhao said, Wang Bo's eyes flashed with disappointment. But he still didn't want to give up. He looked at Aunt Zhao with all his strength, his eyes full of desire. Aunt Zhao, I really can't hold on any longer. Can you go downstairs and dig some snow? I don't want to die without even a sip of water. Aunt Zhao looked at Wang Bo's eager eyes and a ripple appeared in her heart. She knew that Wang Bo didn't have much time left, but she was still worried about leaving her grandson alone at home with Wang Bo. She hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to go downstairs to dig the snow. Before walking towards the bedroom, she looked back at Wang Bo to make sure that he was indeed too weak to get up. Then she walked into the bedroom, glanced at her sleeping grandson, and prayed silently in her heart that he would be safe. She locked the door to make sure Wang Bo could not enter the bedroom, then she went downstairs to dig snow with peace of mind. However, at the moment when Aunt Zhao closed the security door, Wang Bo's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had become a different person. His original weak state was instantly swept away, and he swiftly rolled over to the ground. He hurriedly moved in front of the cat's eye and carefully confirmed that Aunt Zhao had indeed gone downstairs. A strong desire to survive surged in his heart, and he knew this was his only chance. He looked around quickly, and the moment his eyes fell on the table, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed the table and smashed it towards the bedroom door where Xiao Kong was with all his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The huge crash echoed in the silent room, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. The bedroom door was just an ordinary wooden door and could not withstand Wang Bo's crazy smashing. In less than 2 minutes, the door collapsed under Wang Bo's fierce attack. Xiao Kong was still asleep when he was awakened by the sudden sound of someone knocking on the door. He stared at the shattered bedroom door with wide eyes in horror. When he saw clearly that the person who came in was Wang Bo, the fear in his heart reached its peak. He shouted loudly. Uncle Wang, why are you BG on the door? However, Wang Bo had completely fallen into a state of madness and he could not hear Xiao Kong's cries at all. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to destroy all living things in front of him. Without hesitation, he raised the table in his hand again and smashed it hard on Xiao Kong's head. Blood gushed out instantly, staining the entire bedroom red. At this point, Xiao Kong, who was spoiled by Aunt Zhao and turned into a little devil, also left the world forever. His life came to an end in Wang Bo's madness and cruelty. Without stopping, Wang Bo carried Xiao Kong's body and quickly returned to his home. Aunt Zhao carefully carried a basin of clean snow and returned home with heavy steps. When she looked up and saw that the security door that should have been closed was now wide open, my heart couldn't help but skip a beat, as if some ominous premonition came to my mind. Bang! The basin of clear snow in her hand dropped due to her sudden panic, and the crisp sound of breaking echoed in the silent corridor. Xiao Kong! Aunt Zhao's heart sank suddenly. She quickly dropped the basin in her hand and ran towards the bedroom. Her steps became faster and faster, and the panic in her heart became more and more intense. The moment she pushed open the bedroom door, what came into her eyes was a shocking scene. The room was full of blood. Completion. A feeling of despair surged in Aunt Zhao's heart. She knew without thinking that Wang Bo must have deliberately shown weakness just now. After sending her away, he attacked Xiao Kong. Her grandson, her only relative, died tragically at the hands of Wang Bo. Xiao Kong, my grandson. Aunt Zhao was heartbroken. She sat down on the ground, covering her face with her hands, tears streaming down through her fingers. Her heart was filled with regret and self-blame. She shouldn't have believed Wang Bo's lies, but now it was too late. Wang Bo, I'm going to kill you. The anger in Aunt Zhao's heart was instantly ignited. She stood up, with crazy hatred flashing in her eyes. She walked into the kitchen, picked up a sharp kitchen knife and held it tightly in her hand. She walked out of the house resolutely and went straight to Wang Bo's residence. She had only one thought in her mind, and that was to avenge Wang Cong. Wang Bo, get the hell out of here. I'm going to kill you. Aunt Zhao roared angrily, her voice filled with endless hatred. She held the sharp kitchen knife tightly in her hand and chopped at the door of Wang Bo's house frantically. The crackling sound of the collision echoed in the corridor, and every knife cut was like the anger burning in her heart. Although the door of Wang Bo's house was not specially modified like Lin Feng's, but the security door was still not strong enough for an old lady in her 50s like Aunt Zhao to break open easily. Chapter 98. The kitchen knife left deep marks on the door, but the door still stood stubbornly. Aunt Zhao continued to chop desperately, her eyes full of bloodshot. The wrinkles on his face became deeper because of anger. Her hands were shaking from the exertion. But she had no intention of stopping. Wang Bo, you beast, you killed my grandson, I will make you pay with your life. However, no matter how hard she tried, the door was never opened. Aunt Zhao felt a sense of powerlessness coming over her. She sat on the ground leaning against the door, with the kitchen knife in her hand hanging limply to the side. Inside the house, Wang Bo dismantled all the furniture that could be dismantled. Lighting the fire and grilling the meat, he had figured it out and wanted to enjoy every moment. There is no need to think about tomorrow. Ha ha ha, Aunt Zhao, your grandson's meat is really tender. Wang Bo's laughter echoed in the house, with a bit of madness and distortion. He seemed to have given up all morals and bottom lines, and only wanted to enjoy these last moments. The sizzling sound continued, and the flames jumped, illuminating Wang Bo's hideous face. The barbecue in his hand was already roasted to a golden brown, with fat dripping onto the fire and emitting wisps of green smoke. He took a big bite of meat, a satisfied expression on his face. That expression showed both greed for food and indifference to the impending fate. "Aunt Zhao, you didn't expect that your grandson would end up being my meal," Wang Bo muttered to himself, with a cruel smile on his face. Aunt Zhao leaned weakly against the wall, her hands hanging limply, her heart filled with despair. The smell of burning rose through the crack in the door, stimulating her sense of smell. It made her realize more clearly that her beloved grandson Xiao Kong had fallen into Wang Bo's clutches. She wanted to shout loudly, wanted to break through the door and tear Wang Bo into pieces. However, she had no strength left in her body, not even the strength to stand. Bang, bang. Aunt Zhao knocked on the door twice feebly, her voice faint and powerless. "Wang Bo, you will not die well, you will definitely be punished." Hearing Aunt Zhao's voice, Wang Bo laughed even more crazily in the house. He walked to the door and shouted sarcastically. "Ha ha ha, retribution? You are talking about yourself. You are usually arrogant and domineering in the community, bullying the weak, not taking anyone seriously, and often stealing people's things. Now my grandson has been killed. This is your retribution." Wang Bo's words were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Aunt Zhao's heart. She thought back on what she had done over the years and realized that she had indeed done a lot of wrong things. She did many bad things in the community under the name of the neighborhood committee and even stole the underwear of a young man. Aunt Zhao wilted, she knew that she was powerless to save the situation. She could only endure the pain and regret silently, praying that Xiao Kong could rest in peace in heaven. Wang Bo's mocking voice kept echoing in Aunt Zhao's ears. She felt heartbroken and tears silently rolled down her cheeks. She deeply regretted what she had done in the past, those acts of hurting others and stealing, which have now become an eternal pain in her heart. She believed that she had harmed her grandson. If she had been more restrained at the beginning, perhaps Xiao Kong would not have suffered such a misfortune. But what's the use of regret? Time cannot be reversed, and she cannot change the facts of the past. Aunt Zhao could only endure the pain and regret silently, praying that Xiao Kong could rest in peace in heaven. Pa! Suddenly, a piece of meat flew out from the crack in the door and landed at Aunt Zhao's feet. "Aunt Zhao, have a taste of the evil you have sown." Aunt Zhao looked down and saw that there were still traces of burning on the piece of meat. The burnt smell stimulated her sense of smell again. Her heart twitched, she knew very well that this was Xiaokong's flesh, and Wang Bo was deliberately humiliating her. Aunt Zhao swallowed unconsciously in her throat and her stomach began to growl. She hadn't eaten for several days, and at this moment, this piece of meat was undoubtedly a huge temptation to her. Her body was craving for food, craving the warmth and satiety that this piece of meat would bring. With trembling hands, she slowly picked up the piece of meat. Her heart was full of contradictions and struggles. On the one hand, she knew that this was an insult and provocation from Wang Bo. On the other hand, her body was craving the warmth and satiety that this piece of meat would bring. Finally, hunger overcame reason, and Aunt Zhao put the piece of meat into her mouth. She chewed, feeling the tenderness and aroma of the meat spreading in her mouth. It smells so good. Master Wang, please, give me another piece. Aunt Zhao's words stunned Wang Bo. He didn't expect that Aunt Zhao, who regarded her grandson as a treasure, would say such words. "Aunt Zhao, you really opened my eyes. For such a little food, you even lost your family affection." Aunt Zhao lowered her head and did not answer. Her heart was filled with humiliation and pain, but she knew that the most important thing now was to survive. Wang Bo opened the door, took out a bigger piece of meat and threw it in front of Aunt Zhao. He admired the way Aunt Zhao wolfed down the food, as if he was watching a clown show. Aunt Zhao ate the meat while enduring Wang Bo's humiliation and ridicule. Her heart was filled with anger and hatred, but she knew that now was not the time. She needs to keep calm and wait for her chance. Aunt Zhao raised her head and looked at Wang Bo with cold eyes. Wang Bo caught a hint of cold murderous intent in Aunt Zhao's eyes. However, this did not cause him much alarm. In his opinion, how much trouble could an old woman cause? He secretly thought that he would let the old woman live a few more days. It won't be too late to find an excuse to kill her the next time food is scarce. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Wang Bo turned around and went back home, still feeling a little uneasy. He knew that Aunt Zhao had already made up her mind to kill him. If he stayed alone with her in a room again, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't secretly harm him while he was sleeping. Aunt Zhao held the remaining piece of flesh in her hand tightly against her chest and hid it deep in her clothing. There was a determined light in her eyes and a strong desire for revenge in her heart. She secretly vowed that no matter how many hardships she encountered, no matter how hopeless life was, she would persevere. She imagined the moment when Wang Bo fell at her feet, imagined the relief and satisfaction. She told herself that only by killing Wang Bo with her own hands could she die without regrets and let her soul rest in peace. Chapter 99. That afternoon, Lin Feng sat on the sofa, with Chu Hanyu's name flashing on the screen of his mobile phone. He gently pressed the send button, and a message quietly flew to Chu Hanyu's mobile phone. "Hanyu, you and Yading come over here together." According to his estimation, the food given to them last time had been almost eaten up, and they could not be allowed to starve to death for the time being. Although Li Meiying and Sun Ziyi are both stunningly beautiful, Lin Feng knows that people's aesthetic sense will become fatigued. Facing the same face every day, even the most beautiful woman will gradually lose her appeal. Therefore, he needs to change his taste occasionally and add some freshness to his life. The existence of Chu Hanyu and Zhang Yading was just such a diversion for him. Before finding the next target, he had to keep them alive and ready to be used at any time. He did not hide this matter from Li Meiying and Sun Ziyi. When they heard the knock on the door, they both returned to their room tacitly. They had already prepared themselves mentally, knowing that Lin Feng's world couldn't just consist of the two of them. In this apocalyptic world full of crises, they learned to accept and adapt. When Chu Hanyu and Zhang Yading walked into the room, Zhang Yading's eyes were slightly red. She looked at Lin Feng with a trembling voice. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Although Chu Hanyu didn't say anything, her thoughts were the same as Zhang Yading's. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her fingers trembling slightly due to nervousness. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng, for fear that her eyes would reveal her inner fear and anxiety. Lin Feng looked at them, and a complicated emotion surged in his heart. He understood that although these women were under his control, they also had their own emotions and thoughts. He sighed softly and said, "Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I won't treat you unfairly." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Chu Hanyu and Zhang Yading felt a little relieved as if the anxiety in their hearts was blown away by a warm breeze. They looked at each other and saw some comfort in each other's eyes. Lin Feng motioned for them to sit down, then slowly spoke, "I know you've been feeling a little uneasy lately, worrying that I might suddenly change my mind. Don't worry, as long as you do what I say, I won't treat you unfairly." Zhang Yading bit her lip and mustered up the courage to ask. "Besides sleeping with you, we can't do anything else. We really don't know what else we can do for you." Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Haha, it's not as complicated as you think. In fact, I just want you to pay more attention to the movements around you and tell me everything you hear and see." The situation outside was indeed becoming more and more complicated, and the hungry neighbors' nerves were on the verge of breaking. They will do anything for food, even at the cost of hurting others. Lin Feng knew this very well, so he didn't want to go out and take risks easily to avoid getting into unnecessary trouble. Now there are very few people talking in the owner group. Lin Feng knows that those people are deliberately avoiding him. Therefore, he had no way of knowing any news that was unfavorable to him. That's why he wanted to get more information through Chu Hanyu and Zhang Yading. Chu Hanyu thought for a moment and said, "Nothing special happened. Zhang Jiuzheng just posted some messages in another group, saying that even if you kill him, you will not honor the reward." Zhang Yading continued. "Another incident happened this morning. Sun Yu hung Biozi's head at the door of her house. The scene was really scary. I guess she was warning others not to provoke her easily." When Lin Feng heard this, he frowned slightly. Sun Yu actually killed Biozi, which was indeed something he did not expect. This girl is really resourceful. She can even deal with the once powerful gangster boss. But Lin Feng didn't care. If Sun Yu really dared to attack him, then he will ruthlessly make Sun Yu disappear from the world before the sun rises tomorrow. However, Lin Feng knew in his heart that Zhang Jiashan's existence was a big trouble. This person who has been hiding in the dark is like a poisonous snake lurking in the grass, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Lin Feng was certain that Zhang Jiuzheng had been looking for opportunities to plot against him. Lin Feng could only shake his head helplessly at his neighbor's incompetence. It was extremely disappointing that with the strength of hundreds of people, they couldn't even find one person. Afterwards, a sumptuous dinner was prepared for the two ladies, allowing them to fully enjoy the charm of delicious food. After eating and drinking, a passionate battle is inevitable. The two ladies were very tactful. They never mentioned anything about Li Meiying and Sun Ziyi being at Lin Feng's house from beginning to end. When they left, Lin Feng gave each of them a box of instant noodles as a reward for their physical effort. He made an agreement with them to come every 10 days, and if they had any news or discoveries, they would tell him. Ding ding ding, there was a sudden knock on the door, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. He originally thought that Chu Hanyu or Zhang Yading had dropped something. But when he turned on the surveillance camera, he saw an unexpected figure, a woman in police uniform. Lin Feng frowned slightly, feeling doubtful. Who is this woman in police uniform? Why is she here? Why haven't I seen her in the neighborhood? Lin Feng immediately adjusted his mentality, took a deep breath, and tried his best to make his voice sound calm. He walked slowly to the door, but instead of opening it directly, he asked softly through the door. "Comrade policewoman? You came to see me so late, is there something urgent?" The woman outside the door responded in a clear and powerful voice. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Li Jingxuan. I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. But I have an important matter to discuss with you. May I go in and discuss it in detail?" Lin Feng listened to her voice and couldn't help feeling a little confused. He didn't know this police officer Li Jingxuan. Lin Feng frowned slightly, wondering whether he should let her in. He looked through the peephole on the door and vaguely saw the figure of a woman outside. She has a delicate face, a heroic look, and a neat police uniform. She is indeed heroic and fully deserves the title of policewoman. However, Lin Feng became more alert. Lin Feng knew that as a police officer, Li Jingxuan must be very skilled. If I don't know her and let her in easily, there might be some danger. He didn't want to take the risk, especially at this sensitive moment. So, Lin Feng said inside the door. "Officer Li, I'm so sorry, it's so late and I'm ready to rest. Please go back." Chapter 100. Li Jingxuan didn't expect Lin Feng to reject her request so decisively. She stood outside the door, a little stunned, and then she did something that surprised Lin Feng. She pulled out a black pistol from the holster at her waist and placed it carefully on the ground. Then he quickly retreated more than 10 meters, keeping a safe distance. She took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Mr. Lin, I hope this action of mine can show my sincerity. You can open the door and take the gun away. When our conversation is over, if you feel it is unnecessary to accept my proposal, you can return the gun to me. I promise that I will never have any intention of hurting you. When Lin Feng heard the words outside the door, he was shocked. Gun. For him, this is indeed very important. Although the gun in his hand was quite powerful, there were only a few bullets left, only 10, so he had to use it with caution. However, facing Li Jingxuan's proposal, Lin Feng did not immediately relax his vigilance. Doubts once again arose in his mind. China has always had strict control over guns. Even police officers cannot carry guns around with them. He doubted whether the identity of Officer Li Jingxuan was real, or whether there was any special mission that required her to carry a gun. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and decided to test Li Jingxuan first. He said through the door. Officer Li, I see your sincerity. However, China has strict gun control. Why do you carry a gun with you? Can you explain? Li Jingxuan's heart tightened when she heard Lin Feng's question. She understood that her actions would easily arouse Lin Feng's suspicion. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calm and sincere. Mr. Lin, I am indeed a police officer, but I am also a member of a special unit. I am carrying a gun this time because I have received an urgent mission and need to interview you. I can show you my ID and mission documents to prove my identity and purpose. Lin Feng listened to Li Jingxuan's explanation and remained vigilant. He did not open the door immediately, but said. Officer Li, can I see your ID and mission documents first, and then I'll consider whether to open the door. Li Jingxuan nodded silently and quickly and resolutely took out her ID and mission documents from her bag. She put them together with the pistol on the ground, and then retreated more than 10 meters to ensure that Lin Feng had enough safe space. Lin Feng took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to open the door. He quickly picked up the things on the ground and closed the door immediately. He carefully read Li Jingxuan's credentials and mission documents. The document clearly states that Li Jingxuan belongs to a special department. This time I came to Haining to carry out an important arrest mission. The target was a fugitive. However, Lin Feng still remained cautious about the gun that Li Jingxuan was carrying. He knew that guns were important weapons of the country and could not be disposed of at will. Although the end of the world has come and the world has become chaotic, Lin Feng still maintains his loyalty to the country. He raised his head and said. Officer Li, I can let you in, but for safety reasons, I need you to take off all your clothes. This is not an insult to you, but a necessary caution in a disaster. I hope you can understand. If you don't agree, I will return your things to you immediately. When Li Jingxuan heard Lin Feng's words, her brows furrowed, and an indescribable shame and anger surged in her heart. As a virgin, how could she possibly take off all her clothes in front of a man? This is simply an insult to her character. However, she also knew that she had no other choice now. The cold wave was raging and she had no food supplies, so she starved to death. She took a deep breath and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Okay, I agree to your request. Open the door. With a click, the door lock was opened. Li Jingxuan pushed the door open and slowly walked into the house. However, what greeted her was a black muzzle of a gun, pointing directly at her heart. Lin Feng held the gun tightly, his eyes firm and cold, and said. Officer Li, this is an extraordinary period. I apologize for any offense. Please forgive me. Li Jingxuan took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She knew that the tense atmosphere at the moment would not allow her to make any mistakes. She nodded slightly and said softly. I understand. Then she slowly took off her coat and hung it on the hanger, then her shirt and pants, one piece at a time, until only her underwear was left. The figure is curvy, firm breasts, slender legs, the wheat-colored skin is full of power and has a unique flavor. However, in this life and death moment, all these external beauties seem insignificant. Lin Feng glanced at Li Jingxuan and confirmed that she was not carrying any weapons before lowering the gun slightly. He pointed to the sofa and said. Please take a seat. Li Jingxuan sat down on the sofa without any hesitation. She knew that being calm and composed at this moment was the best protection for herself. Lin Feng sat opposite Li Jingxuan, his eyes wandering over her. But it was not out of frivolity, but out of an instinctive vigilance. He asked. Officer Li, what brings you here this time? Lin Feng's eyes have been hovering over Li Jingxuan. Although he is also experienced, but this was the first time he had seen a beauty as charming as Li Jingxuan. Li Jingxuan felt a little embarrassed by Lin Feng's fiery gaze, her face flushed, she adjusted her sitting position and spoke seriously. I'm here to track down a fugitive who lives in this neighborhood. However, during the pursuit, I was caught in a cold wave. Fortunately, I have shot and killed the fugitive. You can check my gun. There's a bullet missing. Lin Feng nodded slightly, but did not check Li Jingxuan's gun. He motioned for her to continue. Li Jingxuan continued. Since the cold snap started, I've noticed that there has been no rescue effort organized, which makes me feel very uneasy. As a member of a special unit, I know that the severity of this disaster is far beyond our imagination. I even suspect that this disaster may lead to the extinction of mankind. After hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. Although he was not from a special department, he also learned about the situation in the outside world from various channels. He knew very well that what Li Jingxuan said was not alarmist. Seeing that Lin Feng did not refute, Li Jingxuan continued. I heard about you from the neighbors. It seems that you foresaw the coming of this disaster, so you made preparations in advance. My purpose in coming to you is simple. I just hope to exchange some food from you. I want to survive. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.